Chapter 1 Signs of Catastrophe. Time April 2025. Night. Location Longhua, Shijing City. University. As the night deepens, the neon lights off Shijing City outer the metropolis with a kaleidoscope of colors, reflecting the bustling and vibrant rhythm of life. Nestled in southwestern corner of the city, University is renowned across the nation for its abundant academic resources and rigorous educational standards, drawing countless students with its esteemed reputation. The humid spring breezy offer procaresses the campus, imbued with a hint of fill, yet the ground sexu de tranquility and serenity, as if this acrid space remains it should be the clamor of the outside world. At 6 in the morning, just as dawn begins to break, the campus is alive with the melodious skirping of fearly birds, while a gentle breeze sweep across the lush green lawns, adorned with droplets soft morning dew, as if welcoming the arrival of a new day. Lin Feng, as per his usual routine, rises early, clad in lightweight athletic gear, with a pair of white running shoes glistening softly in the light. Earbuds nestled in highs, have fine shimsel fin perfect sync with their high moved music that propels his strides. Standing at 6 feet, with striking features, the soon light casts a warm glow in his shield lit Ned skin, rendering him quite dashing. A third-die student major in mechanical engineering, Lin Feng excels academically and is also a member of University Sports Society, where has consistent lile this basketball team to victory. His samaya by end humbled meaner and dear shimtamini, making him a figure of admiration amongst peers. Running as becomi de liritual for Lin Feng regardless office basis schedule, heel waist curves out timito complete half few laps. Herlicious themmerning still nasando pinus of campus, this time bangasone. A cherished moment of tranquility. Lin Feng enjoys sousing their his run town tangleless thoughts, occasionally reflecting gone date analysis from experiments, or recalling the cheer captain, by way. From the Sports Society. Themera thought of why bring sas malito Lin Feng slips. No ton li isha striking li beautiful with a slender figure, but their gentle nature idsto her charm, especially when shes milesher clear sex suiting a hint of tenderness that feels like here, freshing spring breezed. Lin Feng securely wary fis fondness for her, and from the flated glances he occasionally casts she's way, hasn't a mutual, albeit unspoken, connection. Regrettably, he has yet offended the right moment to confess his feelings, and thus, they maintain a liquite friendship. On the morning playground, students are scattered about, jogging gore stretching. Lin Feng's space sees light and steady she gradually picks up speed, reaching the opposite team off the field. Suddenly, a familiar, crisp voice rings out from behind him. Lin Feng, good morning. You're a purely foreigner? Turning around, Lin Feng just greeted by Wei, clad in a light blue tracksuit, her smile irradiating warmth. Her hair is casuality din upon and tail, catching the morning light, and in toft morning dew skillingers in her face. Why strides over with a lively gite, themmerning breeze a playful light sling her hair, framing her face. Her smile is gentle warm thin themmerning light, stirring gassens of fondness within Lin Feng. Good morning, Wei. Are you here for morning run too? Lin Feng greets her with asmal, unable to suppress his excitement. Why whineds, breathing slightly heavier, a natural blush dusting her cheeks. Yes, our club is organizing gas mall cheerleading showcase soon, so we need tar count mar to lead the team effectively. Lin Feng chuckles, it's great thoughty hour is staying active, but don't over exercise. Isn't it just waving a few flags sand jumping around during the performance? Why wipe out playfully, giving him a light glare. It's not just a casual performance, well be showcasing gat the shullen adversary. We need to practice a thorough lie after all, it's about bring a glory to the club. Lin Feng nods in seriousness, alright then, let's go viral. But since you wave me running alongside the auto day, let's do a couple more laps. You'll cabby too tough breath I suspect you've been slacking goffletly? Why Wei bursts into laughter at this teasing, playfully nudging him, Haraya sparkling with a competitive spirit. Who says I've been slacking? I'll keep up with you forever la p our runlets make thighs a college. Lin Feng grins, alright, I want thole back. He gives her shoulder a gentle pat, reminiscent of an encouraging older brother. Together, they run side beside on the track, the crisp burning air invigorating. Their conversation flows effortless as they jog, with YY steps lie tight graceful. Occasionally, when she gasps for breath, ackerming flush gracier cheeks, prompting Lin Feng to glance at thermorethanots. Just Asha basks in this comforting atmosphere, a familiar vocal shout from behind. Hey, Ling, by Wei. Ariat why not couples morning run? Zhao Li approaches with addressing tone, dressed in a loose sport sweatshirt, a mischievous grin plastered on his face, brimming with playful excitement. Why a steak aback, her cheeks blooming with a faint blush, while Lin Feng wears an exasperate expression, retorting playfully, Zhao Li, Ariao that bird? Why not join us for a couple of flaps? Zhao Li waves his hands dismissively, laughing, no way. I can be over just to enjoy the spectacle. Why would it to suffer? Your courage is commendable, Lin Feng chuckles, continuing Gizran. Zhao Li, unwilling to be left out, jogs a few steps beside him, then slyly remarks, but seriously, Ling, since why was running wing with ya, you should the eyes a thice opportunity. Im jetting anxious for ya? Lin Feng should she glare, responding with his smile, Zhao Li, I feel scare haraway, don't expect any dato day. Listening to their banter, why we can felt buckle, her initial sheen is fading, replaced by lack head and joyful smile. She lightly interjects, Zhao Li, even if I were scared away, Linj would probably like a me looking for auto settle the score. Zhao Li makes a comic of face off an edge grievance, oh come in, you wagun ahead. Im just a perfluous light bulbera. After completing Theron, they return to the activity room of Tesport Society. Lin Feng and Zhao Li begin their strength training, while YY leads the cheer squadral sin warm-ups nearby. Zhao Li can't resist teasing, Ling, was why we a hust subbeat lihinting at samething? Three out waviri exchange a glance wasquitettling. Lin Feng shakes shade in exasperation. Urabane goverly dramatic, coming garret I stir the pot. Arinshu? Mindio your own business. Zhao Li sighs, patting Lin Feng's holder earnestly, I'm just looking out for ya. I fadon't confess soon, why might just be swept it'll be so me O'Neill's. Lin Feng chuckles, shaking his shid insolence, though heckan't help you feel the resama truth in Zhao Li's words. However, before heckin ponder for, the cheerleader Saria did a commence their training. Zhao Li seizes them to hand them water and towels, eliciting so flutter from the girls. After training concludes, the group to subthire equipment and prepares to head to thedining hall for breakfast. Zhao Li enthusiastically offers to treat every yonta soimulcand engages in conversation about the day's training arrangements, incessantly proposing gout land to shy deast hada eve y and fits of flutter. Dining hall. Lin Feng, Zhao Li, and by Ywa findatable together in the dining hall, where a cat imitedly wily enjoying their meal. Observing the interaction between Lin Feng and Wei, Zhao Li can felt boot continuities. Ling, Luca thou uv left the girls sinner society ly spellbound, especially Wei. If I outtake the initiative today, shall surely be impressed. Lin Feng casts say sit along land sa Zhao Li, laughing helplessly, why do I just feel enjoying siest hen I am? Zhao Li please earnestly of course. Im here trying to help I achieve something significant. If it works out, it'll be your leveguru. Why's face flashes with embarrassment as he playfullies what's Zhao Li? Teasing, Zhao Li, I think you're aiming Toby matchmaker. Zhao Lieber's scintillator, lifting a Shandon cell praise, wouldn't dare call Michel for matchmaker a professional relationship consultant. But honestly, with the chemistry between I outwo, it would be a piety not be couple. Lin Feng and YY exchange glances, Ywa looking down to Heidi's smile, while Lin Feng feels so warmth creeping to his cheeks, tinged with anticipation and sweetness, hesance that being with Wei brings a counter warmth, as if they inherently understanding of a rhyme move. Evening dormitory. After a bussy day, Lin Feng and Zhao Li finally return to theater mitery. Zhao Li collapses Sanahisd, grumbling, Ling, what do you pushy ourself so hard in your training session? Lu Captain, I'm almost falling apart after a daily kethes. Lin Feng chuckles, sitting gay cross from Mimashev Egensterganiza his experimental data. Didn't he Asayo and Teto train together? Regret tingent no? Zhao like his shimo wo is Maluk. I can't say whatever I went, but when it comes to actual eye training, I regret it. Heads, and bythway, Ling, I hear Dever Thingy and why we tal kid about this morning. I fadon't confess soon, and mafri dolo see our chance. Lin Feng Kanan lily in resignation. Alright, when the opportunity arises, I'll confess, and I'll treat auto amiel. You should worryless. Zhao Li nods enthusiastically, lying back and closing his eyes, muttering, I'm just looking out for ya. Lin Feng lets out a gentle sigh, his mind drifting to thoughts soft by Wei. Just as she prepares to delve into the experimental data, a news alert suddenly pops upon his finesse screen. Breaking news: dark matter rift approaches Earth. Scientists warn off potential electromagnetic disturbances. Zhao Lei, observing Theshiftin Lin Finch's expression, curious Lillian Eden, what Tony Arthist his dark matter rift? News the said a seems tre tauto fashion fiction film. Lin Feng opened the article, the content prompting a slight furrow wo fisbrow. Scientists had discovered a dark matter rift approaching Earth, potentially affecting the magnetic field Andovan, causing Gauro rays and electromagnetic disturbances. Their report indicated that the gravitational wavy readings from this rift were unusually high, suggesting it might contain a significant amount of dark matter and dark energy, which could indeed influence Earth's magnetic field. After reading, Zai Lai Shukish dismissively, what a scare tactic. I literally impacted Earth. Wouldn't it be like an explosion in NASA movie? Lin Fin switched off his phone, chuckling nonchalantly. It's not the tech. Tiffy community claims there is Noseria Street. Atmos just Samoras. Zai Lai climbed back in his bed, a look of indifference in his face. Well, I don't bite. Dark matter, dark energy has nothing to do with ordinary folks. Thetwa continued their light-hearted banter, nodding Thanusto heart. Yet, the seemingly inconspicuous report heralded an unprecedented catastrophe in human history, like an invisible bump suspended above their heads. The next morning, playground. A storm broke. Lin Fin Ganzali appeared punctually on the playground for their morning run. However, the sky today seemed semi-waiteltured, faint light glowing with a lavender hue. Ondino atmosphere permeated the air. Lin Fin glanced edgeward, a wavy Ophunius say washinjavurim, Buthu assumed who led back to reality bazali steezing. Hey, Fong, the sky looks a by tirito day. Doyao think it's salient skimming tupakus up? Lin Feng chuckled, patting Zaolian Theshelder. Stop daydreaming you can bear like keep up with her own. Andio yuri thinga falliance. Amid stare laughter, Lin Fin faintly detected a subtle vibration in the air. Akin to a distant, deep rumble. A flicker of concern crossed his mind, prompting him to slow a space. Zhao Lei, sensing Lin Feng Suniace, halt as well, patting his holder. What's wrong, Fong? You're not serious lighting theory aliens, are you? Lin Feng shook his head, about to respond when has suddenly felt a gentle tremor beneath his feet. Zai Lai frowned, scanning the surroundings with a puzzled expression. This feels like an earthquake. Yet the vibration was brief, dissipating almost immediately, and tranquiller returned to surroundings. Lin Feng and Zai exchange glances, both puzzled diaton perturbed. Theresumid therein, the sound soft chirping bird sand thimmerning breezing enveloping them, as if the flating tremor had merely been an illusion. Evening. That night, as Lin Feng and Zai prepared to turn off the light sandrist, a slight tremor code through the dormitory once more. This time, the vibration was more pronounced, picture sonul swangantly, and pins rolling off thidsk. The students sent the dormitory were ill ted awake, exchanging bewildered looks. What's happening? Zai Lai stood up, glancing out Sid with a nervous gaze. Lin Fin joined him at the window, witnessing the playground's street light swaying slightly, on day nunaju lavender glow pervading the air. Looking up, Hinata Sedavus drift they'd appeared in ski, resembling a cosmic wound, radiating blinding purple light, as if it satokanam everything. At that moment, the compass broadcast blared an urgent alarm attention all faculty and students. Please evacuate of the playground in an orderly fashion and avoid remaining inside the buildings. Stay calm and evacuate in an orderly manner. Lin Feng paused momentarily, then regained his composure, urging Zai on Thume may tested on their jackets and hostile exit the dormitory. The corridor was filled with hurried footsteps of students, face etched with fear, rushed toward Thixit. Lin Feng swiftly located Zai Lai in the crowd, leading him downstairs and toward the playground. On the playground, students congregated, Gazingupathiski, the purple glow surrounding Therif intensifying. A nunajuli energy wave permeated the air, causing gatingling sensation on their skin. Mana students screamed, covering thyrars or shielding themselves from thepperplight. Lin Feng and Zai exchanged a glance, a foreboding feeling grising within them. Chapter 2 The Sudden Interdimensional Wave. On the night of H Universitas playground, an unprecedented sense of oppression hung in the air. Thousands of students, as if drawn by unseen force, gathered in the center, staring vacantly at the night sky, their eyes reflecting deep roar and confusion. The onset tranquil starry sky was noted a part by a colossal rift, resembling an open wound, unfathomably deep, with ominous purple-black light swirling tightsiges. These eerie elements flickered intermittently, as if some indifferent and transcendent being were appearing through the rift, observing Jeverai life in the ground. Cold lie scrutinizing amenities, frailty and helplessness. The surrounding air semed distorted dandelion under their if's pulsations, resembling a layer of transparent triples, radiating an invisible force field dutward. The entire playground felt like a projection of another dimension, resonating with the tremor soft space, the subtly vibrations penetrating every individual's, reaching deep into their bones, eliciting involuntary shivers and an indescribable sense of oppression and chill. It felt as the fawn light is rift remained between heaven and earth, silent lie threatening an impending apocalypse. Linfin stood at the center of teplaya ground, fixate on therift thought rethroot hesky, his art brimming with confusion, fear, on an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just moments ago, the sky had been azurny deep blue, and now, the trift loomed like he dorto an unknown world, coldly suspended there, as if it were observing every minuscule creature below. The strange energy surging from therift bore an irresistible weight, like an invisible net enveloping their heads, making it difficult for him to breathe. Linfin felt a crushing pressure on Hishin's trembling slight life from unconscious tension. Here relies at the Thean de Viri one around him where ye canto ants, poised to bedi varditan a moment, utterly powerless. In the face soft hat mysterious and formidable force, Heffelton significant limal, as if hakun to vin muster the strength to flay, he entire being simming gly submerged in the beast saw fear, with no escape and no means of resistance. Oh me God! What on earth is this? How can there bear it? A boy carried, his voice quivering, filled with confusion and dread. His gaze fixate on the torn sky, desperately searching for a rational explanation, yet Thysiason lie reflected in intensifying terror. Could this be Zomekindoff celestial collision? Agrobesed him whispered, Herv was attinged with a slight sub. Hirias were a glitothereft in the night sky, Herfispale, trembling slightly. Herigidan's clutch at her friend's arm tightly, as if seeking solicena last ichaforto stavy off the encroaching dread. Tears glimmered in Hiri's, assolent plea for Simeona to provide an answer. But the surrounding students were equally anxious and unsettled, unable to elucidate the situation. Linfin glistened to the growing murmur around him, feeling gajufficating pressure in his chest. His mind wrestled with unfolding circumstances, yet the felt ensnared in an impenetrable fog. This scene, this surreal spectacle, had Donnelly witnessed in ancient fiction films he had never imagined Ed Woodbury witnessed in reality. The terror felt no wasn't like Yanikul and Jorda Lemaha had faced it before it bore another world Lemistique, as if it were reroding his consciousness on invading, causing his blood to freeze. Linfin Guay's enveloped in an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, a feeling that penetrated to his very marrow, seemingly intertwined with the strange forces emanating from therift. The energy is released from therift were an opmeroliter energythike dividal force, ossif alive, continuous lurging forth, gradually enveloping thirth. This force felt unlike an ordinary physical phenomenon it seemed to possess awareness, imbued with a cold, indifferent wisdom, observing Galifian earth. This force appeared to be tempting Talkenlinfing's existence, not merely sight, but be direct lyriac inginto his body and spirit. Linfin felt an indescribable shock the energy boreanancient and unfamiliar radiation, deeply piercing his skin, like he find a current coursing through every musclean cell. His heartbeat became a radicensing with the flow of this power, his body seemingly activated, subtle changes unfolding within him. The surface of his skin warmed slightly, as if undergoing some form of self-repair, while his tune consciously quickened, as though his body silent lie resisteth the encroaching external force. As the energy further permeated, Linfin sensed peculiar resonance. It wasical root denivercell, awakening an instant and primal instinct, as if his genus were undergoing subtle transformation. Hevigeli perceived that this transformative power was not entirely destructive, but akin to a process of reactivation and adaptation. Hissel sag adjusted silently, seemingly preparing to confront an unprecedented environmental upheaval. At hat variement, Lin Feng observed that several students near began to exhibit markedly different reactions. Some individuals appeared pallid, their breaths rapid, their eyes revealing profound sense of helplessness, stark-like contrasting with fear. It seemed as though their bodies were enduring an irresistible crumpletithernes, clutching their chesinagoni, their faces contorted in distress. Conversely, others exhibit unusual exuberance, their gazes pan sharp, their breathe gradually stabilizing, while it has light remorse off their body is seemed to subside. Even a hint of common adaptation emerging in their expressions. This stark-like contrasting area of response assistanish Lin Feng, and Daviga thought flitted through his mind the power emanating from the fishery period to bekazing the creatures at the ground in semi-honor, determining whether they would be devoured, transformed, or adapt. As the radiation off dark matter spread, this force seemed discriminate lie influence said the genetic structure Sephivari living being, activating dormant, unutilized genetic fragments. It seemed as thought the entire biological chain of Earth was being rearranged by this force Semelif forms genus rapid lyro de duido thyronability to adapt, resulting in mutations, Wiley Fortuna Tef Uzimid to be adjusting continuously, striving to acclimatize it to its new environment. Lin Feng's body began to generate unia psi warmth, azutely sensation off being greshaped coursing through him. His limbs regained strength, even feeling sharper tonageal, as if the surrounding environment had become vividly clear. Every minute have vibration and sound amplified infinitely. That transformation within him was astonishing. Yethiris and Ford said changes sent to kill down his spine. He appeared to be undergoing reconstruction at the genetic level, and instinctive evolution. Alof this demed from that fissure, from the mysterious power within it. With unwavering resolve, Lin Feng recognized the distinctions between himself and others, feeling gata multov complex emotions surging within him. The world before him was being greshaped, the geneso living being undergoing scrutiny, and the mutations were now inevitable, with him becoming a participant in thisomorphosis. At that moment, the fissure and the sky erupted with a blinding purple light. The radiance rapidly spread, enveloping the entire playground in a near glow. Instinctively, Lin Feng grazed a shan to shield his eyes, yet even so, he could still feel the searing heat piercing through his arm to his skin, as if the light possessed a penetrate and force a thought directly infiltrate his body. Following the purple light, the world was momentarily shrouded in darkness. Lin Feng sensed that the sounds around him had been muted, and the surroundings seemed to be enveloped in a peculiar stillness. This feeding silenceus hattered be terrified cries off his classmates, who either stumbled back a few steps or clung nervously to their friends, their VR fool gazes fixate on the fissure. Up and opening geyses Lin Feng found this entire field of vision had grown hazy. A mysterious force seemed here semed to be distorting the light, rendering everything unclear. The purple black radiance from the fissure flowed languidly, as if a colossal power was slowly coalescing within, oscillating violent teams, then abruptly contracting, creating gasons of oppressive waves. The air around was stirred with this force, losing its former stability and becoming increasingly tumultuous. Lin Feng, looked over, Zhao Le pointed towards Sacranero te play ground, his voice laden with unmistakable fear. Following Zhao Li's gesture, Lin Feng beheld several students standing near the fissure, their expressions vacant, movements rigid. Their yashad turned hollow, their body is trembling slightly, as though ensnared by an invisible force, unable to move autonomously. The expressions in those students' faces grew increasingly stiff, their eyes blinkly staring at Thesky, as if their souls had been spun away, their limbs moving mechanically, resembling thoughtless puppets. This scene caused Lin Feng to rasa violently, breath quickening, plunging him into state of extreme panic. What happened at them? Have they already perished? Someone murmured, their voice tinged with profound journeys, as if fearing they might share the same fate. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. This peculiar force seemed to influence no tonlai the but Budal saw directly impacted consciousness, binding souls in invisible shackles. This terror loomed over him, leaving Heimel mistake a losh for how to respond. The playground isn't safe. Everyone, quick clear tree atop the classroom. Lin Feng snapped back Tori, forcing himself to go composure resurgent like Holodoran. Just as she tempted Taladis classmate test to safety, his gaze caught sight of a familiar figure amidst tech road byway way. She stood there, face pale, Harry's brimming with fear. Her body trembled with apprehension, her instantly clutching herself, as if desperately resisting the uncontrollable force surrounding them. Wei, come with him, Lin Feng grushed to her sid without hesitation, grasping her hand and pulling her close. By low key dupeth him, her eyes shimmering with tears, her voix trembling as heast. Lin Feng, what is happening? Will Welsa become licketh that? Lin Feng patted her hand, offering reassurance, don't be afraid, stay close at home. Winnie Taja to the class remit should be safer there. He tightened his grip on her hand, leading her toward the direction of the classroom. However, just as they had taken a few steps, the fissure and the sky suddenly began to expand violently, the purple black radiance intensely, generating a powerful tug and force fit sought to tear apart of everything around it. A scorking sensation surged from Lin Feng's feet. A siphus botower being pure said be uppatent current. Involuntarily trembled, every cell within him seeming lie ablaze, producing an irresistible heat. Glancing back, Henitist by Weiss complexion had grown increasing liashin, her steps faltering. He quickly supported her, asserting firmly, Wei, don't stop, hurry. With nearly his strength, Lin Feng pulled by Wai toward the classroom, and finally, Thabers throw Theodore, Slamingat Shupum. Leaning against Theodore, Lin Feng gasped for breath, feeling Gaz Thawfali's energy had been drained. Outside, the pulsations from the Fisher-era main fires, distant screams echoing, as if Simeonu-era being consumed this bizarre force. Lin Feng peered through the window, witnessing an increasing number of students in the playground bound this hour, their movement stiff, eyes vacant, as though their soul should been extinguished. Brother Feng, aireth he still alive? Zhao Lai stood by the window, his voice betraying an unmistakable fear. Lin Feng did not respond, merely shaking head, his she arthevi with a profound sense of helplessness. His gaze fell upon the terrified face of his classmates in the classroom, realizing he needed to remain calm, becoming a pillar of support for everyone. Do not be afraid, we will find a solution, Lin Feng proclaimed loudly, striving to instill a sense of calm among them. His voice served as a glimmer of light in the darkness, momentarily restoring composure among the crowd. Standing in the center of the classroom, Lin Feng silently vowed hat not earth apparel, he would protect everyone and to eat them out of this nightmare. The fishery outside continued to expand, the purple black waves gradually enveloping the entire campus, consuming gallon bath. Lin Feng is dead at the fisher, his she art brimming with an unknown dread, yet understood that as long as Zhao Lion by where be his side, there remained a flicker of hope. Suddenly, a rumble reverberated through the ground, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. Amarine tints erupted from the fissure, weaving Theskian to colossal nido fluminescence. The pulsations within the fissure intensified, the space contorting gasai font the verge of collapse, trees and buildings outside stretching, twisting, as if the rural soft world were being written. Lin Feng felt dizzy, as if an invisible force whippling at him. He gritted his teeth, gripping the wind allega tightly, forcing himself to stay alert. Everyone, hold steady. There may be stronger shock waves, Lin Feng shouted, attempting to keep a very own calm. The light aside gradually diminished, the fissure beginning to contract, and the sense of pressure in the air abated. Lin Feng out a breath hidden realized he had been holding, sensing that thighs was not thinned, but merely a brief calm before the storm. The students in the classroom gradually settled, leaning against walls, whispering prayers and comforting one another, seeking solace in each other's presence. Lin Feng clasped by Wei Shand, feeling her tremors, gently her shoulder to for comfort. Minutes later, the fishery outside swelled Marie, the purple black light and castingit shadow over the campus. A wavy affair was shed over Lin Feng, yethik knew thatre gardles of the difficulties ahead, he muscly devriana through tis calamity. Asp the light off he fissure began to fade, the oppressive a foreseen here receded. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging that while they were temporarily lisif, the threats still lurked. The fishery outside slowly closed, and the sky began to regain its tranquility. Standing by the window, Lin Feng gazed toward the vanishing fissure, his art fled with a sense of responsibility. He understood that this might mere lip the beginning of the disaster, and the pitha head could be fraught with challenges. He resolved to do everything in his power to protect those around him, guiding everyone out of the darkness on it to embrace a brighter future. A storm broke outside, the fissure had completely vanished, and Theskai returned to calmness. Lin Feng took a deep breath, clenching his fists, turning to Zhao Lion by Wei, Hagazed bacquet them with trust and hoped. Lin Feng nodded firmly, a determined smile gracing his lips, silently assuring himself that no matter how our theroed ahead, the wold foresee together, welcoming the promise of brighter tomorrow. Chapter 3. Awakening and escape. The fissure in the horizon remained dark and profound, yet the eerie luminescence gradually waned, while a nauseating metallic scent permeated the air of the playground. Lin Feng's heart had yet to stabilize, and more terrifying phenomena were unfolding. Unusual, low growls echoed around the playground, cold and chilling, interspersed with raspy gasps, as if phantoms were whispering from the depths of the earth. Zhao Lei shrank back, pressing closer to Lin Feng, and whispered, "Brother Feng, did you hear that? The sound seems to be coming from the classroom." Lin Feng nodded, feeling his nerves taut to their limits. He scanned his surroundings, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of shadows flickering behind a nearby building. The shapes of those shadows had completely deviated from human form, their limbs twisted and elongated, eyes gleaming with a sinister red light. As though they had lost their sanity, driven solely by primal hunting instincts, he grasped Bai Weiwei's hand and murmured, "We cannot remain here. The teaching building is also unsafe. We must find an escape route." With that, he signaled for everyone to follow closely as he prepared to flee toward the school library, which boasted sturdy glass doors that might provide temporary refuge from these unknown monstrosities. However, just as they took a few steps, a sudden, urgent growl erupted behind them. A distorted figure sprang forth from behind the building, moving with alarming speed. Leaping toward them, Lin Feng reacted swiftly, yanking Bai Weiwei aside. Narrowly avoiding the creature as he brushed past it, he regained his footing, astonished to discover that the creature was none other than a classmate, now grotesquely transformed, with blood-red eyes and skin displaying a horrifying shade of blue-purple. Resembling a reanimated corpse. "Zhao Lei, be careful," Lin Feng shouted, his fists clenching involuntarily as a surge of fiery energy welled up within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted toward the monster, propelled by an instinct he could not comprehend, his speed surpassing any limits he had known. Just as the creature's claw was about to strike Zhao Lei, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful punch, landing squarely on the creature's cheek. With a resounding crash, the monster's head snapped to the side, its entire form flung away by the tremendous force, crashing to the ground with a pained howl. Lin Feng stood momentarily stunned, never having experienced such immense strength before. The punch he had just thrown astonished even him. Yet, there was no time for contemplation as he turned to Bai Weiwei and Zhao Lei, shouting, "Run! What are you waiting for?" The trio bolted toward the library, the growls behind them growing increasingly intense. Lin Feng glanced back to see that multiple mutated monsters had gathered around the playground, like beasts sensing blood, relentlessly pursuing them. Each creature possessed speed and strength far exceeding that of ordinary humans, their eyes gleaming with a ravenous thirst for blood, intent on tearing them apart. "What the hell is going on?" Zhao Lei shouted as they ran, disbelief etched across his face. "Do you remember the news? Those scientists talking about dark matter fissures?" Lin Feng panted as he explained. "I suspect this radiation has affected their genes, driving them to madness and transforming them into these monsters. And what about you? How come you're unaffected?" Zhao Lei asked, perplexed. Lin Feng could not articulate why he had retained his sanity, but he sensed that his body was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. His strength, speed, and even perception had sharpened immensely. There was no time for deeper reflection. He simply knew he had to lead his friends out of this nightmarish hell. They burst into the library and locked the heavy glass door behind them. Yet, the monsters were relentless. Several massive mutated creatures roared at the entrance, clawing at the glass with their sharp talons, leaving deep scratches in their wake. Watching the glass slowly shatter, Bai Weiwei's face turned pale as she gripped Lin Feng's arm tightly. Her voice trembling with fear, "Lin Feng, can we still escape like this?" Lin Feng took a deep breath, lowering his voice. "We can only hold out a little longer. When they break in, we scatter. I'll hold them off. And you two make a run for the back door, understood?" Zhao Lei gritted his teeth, reluctantly nodding. "Brother Feng, be careful. Don't overexert yourself." Lin Feng smiled faintly, patting Zhao Lei's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm tougher than I look." Just as they prepared to escape, the glass door finally succumbed, shattering with a loud crash. Several monsters eagerly surged inside, their sharp claws glinting ominously under the light, accompanied by a foul stench. Lin Feng's expression hardened, and he propelled himself toward the monsters, fists flying, striking two of them squarely in the chest. The creatures howled in agony, being forcefully repelled to the ground. Lin Feng was elated to discover that his strength seemed to amplify with each strike. This inexplicable power brought him an exhilarating sense of liberation, as if a long-suppressed force deep within him had finally been unleashed. "Weiwei, Zhao Lei, run!" Lin Feng shouted, continuing to fend off the onslaught of monsters. Zhao Lei clenched his jaw, pulling the somewhat shaky Bai Weiwei along as they dashed toward the back door. They carefully evaded the creatures, swiftly navigating through rows of bookshelves, while Lin Feng valiantly battled in the center of the library. Holding back wave after wave of monsters, as the number of monsters increased, Lin Feng's strength began to wane, sweat beading on his forehead, breaths coming in rapid gasps. Yet, whenever he felt he could no longer endure, that mysterious power surged forth once more, miraculously replenishing his stamina, allowing him to fight on to that moment. An especially large monster slowly entered from outside, its muscular limbs making it appear even more fearsome than the others. Lin Feng squinted, sensing a flicker of unease within him. He understood that this creature's strength far surpassed that of ordinary mutated beings, and he had to give it his all. "Come on," Lin Feng growled, charging at the monster with a punch aimed at its chest. However, the monster reacted with astonishing speed, swiping a claw at him. Lin Feng quickly retreated, yet still felt the sting as the claw grazed his arm, drawing blood. "Quite formidable," Lin Feng muttered under his breath, his gaze sharpening as he clenched his fists and resolutely faced the monster. At that moment, the power within him surged once more, filling his limbs with boundless strength. Pushing his speed to its limits, he deftly dodged the monster's attacks, searching for weaknesses, and upon finding an opening, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's head. The wind generated by his fist sliced through the air like a blade, landing a devastating strike on the monster's skull. With a pained cry, the massive creature was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unable to move again. Lin Feng gasped, watching the fallen monster, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. His astonishment transformed into determination, realizing he was no longer the ordinary person he once was, but rather an evolved being endowed with an unknown power. Behind him, Zhao Lei and Bai Weiwei had finally managed to escape through the library's back door. Turning to look at Lin Feng, their eyes filled with deep concern and unease, Bai Weiwei, hands clenched tightly, whispered anxiously, "Do you think Lin Feng can hold on? We can't just leave him behind." Zhao Lei gritted his teeth. Equally hesitant, yet he tightened his pale hands, resolutely stating, "Weiwei, we must trust Brother Feng. He let us go first to buy us time. He is not an ordinary person anymore. Haven't you seen? He possesses strength beyond the norm. Perhaps even he is unaware of it." Bai Weiwei nodded, suppressing her inner turmoil as she grasped Zhao Lei's hand tightly, taking tentative steps forward. Just as they reached the library's exit, they heard Lin Feng's voice call out, "Could you slow down a bit? I nearly couldn't catch up." They turned to see Lin Feng approaching them, a victorious smile adorning his face. Though he appeared slightly fatigued and bore a few scratches, evidence of his injuries, these were merely superficial. And his eyes sparkled with unprecedented resolve and confidence. He clapped Zhao Lei on the shoulder, teasing, "You really run fast. You almost made my efforts in vain." Zhao Lei chuckled at Lin Feng's light-hearted demeanor. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, "Brother Feng, come on, with your newfound strength, those monsters should be the ones fearing you." Lin Feng chuckled, about to respond when a deep growl echoed from behind them. He turned to see several monsters squeezing through the shattered glass doors of the library, advancing toward them with menacing growls. Lin Feng's smile vanished instantly as he quickly instructed Zhao Lei and Bai Weiwei, "We're not out of danger yet. Hurry, this way." We'll circle around the campus and head directly outside. The trio no longer hesitated, sprinting down the narrow path beside the library, the growls fading into the distance. Yet, Lin Feng understood that their time was short. These monsters seemed to possess an unrelenting tracking instinct, as if driven by some primal hunting urge. Despite the continuous surge of newfound strength within him, he could feel his stamina nearing its limits due to the prolonged, high-intensity escape. After running along the campus path for several minutes, they finally spotted an open area ahead. Lin Feng paused to catch his breath, signaling for the others to take a brief respite. "This area appears temporarily safe. Let us rest for a moment before setting off again." Lin Feng's gaze flickered a glimmer of determination. He was acutely aware that greater challenges awaited them, yet no matter how perilous the path ahead, he vowed to protect his friends from harm. Bai Weiwei gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder, her eyes brimming with gratitude and tenderness. "Lin Feng, Thank you, if it weren't for your bravery, Zhao Lei and I might not have escaped. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling softly. No need for thanks. This is not the time for celebration. Once we are safely out of here, treat me to a meal. The three exchanged smiles, their taut nerves easing ever so slightly, however. The chilling roars nearby re-emerged, mingled with the ominous sound of colossal footsteps, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and murmured, "A creature larger than the last one is approaching us. We must leave immediately, or it will be too late." No sooner had he spoken than a monstrous figure loomed before them. Towering over 3 meters, its ebony skin and muscles appeared as solid as rock. He let out a low growl, its razor-sharp claws glinting ominously in the moonlight. A heavy weight settled in Lin Feng's heart as he realized that this adversary was far more dangerous than the previous creature. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the power within him and turned to face the beast. "You two run ahead. I'll handle it," he shouted to Zhao Lei and Bai Weiwei. Zhao Lei, anxious, protested, "Brother Feng, we can't just leave you." Lin Feng turned with firm resolve, "Go now. I will be fine. Trust me." Witnessing the determination in Lin Feng's eyes, Zhao Lei gritted his teeth and swiftly pulled Bai Weiwei forward. They cast reluctant glances back at Lin Feng, who stood alone against the colossal creature, their hearts filled with worry and admiration. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng felt the power within him surge like a torrent, as if every fiber of his muscles and every ounce of potential was erupting at that moment. His gaze sharpened to a razor's edge, his pupils ignited with unyielding and fervent combat spirit. "Come on, show me your strength," he roared, launching himself toward the beast like an arrow released from its bow. With a powerful punch, he struck, the force of his fist cleaving through the air, landing squarely on the creature's chest. The creature howled in fury, its claws striking like lightning. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, seizing the creature's arm and, with a fierce shout, slammed it to the ground. The earth shuddered, dust swirling around them. Before the creature could regain its footing, Lin Feng charged forward, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches, each delivering tremendous power, causing blood to spatter and anguished cries to echo around them. Moments later, Lin Feng exploited an opening, leaping into the air with a powerful kick aimed directly at the creature's head. The beast trembled violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, its breath extinguished. Lin Feng, panting heavily, felt his strength gradually dissipate, the aches in his limbs and the wounds on his body becoming apparent. Yet, he merely smiled coldly, lifting his gaze to see Zhao Lei and Bai Weiwei had reached a safe distance. Waving excitedly at him, he exhaled deeply, his eyes still sharp, his heart brimming with the exhilaration of victory. With a smile, Lin Feng hurried toward them. The three regrouped and dashed toward the school gates. They understood that the true challenges had only just begun, yet Lin Feng's heart was filled with unwavering conviction. He realized he was not merely an ordinary individual but had acquired newfound strength, perhaps even bearing the responsibility of saving this land. "This is just the beginning. We will walk together and survive," Lin Feng whispered, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. Chapter 4. Betrayal and Survival. The night deepened over the campus, the purplish-black sky oppressive to the point of suffocation, the threat of the rifts looming ominously over H University. Lin Feng led Zhao Lei and Bai Weiwei in a desperate sprint, the roars and the sounds of destruction echoing ominously in their ears. Exhausted, they navigated through several academic buildings until they emerged into a clearing beneath the library stairs, where a group of familiar figures had gathered. The terrain here was sheltered, with the stairs creating a secure alcove, allowing them a moment of respite. "Lin Feng, Zhao Lei, are you all right?" A tall, slender boy rushed over. His face etched with fatigue and urgency. It was Li Hao, an old classmate of Lin Feng, who now wore a mask of terror. Yet, as his gaze fell upon Bai Weiwei, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy flashed in his eyes, quickly masked by a feigned smile as he attempted to project concern. "Weiwei, you are here too. That's truly wonderful." He slowed his pace, feigning calmness while his eyes darted nervously, deliberately avoiding Lin Feng's gaze. "How's he? You're here too?" Lin Feng felt a slight relief upon seeing several classmates, including members of the sports club. Most bore pale faces, clearly shaken by the bizarre occurrences and monstrous threats they had encountered. Lin Feng, thank goodness. We saw several monsters just now and nearly lost our lives. We were so relieved when you arrived. A girl from the club spoke, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice tinged with fear and helplessness. Lin Feng took a deep breath, surveying the surrounding shadows and quickly declared, "Everyone, don't panic. Stick with us, and our chances of escaping will improve significantly." Lin Feng had always been recognized as a leader in school. A key member of the sports club, tall and decisive, never shying away from challenges, in times of difficulty or during club events, he was always the first to step up, guiding them through various trials, which earned him considerable respect among his peers. Especially in this crisis, witnessing Lin Feng's calm demeanor and bravery in protecting Zhao Lei and Bai Weiwei instilled a sense of trust among the others. "Following Lin Feng is the right choice," a classmate murmured, as if his very presence provided a silent comfort. With unwavering determination, Lin Feng took the lead, swiftly gaining the trust of those present. The classmates nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting faith, as if clinging to a final lifeline. Li Hao stood among the crowd, his eyes coldly assessing Lin Feng. He pressed his lips together tightly, a hint of shadow flitting across his gaze, and a subtle smirk curved his mouth, laced with disdain and jealousy. He had long been aware of Lin Feng's standing in school and had witnessed his prowess on the sports field. Everyone admired Lin Feng, and Bai Weiwei held a certain fondness for him as well. Each time he noticed Weiwei's gaze toward Lin Feng, Li Hao felt a pang of anguish, and now, seeing Lin Feng effortlessly earn everyone's trust, his jealousy intensified. "Dio, you really think you can lead everyone to safety?" he muttered under his breath, feigning concern, his eyes glinting with coldness. He then casually moved to the back of the group. Yet the smirk on his lips betrayed his true emotions. Deep within, he harbored a sense of resentment, seeking an opportunity to undermine Lin Feng, hoping to expose his vulnerabilities to everyone. Suddenly, a low, mournful roar echoed from afar, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. Lin Feng turned toward the sound, a wave of dread washing over him. The creature approached with heavy footsteps, its muscles grotesquely distorted, swollen and twisted into a repulsive purplish-black hue. Remnants of torn human clothing and flesh clinging to its hide. Its face had completely lost human semblance, its eyes void of life, yet brimming with unrestrained bloodlust and fury, as if its soul had been stripped away, leaving only primal instincts. The monster's mouth had grotesquely elongated, splitting to its ears, revealing a maw filled with sharp fangs, with repulsive remnants even in the presence of a creature capable of inflicting fatal harm. He could not allow his friends, those companions and classmates who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with him, to descend into despair and suffering. The monster let out a thunderous roar, its fetid breath surging towards Lin Feng, its massive form causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Lin Feng held his breath, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes as he swiftly gathered all his strength, firmly planting his feet on the ground to withstand the creature's onslaught. With the sound of air being torn apart, the monster's sharp claws hurtled towards him. Quick-witted and agile, Lin Feng sidestepped just in time, twisting past the creature's arm and delivering a powerful punch to its chest. Bang! The dull thud echoed through the night sky as Lin Feng's fist struck the monster's flesh like a hammer, eliciting a pained roar from the beast, which stumbled backward, forced to retreat. "Everyone, run!" Lin Feng gritted his teeth, rapidly adjusting his stance. His fists became like blades, striking relentlessly, each blow infused with immense power, embedding deeply into the creature's body. The monster roared in fury, attempting to lunge at him, its claws flailing wildly, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle. Lin Feng continued to unleash a flurry of punches, his fists crashing into the monster's form like thunder. He keenly observed each of the creature's movements, dodging and counterattacking with precision, channeling all his strength into every punch, driving the beast back step by step. However, just as he aimed a punch at the monster's abdomen, it let out an enraged howl and suddenly swiped its claws towards him. Although Lin Feng managed to evade at the last moment, the tips of the monster's claws still grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep gash. He let out a muffled grunt as a searing pain shot through him, blood trickling down his sleeve. The agony momentarily disrupted his balance, nearly causing him to stagger to the ground. Yet, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stabilize, refusing to falter. He cast a quick glance at his injured shoulder before redirecting his focus to the monster, his gaze sharpening with renewed intensity. Despite the excruciating pain radiating from his right shoulder diminishing the force of his punches, he clenched his jaw and unleashed his left fist, striking fiercely at the creature's chest, compelling it to retreat once more. Seizing the fleeting moment of the monster's recoil, Lin Feng suppressed the agony in his shoulder, growling as he spun into action, concentrating his remaining strength in his left fist and delivering a crushing blow to the monster's skull. Accompanied by a deafening thud, the creature's colossal form finally collapsed to the ground, motionless. Lin Feng panted heavily, every part of him aching, particularly the wound on his shoulder, the sting and the blood loss rendering his right hand nearly powerless. He gasped for breath, feeling the remnants of his strength ebbing away. As the creature's massive body fell, the night was enveloped in a profound silence, and Lin Feng detected a faint, pulsing sound. At the creature's chest, a glimmer of dark purple light flickered, beating slowly in rhythm, akin to a heart. Lin Feng caught sight of an object sliding from the monster's shattered ribcage, landing on the ground with a crisp clink. It was a crystalline shard, irregularly shaped with sharp edges, as if sculpted by nature itself. It emanated a blend of dark purple and deep blue sheen, its outer surface resembling transparent glass, while within it swirled a faint, vortex-like glow, as if a concentrated life force was gently pulsating, exuding an irresistible, eerie allure. As Lin Feng leaned closer, he felt a haunting power emanating from the crystal, as if the creature's residual instincts still lingered within it. With no time to ponder further, as the recent battle had already attracted the attention of other monsters, he swiftly grasped the genetic core in his palm, feeling a slight warmth as if it responded to his touch. Without a moment to lose, he shoved it into his pocket. Leaning against a large tree, he endured the tearing pain in his shoulder, his breath slightly unsteady. The recent skirmish had drained his energy, and the wounds on his body throbbed painfully. Upon seeing Lin Feng injured, Zhao Lei, Bai Weiwei, and another female club member, Zhang Lin, turned back and hurried to his side, anxiously examining his injuries. "Fenggu, are you all right? You need to bandage that, but I don't have any gauze," Zhang Lin asked, her voice trembling with concern. Being a medical student responsible for treating classmates' wounds, she possessed some first aid experience. Yet, upon witnessing the blood seeping from Lin Feng's shoulder, she felt helpless. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. "I'm fine. Don't worry, I can still hold on. We need to keep running. Otherwise, we'll soon be surrounded by monsters." Lin Feng, Zhang Lin, Bai Weiwei, and Zhao Lei dashed onwards, finally catching sight of a faint light ahead. It was the campus cafeteria. The midnight cafeteria was deserted, devoid of monsters, and stocked with food supplies, a natural refuge. However, as they approached, Lin Feng sensed a group of people already gathered inside, with Li Hao at the forefront. Just as Lin Feng and his companions were nearing the cafeteria entrance, distant growls of monsters mixed with heavy footsteps echoed closer. Li Hao immediately caught sight of several dark figures in the distance, his face flashing with a hint of terror as his gaze flickered, seemingly weighing his options. He quickly whispered a few urgent words to the classmates near the door. Then, as Lin Feng and the others were about to reach the entrance, he abruptly pulled the door shut from the inside, locking it tightly with a dull click, even bracing it with a table. Lin Feng rushed forward, pounding on the glass door, his eyes wide with urgency. "Li Hao? Open the door! We're all out here. The monsters are coming, let us in." Through the glass, Li Hao's face bore an expression of indifference, tinged with impatience. He raised his head and coldly replied, "Lin Feng, if I open the door, the monsters will get in. We cannot risk letting you in." Lin Feng's heart sank, realizing that Li Hao was not powerless, but rather deliberately keeping them outside. Zhao Lei angrily banged on the glass door. Disbelief etched on his face. "Li Hao, have you forgotten who saved you earlier? How can you do this?" Li Hao frowned, responding coolly, "This is survival. We cannot endanger everyone for a few people's sake. Lin Feng is strong enough. He should be able to lead you to safety." Inside the glass door, several students appeared uneasy, clearly uncertain about Li Hao's decision. However, as the growls of the monsters drew nearer, fear overshadowed their sympathy, and none dared to open the door to help. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as he regarded Li Hao's indifferent face, feeling a wave of chill and disappointment wash over him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, turning to Zhang Lin, Bai Weiwei, and Zhao Lei. Let's find another way. We cannot place our hopes on these people. Bai Weiwei gently grasped Lin Feng's hand, her eyes filled with determination, while Zhang Lin nodded in agreement. Zhao Lei, seething with rage yet fully aware that acting rashly was unwise, followed suit. The four of them swiftly trailed behind Lin Feng, quietly retreating along a side path of the cafeteria towards the water room, which had an iron door leading inside, with a small cafeteria just beyond. The moment they departed, the silhouette of the monster appeared outside the cafeteria door. Lin Feng cast a cold glance back, internally resolving to rely on himself and those he truly trusted, never again placing hope in false companions. The only ones he needed to protect now were the three beside him. They were the only ones who genuinely cared for him. Chapter 5. The first encounter with the mutated monster. Taking advantage of the monster's absence, Lin Feng, Bai Weiwei, Zhang Lin, and Zhao Lei moved swiftly and cautiously around the school cafeteria, making their way to the iron door of the water room at the back. They vaulted over a low fence. The small cafeteria adjacent to the water room was leased by the school and had been a popular gathering place, conveniently located near the dormitories and reasonably priced, often filled with a relaxed and warm atmosphere during meal times. However, now it felt particularly eerie. The small cafeteria was not large, its environment simple yet familiar, with tables and chairs scattered about, some unwashed dishes left behind, serving as reminders of their once peaceful lives. Entering the small cafeteria, they quickly navigated through the dim light of the stars. The familiar surroundings had transformed into a refuge, yet everything was shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. The four of them proceeded with utmost caution until they discovered a temporary resting place in a small storage room on the second floor, easy to defend and difficult to attack, with a staircase providing cover and a broad view. The floor was slightly damp, with some areas even pooling with water. A peculiar odor lingered in the air, but at this moment, avoiding the threat of monsters was of utmost importance. Exhausted, Lin Feng leaned against the wall, feeling its coldness against his back. He took a deep breath, striving to force himself to relax. His shoulders still throbbed painfully, yet the wounds on his body seemed to be gradually healing, and his strength was slowly returning. Bai Weiwei sat beside him, her expression revealing concern and unease. Zhang Lin sat next to Bai Weiwei, also resting with her eyes closed. Zhao Lei leaned against the door, his demeanor tense, ears perked, ready to respond to any sound. He clutched a long rolling pin tightly, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings, as if sensing any potential threat. As the night deepened, the air thickened with suffocating silence, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. "We must remain alert," Zhao Lei whispered, his voice tinged with tension. These monsters could appear at any moment. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Although his heart was already prepared to face the impending challenges, he still felt an intangible pressure weighing upon him. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself at that moment. A few indistinct low growls echoed from outside, reminiscent of distant monsters, yet they did not seem too close at present. "I hope they won't follow us," Bai Weiwei murmured, her eyes glimmering with unease. "As long as we remain cautious, we can find a way to survive," Lin Feng asserted firmly. Despite feeling a tinge of anxiety himself, he understood that only through unity could they endure in this perilous world. The four of them sat quietly together, silently praying and awaiting the dawn. Each harbored their own thoughts, yet none dared to speak. Silence enveloped them, the air thick with tension and trepidation. Zhang Lin's hands trembled slightly, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. She could scarcely comprehend the reality before her, her mind replaying the terrifying monsters and the fierce battle they had just endured. "How on earth are we supposed to survive?" she pondered, realizing that Lin Feng was their sole beacon of hope. Yet his injuries filled her with dread. It was Zhang Lin who finally broke the silence. "Lin Feng, is the mutation of the monsters truly caused by gene alteration? Is it really because of that dark matter band?" Lin Feng paused for a moment, inhaled deeply, and nodded. I'm not entirely sure, but since the dark matter band enveloped the Earth, many individuals have begun to change. It seems that certain latent genes within us have been activated. Perhaps the distinction between ordinary people and those aberrant monsters is merely a different outcome of evolution. A surge of anger and helplessness coursed through Zhao Lei. He muttered under his breath, "This is truly a damned evolution. If given the choice, I would rather never have encountered these monsters and live in the tranquil manner of the past." He longed to return to those carefree days rather than face the imminent peril of death. Each night felt like a nightmare, and as he reflected on the past, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Only through loss did he realize that a peaceful life could sometimes be an unattainable luxury, an invisible pressure bearing down upon him. Bai Weiwei lowered her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Her voice choked with emotion. Peacefulness sounds so extravagant now. She reminisced about the days filled with laughter on campus, where simple joys now seemed like distant memories. She yearned to gather with her friends once more, to speak freely, rather than be shackled by the merciless reality. Lin Feng gazed at them, his resolve unwavering as he contemplated. I must lead them out of this predicament. He understood that in such circumstances, any wavering could lead to greater despair. Regardless of the challenges, their sole chance of survival lay in adapting to this new world. They could not control the monsters, but at the very least, they were still alive. His voice resonated within the small storage room, imbued with a hint of strength and hope. The gazes of the four met at that moment, revealing a flicker of steadfast belief. Even amidst the harshest environment, they would unite to seek the hope of survival, in this unpredictable world. Only their mutual trust and support could propel them forward. Throughout the entire night, they took turns remaining vigilant within the cramped space, occasionally succumbing to deep slumber, only to awaken at the sounds from the outside. As time passed, their fear gradually yielded to exhaustion. The unspoken understanding among the four grew increasingly precious as they cautiously alternated between resting and keeping watch, striving to conserve their energy for swift action when danger loomed. After a long, arduous night, the dawn finally broke. The watch displayed the approaching morning hour, and sunlight filtered through thick clouds, awakening the once silent streets with warmth. The dark matter rift that had enveloped the world seemed to have passed, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the gloom, illuminating every corner of the city and instilling a long-awaited sense of hope. It was then that they knew the Earth had traversed beyond the dark matter zone. It had arrived swiftly, and now it was gone just as quickly. With the sun's ascent, the four finally felt a sliver of warmth, and the heavy dread within their hearts lessened slightly. Lin Feng rubbed his weary eyes and spoke softly. "We can no longer remain here. We must seek out other survivors. We've got to get out. The sun is out, indicating that Earth has passed through the dark matter zone, and for now, the situation from yesterday should not recur." But what awaited them outside? Bai Weiwei bit her lip, her inner fear continually festering. Lin Feng replied resolutely, "No matter what, we must venture out." He felt a profound sense of responsibility to lead them out of this crisis. The four slowly rose, gathering their belongings and arming themselves with whatever they could find for protection. While snatching a few morsels of food from the cafeteria, they then made their way back along the path they had come, striving to make the least noise possible as they moved towards the cafeteria. As they cautiously approached the entrance, the sounds outside grew increasingly distinct. The low growls mingled with unsettling vibrations, as if heralding the approach of danger. Just as they neared the cafeteria, they beheld several monsters surrounding it, and the group of individuals who had prevented them from entering yesterday were barricading the other exits with tables. The monsters had yet to breach the sturdy glass doors, but it was evident they had noticed the newcomers. For the cafeteria was a conspicuous target, with numerous glass panels offering a clear view of the interior. Suddenly, a piercing sound wave pierced the air, slicing through their eardrums like a blade. The four clamped their hands over their ears, grimacing in pain. Zhang Lin even let out a muted gasp. This sound carried an intense corrosive quality, leaving their minds reeling and their vision blurred. How can the mutated high-level monsters possess a sonic attack? Lin Feng struggled to articulate, his voice trembling with urgency. He understood that they could not remain here any longer. It was imperative to escape. Just then, he saw a massive creature, its scaly body glistening in the light. Hovering in the air with its maw directed at the cafeteria entrance, emitting a shrill, harrowing roar, Lin Feng's heart raced, almost leaping from his chest. The moment he prepared to turn away, the glass door shattered with a resounding crash. Shards flying in every direction, as if the terror unleashed by the creature's roar was spreading like wildfire. With the glass splintering, the monstrous figure charged in without hesitation, plunging the surrounding students into a cacophony of despairing screams. "Lin Feng, save us!" someone cried out, their voice laden with fear and hopelessness. At that moment, the previous indifference and rejection they had shown towards Lin Feng diminished under the weight of their fear, and the boy they had once spurned now seemed to embody their only glimmer of hope. Fate often wears a mocking smile. After Li Hao had coldly locked the door, Lin Feng had resolved to sever ties with them, vowing never again to risk his life for those who were irrelevant to him. Yet now, Lin Feng found himself momentarily stunned, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He turned to glance at his former classmates gathered in the cafeteria, their faces etched with terror, their eyes flickering with the yearning for survival. They had once locked the doors out of fear, yet now they called out desperately, seemingly seeking salvation. He felt an invisible pressure weighing down upon him, a mix of anger and helplessness, including towards Li Hao, who had spearheaded the earlier decisions. Li Hao stood frozen, watching as the monster rampaged, a flicker of fear igniting within him, with each heartbeat resonating louder in his ears. The creature's scales glimmered ominously in the sunlight, its gaze fixated on him, as if it had marked him as its prey. Li Hao attempted to flee but found his legs seemingly anchored to the ground. Paralyzed with terror, his voice was stifled amidst the ocean of fear, with nowhere to escape. The screams of his classmates intertwined into a chaotic symphony, some fighting desperately, others descending into despair, running amok. When the monstrous creature lunged towards Li Hao, he finally comprehended how foolish his choices had been, and a tide of regret and dread surged within him. He longed to shout, to call out to Lin Feng for help, but it was far too late. In that instant, Li Hao realized that the youth he had once rejected might indeed be their sole hope for survival. Yet now, his fate lay entirely in the claws of that aberrant monster. The creature's colossal form loomed over him like a shadow, and Li Hao was engulfed by a wave of instant terror. Helpless to resist, he could only gaze despairingly at the grotesque visage of the monster, realizing he was destined to become a casualty of this catastrophe. With a swift, ravenous bite, Li Hao vanished from the cafeteria, leaving behind only echoes of anguish and haunting memories. In this moment, Li Hao not only lost his life but also forfeited his final opportunity, the chance to face the survival crisis alongside Lin Feng and the others. One could only wonder if a sliver of regret lingered in his heart. However, witnessing this scene intensified Lin Feng's sense of responsibility. He understood that they needed to make a decisive choice, an action capable of altering their predicament. "No, we cannot take this risk," he declared resolutely, his voice imbued with determination. "We cannot allow their choices to jeopardize our survival." Zhang Lin clenched her fists tightly, her eyes betraying a mix of helplessness and fear. "But they were once our classmates," she protested. The atmosphere inside and outside the cafeteria was thick with tension, and as the monster's roars drew nearer, Lin Feng made his decision. He inhaled deeply, turning to Bai Weiwei, Zhao Lei, and Zhang Lin. "We must find a way to leave this place immediately. Remaining here will only heighten our peril." As they prepared to retreat, suddenly, a classmate lunged to the ground before Lin Feng, a distance of over 10 meters separating them, and cried out in despair, "Lin Feng, I implore you, please save us. We cannot perish like this." His voice trembled, eyes brimming with fear and hopelessness, as if this moment marked the precipice of life and death. Yet, he was ultimately struck down by the approaching small monsters. Witnessing the demise of his classmate before him, Lin Feng felt his heart being torn apart. He gazed upon the once familiar face, a sharp pang of sorrow piercing through him. However, as the monsters drew ever closer, he realized that any moment of hesitation could lead to even greater calamity. He shook his head resolutely and turned to his companions, declaring, "We must go. We cannot afford to delay any longer." Though reluctant, The four understood that this choice was their only chance for survival. They swiftly fled down an alternate path, navigating through a small gate nestled between two dormitories, playfully dubbed the Little West Gate by their peers, all the while silently praying for their classmates still struggling in the cafeteria. They hoped that amidst this despair, those individuals could find their own escape and survive. However, just as they were nearing the West Gate, the mutated sound wave monster abruptly turned its gaze upon the four of them. Lin Feng felt a surge of intense danger wash over him, as if an invisible pressure was bearing down upon them. The creature spun rapidly in the air, its colossal form casting a suffocating shadow across the ground beneath the sunlight. Its body resembled a razor-sharp blade, scales glinting with a frigid luminescence. A cunning and ferocious glint shone in its eyes, as if it had already marked them as its prey. Lin Feng's heart raced wildly, nearly bursting from his chest. "Quick, we need to scatter," he shouted, attempting to divert the monster's attention. The four sprang into action, desperately seeking places to hide, but the monster's speed was astonishing, closing the distance in an instant. "Run left!" Zhang Lin pointed towards a narrow alley, her tone resolute, though her voice quivered with fear. She understood that this was their only opportunity. Just as they turned, the monster unleashed a deafening roar. Its powerful sound waves slicing through the air like invisible blades, rushing towards them. Lin Feng had no time to react. A sharp pain pierced his eardrums, and dizziness enveloped him, nearly robbing him of consciousness. "Stay calm, don't let its voice distract you," Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth, striving to maintain her composure, her eyes gleaming with determination. At that moment, the monster lunged forward, its enormous claws extending menacingly towards Zhao Lei. He could only retreat, a desperate yearning for survival igniting within him. "Run!" he shouted with all his might, attempting to rouse his companion's fighting spirit. Seeing this, Lin Feng dashed forward, trying to draw the monster's attention. "I'll hold it off. You all get away. Meet me at the Sichuan Flavors restaurant where we usually eat." He swung his makeshift weapon, a large rolling pin he had found in the cafeteria the night before, with all his strength, desperately buying time for his friends to escape. Zhao Lei felt an overwhelming urgency swell within him. Without a moment to think, he decisively turned and sprinted ahead, guiding Zhang Lin and Bai Weiwei towards the West Gate. Behind them, Lin Feng battled fiercely with the monster, his figure gradually receding into the distance. But Zhao Lei knew Lin Feng would do his utmost to buy them time. They finally burst through the school's West Gate, finding themselves in a chaotic urban village, with narrow and disorderly streets flanked by low buildings and scattered debris. The crowds had vanished, leaving an eerie solitude in their wake. "Quick, over there!" Zhao Lei pointed to a secluded alley that appeared to offer temporary refuge from the monster's pursuit. Zhang Lin and Bai Weiwei followed closely, all three darting into the alley, their hearts brimming with the desire to survive. Deep within the alley, at the entrance of the Sichuan Flavors restaurant, they leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, striving to calm their racing hearts. Zhao Lei was consumed by unease, Lin Feng's visage persistently haunting his thoughts. He hoped fervently that Lin Feng would arrive safely. "We need to find a way to contact the others," Zhang Lin suggested, attempting to lighten the grim atmosphere. "We cannot be alone. There should be other survivors here." Zhao Lei nodded, though anxiety still weighed heavily on his heart. He understood that only together could they hope to find a path to survival. "Let us hide for a bit and wait for Lin Feng to catch up." Just as they prepared to move on, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed in their ears. Zhao Lei and his companions exchanged anxious glances, a flicker of unease rising within them. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared breathlessly at the mouth of the alley, his face a mask of urgency and resolve. "Quick, the monster is coming," he shouted, his expression firm. "IVE led it away, but we need to find a safe place." Relieved, Zhao Lei and the others rushed forward, exclaiming, "You're all right? Hurry, come with us." The four hastened deeper into the alley, silently grateful for their narrow escape. Chapter 6. The first outburst of extreme adaptation in the narrow alley at the edge of the urban village. Lin Feng and his companions finally paused, though their hearts remained taut after a bout of heavy breathing. Their gazes frequently darted towards the alley entrance, the unknown dangers outside casting an invisible pressure upon their hearts. The air was thick with urgency, as if new threats could descend upon them at any moment. Yet, in this fleeting moment of tranquility, they allowed themselves to relax slightly. Zhao Lei wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a calm smile. This place is quite tense. How about we hold a little gathering to recount today's harrowing experiences? His voice sounded oddly out of place in the dim alley, tinged with a hint of forced cheerfulness. Bai Weiwei, however, did not immediately respond, her eyes betraying a mix of confusion and contemplation. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to sort through her tumultuous thoughts, clearly still shaken by their recent ordeal. Her hands trembled slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. How do we move forward? There are still so many unknown dangers ahead. Lin Feng placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his tone resolute. We will survive and move forward. He could sense Bai Weiwei's fear, but he hoped his unwavering conviction would offer her some solace. A faint smile appeared on Bai Weiwei's face, and Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. Seemingly uplifted by Lin Feng's encouragement, the atmosphere lightening slightly. Just then, a faint glow emanated from the surrounding walls, and their spirits began to lift with the illumination. However, the sense of urgency in the air remained palpable. Suddenly, a chilling low growl pierced the stillness, the sound waves reverberating through the air as if some dreadful creature was drawing near. Lin Feng's heart surged, his acute instincts kicking in. He gripped his weapon tighter, knuckles whitening, every cell in his body bracing for the impending fight for survival. He felt every nerve in his body tense, as if preparing for the challenge that lay ahead. We need to hurry, Lin Feng urged the others in a hushed tone, his eyes reflecting anxiety and determination, fearing that the monster might shatter this brief moment of peace at any moment. At that instant, heavy footsteps echoed from the alley's end, accompanied by a suffocating aura. Indeed, the mutated sound wave monster appeared before them. The creature's massive form loomed like a moving mountain, with a pair of enormous wings unfurling from its back. Resembling black iron plates that whipped up a fierce gale with each flap. Under the sunlight, the monster's scales glimmered with an eerie radiance, like countless blades reflecting light, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Each step it took resonated with a deep growl, causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if announcing the approach of death. The monster's head was a grotesque sight, its eyes burning with ruthless ferocity. When it opened its maw, sharp teeth were revealed, sending chills down one's spine. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood, mingling with the agony and despair it had inflicted, suffocating in its intensity. The sight of its bloodied form hinted at the countless lives it had already consumed, its size a testament to its insatiable hunger. As the monster drew nearer, the temperature around them seemed to plummet, as if even the sunlight could not penetrate this terrifying shadow. With a gentle flap of its wings, it conjured a whirlwind, accompanied by subtle vibrations that hinted at an impending sonic attack. Lin Feng felt in the fleeting moment of confronting the monstrosity, his body underwent a sudden transformation. Muscles swelled, and a latent power erupted instantaneously, rendering the scar on his right shoulder seemingly non-existent. At this juncture, he held in his right hand a bone-cleaving knife from the cafeteria, its sharp blade glinting ominously in the sunlight, as if heralding the impending slaughter. Meanwhile, the other three did not choose to flee. Zhao Lei's eyes flickered with anxiety and indignation as he gripped the kitchen knife tightly, silently praying for Lin Feng's safety. He understood that, despite facing a monster, their unity and trust were their sole hope. Zhang Lin clenched her teeth, a surge of determination and courage swelling within her, resolutely deciding not to let Lin Feng face danger alone. Bai Weiwei gazed at Lin Feng, her heart torn between fear and concern. Yet she realized that without their collective effort, survival would be elusive. The monster advanced slowly, the very air around them felt heavy with its presence, shadows creeping into their hearts. However, Lin Feng's transformation instilled a glimmer of hope within them. As if, at this moment of despair, a twist of fate was about to unfold. Lin Feng, we stand together, Zhao Lei shouted, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve as he stepped forward, prepared to fight alongside Lin Feng. Zhang Lin and Bai Weiwei followed suit, their hearts fluttering with trepidation. Yet the unity of the moment ignited their courage. In that instant, a blazing radiance erupted from Lin Feng, sharpening his vision and casting aside all fear and doubt. He felt every cell in his body fighting for survival, awakening his dormant ability, which he had named extreme adaptation. This extraordinary power allowed an individual to swiftly adjust and enhance their physiological and psychological state when faced with extreme pressure or peril, enabling them to confront formidable challenges. In Lin Feng's case, this ability transcended ordinary physical limitations, unleashing hidden strength and reflexes, allowing him not only to survive in crisis but to retaliate with greater ferocity. It epitomized the ultimate expression of survival instinct, underscoring the potential and resilience displayed by humanity in dire straits. "Let us confront it together." Lin Feng's voice reverberated through the desolate alley, firm and powerful, as if illuminating the darkened world. United, the four prepared to face the imminent battle, their mutual trust and support crystallizing into an intangible force, rekindling their courage in the face of adversity. The monster, upon seeing Lin Feng charge forward, emitted a piercing roar, its voice slicing through the air like a blade, as its massive claws swung toward Lin Feng. With a focused gaze, Lin Feng instinctively evaded, then struck the monster's claw with his bone-cleaving knife, the clash of blade against scale ringing out sharply, causing the creature to stagger back, seemingly taken aback by the sudden counterattack from the youth. "Well done, Lin Feng," Zhao Lei called out, his heart racing with tension yet filled with astonishment and anticipation at Lin Feng's prowess. He knew that Lin Feng's perseverance was their only hope. The monster's sonic assault crashed over them like waves, the vibrations in the air nearly unbalancing them, yet Lin Feng had already steadied his resolve, adapting to the pressure. Each of his movements appeared to engage in a battle of wits against the monster's attacks. Unfolding with surprising ease. In that moment, Lin Feng felt an extraordinary power coursing through him, as if his body had fused with the ground, the air, and the beliefs of his companions. He understood that fear and despair were but fleeting, while courage and unity constituted their true strength for survival. The monster's low growl urged him onward, and he recognized the necessity of seizing every moment to strike back, as the sonic waves disoriented him momentarily. His vision blurred, and the buzzing in his ears muddled his sense of direction, making the world seem to sway. Yet, his heartbeat rang clear, becoming his sole point of reference. Realizing this fear was a psychological tactic employed by the foe, Lin Feng inhaled deeply, striving to focus and quell the turmoil within. Even so, the overwhelming pressure continued to spread within him, adrenaline surging through his veins, igniting a fierce desire to fight in this life-and-death moment. Lin Feng's mind remained remarkably clear. He began to harness his perception amid the chaos, monitoring the monster's movements, searching for its vulnerabilities. Each growl resonated like a war drum, rallying the courage within him. "I must seize this opportunity," Lin Feng cried within. He knew that although the monster's sonic assault was potent, it was transient, and he had to find a moment to retaliate. Indeed, as the monster lunged once more, the intensity of the sonic waves began to wane, and Lin Feng felt his hearing and balance gradually returning, a fearless impulse surging within him. At this moment, he comprehended that challenges were not an end but a new beginning. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, silently affirming, "This is my moment to strike back." He resolved to exploit the interval following the monster's sonic attack to launch a full counteroffensive. Confronting the sound-warping monster in the alley, Lin Feng found a glimmer of hope in his surroundings. He knew that defeating such a formidable foe would be nearly impossible relying solely on individual strength. Just as he pondered this, Bai Weiwei's voice pierced through his thoughts. "Lin Feng, I sense something stirring within me." Bai Weiwei's eyes sparkled with an unusual radiance, as if awakening some hidden power. Lin Feng quickly turned his gaze towards her, a flicker of hope igniting within him. He understood that only through unity could they conquer this beast. "Bai Weiwei, try to harness that power. If we collaborate, we may stand a chance against it," Lin Feng urged, a sense of anticipation swelling within him. At that moment, the monster let out another low growl, unleashing a powerful sonic wave upon them. Lin Feng swiftly dodged, the piercing pain in his ears solidifying his resolve to counterattack. "I will attempt to disrupt its sonic assault," Bai Weiwei declared, her jaw clenched, determination radiating from her gaze. She inhaled deeply, her inner strength appearing to be activated, the air around them growing tense. Bai Weiwei gently closed her eyes. Focusing her mind, seemingly channeling her latent abilities, as her concentration deepened, a faint glow began to shimmer around her, the temperature in the air rising in tandem. Watching her transformation, Lin Feng felt a surge of trust. Quickly, capitalize on its sonic assault, Lin Feng shouted, infused with reckless determination. He recognized that only in the moments the monster unleashed its attack could they find an opportunity. The monster roared in rage, releasing another deafening sonic wave. Lin Feng covered his ears, yet remained vigilant. That moment, Bai Weiwei's power erupted, and a flickering shield enveloped her, seemingly capable of absorbing the impact of the sonic attack. Now, Lin Feng whispered. Seizing the moment the monster's sonic blast paused, he lunged towards it. With the reflexes endowed by his extreme adaptation, he closed the distance in an instant, as the monster's attack momentarily halted. Lin Feng seized the chance, his bone-cleaving knife slicing through the air like lightning, plunging toward the creature's eye. The blade struck true, eliciting a scream of agony and fury from the monster. Continue, Bai Weiwei. Harness your power, Lin Feng called back, his heart brimming with hope. That moment, Bai Weiwei was fully concentrated, her radiance intensifying as she used her will to rebound the sonic assault. The waves, absorbed by her shield, surged back with even greater force toward the monster. The creature was struck by this newfound power, recoiling in pain, its eyes reflecting disbelief and terror. Lin Feng seized the opportunity once more, lunging forward, mercilessly wielding the bone-cleaving knife, aiming for the monster's vital points. Don't stop. We must utterly vanquish it, Lin Feng shouted within, his inner strength surging. He felt his extreme adaptation ability continually amplifying, as if he could transcend physical boundaries and become the master of this battle. As the monster's anguished wails echoed, the synergy between Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei grew increasingly harmonious. The strength of the two young warriors intertwined, ultimately coalescing into an unstoppable force that surged toward the enemy. In that moment, they were not merely combatants but pillars of support for each other, creating a shared hope for survival. Chapter 7. An initial exploration of the secrets of the genetic core. Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei, hand in hand, had finally brought the powerful sonic monster to its knees. The creature's massive form collapsed before them with a thunderous crash, reverberating as if the very ground trembled beneath it. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the air, and the surroundings were instantly engulfed in a suffocating silence. Breathless, Lin Feng steadied himself, the bone-cleaving knife still dripping with the monster's blood in his grip. He cast a glance back at Bai Weiwei, only to find her on the verge of collapse, gently resting her hands on her knees, her chest rising and falling rapidly, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. The battle had been intense and fraught with tension. Yet their cooperation had been seamless, the trust and understanding between them providing an unprecedented sense of security and reassurance. When Bai Weiwei lifted her gaze to meet Lin Feng's, a soft glow radiated from her eyes. As if the fatigue of the battle had vanished in that instant, she chuckled softly, the corners of her mouth lifting ever so slightly, her smile imbued with a hint of fatigue while simultaneously radiating a sense of light-hearted joy, a tacit understanding that could only be shared between the closest of companions. We finally did it, Bai Weiwei murmured, her tone laced with relaxation and relief. She recognized that their victory over the monster was made possible by Lin Feng's presence, which had emboldened her to fight with abandon. This realization caused her heart to quicken involuntarily, prompting her to subtly divert her gaze, wishing to conceal the tumult within from Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he reached out to gently pat her shoulder. You've worked hard. You performed splendidly. His voice carried an air of approval and tenderness, his eyes reflecting trust and admiration, causing Bai Weiwei's cheeks to flush and an indescribable warmth to surge within her. As she felt the warmth of his hand on her shoulder, her heart trembled slightly. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended that Lin Feng was not merely a partner to her in this chaotic world. He had become her sole anchor and support within. His calmness, resilience, and every act of assistance silently stirred her heart. Her gaze fell softly upon Lin Feng's profile, ripples of emotion blossoming within her. Yet she understood that this was not the moment to express such feelings. Thus, She offered a gentle smile, striving to mask her inner turmoil, and softly replied, "Thank you, too." Lin Feng, taken aback by her somewhat bashful smile, quickly regained his composure, merely nodding in response. Their trust had been forged in the crucible of life and death battles, transcending the limitations of mere words. In that instant, despite the silence between them, they both intuitively sensed each other's presence. They required no further expressions, for the subtle emotions they shared had quietly taken root, becoming a cherished secret and reliance amidst the apocalypse. Just as this delicate atmosphere enveloped them, Zhao Lei suddenly approached with a mischievous grin, unceremoniously shattering the tender ambiguity between the two. He exaggeratedly cleared his throat, his tone dripping with mockery. "Oh dear, am I interrupting something? Lin Feng, Wei Wei, if you wish to have a private conversation, don't mind us third wheels." Lin Feng froze, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, and he coughed lightly, instinctively withdrawing his hand. Bai Weiwei's face instantly turned crimson as she stole a glance at Lin Feng before hastily lowering her head. Feigning an examination of her gear, her heart racing uncontrollably, Zhang Lin, standing nearby, stifled a laugh behind her hand, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Zhao Lei, stop being ridiculous," but she elongated her words, seemingly relishing the moment. "Seeing how you two fought side by side just now, you truly are a match made in heaven." Bai Weiwei, both flustered and embarrassed, shot Zhao Lei a fierce glare. "Zhao Lei, could you refrain from such nonsense? This is a battle, and everyone is exhausted." Despite her attempts to defend herself, the flush on her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Zhao Lei, unable to contain himself, burst into hearty laughter and clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. "Brother Feng, who would have thought that beneath your calm exterior lies a romantic side? Truly, you are our big brother." Lin Feng shot Zhao Lei a glare, shoving his hand away with mild irritation. "Enough chatter. The monster has been dealt with. Let's relax and prepare to move on instead of fooling around here." In the midst of this light-hearted banter, Zhao Lei interjected, while Zhang Lin giggled softly. Lin Feng nodded, ready to speak, when he suddenly noticed a faint purple-black glow emanating from the fallen monster's body. The light pulsed like a beating heart, flickering slowly, as if it harbored some potent energy within. "Look over here. There seems to be something inside," Lin Feng whispered, his expression turning serious, sensing that this might be the source of the monster's power. He approached the creature cautiously, carefully inserting his bone-picking knife into its chest cavity, prying open its scaled armor to reveal a translucent gene core. This core was larger and more resplendent than the ones they had previously discovered, its surface shimmering with peculiar patterns, as if a profound power flowed within. Bai Weiwei leaned in to observe, unable to suppress her quiet exclamation. "What on earth is this?" "It's quite beautiful." Lin Feng gazed intently at the gene core in his hand, realizing that it was distinctly different from the smaller, rougher core he had found earlier. This core was at least twice the size of the one he kept in his pocket, crystal clear, as if meticulously carved, each facet refracting an unusual light, emanating a warm yet powerful energy wave. Bai Weiwei found herself captivated by the core, her eyes reflecting a deep yearning. She felt the energy radiating from it as if it were calling to her. An irresistible allure, it felt like a warm current coursing through her heart, as though it rightfully belonged to her. She reached out, yearning to touch it, but hesitated just before her fingertips grazed the core. Withdrawing her hand slightly, Lin Feng noticed her hesitation, his gaze flitting between her and the core, a thought flashing through his mind. "Wei Wei, you feel its call too, don't you?" he inquired softly, his tone tinged with both inquiry and understanding. Bai Weiwei nodded, her eyes never leaving the core. "Yes, its energy feels exceptionally potent to me, as if it is responding to my consciousness, as though it can hear my innermost thoughts." Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "The energy of this core is far purer than the previous one, and it appears more harmonious. I suspect it leans towards the spiritual attribute. The abilities of monsters vary. Each core resembles a specific energy source that can only unlock its true power when harmonized with the right individual." He raised his gaze to meet Bai Weiwei's, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Perhaps this core was destined for someone with your abilities. It may resonate with your mental energy, and this attraction could signify your affinity with it. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei felt her heart stir. She reached out to touch the core, feeling the warm energy surging into her being, as if invigorating her consciousness with newfound strength, as the energy coursed through her. Her mind gradually calmed, her thoughts sharpened, and her awareness of the surrounding environment heightened. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the pulsating energy within, vague images flickering in her mind, visions of the monster's rage and helplessness, as if they were desperate cries stifled by oppression. Lin Feng observed her expression and gently asked, "How do you feel?" Bai Weiwei opened her eyes, a newfound calmness and confidence radiating from her. "I can feel its power flowing into my consciousness, seemingly amplifying my perception, along with fragments of the monster's memories, but they do not disturb my emotions. Rather, they enhance my clarity." Lin Feng nodded, his eyes sparkling with encouragement. "It appears that this core is exceptionally well suited for you. The power of the spiritual attribute may indeed be the breakthrough we need." Bai Weiwei smiled softly, her confidence in her own abilities solidifying. She grasped the core tightly, realizing that she was not merely accepting a gift of power. She was also taking on a responsibility for her team. Zhao Lei and Zhang Lin stood nearby, witnessing the entire process of Bai Weiwei's fusion with the core. Instead of feeling envious of her newfound strength, their faces radiated with joy. Zhao Lei spoke first, his laughter genuine and heartwarming. "Weiwei, this is fantastic. With the power of this core, our team's chances of survival have greatly increased." His eyes sparkled with encouragement and delight, devoid of any trace of jealousy, as if Bai Weiwei's progress was a triumph for the entire group. Zhang Lin gently patted Bai Weiwei's shoulder, her tone soft and encouraging. "Weiwei, your compatibility with this core is remarkable. Perhaps this is fate presenting us with a greater opportunity. With your guidance through this spiritual power, I believe we will be better equipped to face these monsters." Bai Weiwei was deeply moved by their sincere congratulations and support, lowering her head slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had not anticipated that. Even in such perilous circumstances, the authenticity of her teammates would provide her with such warmth. Lifting her head, she smiled at Zhao Lei and Zhang Lin, saying earnestly, "Thank you for your support. Rest assured, I will strive to master this power and wield it as a weapon to protect us all." Zhao Lei lightly patted her back, grinning. "All right, don't worry. We're all in this together as you grow stronger. We can all breathe easier." Lin Feng watched them from the side, a profound sense of contentment swelling within him. He realized that in this arduous struggle for survival, they were more than just teammates. They were partners relying on one another. There was no jealousy, no barriers, only a shared belief and trust in one another. Just as they encouraged each other, the atmosphere lightened, when suddenly, the door of a nearby dilapidated house creaked open, and a middle-aged man peered out, his eyes filled with deep suspicion and fear. He donned a simple gray coat, his expression weary, with traces of dust still clinging to his face, clearly having hidden here for an extended period. Cautiously, he stepped outside, his voice trembling slightly as he endeavored to maintain his composure. "Are you normal humans? Just now, I witnessed you battling monsters. How could ordinary humans possess such strength?" Lin Feng and his companions exchanged glances, deciding to temporarily lower their guard. They nodded, signaling Han Ziyuan to continue. Han Ziyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, lowering his voice while hastening his speech. "Actually, when the catastrophe struck, I was working overtime in the laboratory, processing some experimental data. Suddenly, the entire city's electrical system seemed to be violently disrupted, causing all devices to cease functioning. Then, those monsters attacked the surrounding buildings. Fortunately, there were only a few people left in the entire research building, and the monsters were not many, allowing me to escape amidst the chaos." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei could not help but interject, his tone tinged with anger. "I bet it has something to do with that dark matter rift." There were news reports mentioning unusual dark matter fluctuations near Earth, but no one anticipated the severity of the situation. Chapter 8. Speculations on the catastrophe. Han Ziyuan nodded at this, his tone imbued with a sense of gravity. "I saw the news, but I never imagined the consequences would be so dire. We initially believed the dark matter rift was merely a natural phenomenon, not realizing it would trigger genetic mutations in humans and other organisms. Our laboratory had just begun some genetic research, hypothesizing that these dark matter fluctuations might impact genes, but this mutation far exceeded our expectations. The monster's transformation seemed to activate suppressed or undeveloped genetic fragments, resulting in extreme evolutionary outcomes. Surrounding Han Ziyuan, Lin Feng and his companions listened intently to his bold conjectures regarding dark matter and genetic mutations, their expressions solemn. Although this biology teacher's analysis was merely a preliminary hypothesis, it provided them with an extremely important perspective in this unknown, apocalyptic world. Han Ziyuan took a deep breath, seemingly weighing each word carefully, his voice laced with profound concern. I saw that news, but who could have anticipated the dark matter rift's influence would be so severe? As a biological researcher, I have always focused on the impacts of genetic mutations. Although the dark matter rift is speculative, based on our laboratory's genetic research and data, I suspect these monsters are, in fact, the result of extreme human evolution. The dark matter fluctuations have triggered certain dormant or hidden genetic fragments within us, and these monsters are the products of such mutations. Listening intently, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. So, you mean to say that the birth of these monsters is not a coincidence, but rather a result of some energy from the rift interfering with our genes, transforming humans into these highly aggressive mutated beings? Han Ziyuan nodded, continuing his analysis. Precisely. This is merely my conjecture. However, from a genetic perspective, the dark matter rift may have induced a profound genetic mutation, reactivating certain suppressed genetic fragments that were previously dormant during the evolutionary process. Zhang Lin could not help but inquire. What about those cores that Lin Feng and the others discovered earlier? Do you know what these energy crystals left by the monsters are? Han Ziyuan paused for a moment, revealing a thoughtful expression, seemingly intrigued by the existence of these cores, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Cores? You found such things? Let me see. Lin Feng nodded, retrieving the smaller core he had previously collected from his pocket and presenting it to Han Ziyuan. Yes, this is a smaller core. The monster we encountered earlier had a larger one inside, with more potent energy, but it seems to have been absorbed, likely serving as one of their life sources. Han Ziyuan took the core, examining it with care, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Incredible! From its shape and texture, it resembles an energy crystal, yet through its smooth surface, I sense it is more akin to a product of genetic mutation. He scrutinized it closely, his fingers gently tracing the naturally flowing patterns on the surface. His demeanor focused. It seems to be a byproduct from within these monsters, perhaps a core essential for sustaining life. This core may carry unique genetic information from the monsters, possibly even energy flows. Han Ziyuan speculated, his expression growing grave. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. So, you are saying this core itself is akin to the source of life for these monsters? Han Ziyuan solemnly nodded. That is one way to interpret it. It is possible that during their mutation, certain genes within them absorb the dark matter energy, forming this core. It could assist them in surviving in extreme environments, perhaps even endowing them with extraordinary powers. However, to confirm this, we would need more samples and data. Lin Feng contemplated the core in his hand, pondering the unknown power it harbored. Just then, Han Ziyuan lifted his head, a grave expression crossing his face as he spoke in a subdued tone. But there is something you all need to understand. The dark matter fluctuations have not only affected humans, but have similarly impacted other organisms. Lin Feng was taken aback, realizing the situation might be more complex than anticipated, his gaze turning serious. Are you suggesting that other organisms, such as animals, could also be influenced by dark matter energy? Han Ziyuan nodded, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Indeed. This is precisely the hypothesis I discussed in the laboratory. Many animals' genes have long adapted to various extreme environments, and compared to human genes, their adaptability to external stimuli is greater. Therefore, the potential for genetic mutations within them could be even more pronounced and unpredictable than in us. Zhang Lin's complexion paled slightly as she softly asked, if animals also undergo such mutations, would they not become even more powerful than these human monsters? Han Ziyuan's expression turned grave as he replied, that is entirely possible, especially for predatory animals such as wolves, leopards, and even birds. which possess strong survival and hunting instincts. If the dark matter rift activates certain genetic fragments within them, it would not only enhance their offensive capabilities and sensitivity, but could also foster heightened cooperative behavior, rendering them far more threatening than human mutants. Zhao Lei could not help but gasp, lowering his voice. Good heavens! If lions, tigers, and other ferocious beasts mutate, wouldn't that mean the entire world would be at their mercy? Han Ziyuan sighed. You are correct. Particularly for animals like wolves and gorillas that possess cooperative hunting abilities, if they develop coordinated attacks during their evolution, they could create an extremely strong sense of territory and aggression, posing immeasurable dangers. Lin Feng stared at the core in his hand, a chill creeping into his heart. He realized that the enemies before them were not merely the mutated monsters, but potentially lurking mutated animals. Perhaps even more formidable than the human monstrosities. Lin Feng looked up at Han Ziyuan, his tone tinged with urgency. Is there any possibility of finding a way to more effectively resist these mutated creatures? Han Ziyuan shook his head in resignation, his voice carrying a sense of helplessness. Under the current circumstances, developing effective defenses against them is nearly impossible. Our understanding of the energy properties of dark matter is far too limited, and even the origins and mechanisms of the cores remain a mystery. However, one possibility lies in focusing on and studying the characteristics of these cores, attempting to discern patterns that might lead us to a means of resisting these creatures. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth, determination flickering across his face. So, you mean we need to locate these cores, study them, and possibly utilize them as weapons against the mutated beings? Han Ziyuan nodded, his eyes glinting with calm resolve. Precisely. These cores may be our key weapon against the mutated creatures. Although we still lack clarity on the specific energy properties of each core, from a biological standpoint, they could harbor mechanisms capable of inducing genetic mutations. This implies that through these cores, we might enhance our own genes, thereby augmenting our ability to combat the mutated creatures. Lin Feng felt the core's gentle warmth in his palm, its energy steadily and profoundly resonating within him, as if connecting with some latent power inside. This prompted him to ponder. Teacher Han, if these cores can enhance mutated beings, does it mean we humans also possess the potential to absorb and utilize them? Perhaps just like Wei Wei, who has already absorbed part of the core's energy. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Ziyuan's gaze. She has already absorbed its energy. After a moment's contemplation, his expression turned grave. This could represent a possibility we have not considered. While human genetic evolution may not be as rapid as that of animals, we still possess potential for self-adaptation. If these cores can indeed be absorbed by us, theoretically, we might enhance our physical attributes and improve our adaptability to dark matter through this process. Such evolution, though perilous, may be our only hope. Bai Weiwei furrowed her brow, a hint of concern evident in her voice. But will absorbing this energy have side effects? After all, we are not monsters. Might recklessly absorbing their power lead to genetic instability, causing us to become like those creatures? Han Ziyuan pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Your concerns are not without merit. The risks associated with this method of gene absorption are incalculable, particularly as human genes are inherently ill-suited to endure excessively extreme mutations. It can be said that once we begin to absorb the core's power, there may arise a situation of genetic instability, or even a loss of self-control. However, based on Lin Feng's condition, it appears that his physique possesses a certain unique adaptability, allowing it to resonate with the core's energy. This might be a characteristic we can leverage in the future. Lin Feng glanced at the softly glowing core in his hand, a resolute conviction welling up within him. In that case, we shall exhaust all possibilities to gather these cores and discover the strength necessary for survival. Whether our future adversaries are mutated humans or animals evolved into supernatural beings, we must fight for our existence. Han Ziyuan displayed a faint smile of encouragement as he patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Your courage and determination will become the beacon of hope for the future. I will do my utmost to assist you in studying the core's properties, exploring whether this energy can be safely absorbed and utilized, in search of a path for the survival of us all. Lin Feng, Bai Weiwei, Zhao Lei, and Zhang Lin exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with the same resolve. They understood that the future was fraught with countless unknown threats, yet it was precisely these cores that offered unprecedented hope. Even if they were to face mutated creatures more ferocious than human monsters in the future, they recognized that only through proactive evolution and the exploration of these mysterious cores could they uncover a survival path for humanity. After discussing the core's applications and potential dangers, the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Lin Feng carefully stowed the core away in his pocket, fully aware that it held the key to their future battles and survival. Potentially impacting the fate of everyone, he lifted his gaze to observe the expressions of his companions, seemingly seeing in their eyes a shared longing for distant loved ones. Zhao Lei fell silent for a moment before sighing. I wonder how my parents are doing. Since the outbreak of this disaster, all communications have been severed, and I have no idea if they are in danger. He lowered his head, his voice tinged with unmistakable worry. Bai Weiwei nodded, a glimmer of concern flickering in her eyes. I feel the same. My family must be quite worried about me, but regrettably, I am completely unable to contact them. After we fled from school, we lost touch with anyone, and I have no idea how dire the situation is outside. Zhang Lin's expression also darkened. I share your concerns. The mobile signal has been entirely cut off since the disaster began, and now we are even unaware of the city's condition, whether everyone is engulfed in such panic. Hearing his companions mention their families, Lin Feng's heart involuntarily tightened. Although he maintained a calm facade, the worry for his family weighed heavily on his mind. For their safety, he needed to find a way to reach out to them or, at the very least, gain insight into the outside world. Han Ziyuan glanced at the four of them, seemingly moved, and gradually spoke. Indeed, since communications were severed, many individuals have become isolated in various corners of the city, completely losing touch with the outside world. This has further exacerbated the panic among survivors. He contemplated for a moment before continuing. However, from a scientific perspective, the disruption of communication signals may be related to dark matter fluctuations. It is possible that electromagnetic waves have been affected, rendering devices inoperative. Lin Feng nodded, recalling the static and noise he encountered during several unsuccessful attempts to make phone calls, seemingly confirming this. Is there any way to restore communication? Even a rudimentary communication device would be better than complete isolation. Han Ziyuan furrowed his brow and replied softly. The difficulty with communication lies in our reliance on signals transmitted via radio or electromagnetic waves. But dark matter fluctuations may have interfered with the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Normal mobile phones and communication towers are nearly ineffective in this environment. However, if we can find an old shortwave radio or a radio transmitter, we might be able to bypass this interference, as their frequencies are much lower than modern communication devices, resulting in less disruption. Zhang Lin's eyes lit up with a hint of hope. So, we could seek out a shortwave radio or a similar device to see if we can receive external broadcast signals? Han Ziyuan nodded. Exactly. Shortwave radios often prove useful in extreme disasters. If the radio stations outside the city have not been completely shut down, we may be able to receive some valuable information. Alternatively, if we find a radio transmitter, we could even attempt to send out signals to contact other survivors. After hearing this, Lin Feng thoughtfully remarked, such radio equipment is unlikely to be found in the urban village, but if we could access some of the old warehouses or communication stations in the city center, we might have a chance of finding something. Zhao Lei pondered for a moment and then said, speaking of which, there are some electronic devices in the school laboratory, but the area around the school is now teeming with monsters, making it difficult to return. Han Ziyuan nodded cautiously. Indeed, if we have suitable equipment, I could attempt to modify it into a simple transceiver. However, returning to the school is indeed perilous, and if everyone deems it not worth the risk, there are some abandoned small repair stations in the urban village where we might find radios or spare equipment. Bai Weiwei's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope as she gently grasped Lin Feng's hand. Her voice resolute. Lin Feng, no matter how difficult it may be, we must try. If we can establish contact with the outside world, perhaps we can find other survivors or even reach our families. Lin Feng nodded firmly, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his teammates, radiating an undeniable determination. Then it's settled. We will seek out some radio equipment and do our utmost to restore contact with the outside world. It is both to understand the situation and to provide some comfort to each other's loved ones. Chapter 9. Acquiring communication devices after they resolved to return to the school broadcast station. Lin Feng and his companions immediately began to strategize how to safely navigate back to the campus. The school had become a veritable den of monstrous peril, and to restore communication with the outside world. They had no choice but to take the risk as night descended. The school was shrouded in an atmosphere of silence and foreboding, with only the moonlight outlining vague contours in the shadows. Adding an ominous air, Lin Feng and his group traversed the dimly lit pathways of the school, cautiously controlling their footsteps to avoid making noise. Han Ziyuan whispered a reminder, since it is nighttime. The monsters are mostly congregated near the playground and dormitory buildings. Consistent with our previous observations, we should avoid these two areas as much as possible, especially the playground, which is open and most easily detected by the monsters. Zhao Lei contemplated for a moment and pointed towards the direction leading to the teaching building. Then let us enter through the small west gate, circle around the cafeteria, and then enter the campus through the side door behind the library. The main square might have monsters lurking, but once we pass through there, Building D is right across from the library, and the broadcast station is on the 6th floor of Building D. Allowing us to minimize contact with the monsters, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. We should maintain silence and swiftly traverse the area between the cafeteria and the library without lingering. The square in front of the library is the most critical area. If we are discovered by the monsters, we may find ourselves trapped in the open square. Bai Weiwei tightened her grip on her weapon and softly stated, "Understood. Once we reach the square, we will quickly pass through without giving the monsters a chance to react." They proceeded with utmost caution, advancing through the small west gate and circling around the cafeteria in the shadows near the cafeteria. Low growls occasionally echoed, causing the group to hold their breath, striving not to disturb the lurking monsters. The dilapidated walls of the cafeteria bore deep claw marks, suggesting that monsters could appear at any moment. As they approached the library, Han Ziyuan quietly cautioned, "Ahead lies the square. Everyone, be alert. Once we enter the square, we must accelerate our pace without a moment's hesitation." Lin Feng contemplated briefly and quickly devised a more meticulous crossing plan. He lowered his voice and instructed the group, "Everyone, follow my commands step by step. We must maximize our use of shadows to minimize exposure." He observed that several large trees on the right side of the square could obscure part of their visibility, while the left side near the teaching building had rows of benches and weathered stone sculptures that could provide some cover. Lin Feng pointed to these obstacles and continued, "We will advance in segments. First, we rush from the side of the library to the shadows of the trees on the right, moving low and avoiding noise. Then, we swiftly dash to the bench area under the cover of the trees. And finally, we make a dash across the last stretch of the square to reach the entrance of Building D," Zhao Lei added. "If a monster happens to spot us, we concentrate our efforts to contain it, while the others take the opportunity to pass through quickly without pausing." Lin Feng nodded in agreement and then quietly reminded, "Remember, all actions must be synchronized. Do not attack unless absolutely necessary, and strive to minimize noise. The square has fallen leaves and debris, so tread lightly." Just as they cautiously maneuvered towards the shadows at the opposite end of the square, Bai Weiwei inadvertently stepped on a dry twig. The crisp snap echoing sharply in the stillness of the night. The group instantly held their breath, their hearts pounding fiercely in their chests, as if they might leap out of their throats at any moment. Lin Feng's hand tightened around his weapon, signaling for everyone to remain silent. He tilted his head slightly, straining to discern the sounds in the vicinity. A low, guttural roar emanated from the direction of the dormitory, quickly followed by the increasingly heavy sound of footsteps, indicating that the creature was moving towards them, and the air was instantly thick with a sense of foreboding. Zhao Lei clenched his teeth, murmuring softly, "This is bad. It hurt us." Lin Feng's expression darkened, and he commanded in a low voice, "Stay close to me. Keep moving. Tread lightly, but be swift." The group swiftly crouched down, stealthily making their way to the benches beside the square. Utilizing the cover of night and the shadows of the trees to conceal their forms, Bai Weiwei couldn't help but glance back, noticing the creature's silhouette drawing nearer, its eyes glowing with a faint, ominous red light, emanating a chilling aura. She inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the fear swelling within her. The group crouched behind the benches, holding their breath as they awaited the creature to wander past the edge of the square. Cold sweat trickled from each person's palms, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. Han Ziyuan gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, his heartbeat pounding so rapidly it nearly drowned out the sound of the wind. Just as the creature began to move away, Lin Feng gestured for everyone to seize the opportunity to sprint. They darted from the shadow of the benches with agility and swiftness, gliding across the open square like a wisp of night wind. With every ounce of strength, they dashed towards the entrance of Building D, each step feeling as though they were treading upon their own hearts, the tension permeating every nerve. As the last person rushed into the building and shut the door behind them, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the gratitude of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Lin Feng quickly made a decision, gesturing for everyone to continue forward. Rushing towards the entrance of Building D, they seized the final opportunity to reach the door, hiding in the shadows at the entrance, temporarily evading the creature's gaze. Through agile cover and swift action, they successfully traversed the square and safely arrived at the entrance of the building. As they approached, the air felt thick and still, the silence only broken by their hurried breaths. Every nerve was taut, hands gripping their weapons tightly, unwilling to relax even for a moment. Upon entering the building, Lin Feng whispered a reminder, "Everyone, keep quiet. There may be monsters lurking in the corridor. The broadcasting station is on the 6th floor. But creatures might be roaming the first-floor corridor, so we must proceed cautiously and avoid direct confrontation." They moved slowly along the wall, their eyes vigilantly scanning the dimness for any potential threats. Han Ziyuan held the flashlight tightly, striving to keep pace with the others, his palms cold and heart racing. Yet he found a semblance of comfort in Lin Feng and the other team members' composure. Zhao Lei subtly indicated to the group, pointing towards the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. "Lin Feng, let us take the right side of the staircase to avoid any monsters that may be hiding in the corners." They ascended the stairs carefully, attempting to avoid any creaky steps, each one holding their breath. A faint sound of breathing echoed in the corridor, hinting that a creature lurked in the darkness of the 1st floor. Lin Feng led the group cautiously towards the 2nd floor, and once they confirmed it was safe, they swiftly turned towards the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. With each level they ascended, their hearts became increasingly tense. Han Ziyuan gripped the flashlight tightly, trying to remain silent. At a corner on the 5th floor, faint footsteps could be heard, suggesting something was lying in wait in the stairwell. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling everyone to be cautious, using gestures to communicate that they should continue towards the 6th floor. Ultimately, they successfully reached the 6th floor, standing before the broadcasting station's door. Bai Weiwei attempted to push the door open, only to discover it was locked tight. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng drew his trusty dagger, prying open the lock with force, the door creaking slightly as they all anxiously scanned their surroundings to ensure they hadn't alerted the creature before cautiously entering the broadcasting station. Inside, a few old tables and chairs were scattered about, along with some recording equipment and microphones strewn across the surfaces. In the corner, a shelf held several different models of radio devices. Lin Feng quickly inspected the equipment, locating an old shortwave radio, which he gently lifted from the shelf. Han Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quietly remarked, "This shortwave radio should be able to pick up some distant signals. Perhaps we can use it to test for any external broadcasts." Lin Feng nodded gently, signaling for everyone to form a small circle as they began to carefully tune the radio. Zhao Lei adjusted the frequency, attempting to turn the knob. The device emitted a series of crackles, followed by silence, with intermittent static, causing everyone to hold their breath. They patiently adjusted the frequency, finally receiving a faint sound on a low band. Although it was sporadic, suggesting some form of information within the noise. After a considerable period of tuning, Lin Feng and the others tried multiple frequencies but failed to find a clear signal. They exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a sense of helplessness and disappointment. Although the equipment offered a glimmer of hope, it was evident that the shortwave signals were ineffective in this moment. Lin Feng sighed softly and whispered to the group, "It seems we cannot receive any effective signals here. We cannot linger. Let us take the equipment and try again once we reach a safer location." Zhao Lei nodded, carefully stowing the radio in his backpack. "Perhaps we will have better luck in a quieter area." Han Ziyuan agreed quietly, "Yes, and since monsters could appear at any moment here, it's safer to evacuate quickly." Bai Weiwei gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder, her tone encouraging, though we haven't yielded results yet. At least we secured the equipment. Our next step will be to gradually seek a more advantageous location for testing. Lin Feng nodded slightly, observing the determined expressions of his teammates, reigniting a flicker of hope within him. They cautiously exited the broadcasting station, retracing their steps in silence as they stealthily retreated downstairs, vigilantly avoiding the monster's active areas while progressing towards a safer location. Throughout their journey, they maintained a heightened sense of vigilance, ultimately successfully crossing the campus and returning to their residence, bringing the radio back to safety. Back at their dwelling, the group leaned wearily against the wall, their minds still unsettled by the harrowing experience they had just endured. However, after a brief respite, they refocused their energies and began to deliberate on their next plan of action. Han Ziyuan cleared his throat and stated solemnly, "Although we did not find the shortwave device during our communications expedition, at least we made it back safely. Now, we must swiftly leave the urban village and seek a more secure location." Zhao Lei nodded, his eyes glimmering with eagerness indeed. Remaining here is ultimately not a solution. "Teacher Han, since you have a vehicle, shall we depart promptly?" Han Ziyuan replied with a slight nod. "The car is parked not far away in an abandoned alley. But there is a pressing issue regarding the lack of supplies. Once we leave, we may struggle to find provisions in the coming days, so we need to prepare ample food and water." Bai Weiwei pondered for a moment, letting out a soft sigh. The urban village is already scarce in resources. Food may be hard to come by, but perhaps a few nearby shops might have some emergency supplies. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, calmly analyzing, "We can split into two teams. One team can focus on acquiring food and water, while the other can gather first aid supplies and basic necessities, in case of injuries or other unforeseen circumstances." Zhang Lin furrowed her brow and inquired, "But these small shops are scattered. If we encounter a monster, we need to retreat quickly, so we should try to avoid overly conspicuous areas." Han Ziyuan nodded and added, "Indeed, the small supermarkets and roadside shops in the urban village are limited supply points. While the resources may be scarce, we should gather whatever essential supplies we can before departing." After a thorough discussion, they resolved to set out the following morning to avoid the time when monsters were most active at night. Chapter 10. Zhang Lin's Evolution. After a series of discussions, Lin Feng and the others decided to split up to save time and rapidly gather supplies. They divided into two groups. Zhang Lin, Bai Weiwei, and Zhao Lei formed one team to head to a nearby pharmacy in search of medicine and some daily necessities. Lin Feng and teacher Han Ziyuan comprised the other team, venturing to a larger supermarket further away to procure food, water, and other essential items. Before their departure, Lin Feng cautioned Zhang Lin and the others, "The pharmacy and small shops are quite close to our residence, so remain vigilant and avoid direct confrontations with any monsters. Zhao Lei, keep a close watch on your surroundings. If anything goes awry, lead the two of them to retreat immediately." Zhao Lei nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Rest assured, Lin Feng, we will exercise caution. You all must also stay alert." Lin Feng patted Zhao Lei's shoulder, then turned to Zhang Lin and Bai Weiwei, offering a nod of encouragement. Subsequently, he and Han Ziyuan proceeded towards the alley leading to the supermarket, while Zhao Lei guided the two girls towards the pharmacy. Zhang Lin, Bai Weiwei, and Zhao Lei moved forward, exchanging hushed words while remaining ever watchful. The pharmacy was just ahead, and they approached with cautious footsteps, carefully observing their surroundings. Beneath the night sky, the wind on the street mingled with the occasional low growl of a creature, resembling whispers of death, sending chills down their spines. Zhang Lin, Bai Weiwei, and Zhao Lei pressed against a wall. Struggling to discern the path ahead in the D with each step he took, he endeavored to tread lightly, the sound of his shoes barely audible against the ground, as if afraid to awaken the lurking monstrosities hidden in the shadows. Bai Weiwei followed closely behind Zhao Lei, her palms clenched tightly, her knuckles whitened from the strain in her other hand. She gripped a metal rod with unwavering resolve, her breath quick and shallow, striving to maintain her composure. The air was thick with a damp, putrid odor, seeping from the tainted atmosphere, as fear constricted her throat and an oppressive weight seemed to bear down upon her chest, rendering her breathless. Zhang Lin trailed behind, her dagger pressed firmly against her palm, the cold steel offering a semblance of calm amidst the chaos. She periodically glanced back to ensure their safety, her heart pounding violently as if it might leap from her chest. The glass at the pharmacy's entrance reflected a faint glow, and she fixated on it, terrified that it might suddenly reveal the terrifying silhouette of a creature. They cautiously approached the pharmacy's entrance, with Zhao Lei halting first, signaling for the two to conceal themselves beside the door. He gently placed his hand on the doorknob and pushed, only to discover the door was locked, emitting a faint rattling sound. Upon hearing this subtle noise, Zhang Lin felt her heart lurch, a chill creeping down her spine. She surveyed the surroundings, fearing that at any moment a monster might leap from the shadows. Zhao Lei furrowed his brow, examining the structure of the glass door before reaching into his pocket, realizing that with rudimentary tools, he could not swiftly pry open the lock. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he instinctively turned to his companions. Finding Zhang Lin and Bai Weiwei anxiously watching him, weapons clutched tightly in hand, their nerves taut, he lowered his voice, saying, "This lock is too secure. The tools won't suffice. We must find another approach." Zhang Lin quickly scanned her surroundings, her gaze landing on an old wooden window beside the glass door. She approached it and gently pushed against the frame, noting that the window lock had become somewhat loose, seemingly eroded by the elements. She turned to Zhao Lei and nodded, signaling for him to assist her. Abandoning the idea of unlocking the door, Zhao Lei stealthily made his way to Zhang Lin, while Bai Weiwei, gripped by tension, stood vigilantly beside them, ever ready to confront any sudden danger. Zhao Lei delicately manipulated the window lock, discovering it was even looser than anticipated. Gritting his teeth, he exerted careful force, slowly prying the window frame open, producing a barely perceptible creak. The three held their breath, fearful of disturbing any hidden creatures nearby. As the window was cautiously pushed open, a cold breeze infused with medicinal scents rushed out. Zhao Lei was the first to slip inside, landing lightly on the pharmacy floor, swiftly grasping the machete. Bai Weiwei and Zhang Lin followed suit, entering one after the other with utmost caution, and the trio successfully infiltrated the pharmacy. They held their breath, refraining from movement, awaiting any imminent threat. Inside, silence prevailed, the air heavy with the scent of medicine and dust, as if this pharmacy had been forsaken by time. The dim light illuminated shelves cluttered with various medications, the musty aroma lingering in the air. Bai Weiwei followed closely behind Zhao Lei, her footsteps as light as if she were treading on fragile ice, while Zhang Lin silently trailed, anxiously closing the door behind them, her dagger poised before her. "Hurry, let's split up and gather supplies," Zhao Lei urged in a hushed, urgent tone. Zhang Lin and Bai Weiwei exchanged glances and nodded, then cautiously approached different shelves, rapidly searching for usable medications. The trio understood the necessity of remaining acutely alert in every corner, aware that even the slightest rustle could herald a lethal threat. Just as they were nearing the completion of their search, a low, eerie growl erupted from outside, as if some terrifying creature was prowling nearby. Zhao Lei's expression shifted, and he quickly raised his hand to signal his companions to halt, whispering, "Quiet, we've been discovered." Bai Weiwei and Zhang Lin instantly froze, their hearts pounding like drums. Zhang Lin's grip on her dagger tightened, her palms slightly sweating from anxiety. She fixated on the pharmacy's entrance, striving to control her breathing so as not to betray their presence. They held their breath, the sound of their heartbeats echoing loudly in the oppressive silence. Seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity. The growling outside grew nearer, the floor trembling with the creature's footsteps. The air felt as though it had been drawn away, each nerve in their bodies taut with dread. Suddenly, a creature burst through the pharmacy's door with a deafening roar. Its massive form resembled that of a small beast, its blood-red eyes glinting with ferocity, viscous liquid dripping from its gaping maw, teeth sharp as blades. The creature lunged forward with explosive force, targeting Zhang Lin directly. Her pupils dilated in terror, engulfing her in an instant of primal fear. She instinctively yearned to retreat, but after a mere second of hesitation, she clenched her jaw, forcibly suppressing her inner dread. She understood that retreat was not an option. Drawing a deep breath, she swiftly evaded the creature's clawed hand. The dagger trembled in her grasp as she instinctively thrust it toward the monster. The blade sliced through the air, accurately piercing the creature's shoulder. A burst of hot liquid splattered across her face. The pungent scent of blood assaulting her senses. The monster howled in rage, turning to face her, its eyes glowing with a more vicious glare. "Zhang Lin, be careful," Bai Weiwei screamed, her eyes wide with fear. She charged from the side, swinging the metal rod toward the creature's head. The rod struck the monster's skull with a heavy thud, forcing it back a few steps, clearly shaken by the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Lei swung his machete down with precision, plunging it into the creature's abdomen. The monster emitted a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing forth as it collapsed, its limbs twitching briefly before falling still. Before they could fully exhale in relief, the pharmacy's glass door was violently shattered. Shards flew in all directions, the sharp sound reverberating through the cramped space, sending chills down their spines. An even larger creature roared as it barreled inside, its claws gleaming ominously in the dim light, a frenzied intent to kill tearing through the air. This new beast was even more ferocious than the last, its sinewy muscles taut, eyes ablaze with crimson madness. It locked onto Zhang Lin, seemingly fixated on her as its target, lunging forward with astonishing speed. The wind howled, and Zhang Lin felt a chilling dread envelop her. Her heart raced, exhaustion and fear constricting her body, her legs instinctively wanting to retreat. Yet, in that critical moment, the anxious faces of her comrades flashed through her mind, along with every moment they had faced together. Deep within, a fierce survival instinct ignited like a roaring flame. Zhang Lin could almost hear the rush of blood coursing through her veins, a torrent of heated energy surging within her limbs. Her vision sharpened, the scene before her slowed as she perceived the creature's every movement. The tremors of its muscles, the shards of glass swirling through the air, all becoming astonishingly clear. Time seemed to freeze. Zhang Lin sensed her senses heightened to their utmost, an unprecedented strength surging through her muscles. No longer paralyzed by fear, she was wholly governed by the instinct to fight. Gripping her dagger tightly, her body instinctively leaped sideways, narrowly evading the creature's razor-sharp claws, and with all her might, she executed a swift thrust aimed directly at the monster's neck. The creature let out a pained, furious roar, yet the force of her strike did not take it down entirely. It bellowed once more, its murderous intent intensifying. Just as it prepared to attack again, Bai Weiwei gripped her metal rod firmly, standing resolutely beside Zhang Lin. A sheen of cold sweat on her forehead, her eyes tightly shut, breath coming in rapid bursts, in the throes of tension, she summoned her psychic powers. Bai Weiwei's ability was that of mental assault, and at that moment, she focused all her energy on the monster. An invisible psychic force struck like a hammer against the creature's consciousness. The beast halted abruptly, its eyes widening, its fierce demeanor transforming into one of agony and distortion, its body convulsing involuntarily. "Now, take advantage of this moment." Bai Weiwei's voice trembled yet remained resolute. Zhang Lin inhaled deeply, her eyes gleaming with newfound determination, and she surged forward, her hands firmly clutching the dagger, leaping high to accurately plunge the blade into the creature's head. Blood sprayed forth, the creature twitched once before crashing to the ground, lifeless, in an instant. The air felt as though it had solidified, silence enveloping the pharmacy once more, with only the sound of their breaths echoing between the shelves. Zhang Lin stood beside the monster's carcass, her hands slightly trembling, feeling the energy within her gradually subside, yet the sensation of power lingered in her body. Bai Weiwei slowly opened her eyes, her forehead slick with cold sweat, appearing somewhat weakened yet relieved, a mixture of joy and fatigue in her gaze. "Zhang Lin, you have successfully evolved." Zhang Lin, feeling the residual waves of energy coursing within her, looked on in disbelief and elation. Having successfully repelled the creature and gathered the medications, Zhang Lin, Bai Weiwei, and Zhao Lei swiftly organized the supplies into their backpacks. They took a brief respite in the pharmacy, exchanging glances filled with gratitude for their survival. Though Zhang Lin had just endured a fierce battle, the strength gained from her evolution left her invigorated, her movements becoming more agile and precise. Bai Weiwei, despite her slight frailty from the mental assault, wore a subtle expression of pride upon her countenance. Her extraordinary abilities had contributed to their triumph, while Zhao Lei displayed a smile of contentment, as if he could finally sense the growing strength of their team. "We must hasten our return to reunite with Lin Feng and the others," Zhao Lei suggested, shouldering his heavily laden backpack and remaining ever vigilant. They cautiously climbed out through the pharmacy's window and proceeded along the narrow path they had traversed earlier, striving to avoid any potential perils. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Han Ziyuan were enduring their own perilous journey on the other side. Upon arriving at a distant large supermarket, they discovered several low-level mutated creatures loitering at the entrance, their growls echoing ominously in the desolate streets. Lin Feng swiftly gestured for Han Ziyuan to take cover behind an abandoned vehicle, then held his breath, stealthily approaching the creatures. At that moment, Lin Feng's extraordinary adaptive abilities were fully awakened. Each of his movements was fluid and agile, reminiscent of a sleek leopard. Gripping his machete tightly, he calmly aimed for the nape of one creature's neck and struck decisively, delivering a lethal blow. The remaining monsters, startled, charged at him frantically, but Lin Feng, with his remarkable reflexes and strength, deftly evaded their attacks and dispatched them one by one. Han Ziyuan, witnessing Lin Feng's prowess in combat, felt a mixture of astonishment and admiration, silently reflecting on his growth. Once they had cleared the monsters from the entrance, the two men cautiously ventured into the supermarket's interior. The scene inside was chaotic. Shelves lay askew, and supplies were scattered haphazardly. Yet Lin Feng and Han Ziyuan managed to locate some essential food items and drinking water. They quickly packed the provisions, filling their backpacks to the brim. Before departing, Lin Feng discovered some conveniently portable energy bars and dried food, which brought him joy, as these supplies would provide invaluable sustenance. Upon returning to their temporary refuge, the sky had darkened and a chill permeated the air. Just as Lin Feng and Han Ziyuan arrived, they spotted Zhang Lin, Bai Weiwei, and Zhao Lei returning from another path. The two groups were not far apart, exchanged greetings, and finally reunited at the shelter. Lin Feng hurried forward, relieved to see their safe return. "How did it go? Were you injured?" he inquired. Zhang Lin gently shook her head, yet her demeanor exuded an unusual determination. "We encountered some difficulties, but fortunately, we emerged unscathed and even brought back a considerable amount of medicine." A glimmer of pride shone in her eyes, bolstered by the confidence that her evolved powers instilled within her. Bai Weiwei smiled faintly, while Zhao Lei patted his backpack, adding, "The supplies from the pharmacy may be limited, but they are sufficient for our immediate needs." Lin Feng nodded, then turned to Han Ziyuan, succinctly reporting, "We also procured food and water from the supermarket. Though the process was not without its challenges, we managed to gather a significant amount of necessities. Additionally, we found some energy bars and high-calorie food, which should sustain us for a while." Han Ziyuan nodded in agreement, a hint of fatigue mingling with satisfaction on his face. Indeed, this operation was quite successful. Everyone performed admirably. The two groups swiftly organized and distributed the supplies, assessing each other's conditions to ensure there were no serious casualties. The news of Zhang Lin's evolution invigorated both Lin Feng and Han Ziyuan, signaling a gradual enhancement of their team's overall combat capabilities. As night fell, the survivors gathered together, basking in the warmth of their unity. Though each individual felt utterly exhausted, hope ignited within their hearts, firmly believing that as long as they continued to work hand in hand, they could ultimately weather this apocalyptic storm. Chapter 11. The choice of escape route. After deciding to drive away from the urban village, Lin Feng and his companions reconvened in a dilapidated yet sturdy structure. A map lay spread out on the table, its paper yellowed and edges frayed, a clear testament to its exposure to the elements. The map, originally depicting the geographical information of Shijing City and its surroundings, now served as a crucial tool for plotting their life-or-death escape route. Standing before the table, Lin Feng gazed intently at the map, his fingers gliding lightly over the lines representing roads and terrain. His expression was focused and grave, as his eyes scanned the urban area and its periphery, searching for the safest escape path. Every individual in the room held their breath, the tension in the atmosphere nearly suffocating. They understood that this discussion would determine their chances of surviving the onslaught of monsters ravaging the city. Zhao Lei was the first to break the silence, pointing to the southern part of the map. "We are currently at the southwestern corner of Shijing City, and H University is right here." He traced the location with his finger, Continuing his analysis, if we head south, we can navigate along the outskirts of the city, ultimately aiming for the Qinshan Mountains to the south. The area is densely vegetated and features complex terrain, providing natural cover and a better environment for concealment. His voice was calm, yet each word conveyed the gravity of their situation. After finishing, he surveyed the group, seemingly awaiting their feedback. However, traveling along the city's edge would not be without its challenges. Zhao Lei added, his tone growing more cautious, "We must remain vigilant against the monsters that may lurk in abandoned buildings and streets, especially as darkness falls, which heightens the risks." He paused, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Feng. The two exchanged a heavy look, silently confirming that this was likely their safest option. Bai Weiwei furrowed her brow, studying the route on the map intently. Deep in thought, her fingertips glided gently around the area of the Qinshan Mountains. After a moment, she lifted her head, her voice calm and rational. The Qinshan Mountains could indeed serve as a potential refuge, but we must not underestimate the dangers along the way. She contemplated deeply, noting that there could be a greater number of monsters along the route, particularly in the suburban areas, where many mutated creatures would likely spread from the city. These mutated beings are often highly evolved, capable of detecting scents and sounds that might alert them. She continued, we must minimize any opportunities to expose ourselves. If we can find suitable elevated locations along the way to pause and observe our surroundings, we can make necessary adjustments to ensure our safety before proceeding. Her expression remained composed, yet her eyes conveyed a steely resolve, as though she was mentally preparing for the worst. Zhang Lin gripped her dagger tighter, her gaze sharp, as if calculating every potential risk. She scrutinized several landmarks on the map, pointing to marked side paths. These villages and towns might still harbor some well-preserved supplies. We could concentrate our search at these locations, such as abandoned supermarkets, granaries, or even village wells, provided the water source remains uncontaminated, which could resolve our drinking needs. Her tone was decisive and pragmatic. Zhang Lin added, however, we must remain flexible and avoid greed. When searching for supplies, a few of us should act swiftly and separately, while others maintain vigilance outside. If we encounter a large group of monsters, we must abandon the mission without hesitation. We cannot afford to linger. Her words resonated with the group, as her experience often proved invaluable in critical moments. Han Ziyuan had been contemplating quietly, raising his head only after the others finished speaking. His tone was steady, yet tinged with an undeniable sense of urgency. It is indeed crucial to monitor the supply points along the way, but we must control our time and refrain from lingering in any one place. He pointed to several open areas on the map, his expression grave. The range of dark matter fluctuations is expanding. It affects not only humans, but also the activities of certain mutated beings, which are no longer confined to the city. These open areas are particularly perilous. Han Ziyuan continued, analyzing the situation further. It is likely that mutated creatures wander these regions, seemingly in search of prey or territory. He paused, then added, especially in those large activity zones with unavoidable terrain, we must plan our route for quick passage in advance to minimize exposure. His gaze swept across each person's face, reminding them to maintain heightened vigilance. Lin Feng had been listening intently, his expression gradually growing more profound. He valued each person's suggestions, rapidly synthesizing the information in his mind, striving to devise the most rational plan. He understood that the morale and faith of the team had been significantly eroded during their ongoing flight, and he needed to provide them with direction and confidence. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his head, casting his gaze across every weary yet resilient face, speaking with unwavering determination. Very well, we shall follow this route. We will navigate southward, heading straight for the Qinshan Mountains. His voice resonated like an unassailable command, imbued with an indomitable resolve, as they aimed to evade high-density areas along the way, hastily resupplying when necessary, but never allowing themselves to fall into danger. He paused, raising his voice slightly, his eyes blazing with intensity. Our goal is survival, and the first principle of survival is calmness and vigilance. After a brief silence in the room, Zhao Lei nodded firmly, as if regaining strength from Lin Feng's words. A resolute smile emerged on his face, as if nothing could deter him now. Then it is settled. We have no other retreat, and we can only charge forward. The group reached a consensus, gathering their gear, hearts filled with a blend of trepidation and anticipation. Han Ziyuan grasped the car keys tightly, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his companions. His tone steadied. In that case, I will do my utmost to support your actions. Let us hope we reach the Qinshan Mountains smoothly. As the final preparations came to a close, everyone busily organized their backpacks, silently reciting their hopes and wishes. After the packing was completed, Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei stood on the balcony, enveloped by an atmosphere charged with tension and anticipation. Outside, the world remained a desolate landscape interwoven with fear. Yet in that moment, the balcony felt like a brief sanctuary. Bai Weiwei pondered quietly, warmth surging within her. She gently rested her head on Lin Feng's shoulder, savoring the comforting warmth and solidity he provided. In that instant, it seemed that all worries had momentarily vanished. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a wave of relief, a warm emotion stirring in his heart. With you by my side, I feel more secure, Bai Weiwei whispered, her voice trembling slightly, as if those simple words expressed her deep reliance and yearning. Upon hearing her, Lin Feng felt her emotions resonate within him, softening his heart. He smiled faintly, gazing down at her silky hair, and tenderly placed his hand on her back, offering her unspoken support and warmth. His heart raced, feeling somewhat at a loss, yet the warmth of the moment filled him with joy. I will find greater courage as well, he replied softly, his tone imbued with determination, as if infusing her with strength through his feelings. Bai Weiwei lifted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a complex blend of anxiety and expectation. The road ahead will not be easy, she said, her voice frail yet thoughtful. Though we each have our plans, I still harbor some fear. Fear of what? Lin Feng inquired gently. He understood that her concerns extended beyond mere survival threats to the uncertainties of the future. I fear losing, Bai Weiwei's voice dropped, sounding fragile. Losing you, losing all of you. After all, you are all I have now. A flicker of pain crossed her gaze, as if contemplating that extreme possibility. Lin Feng gently squeezed her shoulder, attempting to provide a sense of grounding. We will move forward together. We won't let such things happen, he asserted, his voice steady yet tender, as though making a promise. Bai Weiwei looked up, tears glimmering in her eyes. She struggled to muster a smile. I want to believe that, truly. The night deepened around them, the gentle breeze outside bringing a hint of coolness. Lin Feng sensed Bai Weiwei's unease and leaned in closer. His eyes filled with resolve. As long as we are together, there is hope. His tone was firm, his gaze locked onto hers, as if conveying a silent strength. Feeling his emotions, Bai Weiwei gently grasped Lin Feng's hand, as if channeling her own courage and conviction through that connection. And no matter how arduous the path ahead, I am willing to stand by your side. Her voice was steady yet soft, her eyes revealing trust and determination. Bai Weiwei felt the warmth of his palm, and in that moment, a surge of warmth filled her heart. She nodded slightly, silently resolving. I will face everything with you, no matter what challenges arise. This time, her voice carried a strong determination, as if she were encouraging herself. Then let us move forward together, Lin Feng said softly, a look of unwavering resolve in his eyes. Their gazes met, as if in that fleeting moment. They reached an unspoken agreement. They both understood that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but their shared faith and support would be their greatest strength. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei exchanged words, Zhao Lei and Zhang Lin engaged in a tense yet pragmatic discussion nearby. Zhao Lei whispered to Zhang Lin, we may encounter unforeseen circumstances along the way. What contingency plans do you think we should prepare? Zhang Lin pondered for a moment, her gaze drifting over the map. First, we must ensure everyone is clear on their roles and maintain flexibility, she replied, her voice clear and resolute, her eyes sparkling with focus. I can take charge of scouting for supplies, while you can keep an eye on our surroundings and sound the alarm if necessary. Zhao Lei nodded, his brow furrowed in thought. Yes, but we also need to establish a retreat signal to avoid chaos at critical moments. He traced possible escape routes on the map with his finger, seeking the safest path. We can set up a simple hand signal. Like this, Zhang Lin demonstrated a gesture, then added earnestly, if we encounter danger, we can react swiftly, ensuring everyone can regroup in the shortest time possible. Good idea. Zhao Lei's eyes brightened, clearly pleased with the suggestion. Moreover, we must consider the supplies of food and water to ensure we do not waste too much time on hasty resupply efforts. His tone conveyed a sense of urgency, revealing his deep concern about the challenges that lay ahead. Zhang Lin nodded in agreement, her gaze steady and filled with determination. Indeed, time and resources are exceedingly limited. We must strive for efficiency. As long as we trust each other and respond flexibly, we will surely overcome the difficulties before us. As their discussion deepened, Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei joined the conversation upon their return, and the surrounding tension seemed to ease slightly. Everyone began to sense that the trust and cooperation among the team were key to their survival in this daunting game. Chapter 12. Arrival at the gas station the following morning. Warm sunlight poured onto the balcony, casting an illusory tranquility over the crisis-ridden city. The air was imbued with a faint dampness, as if heralding the onset of an unknown journey. Han Ziyuan stood in the yard, car keys in hand, his expression grave as he inspected the vehicle's condition. Beside him lay several large empty bottles, gathered through the efforts of the group the previous day, intended for storing drinking water and fuel in case of emergencies along the way. He repeatedly checked the tire pressure and fuel level, even lifting the hood, fearful of any potential issues. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei were at the back of the car, organizing the last of their supplies. The backpacks were securely placed in the trunk, filled with the best provisions they could gather over the past few days. A few cans of rudimentary food, medical supplies, a first aid kit, some compressed biscuits, and a few flashlights with spare batteries. There were also several dull kitchen knives and a wooden stick, repurposed as makeshift defensive tools. Bai Weiwei had thoughtfully bound these weapons with a cloth for easy access. "The empty bottles I packed yesterday are still there, right?" Lin Feng inquired, scanning the trunk. Zhao Lei patted the bottles, ensuring they were firmly secured in the corner. "Yes, they're all tied down, they won't roll out." He paused, a hint of unease creeping into his tone. "But can we really find a gas station to refuel? This area is already quite desolate." Lin Feng fell silent for a moment, glancing at Han Ziyuan's taut figure. Before turning to Zhao Lei, "Don't overthink it. We'll take it one step at a time." He attempted to keep his voice light, though the worry in his eyes remained. The vehicle was ultimately packed to the brim. Every inch of space filled to capacity, with even a few bottles of water occupying the seats. Han Ziyuan closed the trunk and dusted off his hands, taking a deep breath. "All right, everyone get in. The sooner we leave, the better." Bai Weiwei and Zhang Lin stuffed some lightweight items into the storage compartment beside the passenger seat, double-checking the defensive tools inside the car. They exchanged encouraging glances from the back seat, striving to calm their nerves. Nevertheless, the tension lingered in everyone's hearts. Bai Weiwei murmured to herself, "It will be fine." As Han Ziyuan inserted the car key into the ignition, the engine emitted a low rumble, shattering the rare tranquility. The vehicle slowly pulled away from the urban village and onto the road leading to the outskirts of Shijing City. Inside the car, everyone held their breath as the scenery outside began to shift, the city gradually giving way to barren ruins. Along the way, Lin Feng occasionally turned to check on the supplies in the trunk, ensuring everything remained intact. His gaze swept over the empty bottles and backpacks, mentally calculating how long their provisions might last. Meanwhile, Han Ziyuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixated on the road ahead, alert for any sign of danger. The atmosphere inside the car grew increasingly tense. Despite the sun shining brightly, casting blinding reflections off the windows, the warmth could not soothe their anxious hearts. The sights along the road grew more desolate. Once bustling streets now lay deserted, with only scattered debris rolling along with the wind, producing faint rustling sounds. Abandoned vehicles lined the roadside, their dusty and scratched exteriors suggesting they had been forsaken by time. Breaking the silence, Han Ziyuan remarked, "There should still be one or two gas stations ahead. Let us hope we can find enough fuel before nightfall." His tone was resolute, though his palms were slightly sweaty with tension. Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei exchanged glances, anxiety reflected in their eyes. But they said nothing more, silently praying for a smooth journey. The car continued to move slowly down the deserted streets, the heavy atmosphere of desolation hanging in the air. There were hardly any pedestrians in sight, as if the entire city had been abandoned. Once bustling streets now lie in eerie silence, interwoven with scenes of decay. A gentle breeze stirs, lifting scattered plastic bags and paper debris, which twirl momentarily in the air before helplessly falling to the ground with a rustling sound. Shattering the brief stillness, the shops lining the roads appear particularly desolate. The once warm glow of their windows is now shattered, with fragments of broken glass strewn about, glinting faintly in the sunlight. The words on the billboards remain legible, yet they are cloaked in dust and grime, as if the memories of this city are being relentlessly eroded. In front of a CAF at the corner. A table and chair have been toppled by the wind, the ground littered with unfinished coffee, exuding a faintly putrid odor that serves as a reminder of the life that once thrived here. The air still carries a hint of the acrid scent of smoke from a recent fire, and distant sirens can occasionally be heard, the last cry of vitality from the city. Just 3 or 4 days have passed. Yet the streets still bear witness to hurried departures, with scattered items such as plastic bags, shopping carts, and abandoned luggage narrating tales of frantic escape. The traces left by people are starkly vivid, yet imbued with a deep sense of despair, evoking a pang of sorrow. In this seemingly tranquil yet perilous city, every occupant within the vehicle is gripped by unease. They understand that danger has not receded. Only by remaining vigilant can they hope to find a glimmer of survival amid the aftermath of disaster. On the sidewalk, discarded baby strollers, stray shopping bags, and overturned bicycles are haphazardly piled together. As if in one fleeting moment, everyone was forced to flee in panic, leaving everything behind. These chaotic remnants silently narrate the city's former turmoil and fear. Even more unsettling are the abandoned vehicles lining the road, haphazardly parked, as if caught in eternal slumber. Their bodies are cloaked in thick layers of dust, some even sprouting weeds, with rusted surfaces resembling scars etched by time. Doors stand ajar, and windshields are shattered. Fragments scattered across the driver's seat, bearing witness to forced looting or frantic escapes. A few vehicles, in worse condition, have crashed into roadside poles or walls, their bodies grotesquely contorted, with scattered parts symbolizing the city's collapse. The towering buildings flanking the streets have lost sections of their glass facades. Exposed, however, both parties must exercise caution and refrain from causing trouble for one another. Chunlai revealed a faint smile of resignation as he shook hands with Lin Feng, saying, "I understand. It is not easy for you as well." He then signaled his teammates to keep up their efforts while he began to inspect the supplies in their vehicle, ensuring that everything was in order. The two groups worked in seamless coordination, swiftly refueling while assigning watch posts and taking turns to remain vigilant of their surroundings. Although trust was still being established between them, they all comprehended that, in this perilous world, unity might very well be their only hope for survival. Chapter 13. The onslaught of monsters. Just as Lin Feng and Chunlai reached an agreement to refuel, a low, rumbling roar suddenly erupted from the distant ruins, sending tremors through the air. Instantly, everyone became alert, exchanging tense glances, as the scent of battle permeated the atmosphere. Their movement, Chunlai murmured, swiftly drawing his compound bow. The arrow poised steadily toward the front. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, scanned the vicinity in search of lurking foes. Lin Feng gripped his machete tightly, his brow furrowed, his eyes warily sweeping across every potential hiding place as he directed his team. "Everyone, remain calm. Prepare for confrontation." Lin Feng spoke in a low, commanding tone, exuding an air of unflappable confidence. He recognized that this battle had come upon them abruptly, leaving no room for retreat, as the roars grew nearer. A grotesque, mutated creature lunged forth from the ruins, its form twisted, skin a ghastly gray, emanating a nauseating stench. Its claws were curved and sharp, and its eyes glimmered with malevolent red light. Following closely behind, more monsters emerged from the shadows, their numbers overwhelming, moving slowly yet with ferocity. Their bodies were riddled with decaying wounds, a clear indication of prolonged mutation due to the desolate environment. Lin Feng's gaze narrowed to a line, his grip on the machete tightening as he swiftly transitioned into battle mode. He surveyed his team, promptly assigning combat roles. "By Wei, you will take the center, using your psychic powers to support us." Lin Feng commanded loudly, his tone resolute. "Zhang Lin and Zhao Lei, handle the monsters on the left. Chunlai, provide long-range support, targeting the most numerous creatures. Xiaowu and Suya, you are responsible for the right flank. Eliminate the monsters swiftly to avoid being surrounded. Everyone must maintain formation and protect by Weiwei, Lao Guan. Focus on refueling and shout out as soon as you're done. Under Lin Feng's direction, each member swiftly reacted, taking their positions according to their assigned tasks. Bai Weiwei stood at the center, closing her eyes and gently waving her hands, gathering psychic energy to prepare a powerful mental assault to disrupt the enemies. She understood that her role extended beyond mere physical support. She was pivotal in controlling the battlefield's dynamics in such circumstances. Zhang Lin and Zhao Lei, tightly gripping their weapons, stationed themselves on the left and mid-left. Zhang Lin, though awakened, was still uncertain of her newfound abilities. Nevertheless, her physical capabilities had significantly improved post-awakening, making her a formidable force compared to the frail girl she once was. Zhao Lei, wielding a metal rod, had a keen gaze, evidently poised to thwart any monsters attempting to breach their defenses. Chunlai positioned himself at the rear of the group, swiftly adjusting his bowstring, his focus locked on the most distant monsters. His fingers steady, the arrows were akin to precision bullets, ready to be unleashed. His duty extended beyond merely protecting his teammates. He was tasked with clearing a safer space for them, eliminating any threats and stragglers. Xiaowu and Suya began to showcase remarkable synergy on the right side of the battlefield. Xiaowu's kitchen knife danced like the wind, each strike finding its mark on the creature's vulnerable spots. Meanwhile, Suya wielded her baseball bat with immense force, sending the approaching monsters staggering back with each powerful blow. Lao Guan, whose combat prowess was limited, busied himself with refueling, his fingers hastily operating the pump, his expression fraught with urgency. With each passing second, he silently prayed for the tank to fill quickly, hoping they could escape this perilous zone without delay. Lin Feng maintained his vigilance as the monsters drew nearer, quietly instructing, prepare to engage. Protect your teammates, and do not act recklessly. Zhang Lin and Zhao Lei coordinated seamlessly, fending off the first wave of approaching monsters, while Lin Feng provided cover from the periphery, wielding his machete to repel a creature lunging at Zhang Lin. Chunlai's arrows struck true, each one hitting its target, yet the sheer number of monsters kept advancing without respite. He had limited ammunition and prioritized threats with precision. Bai Weiwei's psychic assault continued unabated. Her focus unwavering, she penetrated the minds of the enemies, successfully disorienting several creatures. At that moment, a deafening roar shattered the temporary calm, as the mutated monster emerged from the shadows of the ruins. Advancing toward them, this aberrant creature towered at 3 meters, its skin an unhealthy pallor, exuding a metallic hardness. Its muscles bulged, appearing embedded with steel, radiating an undeniable aura of oppression with every movement. Its limbs, unnaturally twisted yet brimming with explosive power, were veined with thick cords, the muscle's expansion capable of shattering any obstacle in its path. The creature's eyes glowed a deep crimson, reflecting madness and bloodlust. Its face grotesquely contorted, with a mouth full of jagged teeth, poised to crush the bones of its prey. Most terrifying were the twisted bone spikes that erupted from its back, the surrounding skin torn and bleeding, resembling a biological weapon ready to demolish anything that obstructed its path. With a thunderous crash of its massive foot, the ground trembled, the cement cracking beneath its weight. The aberrant monster unleashed a deafening roar, and with it came a palpable shockwave, stirring the dust around them. Its abilities extended beyond sheer brute strength. With each roar, it seemed to invigorate the surrounding. Lao Guan struck fiercely at the head of a diminutive monster with a metal rod, sending it flying several meters away, while Zhao Lei pierced the chest of another creature with a metallic staff. Despite the tremor in his arms, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Xiaowu, to the right, Suya called out, swiftly swinging her baseball bat to repel a monster attempting to flank them. Reacting to her voice, Xiaowu swung his kitchen knife at the small creature, dispatching it to the ground. The two worked in perfect harmony, with Suya focusing on frontal defense while Xiaowu swiftly dealt with the fallen foes. Sweat streamed down Xiaowu's cheeks, yet he remained resolute, understanding the necessity of their combined strength. Standing at a distance, Chunlai held his bowstring taut, his compound bow drawn straight. He quickly aimed at the monsters trying to breach their defenses, and with a single shot, he accurately pierced one creature's skull. Without delay, he nocked a second arrow, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng's vicinity, providing long-range cover. Suddenly, he noticed an enraged small monster stealthily approaching Lin Feng from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Chunlai released the bowstring, the arrow whistling through the air and striking true at the creature's throat, pinning it to the ground. Though his actions appeared effortless, the continuous tension had left his arms weary and close to exhaustion. "Thank you," Lin Feng growled, maintaining his focus on the power-type aberration before him. Meanwhile, Bai Weiwei was expending her mental energy from the rear, continuously supporting Lin Feng. "The small monsters have been cleared," Zhao Lei reported breathlessly. As the group saw the smaller, frenzied creatures repelled one by one, their eyes turned to the still-raging aberrant power-type monster. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, wielding his machete to keep the aberration at bay. Each swing was executed with all his might, veins bulging on his forehead, his arms nearly numb. In a moment of respite, he suddenly shouted, "Now's the time. Attack it together. Don't let it breathe." Hearing his command, Chunlai swiftly drew his compound bow, eyes locked onto the vulnerable joint of the monster's knee. Taking a deep breath, he forced his trembling arms to steady, releasing the arrow like a bolt of lightning. Striking its mark, the metal tip embedded deeply into the muscle near the monster's knee, hampering its movement, causing it to fall to the ground with an enraged roar. Simultaneously, Suya and Xiao Wu moved in tandem. Silently circling to the creature's other side, Suya gripped her baseball bat tightly, channeling all her strength into a mighty blow against the monster's hind leg. The sound of breaking bones sent a shiver through her. Yet she did not falter, continuing her relentless assault. Xiao Wu gritted his teeth, sweat trickling down his face. He lifted his heavy kitchen knife, aiming for the monster's lower back, swinging down with all his might in an attempt to weaken its formidable strength. Bai Weiwei stood at the rear, her brow furrowed, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. She relentlessly unleashed mental attacks, striving to disorient the monster's senses. Despite the immense toll on her stamina, her legs began to weaken, but she refused to yield. The entire team worked in concert, forcefully subduing the creature. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng leapt forward, bringing his machete down heavily onto the monster's neck. The blade sunk deep into flesh. Blood sprang forth like a fountain, splattering onto Lin Feng's face. A final glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. Yet the creature's agonized roar filled the air with a palpable sense of impending danger. "Just a little longer, everyone. Hold on," Han Ziwan shouted, breathless but resolute. His strength was nearly spent, the metal rod in his hand feeling unbearably heavy, yet he gritted his teeth and struck at the creature's flank. Striving to exacerbate its injuries, at that moment, the monster let out a deafening roar, its muscles swelling with a surge of furious power. It activated its death throw skill, red light flashing wildly in its eyes as it lunged at Zhang Lin. Akin to a desperate beast. "Zhang Lin, watch out!" Zhao Lei's pupils dilated in horror as he saw the monster charging toward her. With no time to think, he instinctively rushed to push her aside with all his strength. Zhang Lin was thrust aside, nearly losing her balance, and as she turned back in terror, she witnessed Zhao Lei being torn apart by the monster's claws. "Zhao Lei!" Zhang Lin's scream was heart-wrenching, tears flooding her eyes as she desperately crawled towards him, wanting to grasp his hand, only to see him pale and dazed, collapsing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from his chest, vitality seemingly draining away rapidly. Just as she was about to rush forward in despair, Lin Feng seized her arm, pulling her back forcefully. "Don't lose focus. Stay calm. We cannot let his sacrifice be in vain." Zhao Lei gasped for breath, struggling to lift his head, a faint smile attempting to reassure Zhang Lin. "Don't worry. I'm fine. Just caught off guard." Before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss. "Zhao Lei!" Lin Feng's jaw clenched, his eyes ablaze with fury and determination. His grip on the knife tightened instinctively, his gaze fixed on the still rampaging aberration. Its blood had stained the ground, its spine damaged, and its body nearly collapsed. Yet it continued to resist, relying on its last vestiges of ferocity to struggle on. the monster emitted a haunting roar. Its eyes filled with a frenzied red light. Its bone spines had shattered, its body no longer resembling its former strength, yet it refused to yield, fixating on Lin Feng as its target. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, the fire of anger burning fiercely in his eyes. He swiftly locked onto the monster, pushing off with his legs and charging forward in its final struggle. The creature lifted its battered arm, attempting to grasp Lin Feng. But its movements had become sluggish, its injuries fragmenting its strength. Lin Feng dodged its strike, his machete slicing through the air with a piercing sound as he aimed for the broken spine of the creature. The blade found its mark, embedding itself between the vertebrae and muscle with a dull crack, completely severing the monster's spine. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, the creature's body losing balance, twisting violently as it seemed to enter its final throes of agony. It let out a wretched roar, filled with despair and rage, before crashing to the ground, its head striking the earth, sending up a cloud of dust and blood. Its once red eyes widened, devoid of rationality, leaving only the feral madness within. As its final breath faded away, the creature's body gradually stilled, its limbs falling limply to the ground, lifeless. Lin Feng stood beside the carcass, gripping his machete tightly, his gaze intense. Though the monster lay dead, the anger within him continued to blaze. He understood that Zhao Lei's grievous injuries necessitated haste, and this blow had finally delivered the monster its deserved demise. Chapter 14. Zhang Lin and Zhao Lei's dual awakening while urging his teammates to hasten in gathering their gear. Lin Feng's eyes remained fixed on the fallen aberration. Noticing the dim red crystal core glimmering faintly upon the monster's back, he approached without hesitation, deftly extracting the core from its muscle tissue and swiftly wrapping it in cloth. Simultaneously, his gaze swept over the creature's limbs, observing its twisted, sharp spines that had unleashed tremendous force during battle, leaving deep gouges in the ground. A testament to their destructive power, he realized that these natural bone weapons could prove invaluable. Without hesitation, Lin Feng called out to Xiao Wu, come help. We need to collect its bone spines. They could be useful. Xiao Wu hurried forward, retrieving his tools and carefully cutting away the monster's spines. These spines, once the creature's natural weapons, were thick and razor-sharp, cold to the touch and stained with dark red blood. Together, Xiao Wu and Lin Feng worked to detach the spines, their weight exceeding their expectations. The surfaces uneven and sharp, each inch brimming with lethality. Once the spines and crystal core were secured, Lin Feng decisively called to the group, all items accounted for, let us get moving. The noise here will soon attract more monsters. He quickly rushed to Zhao Lei, lowering his gaze to the unconscious figure, gritting his teeth as he whispered, you must survive, brother, and without hesitation, he began to assess his injuries. Beside them, Zhang Lin, seeing Zhao Lei's severe condition, felt a surge of urgency. Just as she was about to step forward, she saw Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei carefully lifting Zhao Lei and placing him in the back seat of the first vehicle. Although Zhao Lei was unconscious and pale, he still had a faint breath. Zhang Lin quickly followed, sitting beside him, ready to provide treatment at a moment's notice. The team returned to the vehicle they had just arrived in, and after confirming everyone was aboard, Lao Guan started the engine and led the way out of the gas station. Han Laoshe continued to drive, both vehicles heading south towards Qinshan. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Lin gently placed her hands over Zhao Lei's wounds, warm healing energy flowing steadily into his body. Yet, her heart churned with unease, far more turbulent than the healing energy she channeled. She found herself recalling the moment Zhao Lei, seeing the monster's attack approaching, had unhesitatingly rushed in front of her, using his own body to shield her from the fatal blow. In that fleeting moment, his expression exuded an unwavering fearlessness, his gaze resolute, as if he had already resolved to embrace a certain fate. Zhang Lin was astonished by the unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face, scarcely able to believe that the boy who was usually playful and jovial would so selflessly rush to her side. Shielding her from the clutches of death, her hand gently pressed against the wound on his chest, feeling his gradually stabilizing breath and warm body temperature, which left her momentarily entranced. Zhang Lin recognized that Zhao Lei had always been somewhat carefree. His lips often curled into a relaxed smile, as if nothing truly weighed upon his heart. He had a penchant for teasing her, provoking her ire, and at times, she found him lacking in gravitas. Yet today, witnessing his selfless act of protection, Zhang Lin suddenly realized that she may have consistently underestimated him. He was not devoid of emotion, nor merely a boy who thrived on jest. He was someone dependable, worthy of trust in critical moments. She could not help but recall the instant he fell, a pang of pain and regret swelling within her. If only she had been more cautious, perhaps he would not have sustained such grievous injuries. Zhang Lin sighed softly, her fingers applying a gentler pressure, as if not only wishing to mend his wound, but also to soothe the scars he bore because of her. Gazing at Zhao Lei's slightly pallid face, her emotions deepened into a complex tapestry of feelings. Perhaps she had never truly understood him, and now, the quietly budding affection caught her off guard. Zhang Lin subtly lowered her gaze, her fist tightening slightly, silently praying, "Zhao Lei, you must awaken, and from this moment forth, I shall never allow you to face danger alone." As she observed him lying weakly in his seat, pallid and breathing faintly, a slight ache welled up in her heart. She prayed earnestly, "Hold on, Zhao Lei." In that moment, she was unaware that her voice had escaped her lips, tinged with urgency and concern. Just as Zhang Lin remained fixated on Zhao Lei, an extraordinary sensation surged within her. The hand she had placed upon his wound radiated gentle yet unceasing healing energy. However, as her concentration intensified, the warmth emanating from her palm grew increasingly potent, as if a nascent force was awakening within her. Zhang Lin vaguely sensed that she might have awakened a form of healing ability. Her palm glowed with a warm luminescence, brighter and softer than the previous healing energy. This light flowed from her hand, penetrating Zhao Lei's wound, gradually stabilizing his breath and restoring a semblance of color to his face. She silently observed her palm, confirming the existence of this newfound power, feeling the energy flow. Zhang Lin could perceive that this force seemed to emanate from within herself, intricately linked to her intentions. Though she did not fully comprehend the mechanics of this power, she was certain it was a healing ability she could control and utilize effectively. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of the mutated monster's crystal core beside her, which flickered with a faint glow. Zhang Lin blinked in surprise, initially thinking she had imagined it, only to notice Zhao Lei's arm gently trembling, seemingly reaching toward the crystal core unconsciously. The core rested quietly beside his fingertips, a faint aura enveloping its surface, as if responding to a call from within him. Zhang Lin instinctively held her breath, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Her palm remained in a healing position, feeling the energy within her resonate with Zhao Lei's body, inadvertently guiding that strange power toward the crystal core. Before she could fully react, Zhao Lei's fingers finally brushed against the core. In an instant, the core's energy surged into his body like a powerful current. Zhang Lin watched in awe as her heart raced. She felt an unprecedented resonance, as if her healing abilities and the core's power merged and flowed into Zhao Lei, intertwining seamlessly. The healing light grew increasingly fervent, as if infusing Zhao Lei's body with a new vitality and strength. His body trembled slightly, his breath becoming more robust, and miraculously, his wounds began to heal, even his stamina recovering. Zhang Lin's emotions were a blend of tension and exhilaration. She realized she could trigger the energy conduit of the crystal core through her healing skills. And this power not only healed his injuries but also initiated some irreversible evolution within Zhao Lei. She gazed at him quietly, a wave of indescribable tenderness swelling within her. She stood frozen, her heart racing, faintly sensing a mysterious force surging through Zhao Lei. Zhang Lin refrained from interrupting him, her focus unwavering, as her worries and anxieties gradually transformed into a subtle anticipation. She was uncertain of what Zhao Lei was experiencing at that moment, but she felt that something extraordinary was unfolding within him. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Lin was intently treating Zhao Lei's wounds when suddenly, his hand lifted slightly, brushing against the monster's crystal core resting beside him. In an instant, a potent wave of energy surged into his body like a jolt of electricity. Zhao Lei's body convulsed violently, and his eyes shot open, revealing an eerie and profound golden glow within his pupils. A ferocious power seemed to churn within him, as his very essence underwent a dramatic transformation. "Zhao Lei, What's happening to you? Zhang Lin exclaimed in shock, her heart racing, utterly unprepared for the scene before her. Lin Feng, seated in the front row, was drawn by her exclamation, turning sharply to witness Zhao Lei's anomaly. His brow furrowed, his voice brimming with caution. Zhang Lin, remain calm. Zhao Lei, how do you feel? Bai Weiwei was also taken aback. Gripping her seat tightly, recoiling slightly, a flicker of confusion and concern crossing her face. Zhao Lei, you haven't inadvertently absorbed the core's power, have you? Meanwhile, Teacher Han's expression was one of astonishment and apprehension. This could spell trouble. The energy from the mutated core is beyond what an ordinary person can endure. Can Zhao Lei withstand it? Zhao Lei panted softly, seemingly adjusting to the energy coursing within him, as the golden glow gradually receded from his eyes. He slowly straightened, raising his hand to examine his palm, his expression a medley of complexity and unmistakable excitement. I don't know, but it seems I've truly absorbed this power, and why injuries have healed. Zhang Lin, noticing the changes within him, felt a mix of astonishment and concern. She hurriedly checked the wound on his left chest, which had now completely healed, leaving only a tear in his clothing and traces of blood, likely a result of his awakening coinciding with her healing efforts. Zhao Lei took a deep breath, closing his eyes to sense the new power within him. His body felt suffused with boundless vitality. Every muscle fiber trembled slightly, as if brimming with uncontrollable explosive force. With the energy from the mutated core integrating within him, he could distinctly perceive the power flowing through his body, akin to a warm current surging through his limbs and spine, full and potent. He looked down at his hands, feeling a newfound strength coursing through them, as if even the density of his bones and muscles had increased. He gently clenched his fist, hearing a faint crackling sound from his joints, as if the power within him overflowed into every crevice. This power is overwhelming, Zhao Lei murmured, disbelief and exhilaration flickering in his eyes. His arms had thickened slightly due to this new strength, the contours of his muscles becoming more pronounced, his physique appearing even more robust than before. Although his overall height had not changed significantly, every inch of muscle radiated explosive potential. Zhang Lin observed his transformation, a hint of worry flashing in her gaze as she gently touched Zhao Lei's arm, discovering the hardness of his muscles to be astonishingly greater than before. She whispered, Zhao Lei, has your strength increased? Zhao Lei nodded, confidence sparkling in his eyes. I feel like my strength is incomparable to before. I could probably fell a bull with a single punch. He gazed at his arm, almost able to foresee the devastation one punch could unleash. Lin Feng scrutinized Zhao Lei, his tone serious. Zhao Lei, the awakening of a monster's power is not merely a boon. It is a double-edged sword. You must learn to control it, lest it backfire on you. Zhao Lei nodded in response, determination gleaming in his eyes. I will master this power and wield it solely for our cause. Bai Weiwei regarded Zhao Lei, her expression easing slightly. Thank goodness you managed to endure this power. It's a rare gift. So be sure not to misuse it. Teacher Han also smiled with relief, gently remarking, make good use of this power. Perhaps in the future, we can rely on you to protect everyone. Chapter 15. Arrival at the foot of the mountain in the vehicle. Teacher Han focused intently on driving, while the others engaged in lively discussions about the recent battle. Bai Weiwei, seated in the passenger seat, could not resist glancing back at Zhang Lin and Zhao Lei, teasingly remarking, Zhao Lei, you truly are fortunate this time. Not only did you awaken a power-type ability, but your injuries healed themselves as well. Zhao Lei scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. Maybe it was just luck. Who knew I could accidentally absorb the energy from the core? Though he spoke lightly, a hint of pride and joy was unmistakable in his eyes. Observing this, Lin Feng interjected with a teasing smile. It seems our team is not just lucky with Zhao Lei. Zhang Lin has awakened a healing ability as well, which is a rare support skill. Zhang Lin, were it not for your prior treatment, Zhao Lei would not have recovered so swiftly from his grave injuries. Would you not agree, Zhang Lin? Zhang Lin lowered her head slightly, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she replied, I never anticipated such an awakening. I was simply overwhelmed with urgency and could not think of anything else. She explained in a hushed tone, her palms instinctively clenching. The image of Zhao Lei recklessly shielding her from danger flickered in her mind, and a complex emotion glimmered in her eyes, filled with gratitude. Teacher Han, driving while listening to their exchange, interjected, "The power of awakening often springs from the deepest convictions or emotions within our hearts. Lin Feng, it seems that your team is witnessing an increasing number of awakenings." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei jested, "Perhaps it is because Zhang Lin has long harbored a dislike for me, wanting to heal me so I might cause less trouble for everyone." With that, he playfully winked at Zhang Lin. Attempting to lighten the atmosphere, his words elicited laughter from the group, and the mood inside the vehicle brightened, fostering a warm camaraderie amid their perilous journey. Following the battle, Zhao Lei was no longer the somewhat carefree individual he once was. Although he retained his habitual playful demeanor, an added sense of responsibility now dwelled within him. The awakening of his powers not only healed his wounds, but also made him acutely aware of his newfound ability and obligation to protect others. Since his awakening, his expectations of himself had risen correspondingly. He no longer relied solely on a facade of jest to mask his feelings. Instead, he resolutely embraced the hopes of his teammates. Zhang Lin's awakening similarly heralded a profound transformation. Known for her calm demeanor and cautious approach, the emergence of her healing abilities revealed to her that she was not merely a bystander. She distinctly felt that her potential and healing power during critical moments stemmed from her concern and worry for Zhao Lei. She understood that this strength was not merely a product of her rationality, but was rooted in a deeply buried emotion. She began to realize that Zhao Lei had evolved from being just an ordinary companion. After his selfless act of saving her, she started to perceive his virtues. Though Zhang Lin usually restrained her emotions, a teasing remark or a glance from Zhao Lei could effortlessly elicit an involuntary smile from her. She had previously regarded him as impulsive and frivolous, but witnessing his fearless determination to protect her subtly shifted her perspective. The emotion behind this healing power gradually allowed her to confront her inner feelings with greater ease. The relationship between the two began to transform quietly. Their awakenings not only fortified them but also deepened their understanding of one another. The light-hearted banter within the vehicle belied the profound bond forged in the crucible of life and death, an unspoken connection that had undeniably strengthened. Soon, the conversation shifted from Zhang Lin and Zhao Lei's awakenings to the other teammates, particularly Qinlai, Suya, Lao Guan, and Xiao Wu, who had fought alongside them in a different vehicle. Bai Weiwei could not help but remark, "It's not just us. Qinlai and his companions are truly formidable. Qinlai's archery has shown me what it means to hit the bullseye from 100 paces. His calm demeanor makes him a reliable ally." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Indeed, Qinlai's archery skills are exceptional, consistently hitting vital points. Particularly when facing agile monsters. His arrows serve as a powerful support for our team. His quick reflexes and keen observation make him a trustworthy partner. Zhao Lei added, "Although Lao Guan appears rough around the edges, his wealth of battle experience and meticulous nature often shine through. Especially in times of crisis, I have noticed that his suggestions are always spot on, as he can anticipate monster movements with impressive accuracy." Bai Weiwei smiled and replied, "Suya and Xiao Wu's teamwork is also remarkable. Suya excels in control and precision attacks, while Xiao Wu is agile and nimble, always managing to create distance when monsters approach. Their synergy is truly a perfect blend of close and ranged combat." Zhang Lin nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Suya is extraordinarily composed, and her coordination with Xiao Wu seems to transcend mere improvisation, as if they have trained together for an extended period. Teacher Han, listening to the team's evaluations of one another, could not help but interject, "The synergy among you all is indeed remarkable. Each member possesses unique skills and characteristics, as though they were destined to form this team." Zhao Lei joked, "It seems we struck gold. Who would have thought that a hastily assembled team could work together so seamlessly?" Amid the lively discussion, Lin Feng maintained his composure, absorbing the team's assessments of Qinlai and his companions in the other vehicle. Observing the growing praise, he cleared his throat gently and cautioned, "While Qinlai and the others are undoubtedly trustworthy teammates, let us not forget that we remain unaware of their backgrounds. Especially with Qinlai and Suya. Their behavior does seem somewhat unusual." Bai Weiwei paused, asking, "Are you suggesting we should be wary?" Lin Feng nodded steadily, "Yes, Their reactions and combat skills suggest they may have undergone professional training. I am not implying they pose a threat. But in such a complex environment, maintaining a degree of vigilance is prudent. We must not let our camaraderie cloud our judgment. Zhang Lin considered this, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, Suya's composure is far from ordinary. Her synergy with Xiao Wu does not seem like a mere happenstance. It feels as though they have honed their coordination over a long period. Zhao Lei chuckled lightly, maintaining his characteristic easygoing tone. Lin Feng, you are overly cautious, yet there is merit in your words. We should indeed seek to learn more about their backgrounds. After all, in this environment, everyone may harbor hidden truths. Teacher Han nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. The origins of Chenlai and his companions are unclear. It would be wise to remain observant. However, let us not display our suspicions overtly. To journey together in such dire circumstances is a rare fate. As long as they continue to demonstrate reliability, we can trust them, but it is wise to retain a measure of caution in our hearts. Upon hearing these reminders, the atmosphere in the vehicle grew subdued as everyone began to contemplate their companions in the other vehicle with newfound scrutiny. Bai Weiwei nodded gently, summarizing, understood. We will all be mindful of this. However, let us not allow these doubts to hinder our cooperation. The most important thing now is to support one another as we navigate this perilous zone. Lin Feng observed his companions, noting their attentiveness, and finally nodded in approval. The atmosphere within the vehicle gradually returned to a state of tranquility. Meanwhile, in the other vehicle, Chenlai, Suya, Lao Guan, and Xiao Wu were reminiscing about the recent battle. Unable to contain their thoughts on Lin Feng and his team's performance, Chenlai shook his head slightly, deep in thought, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and curiosity. He murmured, I can't shake the feeling that Lin Feng and his group are more than just ordinary individuals. The precision and composure they exhibited during the fight, particularly Zhao Lei's sudden burst of strength, seem almost superhuman. Moreover, I saw Zhao Lei collect a stone-like object from a monster. I wonder what that was. As for Bai Weiwei, I stood back and observed her actions. They do not appear to be mere instinctual reactions from training. Perhaps they are connected to some mysterious force, possibly stemming from a unique background. Suya, intrigued, glanced at him and softly inquired, Are you suggesting they might belong to a special organization? If so, that could indeed explain their apparent experience and rapid responses. In this environment, it is quite rare for individuals to maintain such stability and cohesion. Lao Guan nodded slowly, his expression reflecting a degree of agreement. Indeed. Regardless of their backgrounds, being together with them on this journey provides a sense of security. If it weren't for their protection during the recent monster onslaught, we might not have endured. As his words settled, a hush fell over the vehicle, each member lost in recollections of the fierce battle. The memories remained vivid. Countless monsters surged forth, seemingly offering no respite. Zhao Lei had heroically shielded Zhang Lin from a crushing blow, his body crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Chenlai's eyes sparkled with reminiscence as he softly remarked, Zhao Lei risked his life to save Zhang Lin. It's evident they share a deep familiarity, even to the extent of sacrificing themselves for one another. They hardly appear to be professional soldiers. They seem rather like university students. A hint of perplexity lingered in his tone, as if he were still processing the extraordinary events he had witnessed. Suya nodded in agreement, her expression one of awe. I noticed that too. The leader, Lin Feng, indeed collected a black object resembling crystal. Suya recalled the scene slowly. Lao Guan, surprised by her observation, sighed. What could have fallen from the monsters? Why do they regard it with such importance? We need to find an opportunity to discuss this with them. He cast a glance around the vehicle, seemingly awaiting responses from the others. Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle softly, a mix of reverence and self-deprecation in his tone as he remarked, If they truly possess such extraordinary powers, then we've indeed struck a remarkable fortune. Perhaps as we traverse the path ahead, we ought to adopt a more composed demeanor, striving to learn from their calmness and poise. It is conceivable that their secrets may, in critical moments, be our salvation. Everyone present listened intently, nodding silently. The recent battle still lingered in their minds, a haunting reminder of their peril, and it was only through Lin Feng's remarkable performance that they had survived the crisis. Indeed, Lin Feng's composed command of the situation revealed to them that this group might not be as straightforward as they initially appeared. Chun Lai's eyes sparkled with a complex glimmer as he slowly remarked, "If they truly possess such abilities, it could become our greatest asset in overcoming this predicament. Henceforth, we must not only cooperate fully but also endeavor to keep pace with them. After all, in this treacherous environment, our survival hinges on mutual trust and support." Suya inhaled deeply, her tone resolute. "Since they are willing to fight alongside us, we should trust them while remaining vigilant and fulfilling our own responsibilities. Ultimately, regardless of their secrets, as long as they can aid us, we ought to cherish this tacit understanding. However, we should refrain from being overly proactive. Let us seek an opportunity to converse with them and integrate ourselves. For in such chaotic times, possessing a strong team undoubtedly enhances our chances of survival." Amidst the discussions, the two vehicles arrived safely at the village of Zhaidi. The group disembarked, gradually beginning to survey their surroundings. Chapter 16. The disappointed crowd. Lin Feng led the team as they stepped out of the vehicle, while Chun Lai and the others emerged from the second vehicle. They congregated at the entrance of Zhaidi village, their expressions grave as they gazed upon the village, encircled by mountains and rivers. Once a bustling tourist destination, Zhaidi village's winding commercial street had been filled with shops, artisan boutiques, souvenir stalls, and food vendors. The villagers relied almost entirely on tourism for their livelihood, especially during holidays when visitors flooded the streets, filling the air with laughter. Now, however, the village lay desolate, its former vibrancy replaced by an oppressive silence. The welcoming sign at the village entrance still stood clear, yet it appeared profoundly lonely, as if mourning its lost splendor. Nestled at the northern entrance of the Qinshan mountain range, Zhaidi village was surrounded by towering mountains and lush trees. With a crystal-clear stream winding down from the hills, occasionally revealing fish darting about in the shallows. The scenery remained picturesque, but the tranquility exuded an unsettling sense of foreboding. Lin Feng gazed at the village before him, a swirl of emotions stirring within him. Years prior, he had visited this very spot with his family during a long holiday, and the layout of the village remained vivid in his memory. Back then, the spacious roadside by the visitor center was filled with parked vehicles, and the red lanterns adorning shop signs swayed gently in the breeze, while the air was rich with the aromas of street food. Yet now, everything had irrevocably changed. Mr. Han could not help but quietly lament. It is truly unimaginable that such a thriving village has been reduced to this. As soon as his words faded, a low, guttural growl emanated from deep within the village, seemingly a response to the surrounding stillness. The group immediately became alert, exchanging tense glances. Lin Feng frowned and lowered his voice, instructing everyone, "Stay cautious. There is evidently something amiss in the village, and it is likely not just one entity." He gestured for the team to prepare for combat as they cautiously advanced toward the village center. Chun Lai swiftly drew his bow, scanning the area with sharp, vigilant eyes. An ominous stench wafted through the air, reminiscent of decaying flesh. As they approached the commercial street, a mutated wild dog, its fur matted and eyes glowing red, suddenly lunged from the shadows, baring its bloodied fangs as it charged toward them. Lin Feng quickly directed the team while Chen Lai's arrow found its mark in the creature's throat, eliciting a mournful cry before it collapsed, lifeless. Xiao Wu, observing the fallen beast, murmured, "This creature is more than twice the size of an ordinary dog. And the stench is overwhelming. It seems not only humans have undergone mutation, even animals have become more ferocious." Suya, watching intently, added solemnly, "It is not just the size. Its demeanor and movements appear to be controlled by some unseen force, wholly unlike a normal organism." Zhang Lin peered down the street toward the depths of the village, her expression grave. "If there are more such monsters within the village, we are in for a perilous situation. Everyone, maintain formation to avoid being scattered by these aberrant creatures." Upon hearing the analysis of his companions, Lin Feng inhaled deeply and whispered, "It seems the situation here is more intricate than we imagined. We should reach the visitor center as quickly as possible. It offers an expansive view and sturdy construction, ideal as a temporary refuge. If we can settle there momentarily, we can survey our surroundings and devise our next course of action." Following Lin Feng's pointed direction, the group's gaze shifted toward the northwestern corner of the village, where the visitor center stood. This building was the most modern facility in the village, its stone brick facade harmonizing seamlessly with the natural surroundings. The visitor center's design was ingenious. Although it was a robust two-story structure, it featured a traditional tiled roof that preserved the village's aesthetic charm while incorporating a modern flair, that moment. The visitor center stood quietly, exuding an air of emptiness and desolation, yet simultaneously offering a sense of security. Chunlai nodded in agreement, adding, "The visitor center's elevated position will allow us to detect any further monstrous appearances in the village, and we can utilize the resources within for supplies. Furthermore, in the event of an emergency, it would be far easier to evacuate from there than from the village center. Everyone, let us first assess the situation at the visitor center. Its sturdy architecture can serve as a temporary sanctuary," Lin Feng asserted in a low tone. Mr. Han pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us proceed cautiously, maintaining our formation as we navigate around the village perimeter. While the commercial street is the quickest route to the visitor center, it is exposed, making us vulnerable to sudden attacks from mutated creatures. Though the detour may be longer, the abundance of trees and buildings will provide necessary cover." Xiao Wu looked to Lin Feng, resolutely stating, "Let us assign roles and maintain our formation. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei will lead the way, while Suya, by Weiwei, and I will monitor the flanks. Zhang Lin will remain at the center to address any injuries." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Everyone, stay alert and vigilant. Now, let us proceed." As Lin Feng guided the team closer, they encountered several mutated creatures along the way, which they easily dispatched. Gradually, the outline of the visitor center became clearer. A spacious road stretched before the building, with a gentle stream to the left and a road leading into the mountainous scenic area on the right. Zhaidi village had once bustled with tourists, and thus this main road was wide enough to accommodate both vehicles and buses for parking and resting. In front of the visitor center stood a small plaza, which had once been adorned with benches for weary travelers to rest. Now, however, the plaza lay in silence, the benches coated in dust, a testament to their abandonment. Lin Feng led the group cautiously through the electronic gate of the visitor center. Entering the interior, they immediately began to assess their surroundings. The interior was spacious and well-lit, offering an unobstructed view. The central hall featured a generous resting area, with several rows of wooden benches arranged neatly. Despite the dust accumulating on their surfaces, the benches remained sturdy and usable. Behind the reception desk, large windows provided a clear view of the outside, while the thick walls ensured ample fortification. The exhibition hall still housed cultural artifacts and local specialties from Zhaidi village. Though they were shrouded in a fine layer of dust, the remnants of the village's former vibrancy still evident. It was clear that no one had tended to this place for several days. Yet the existing facilities were sufficient to provide a relatively secure refuge. Lin Feng meticulously inspected every corner of the hall, ensuring there were no potential hazards. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he nodded to his teammates. "The terrain and visibility here are quite suitable. It serves as a natural defensive stronghold, capable of functioning as a shelter when necessary." Chunlai lowered his bow, surveying the area with satisfaction. "The structure is indeed robust, and the doors and windows are not easily breached. If we barricade a few key entrances, we can withstand most of the mutated creatures." Zhao Lei exhaled in relief. Unable to restrain his admiration, fortunately, this place remains so solid. As long as we exercise caution, we should be able to rest and recuperate here without issue. However, he added, since we plan to stay here for a while, we must ensure that the surrounding area is cleared of monsters to avoid being surrounded at night. Mr. Han scanned the vicinity and commented, "Everyone has been on the move all day and must be weary. But we need to prioritize clearing out the hall and barricading the doors and windows before we can rest soundly." He pointed to several large windows near the exhibition hall, suggesting, "These windows are quite expansive. We should find something to block them. There are not many entrances here, so it should not be too difficult to defend." Lin Feng swiftly assigned tasks. "Let's expedite our efforts to clear any unnecessary obstacles in the hall and inspect and fortify the doors and windows. The chairs in the resting area can temporarily block the entrances. We will gather materials for further reinforcement tomorrow. Let us also keep our voices low to avoid attracting the village's creatures." Suya and Xiaowu immediately sprang into action, dragging benches over to block the larger windows. Each member of the group worked harmoniously, efficiently arranging the movable items in the hall to seal off external entrances. Zhang Lin was responsible for meticulously inspecting the gaps in the doors and windows, ensuring that no apparent vulnerabilities remained. As preparations reached completion, a collective sigh of relief resonated in the hall, allowing everyone to briefly settle down and recuperate. The air within the hall carried a faint hint of dust, yet this tranquility afforded them a momentary respite. The surrounding doors and windows had been temporarily fortified, significantly diminishing the risk of a nighttime ambush. Zhao Lei glanced at the darkening sky outside and murmured, "Although we are momentarily safe here, we must take turns keeping watch at night. Should any aberrant creatures approach, we must be ready to respond swiftly." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, resolving to arrange a rotating night watch so that the weary team members could rest while conserving their strength for the impending endeavors. Each member partook of some supplies they had brought along, engaging in brief discussions before locating a somewhat secluded area furnished with massaging chairs, conducive for relaxation. After this simple exchange, they began to rest, and after a day of exertion, swiftly succumbed to slumber. As night deepened, Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei stood vigil at the visitor center's window, surrounded by an enveloping silence, punctuated only by the steady breaths of their comrades behind them, which brought a sense of comfort and peace. Outside, a gentle breeze caressed the scene, and the moonlight bathed the two in a serene and warm glow. Bai Weiwei turned her head to glance at Lin Feng, her lips moving slightly as if on the verge of speaking but hesitating. Noticing her expression, Lin Feng softly inquired, "What is it? Do you have something on your mind today?" Bai Weiwei lowered her gaze, seemingly in contemplation, before she slowly began. "Lin Feng, you always charge to the front, always protecting everyone." In truth, her voice trailed off, growing softer, tinged with shyness yet underlined by a hint of determination. Lin Feng offered a gentle smile, his gaze imbued with warmth. "Weiwei, I have always known the great sacrifices you have made for everyone. Your awakening of spiritual strength has allowed us to evade crisis time and again. You are incredibly strong. You must have confidence in yourself, for your presence instills in us the courage to move forward." Bai Weiwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she quietly turned her head, resting it against Lin Feng's shoulder. Her voice, imbued with tenderness and barely perceptible reliance, emerged. "I merely wish to be by your side, to help share some of your burdens. Even if my abilities are lacking, I want to ensure your safety as much as possible." Lin Feng paused momentarily, then set down his weapon, gently wrapping his arm around her. His voice was soft yet resolute. "With you by my side, I feel considerably more secure. After experiencing so much together, I realize that it is not merely about fighting side by side. Rather, your presence alleviates the weight of it all." Bai Weiwei chuckled softly, her cheeks warming further. She felt Lin Feng's arm encircling her shoulder, her heart racing, yet the warmth of his embrace gradually calmed her spirit. They leaned against one another, silently connected, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only their mutual reliance and understanding. After a moment of tranquility, Lin Feng gently patted her shoulder, whispering, "Weiwei, no matter how arduous the road ahead may be, we will walk it together." Bai Weiwei nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she nestled against his shoulder, quietly savoring the warmth and serenity of the moment. Chapter 17. Mutual introductions. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the visitor center, illuminating the hall, and the air was imbued with a sense of morning tranquility. Lin Feng and Chen Lai's teams sat in a circle on the long benches, tidying themselves briefly before commencing formal discussions, having endured attacks from mutated creatures and witnessed one another's capabilities. A sense of curiosity and exploration permeated the atmosphere. Chen Lai cleared his throat and was the first to introduce his group's experiences. "We are 4 members of a martial arts association, dedicated to martial arts training and regularly gathering for practice and sparring. On that fateful night, we were training in our association's dojo, unaware that we would soon face such a terrifying crisis." He recalled the harrowing events of that night, shaking his head slightly, his tone tinged with reflection. "Initially, we merely heard strange noises from outside, followed by chaos erupting around the dojo. Many people ran past, some even injured. We immediately ceased our training to assess the situation, only to discover that the outside world had descended into turmoil, with the once peaceful streets filled with noise and panic. Realizing the gravity of the situation, we hastily gathered our gear and decided to break through together. Chun-Li sighed gently, his voice laced with resignation. In truth, our first instinct was to return home to check on our families. We attempted to contact them, but the lines quickly went dead. We waited outside the dojo for some time, observing the situation, yet we could not reach our loved ones. He paused, his brow furrowing, clearly grappling with the weight of their choices. We could hear the increasing howls of the creatures outside. Knowing that remaining there could lead to encirclement, it became evident that this mutated crisis was far beyond what a few individuals could handle. Recklessly seeking out our families could result in our own demise before we even found them. He surveyed his companions, a somber expression crossing his face. We deliberated for quite some time, ultimately deciding that survival was paramount. After exiting this area, we could then devise a plan to locate our families. We all understood that only by staying alive could we hope to reunite with them. If we acted impulsively, it was likely that none of us would escape. Chun-Li's voice grew thick with emotion, revealing a mixture of guilt and determination. Thus, we chose to band together as four, conserving our strength and waiting for the situation to stabilize before seeking our loved ones. This decision was not made lightly. But under those circumstances, it was the only rational choice we believed we could make. However, as time passed, we came to realize that returning home was increasingly improbable. The city was teeming with monsters, and our families might have also undergone mutations. Even if we managed to return, we would be powerless to help them, potentially leading to our own demise. I specialize in archery, having trained under Master Guan. He continued, gesturing towards his teammates as he provided detailed accounts of each individual. Su Ya and Xiao Wu are a couple, consistently practicing together and exhibiting exceptional synergy. Su Ya is a national-level short-distance runner, specializing in the 800 meters, known for her speed and agility, as well as her commendable endurance in long-distance running. During our escape, Suya consistently led the way, scouting ahead for us. Thanks to her swiftness and dexterity, we evaded danger on several occasions, proving invaluable. He turned his gaze to Xiao Wu, a note of admiration gracing his features. Xiao Wu is a skilled hand-to-hand combatant, an amateur boxer who serves as a coach in a martial arts club. His strength and reflexes are remarkable, and his punches are exceptionally powerful. In our team, he is responsible for close-quarters defense, having thwarted numerous unexpected creature attacks with his formidable fighting skills. It was only with his protection that we could safely navigate those perilous areas. Next, Chun-Li's attention shifted to Lao Guan, his expression imbued with respect. Lao Guan is our team's coach. Though he is somewhat older, his experience is vast, and his prowess remains formidable. He is well-versed in various martial arts techniques and possesses exceptional archery skills. Despite being retired for many years, the expertise he accumulated over the years ensures that his aim is precise, forceful, and steady. Chun-Li continued, we often embarked on hiking trips together, especially with Lao Guan, who guided us through numerous complex terrains in the nearby mountains and wilderness. He believes that martial arts are not merely a skill but a means of coexisting with nature. He always says that hiking can hone our endurance, observation skills, and allow us to truly experience the essence of resilience and the forces of nature. He looked at Lao Guan, his eyes filled with admiration. Lao Guan's extensive outdoor experience is truly astonishing. Whether traversing rugged mountain paths or navigating dense forests, he always finds the most efficient and safest routes. During our hiking trips, he not only instructs us in physical conditioning but also meticulously explains how to identify hazardous plants, discern directions, and locate water sources. Under his guidance, we have gradually acquired essential survival skills for the wilderness. Chun-Li smiled, continuing, under Lao Guan's mentorship, our prolonged hiking and outdoor training have not only enhanced our physical fitness but also cultivated our adaptability to the environment. It was precisely due to this training that we were able to maintain our composure during the crisis that night. Swiftly analyzing the situation and identifying the safest escape routes, he paused. Reflecting on their shared experiences in the mountains, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At that time, none of us anticipated that these hiking experiences would prove invaluable when disaster struck. From escaping the sudden nighttime assault to evading monsters subsequently, Every technique Lao Guan taught us became crucial for our survival. Lin Feng and the others listened intently, secretly admiring the exceptional nature of this team. Chunlai and his companions not only possessed a solid physical foundation due to their martial arts training, but their long-term hiking and outdoor training had fostered a remarkable synergy among them, granting them a high degree of adaptability to their environment. Furthermore, Lao Guan's rich wilderness survival experience endowed this small team with a unique advantage in navigating the zombie crisis. Chunlai's introduction deepened Lin Feng and his team's understanding of these four individuals. They are not merely ordinary fugitives, but rather a seasoned and cohesively bonded team. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, beginning to elucidate the situation on his side. We are all university classmates who have trained together in the sports club for over 2 years. Due to our commendable physical fitness and mutual understanding, we were able to act swiftly and escape peril when disaster struck. Teacher Han is our school's biology instructor, and after we fled the school, he remained with us. He not only assisted us in analyzing the circumstances, but also brought a wealth of invaluable knowledge. Upon hearing this, Chunlai could not help but remark, Lin Feng, we were astonished by your and by Weiwei's combat prowess yesterday. To be frank, it was quite shocking. Although our martial arts experience is not insignificant, it is evident that you both possess greater strength. His gaze bore a hint of curiosity. We have encountered numerous mutations, yet they were all monstrous entities. However, we have never seen humans as powerful as you. At this moment, Teacher Han smiled slightly and interjected, explaining, in truth, several members of our team are not ordinary individuals. He looked at Chunlai and the others, continuing, in the face of the current crisis, some individuals have undergone extraordinary transformations, which we refer to as evolution. This is not a mere enhancement of physical abilities, but rather an awakening that transcends human limits. Currently, these are merely our conjectures. Chunlai was momentarily taken aback, clearly hearing this concept for the first time. Lao Guan, beside him, also appeared contemplative, seemingly striving to comprehend the underlying principles. Teacher Han continued, Lin Feng was among the first to evolve. He awakened abilities related to speed and combat intuition, with reaction times and strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person. This explains why he exhibits such agility and precision in battle. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Bai Weiwei, adding, Bai Weiwei is an awakener of mental prowess, which endows her with an extraordinary sharpness in observation and perception, sometimes even enabling her to foresee surrounding threats. Her mental abilities can also influence monsters, slowing their movements and potentially serving other functions that will require further exploration. Ah, I see. Chunlai nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Bai Weiwei and Lin Feng's expressions, seemingly grasping the source of their formidable strength. Meanwhile, Suya could not help but inquire, what about the other members of the team? Do they each possess unique abilities as well? Teacher Han nodded in affirmation, continuing, indeed. Zhao Lei has evolved strength-related abilities. In terms of sheer power, he is the strongest in the team, especially excelling in close combat and when transporting supplies. Zhang Linlin's evolution type is exceedingly rare. She is a healer, capable of accelerating wound healing and alleviating pain, greatly enhancing the team's overall survival rate. Upon hearing this, Su Ya's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she exclaimed, how incredible to possess healing abilities. It is truly unimaginable. No wonder you have managed to traverse this journey unscathed. Zhang Linlin smiled shyly, gently nodding, seemingly unaccustomed to such praise. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wu, perplexed, asked, how exactly are these abilities awakened? We seem to have encountered a fair share of dangers, yet we have not felt any abilities manifesting. Additionally, what was that dark object Lin Feng collected after we defeated the monster? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's questions, Teacher Han's expression gradually grew solemn as he explained. In truth, our understanding of the awakening mechanism is still in its infancy. We have yet to fully comprehend it. However, after observing these past few days, I have formed a hypothesis. We believe that evolution may be related to an individual's physiological and psychological qualities, and it could also be a stress response triggered under extreme survival pressures. He paused briefly before continuing. For instance, Lin Feng experienced a life-and-death struggle prior to his evolution. That critical moment greatly stimulated his potential. Bai Weiwei's evolution, however, was different. She awakened after encountering and absorbing a special crystal core dropped by a monster. We speculate that these cores may contain a unique form of energy which humans can absorb under specific circumstances, thus triggering an evolutionary response. Seeing that everyone was listening intently, Teacher Han elaborated. These cores are the black or crystalline substances that occasionally drop when monsters are defeated. The last monster we vanquished had one, but not all monsters possess them. Currently, only those particularly mutated monsters do. Although they may appear inconspicuous, they might harbor an unknown energy that can potentially provoke evolution in humans under extreme conditions, prompting attempts to absorb and adapt to this energy. However, this is not absolute. Not everyone can absorb and utilize such energy. The success of Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei's evolution may stem from a combination of their physical attributes, willpower, and the survival pressures they faced, prompting a spontaneous adaptive response in their bodies. His tone turned increasingly serious. Therefore, evolution is not easily attainable. Each individual's physical condition, psychological state, capacity to endure pressure, and even their mental fortitude in the face of life and death trials may be crucial factors. This is not a matter of chance, but rather a manifestation of latent strength ignited in the depths of despair. Teacher Han's explanation left Chun-Li and the others deep in thought. After a moment of reflection, Chun-Li's face revealed a flicker of understanding. If that is the case, evolution is not something we can control at will, but rather a serendipitous occurrence. He turned to his teammates, speaking with a note of encouragement. Although we may currently lack awakened abilities, as long as we remain vigilant and spirited, we will surely discover our own path to survival. Lin Feng smiled gently, offering words of encouragement. Precisely, while evolution may enhance our chances of survival, it is ultimately our collaboration as a team that secures our existence. As long as we unite in purpose, we can certainly overcome these challenges. Chapter 18. Cleansing the village. After extensive discussion and careful consideration, the structure and responsibilities within the team gradually crystallized, with each member silently embracing their respective roles. Teacher Han and Lao Guan, as the team strategists, naturally assumed core leadership responsibilities. Teacher Han, possessing considerable knowledge of biology, was not particularly strong physically and was ill-suited for combat. He was responsible for researching mutations and evolutionary phenomena, providing scientific insights and tactical support for the growth of the team members. Lao Guan, with his wealth of outdoor survival experience, would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the wilderness, offering guidance and training. As the first to awaken, Lin Feng naturally took on the responsibility of frontline command. In action, his agility and combat intuition became a formidable asset for the team. He was both the sharp sword leading the charge and the on-site commander, responsible for swiftly guiding his teammates in response to unforeseen circumstances. His rapid and decisive judgment was key to maintaining clarity amidst chaos. Flanking Lin Feng were Xiao Wu and Zhao Lei. Xiao Wu, possessing immense strength and formidable fists, served as the team's frontline shield. Regardless of the monster encountered, he always positioned himself at the forefront, seamlessly coordinating with Lin Feng to provide mutual protection. Together, they formed a dual-edged sword within the team, carving a safe path for everyone. Zhao Lei, while still inexperienced in combat, had already awakened and was steadily growing stronger. He would also serve as protection for Zhang Lin and Bai Weiwei during support operations. In the rearguard, Chun-Li steadfastly safeguarded the entire team. As a marksman and Lao Guan's apprentice, he possessed considerable experience and superior stamina, responsible for providing long-range support. His archery skills were exceptional, consistently delivering decisive strikes at critical moments to alleviate the pressure on frontline teammates. Yuya assumed the role of scout within the team. Her nimble speed allowed her to swiftly navigate complex terrains, making her well-suited for reconnaissance prior to battle. Whenever facing unfamiliar environments, she would invariably lead the charge, using her keen intuition and adaptability to guide the group away from potential threats, ensuring the safety of their path. Bai Weiwei's awakened mental prowess rendered her both perceptive and composed, establishing her as the team's sensor and psychological anchor. In battle, she could sense hidden dangers in advance, providing crucial warnings. In calmer moments, her mental abilities helped keep the team grounded amidst adversity, instilling a sense of stability. Her presence was akin to an invisible barrier within the team, ever vigilant in safeguarding them. Zhang Linlin became the team's logistics and medical support, not only mastering medical skills but also possessing knowledge of basic treatments. She was meticulous and steady, managing supplies and tending to the wounded. And no matter how arduous the circumstances, she consistently organized equipment and treated injuries, providing a solid foundation for the team's combat efforts. After each battle, everyone could rely on her support for a swift recovery, enabling them to press onward. Thus, each member of the team found their place and embraced their respective responsibilities. They subsequently discussed plans to eliminate the monsters in the nearby village. Upon their arrival the day prior, they had not encountered many monsters. However, in such a large village, it was certain that the monsters congregated in specific areas. Consequently, to safely search for supplies, they had no choice but to clear the surrounding monsters. After a brief period of rest, the team gathered to discuss their plan for cleansing the village. Lin Feng proposed. When we arrived yesterday, we did not detect many traces of monsters, yet in such a vast village, it is improbable that there are so few. They must be concentrated in a particular location. The group nodded in agreement with his assessment, simultaneously recognizing that in order to live and procure resources in the village, they must first eradicate any potential threats. Teacher Han surveyed the surroundings, picked up a branch, and began sketching a rudimentary outline of the village on the ground. He meticulously delineated the approximate layout of streets and buildings, pointing to his drawing as he spoke. The area of Xiaozhai village is quite substantial. We can begin by clearing the periphery before gradually advancing towards the center. He paused for a moment, then circled the central area of the village, stating, typically, monsters tend to congregate in dark or concealed spots, such as the abandoned community center or basements. These locations are confined and poorly lit, making them ideal for their concealment. We must proceed with caution, leaving no blind spots. Lin Feng and Xiao Wu gathered around the map on the ground, nodding in agreement, their gazes resolutely fixed on Laoguan and Suya. We can start by clearing the outskirts and gradually approach this circle, driving them into a corner with no escape, and then deal with them one by one. Once the plan was established, the team divided into two groups. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei would serve as the frontline melee combatants, ensuring firepower for the frontal assault. Yu would take charge of reconnaissance and support, while Bai Weiwei would remain in the middle to gauge the surrounding situation. Xiao Wu was tasked with providing mobile protection for Suya and Bai Weiwei. Meanwhile, Zhang Linlin, Lao Guan, and Teacher Han stayed behind. As the three of them were not particularly strong in combat, and Chun Lai also remained to protect them. Thus, 5 individuals ventured out while 4 stayed behind. The 5 moved cautiously through the village's alleys. Initially, they encountered little resistance, occasionally facing scattered lower-level monsters. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei worked seamlessly together to dispatch them one by one, with Zhao Lei, who had awakened a power-based ability, exhibiting a somewhat terrifying strength. However, as they delved deeper into the village, the air grew thick with a foul stench, and the streets bore witness to numerous bloodstains and dismembered limbs, many of which belonged to ordinary people who had succumbed to the mutations but could not withstand the onslaught of the mutated monsters. As the team approached the community center at the heart of the village, Suya swiftly moved closer, signaling everyone to halt with a gesture. She whispered, "The main entrance of the community center is open, and there seems to be movement inside. The monsters are likely gathered here." After observing for a moment, Lin Feng quietly analyzed, this community center has likely become a nest for the monsters. Such mutated creatures typically choose a safe and concealed location as their habitat, allowing them not only to rest but also to attract more lower-level monsters, thereby strengthening their defensive perimeter. He pointed towards the entrance and windows of the building, adding, "This structure is elevated, sturdy, and relatively enclosed, capable of isolating itself from external disturbances, making it an ideal hiding place for the monsters." Lin Feng continued, "It is also possible that these lower-level monsters have been summoned by a more powerful mutated entity. In this biological hierarchy, mutated beings often possess a dominance ability that naturally attracts nearby lower-level monsters. These lower-level monsters serve as their protective layer, acting as a barrier against intruders. The Soundwave monster we encountered earlier was leading a group of several other monsters in pursuit of us." He glanced around, noticing drag marks and bloodstains on the ground, indicating that many villagers had been pulled into the community center during their escape. Bai Weiwei closed her eyes, channeling her mental energy to sense the surroundings, and quietly stated, "Indeed, there is more than one monster inside. and their emotions are quite agitated, as if they have become alert due to the proximity of prey. The powerful mutated entity may be at the center of these monsters, drawing them in with its own presence. Lin Feng cautioned, such powerful mutated entities typically possess a strong territorial instinct. If anyone encroaches upon their nest, they will retaliate fiercely. Therefore, once we enter, we must swiftly locate its position. Leaving it no opportunity to regroup, we will approach from the entrances around, but we must not allow ourselves to be surrounded by these lower-level monsters. Once we reach the center of the community center, we will try to bypass the lower-level monsters and strike directly at the mutated entity. The group nodded solemnly, casting serious glances towards the community center's entrance, understanding that a difficult battle lay ahead. Lin Feng, accompanied by Xiao Wu and Zhao Lei, stealthily approached the entrance of the community center. Bai Weiwei closed her eyes once more, attempting to sense the situation within using her mental energy. There were a considerable number of monsters, but not all were ordinary. Among them was one with a distinctly unusual presence. She opened her eyes, her expression grave. I sense that the threat posed by that monster is stronger than any we have encountered before. It may be a mutated entity. Lin Feng's expression sharpened. Realizing that a tough battle awaited them, he whispered, "We must lure them out in batches to avoid being overwhelmed in a frontal confrontation." They devised a straightforward tactic. Suya would draw out a portion of the monsters, eliminating them one by one, before ultimately launching a full assault on the mutated creature. Suya, agile and swift, found a stone and hurled it into the community center. The stone struck the wall, producing a resounding crash. Moments later, several monsters emitted low, guttural roars and squeezed out of the community center's entrance. Charging towards Suya, Lin Feng and Xiao Wu lay in ambush on either side, waiting for the monsters to enter their attack range. Xiao Wu swung his fist, forcefully repelling a monster, while Lin Feng struck from the flank, ensuring its complete defeat. Zhao Lei also assisted nearby, and within a couple of minutes, around 10 monsters had been dispatched. Thus, they continued employing the tactic of luring and eliminating, drawing out monsters in batches and systematically dealing with them. As the battle progressed, their coordination grew increasingly proficient. However, when the last batch of monsters was cleared, a heavy thudding sound reverberated from within the community center, causing the ground to tremor slightly. Lin Feng exchanged glances with the others. Realizing that this might be the anticipated mutated entity, a colossal monster emerged from the shadows of the community center, its size comparable to that of an ordinary person, yet it lacked the height of one. Its skin was a dark shade of purple, muscles grotesquely swollen, and its eyes glowed with a sinister red light. The two prominent features on its chest indicated it had once been a woman before its transformation. Its arms were covered in mutated black markings, with black viscous liquid oozing from its fingertips, clearly evidence of a creature thoroughly transformed. Lin Feng took a deep breath, quietly warning everyone, do not underestimate this monster. Its strength and speed may far exceed those of ordinary monsters. Everyone, be cautious and avoid direct confrontation. Just as the monster let out an enraged roar and lunged towards Lin Feng, he and Zhao Lei exchanged a knowing glance and acted in unison. Zhao Lei, who had awakened a power-based ability, was compact yet muscular, exuding agility and explosiveness, forming a formidable partnership with Lin Feng's nimble form. As the monster's attention fixated on Lin Feng, Zhao Lei stealthily approached from the side. Waiting for the opportune moment, Lin Feng, meanwhile, created a diversion on the opposite side, quickly drawing the monster's gaze and providing Zhao Lei with an opening to strike. Seizing the moment of distraction, Zhao Lei unleashed a powerful punch, striking the monster squarely in the waist, the force sending it staggering. Lin Feng, seizing the opportunity, rushed to the front of the monster, leveraging the momentum from Zhao Lei's blow to deliver a heavy punch to the monster's knee joint. The impact destabilized the creature, causing its legs to buckle as it crumpled to the ground in agony. Sensing the threat, the monster regained its footing and furiously swung its spiked arms, its eyes gleaming with crimson fury as it turned to pounce on Zhao Lei. He swiftly retreated, yet was still grazed by the monster's sharp spikes, leaving a bloody gash on his side, instantly soaking his garment. Lin Feng capitalized on the moment, launching an attack from the opposite side, targeting the monster's knee joint with a powerful kick. The blow caused the creature to falter, its legs giving way as it knelt once more. However, the monster's vitality was remarkably resilient, though severely injured. It still attempted to rise and retaliate. Bai Weiwei, positioned at the back, concentrated her mental energy to track the monster's movements, mentally mapping its trajectory. She cautioned, Lin Feng, watch your left. Zhao Lei, be mindful of its right claw. Following her guidance, Lin Feng and Zhao Lei deftly evaded the monster's furious claw swipes, while Bai Weiwei's mental perception provided timely warnings. Seizing the opportunity while the monster was distracted, Suya swiftly darted across the battlefield. Locating a sizable rock behind the creature, she kicked the rock towards its leg in an attempt to destabilize it once more. The monster stumbled over the stone, lurching forward and exposing a vulnerability in its back. Zhao Lei capitalized on the chance, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch directed at the monster's spine, the force seemingly capable of shattering bones. The creature shuddered violently, its movements gradually slowing. As the monster weakened, Lin Feng rushed in front of it, delivering a decisive blow to the side of its head, causing its gaze to become unfocused, its body collapsing in a heap, with a resounding thud. The monster finally ceased its struggles, its limbs falling limply to the ground. Breathing heavily, Lin Feng and Zhao Lei exchanged a glance to confirm that they were unscathed before cautiously approaching the monster's head. They noticed a black crystal core embedded in its forehead, faintly glowing with an eerie light. Lin Feng carefully extracted the crystal core, holding it in his palm to study, feeling the unsettling power contained within. Zhao Lei wiped the blood from his shoulder, a mixture of seriousness and anticipation in his eyes. Perhaps this crystal core will indeed aid in our evolution. Suya and Bai Weiwei stepped forward. And with a hint of concern, Suya inquired, Zhao Lei, are you well? Zhao Lei waved his hand, offering a reassuring smile. Bai Weiwei gazed at the crystal core, her expression slightly grave. The power contained within this crystal core should not be underestimated. We may be gradually approaching the truth behind the monster's mutation. Lin Feng advanced, bending down to examine the creature's head, where he discovered an embedded black crystal core, emitting an eerie, faint glow. Carefully, he extracted the core, feeling the immense energy it harbored. Suya and Xiao Wu approached, scrutinizing the core with solemn expressions tinged with anticipation. It seems this is the key to the monster's mutation. The energy of this crystal core is so formidable. Perhaps those among us who have yet to awaken might do so through it after we return and have Teacher Han take a closer look. Zhao Lei regarded the crystal core in his hand, exchanging a knowing glance with Lin Feng. Despite the perilous nature of this battle, their collaboration had been seamless, allowing them to confront and eliminate the formidable threat within the village while acquiring this precious crystal core. Chapter 19. Emotions. Once Lin Feng and the others finished clearing the last corners of the commercial street and confirmed that no lurking monsters or survivors remained, they finally exhaled with a measure of relief. The safety of this area had been secured, and the surrounding tranquility brought a slight comfort. Suya methodically cataloged the usable supplies, finding some relatively intact canned goods, bottled water, and basic medications in a few small shops, and even managed to gather some clothes for everyone to change into from a souvenir shop. Although the quantity was limited, it represented a significant boost to their supplies. What a substantial haul! Lin Feng nodded, observing the gathered provisions with a sense of satisfaction. These should sustain us for a while, and we now have clothing to change into. We can no longer afford to look disheveled. Having organized the supplies, they returned to the visitor center with their spoils. The expansive plaza had been thoroughly cleaned, and the makeshift base appeared warm and grounded in the glow of the evening twilight. As they approached, they saw Teacher Han, Old Guan, and Zhang Lin seated on the ground, busily engaged in some task. Upon getting closer, they noticed two massive bone spikes lying on the ground, thick and heavy, glistening with a cold, hard sheen, just in time. Old Guan stood up, brushing the dust off his hands and smiling. These two bone spikes were left behind by the mutated creature we defeated at the gas station. After some examination, we discovered that, although we don't know what material they are made of, they are as hard as steel, even harder than bone. Blades leave no mark on them at all. Lin Feng, wielding one of these will surely enhance your combat capability immensely. Lin Feng accepted the bone spike, examining it closely. The spike felt cold to the touch, yet it was reassuringly heavy in his grip. He swung it a few times with force, finding it remarkably well-balanced and fitting comfortably in his hand. The spike was exceptionally sharp and possessed a natural curve, making it ideal for slashing and stabbing. As Lin Feng practiced a few swings, the spike cut through the air with a sharp arc, emitting a faint whistling sound that hinted at its formidable power. Truly a remarkable weapon. This will greatly enhance my combat strength, Lin Feng remarked with satisfaction. Afterward, the group returned to organize their newfound treasures. As dusk settled in, the sky transitioned from pale purple to deep blue, enveloping the entire base in a tranquil night. Only the flames in the center of the camp flickered quietly, the firewood having been collected by Teacher Han and the others earlier in the day from the visitor center, still slightly damp. The burning wood released a faint scent of smoke that wafted through the air, illuminating the faces of Lin Feng and his companions, providing warmth and solace. The flames danced, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, elongating their shadows in a mesmerizing manner. The surrounding world seemed to fade away, leaving the small campfire as the solitary beacon in the desolation, evoking a sense of long-lost belonging. Gathered around the fire, Zhao Lei tended to the flames. Suya prepared the ingredients, while Old Guan and Teacher Han found a suitable stick for stirring, cleaning it before handing it to Lin Feng. With a smile, Lin Feng accepted the stick and began to stir the ingredients in the pot. The broth bubbling and releasing an enticing aroma as he watched the potatoes and dumplings floating in the pot. He couldn't help but reminisce about the warmth of his family dining table, a distant yet familiar memory that tugged at his heart. Is it about time to eat? Zhao Lei leaned closer to the pot, his nose twitching as he greedily inhaled the delightful scent wafting through the air, unable to suppress a swallow. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Lin Feng. As if he were a master chef, Suya and Bai Weiwei exchanged excited glances upon hearing this. For days, they had struggled with hard rations and canned food. Now, the prospect of enjoying a warm meal brought a newfound lightness and eagerness to their faces. Lin Feng chuckled, ladling a bowl of soup and handing it to Zhao Lei. No need to rush. Take your time and be careful not to burn yourself. These bowls and utensils are disposable ones we acquired from the village restaurant today. Zhao Lei took the bowl cautiously, the steam rising to meet him. He blew on it gently and took a careful sip. The warmth of the broth and the fragrance of the ingredients spread through his mouth, prompting him to close his eyes and exhale contentedly. This is undoubtedly the most delicious thing I've had in days. I'm utterly satisfied, Teacher Han, holding a bowl of soup, slowly sipped, his gaze drifting into the darkness. Seemingly lost in thought. This is the essence of humanity, I assent it. No matter how dire the circumstances, we can always find solace in the flickering light. His voice was gentle and calm. Imbued with a sense of tranquility born from enduring hardships, Bai Weiwei carefully sipped her soup, taking small sips as if afraid this moment of warmth would vanish unexpectedly. A tender smile graced her face, and her eyes radiated serenity. She slightly closed her eyes, as if fully immersing herself in the comforting warmth. As the soup flowed down her throat, the fatigue and pressure that had weighed heavily on her seemed to dissipate, leaving only a serene satisfaction coursing through her heart. Suya gently brushed her slightly curled hair aside, holding her bowl and taking a sip, glancing at her companions with a smile. She softly mused. I truly wish time could freeze at this moment, with the monsters and dangers far away, just the five of us, gathered around this small fire, living a peaceful life. The firelight cast a gentle glow on each face, reflecting a long-forgotten sense of tranquility. Old Guan sat by the fire, his face aglow, sipping soup from a coarse ceramic bowl, his gaze distant. He turned to Lin Feng, smiling, young man, with this bone spike, you'll become our team's great weapon. But remember to leave some strength for yourself. We can't do without you. Lin Feng smiled faintly at this and nodded in agreement. As night deepened, the surroundings fell into a hushed and peaceful stillness, the fire gradually dimming to mere embers. After enjoying the long-awaited warm meal, the group nestled together to rest, while Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei naturally drifted to one side of the plaza. Strolling slowly in the dim light of the night, a chill breeze swept through, causing Bai Weiwei to cross her arms and huddle slightly. Observing her actions, Lin Feng quietly moved beside her, draping his coat over her shoulders. Bai Weiwei looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude, mingled with a touch of shyness. The two walked side by side, their steps light, as if to avoid disturbing the serene atmosphere. Lin Feng gazed down at Bai Weiwei, his eyes revealing a complex yet resolute emotion. Even before the apocalypse began, he had harbored feelings for her. She always exuded an air of confidence and warmth, with delicate features, a gentle smile, and the vibrant presence she radiated as a cheerleader at school. Captivating Lin Feng deeply, each time Bai Weiwei cheered them on, he felt an inexhaustible strength and determination, as if her smile and encouragement were the most potent source of motivation. As time passed, Lin Feng increasingly realized that Bai Weiwei was not only attractive on the outside. Her inner warmth and kindness were equally compelling. She maintained her composure in any situation, offering comfort even in the face of fear, exuding a quietly powerful gentleness. After the outbreak, this strength became invaluable to Lin Feng. Her steadfastness, empathy, and decisiveness became a beacon of light in his heart amidst despair. Seeing her in perilous situations always filled him with a tranquil resolve. Now, having endured many life-and-death trials together, Lin Feng's feelings for her had deepened profoundly. He understood that the initial admiration had transformed into an unshakable attachment and love. Gazing at Bai Weiwei, he finally summoned the courage to speak, his voice low and tender. Weiwei, from the time of our university club to the onset of the apocalypse and now, we have experienced so much. I have often pondered that perhaps we might leave each other behind in some battle. Back during the university competitions, your cheers always filled me with strength. Even though the challenges we face now are far greater, every time I see you, I find a courage to persevere. You have become more than just a friend to me. You are the reason I continue to endure. Bai Weiwei listened, momentarily taken aback, her head bowing as a blush crept across her cheeks. Sensing her nervousness, Lin Feng gently reached out, slowly taking hold of her cold fingers. Bai Weiwei's hand trembled slightly, yet she did not pull away. Instead, she silently allowed him to hold her hand. Weiwei, Lin Feng gently turned her to face him, gazing into her eyes with a tone both resolute and tender. I am aware that this world has become perilous and chaotic, and we are uncertain of what tomorrow may bring. However, I hope that regardless of the path ahead, we can walk together. I will protect you to the best of my ability until tranquility returns to this world, or until we can no longer continue. Weiwei, will you be my girlfriend? Bai Weiwei lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She bit her lip and gently nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Feng, I too wish to accompany you, whether in the face of danger or as we welcome the light of the future. The two stood in the stillness of the night, surrounded by an enveloping silence. Lin Feng softly embraced Bai Weiwei, feeling their heartbeats intertwine in the quietude. In that moment, it seemed as though all fear and loneliness had been dispelled, leaving only the warmth of their closeness. I will not allow you to face this alone, Lin Feng promised softly in her ear, his gaze filled with unwavering determination and gentleness. Bai Weiwei gently closed her eyes and nodded slightly. Lin Feng took a deep breath, looking at Bai Weiwei, a surge of unprecedented emotion swelling within him. He cautiously extended his arms, drawing Bai Weiwei close and holding her tightly, as if fearing the loss of the warmth before him. Bai Weiwei paused for a moment, but soon relaxed, leaning against Lin Feng's chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat, her cheeks flushed yet unresisting. Lin Feng's hand slid slowly to her back, gently patting her as if to bestow comfort and steadfast strength. He lowered his head and softly whispered in her ear, Weiwei, no matter what the future holds, no matter how perilous it may be, I will stand by your side. His words were imbued with deep affection, gentle yet laced with conviction, as if in that instant, they were the only two souls in existence, all other threats and uncertainties kept at bay by their embrace. Bai Weiwei slightly raised her head, resting her face against his shoulder as if seeking a warm refuge. Her fingers tightened, grasping Lin Feng's clothing as she softly replied, I feel the same, Lin Feng, and no matter how difficult the future may be, I hope to always be with you. The two stood silently embraced in the night, surrounded by an infinite darkness, yet at that moment, the warmth of their closeness and the rhythm of their heartbeats provided an unparalleled sense of security. They had finally discovered a sanctuary in one another, As Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei walked hand in hand back to the camp, Zhao Lei was the first to notice. Their fingers were intertwined, and their eyes betrayed an undeniable tenderness. Zhao Lei, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smirk and tease. "Oh, Lin Gu, not bad. Just went out for a stroll and returned hand in hand. Quick work, I see." Lin Feng chuckled shyly, while Bai Weiwei's face flushed with warmth, her head bowed slightly, yet she did not withdraw her hand from Lin Feng's grasp. At that moment, Zhang Lin stood nearby, discreetly observing Zhao Lei. Her gaze held a hint of unspoken anticipation and curiosity. But Zhao Lei remained oblivious, continuing his playful banter with Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei. "Don't be shy, you too. Finding a partner in this apocalypse is no easy feat. Hold on tight and don't let go." Zhang Lin pursed her lips, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face as she lowered her head, sighing inwardly. Zhao Lei, with his carefree demeanor, seemed entirely unaware of her feelings, like a blockhead, blissfully ignorant of her affections. She shook her head, forcing a smile to divert attention. All right, Zhao Lei, let us not tease others too much. We should head to the entrance to prepare for our watch." Zhao Lei, pushed by Zhang Lin, chuckled and replied, "Okay, let us go. We want to disturb Lin Gu and Weiwei's big event." Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei exchanged a knowing smile, while Zhang Lin, standing to the side, also lifted the corners of her mouth slightly. However, within her smile lingered a subtle complexity. Her gaze lingered on Zhao Lei for a moment, filled with a mix of helplessness and a hint of disappointment. Yet Zhao Lei remained entirely oblivious. Engrossed in his playful antics, Chapter 20, searching for communication equipment. The following morning, Lin Feng and his companions gathered at the base. After a night of rest, everyone's condition had noticeably improved. Bai Weiwei organized supplies while discussing their next steps with Lin Feng. With the basic survival issues temporarily resolved, food and shelter sufficiently provided, the team now needed to consider the longer-term challenge of how to establish communication with the outside world. Zhao Lei, Zhang Lin, and Han Ziyuan began to explain their previous speculations to Chunlai, Suya, Lao Guan, and Xiao Wu. Given that the team's previous attempts at communication had failed, Lin Feng felt it essential to share their experiences from the school. Their analyses and the proposed communication strategy, helping everyone grasp the significance of their mission. Lin Feng began to speak. "Previously, we attempted to contact the outside world from the school. Initially, we believed the issue lay with the mobile phone base stations. However, we quickly discovered that not only the base stations but any devices reliant on modern communication technology, phones, wireless networks, even simple radios, could neither receive signals nor function due to chaotic interference. The problem with modern devices lies in their high frequencies, which are more sensitive to electromagnetic disturbances. The current fluctuations of dark matter have rendered all devices dependent on high-frequency transmission inoperative, while shortwave devices, owing to their lower frequencies, may experience less interference." Suya frowned in confusion and asked, "Could it be due to the destruction of communication towers, or perhaps a system malfunction?" Han Ziyuan interjected to clarify, "Not entirely. We suspect this may be related to the dark matter fluctuations present in our environment. These fluctuations generate a specific type of electromagnetic disturbance that renders high-frequency devices nearly incapable of transmitting signals, potentially even causing fundamental damage to them. Modern communication devices such as phones and networks rely on high-frequency transmissions, which is why we are unable to reach anyone or ascertain the situation outside." Upon hearing this, Lao Guan pondered and remarked, "So conventional communication methods are utterly ineffective in the current environment. Do we have any alternative means?" Zhang Lin nodded. "After our discussions, we believe it may be worthwhile to attempt using shortwave radios or transmitters, as they operate at lower frequencies and might be able to receive some signals amidst the disturbances. These older devices tend to perform better in extreme conditions and possess superior resistance to interference." Lin Feng continued, "On our way here, I observed a communication tower at the southeast corner of the village. And beneath it, there is a communication equipment room. If it remains relatively intact, it may house high-power communication devices that could assist us in establishing contact with the outside world. Moreover, it is situated at the intersection of 3 villages, which enhances the signal reception conditions." Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "Does this mean we might find a survivor's broadcast signal, or at least gain insight into the situation outside?" Zhao Lei nodded solemnly. Indeed, if the equipment is still functional, we could at least attempt to send out a distress signal or receive broadcasts. Even if we cannot fully restore communication at this time, we might gain insights into the survival conditions beyond our immediate surroundings. Chunlai squinted slightly, his expression revealing concern. However, the communication tower is located at the convergence of 3 villages, and the route there may not be safe. Additionally, we cannot ascertain whether the equipment room is intact or if there is a backup power source to support the communication devices. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, a note of determination in his voice. It is indeed a risk, but it is currently our only viable option. Without communication means, we cannot establish contact with the outside world or seek any assistance. Furthermore, we all worry about our families and friends. Perhaps at the communication tower, we may find a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Suya nodded gently, her eyes reflecting understanding and resolved. In that case, let us give it a try find our families and friends. To connect with other bases, this risk is worth taking. Lao Guan patted Lin Feng's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Rest assured, Xiao Lin. Though the road ahead may be fraught with danger, we will all cooperate fully. Lin Feng gathered everyone together and announced the task assignments. We will split into 2 teams. I, along with Teacher Han, Zhao Lei, and Xiao Wu, will head to the communication tower, while Bai Weiwei, Chunlai, Suya, Lao Guan, and Zhang Lin will remain at the base for defense. He paused, surveying the group, and continued. This mission carries significant risk. The communication tower is situated in the southeast corner of the village, a remote location that may harbor wandering monsters or other potential threats. The 4 of us going are among the more capable and physically strong members of the team. Teacher Han possesses some knowledge of communications. Although he is a biology teacher, his college major was in electronic communications, and he transitioned to biology for his master's. Thus, he will be able to locate the equipment more effectively on site, while the 3 of us will ensure protection, allowing us to respond more adeptly to any unexpected situations. Lin Feng elaborated, those remaining at the base are equally important. Our camp is the core of our team. If we face a raid or disturbance, someone must safeguard our base. Bai Weiwei, Chunlai, Suya, Lao Guan, and Zhang Lin remain behind, not only to ensure the safety of the base, but also to provide timely support for us. Should anything amiss occur, they could promptly evacuate, thereby avoiding perilous situations. He cast a resolute gaze upon everyone. Should this mission succeed, it would grant us the opportunity to access information from the outside world, even possibly uncovering traces of other survivors. Each individual must fulfill their role to guarantee the success of our endeavor and safeguard everyone's safety. After speaking, Lin Feng turned to the group and nodded in affirmation. Do we all understand? Upon hearing the arrangements, Bai Weiwei furrowed her brow, a hint of concern evident in her demeanor. She approached Lin Feng and whispered, Lin Feng, this mission is fraught with danger. I wish to join you. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Lin Feng gently shook his head, looking at her with tenderness yet firmness. Weiwei, it is more appropriate for you to remain at the base. The communication tower is situated in a remote area, and we cannot ascertain the condition of the equipment. We must ensure the camp's safety, and your vigilance is crucial. You may conduct some appropriate exploration in the vicinity, but do not venture too far. Should you encounter danger, do not act impulsively. We will address matters upon our return. Bai Weiwei pressed her lips together, falling silent for a moment, then reached out, tightly grasping Lin Feng's arm, her eyes filled with worry and reluctance. But it is dangerous out there. I cannot rest easy knowing you are at risk. Lin Feng felt the strength in her grip, a warmth spreading through his heart. He extended his other hand to gently hold hers, speaking softly, Weiwei, trust me, we will be cautious. There is a possibility of finding information from the outside world at the communication tower, and perhaps even a chance to contact our families. Wait for me here. I promise you, I will return safely. Bai Weiwei remained silent for a moment, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes, before she finally nodded gently. Then you must return safely. Lin Feng smiled slightly, patting her hand softly and tenderly vowed, I assure you, I will return to your side. Zhao Lei, observing the scene from the side, coughed lightly, a teasing tone in his voice. All right, Lin Feng, let us set off. We can't let the young lady worry too much. Lin Feng released Bai Weiwei's hand, nodding solemnly, then set out with Han Ziyuan, Zhao Lei, and Xiao Wu. They armed themselves with basic weapons and a sufficient supply of provisions, cautiously making their way toward the communication tower at the southeastern corner of the village. Meanwhile, Bai Weiwei stood silently at the base entrance, watching their figures fade from sight, her heart quietly praying for their safe return. The morning air was slightly cool as Lin Feng and his companions embarked on their journey to the communication tower in the southeast corner. The surroundings were oppressively silent, broken only by the occasional distant, indistinct howls. Lin Feng led the way, with Zhao Lei and Xiao Wu following closely behind, while Han Ziyuan meticulously scanned their surroundings, cautiously avoiding any potential dangers. After a careful trek, they finally arrived at the vicinity of the communication tower. From a distance, they noticed that the tower appeared abnormal. The lower half of the tower seemed to have been gnawed by some creature, the exposed metal framework riddled with dents and bite marks. Its surface rusted and pockmarked, resembling a deformed remnant of destruction. The communication tower, which should have stood upright in the clearing, now appeared precariously unstable, as if a gust of wind could topple it. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly and whispered to those beside him, "Be cautious. With the tower in such disrepair, there may be monsters nearby. Let us keep our voices down and approach discreetly." Lin Feng and Zhao Lei stealthily crept to the base of the tower, observing the surroundings. They held their breath, scanning their vicinity, only to find the ground littered with numerous, twisted metal fragments. The tower's base riddled with gnaw marks, as though it had been savagely bitten by some sharp-toothed creature. The tower teetered precariously, and the grass at its base was marked with strange footprints. Alongside scattered sharp metal shavings and remnants of dirt, as if a colossal beast had violently torn through the area. Suddenly, Zhao Lei noticed an odd ripple in the shadow of the tower, faintly perceiving two massive figures moving slowly. Upon closer inspection, he discovered two iron-eating creatures, their immense forms resembling that of apes, yet their backs and arms were covered in a layer of dull metallic plates, exuding a rusted sheen. Their forelimbs were not only robust but also bore peculiar drill-like protrusions at the ends, one of which had a serrated, chisel-like appendage, seemingly capable of easily piercing and tearing through metal. Clearly their primary weapon for gnawing at the tower's base. Lin Feng gripped the iron rod in his hand and whispered to Zhao Lei, "These two iron-eating creatures are more formidable than anticipated. Zhao Lei, we will split up. I will draw their attention while you seize the opportunity to strike at their joints and backs, aiming to impair their mobility. Han Laosher and Xiao Wu, you take this chance to enter the room and search for equipment." Zhao Lei nodded in agreement, and the two quickly separated, each preparing to confront the monstrous beings before them. Lin Feng suddenly hurled a piece of metal, which clanged sharply, successfully attracting the notice of one of the creatures. The monster slowly lifted its head, its dark red eyes glaring menacingly at Lin Feng as it let out a deep growl, then opened its serrated forelimbs and lunged toward him. Lin Feng swiftly dodged, moving quickly around the base of the tower to draw the creature away. Simultaneously, Zhao Lei stealthily approached the other creature from the opposite side, raising his iron rod and targeting its hind leg joint for a powerful strike. The rod struck home with a dull thud, causing the creature to let out a pained roar as it swung its other forelimb, armed with a sharp drill, toward Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei deftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the creature's attack. However, the monster's forelimb suddenly plunged into the ground, sending a spray of fine dust and metal shavings into the air, creating a deep pit in the earth. Zhao Lei's heart raced. This creature's forelimbs possessed tremendous power and could not be easily confronted head-on. As Lin Feng moved and observed the creature's actions, he sought its vulnerabilities. He discovered that although these iron-eating monsters possessed incredible strength, their movements were somewhat sluggish, and their joints appeared to be weakly defended. Seizing the opportunity when the creature lunged and missed, Lin Feng abruptly turned, swinging the iron rod down toward the creature's hind leg joint. The creature howled in pain and knelt forward, its forelimbs embedding into the ground with a screeching sound. However, the creature quickly regained its footing, glaring furiously at Lin Feng. It growled as it raised its serrated drill-like appendage, lunging fiercely toward Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng executed a rapid sidestep, the drill narrowly grazing his shoulder and missing him by a hair's breadth. He calmly retreated a few steps, circling around to the creature's side, prepared to strike back. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei seized the opportunity to launch a powerful attack from behind. He swung his iron rod forcefully at the creature's spine. The creature emitted a pained howl, suddenly pivoting and charging angrily at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei quickly withdrew, casting a glance at Lin Feng, signaling that he could continue to hold the creature's attention. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng swiftly moved forward to assist, grabbing a piece of metal debris from the ground and hurling it forcefully at the other creature's face to divert its attention. The two monsters, enraged, flailed their forelimbs, the drill-like protrusions slicing through the air with a whistling sound, relentlessly attacking the area where the two men stood, yet failing to land a hit. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei did their utmost to restrain the creatures, buying precious time for Xiao Wu and Han Ziyuan. Observing the monsters becoming increasingly agitated, Lin Feng and Zhao Lei exchanged quick glances, and Lin Feng had a sudden idea: to utilize the precariously balanced structure of the communication tower to subdue these beasts. They understood this might be their only chance to swiftly resolve the confrontation. Lin Feng spoke softly. "I will strike the base to attract their attention. You prepare to weaken the supports at a critical point?" Bringing the tower down, Zhao Lei nodded, tightening his grip on the iron rod and aiming for the weaker sections of the support pillars. Lin Feng struck the base of the communication tower with the metal piece, producing a series of resonating metallic vibrations. The sound drew the creature's attention. They emitted low growls and turned to charge at the tower's base, opening their vicious jaws to begin gnawing at the exposed metallic structure. The tower swayed more violently under their assault, as if on the verge of collapsing. In that fleeting moment when the monsters congregated at the tower's base, Zhao Lei seized the opportunity to strike the weak point of the support pillar with all his strength, causing catastrophic damage. With a resounding crash, the communication tower's structure swiftly lost its balance, beginning to tilt ominously to one side. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the impending crash of the tower. The communication tower crashed down with a thunderous roar, its immense weight crashing down upon the unsuspecting creatures. The two monsters let out chilling wails, unable to escape in time as the tower struck them, pinning them helplessly beneath it. Metal fragments and dust swirled in the air, the massive impact echoing throughout the area. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei stood by, gazing at the subdued monsters, exhaling deeply and revealing weary smiles. Zhao Lei clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, chuckling. "It seems our cooperation this time was quite effective." Lin Feng nodded, smiling back at Zhao Lei. "They should still be in the equipment room adjusting things. Let us see if we can find any crystal cores." They meticulously examined the heads and chests of the monsters. Based on past experiences, crystal nuclei typically reside in the core areas of these high-energy creatures. Soon, Lin Feng discovered a faintly glowing light beneath a metallic plate. He signaled Zhao Lei to carefully pry open the plate, revealing a dark red crystal nucleus pulsating weakly. This nucleus was approximately the size of a fist, emanating a somber red light, as if it still retained the residual essence of the monster. Another nucleus lay in a similar position, though smaller in size. Lin Feng cautiously stored the two nuclei in his equipment bag. He nodded to Zhao Lei and remarked, "Our gains are quite substantial. When we return, let everyone attempt to harness the power of these two nuclei and see if anyone can awaken." Zhao Lei glanced at the distorted communications tower, expressing his sentiments. "I never imagined that such monstrous strength could be so formidable. Merely their size and metallic plates make them nearly insurmountable." Lin Feng nodded slightly, a hint of vigilance flickering in his eyes. "It appears the creatures here are even more powerful than we anticipated. We must exercise greater caution henceforth." Just then, Han Zuan's voice echoed from the equipment room. "I found some equipment that is still in relatively good condition." Chapter 21. Equipment assembled. While examining the equipment room of the communications tower, Han Ziyuan was pleasantly surprised to discover a sealed storage cabinet. Inside, alongside some modern control apparatus for the communications tower, there lay a rudimentary military shortwave radio. Lin Feng and the others were astonished, as such military radios typically do not appear in standard communications tower equipment rooms. Han Ziyuan pondered over the radio, explaining, "It seems this communications tower was designed with special purposes in mind. Many countries equip critical communication facilities in remote areas with emergency communication devices, ensuring contact during disasters such as earthquakes, wars, or extreme weather. This military radio was likely installed by the telecommunications company or relevant government departments to address specific extreme situations. He continued, in emergencies, conventional communication networks may fail, especially devices reliant on high-frequency signals that are susceptible to electromagnetic interference. Storms and environmental disasters. The military shortwave radio, however, operates at a lower frequency, offering greater resistance to interference, making it suitable for long-distance communication. Even if the main system of the communications tower collapses, this device can still function. Perhaps, at that time, the precautionary installation of a shortwave radio was deemed a necessary safety measure. Zhao Lei touched the exterior of the radio thoughtfully, murmuring, "So, this communications tower may not merely be an ordinary facility. It likely also serves an emergency communication function to some extent." Han Ziyuan nodded, continuing to assess the radio's condition, noting that the equipment was relatively intact, evidently suffering minimal damage from recent disasters, which filled him with a sense of fortune. Lin Feng, deep in thought, added, "This also underscores the perilous nature of our current environment. The extreme disasters once anticipated in designs have now become our pressing reality." After careful discussion, they realized that although they had located the radio, it would remain inoperable without sufficient power supply. The existing power system of the communications tower was nearly incapacitated, unable to provide sustained electricity to the radio. Han Ziyuan frowned in contemplation. While the power requirements for the shortwave radio were relatively low, it still required a stable DC power source for continuous operation. Xiao Wu suggested, "Why don't we take the radio back first? We can discuss how to proceed together. It's not safe here, as monsters could appear at any moment." Lin Feng concurred with Xiao Wu's assessment, and the four of them returned to the visitor center with the radio in tow. Upon their arrival at the visitor center, Lin Feng and Zhao Lei solemnly placed the radio on the table, and everyone gathered around, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern as they listened to their account. Lin Feng spoke calmly, "The situation at the communications tower is far more perilous than we imagined. There are two mutated carnivorous monsters there, towering in size, clad in thick metallic plates, remarkably agile, and possessing astonishing attack power. They nearly harmed us on several occasions." Old Guan furrowed his brow and asked, "How did you manage to escape from them?" Zhao Lei chuckled, a hint of pride in his voice as he explained, "We discovered that the base of the communications tower was damaged, rendering its supporting structure fragile, so we decided to exploit this weakness. Lin Feng and I lured the monsters toward the tower's base, and when they approached, we sabotaged it, causing the entire tower to collapse and trapping them beneath and no matter how tough their armored skin, they could not withstand the weight of the entire communications tower." As he spoke, Zhao Lei retrieved 2 crystal nuclei from his pocket and carefully placed them before the group. The nuclei exhibited a profound black hue, subtly shimmering with a faint glow, as if harboring some unknown energy within. The others instinctively gathered closer, their gazes drawn to the nuclei, revealing a blend of curiosity and reverence in their eyes. Lin Feng regarded the nuclei for a moment before speaking slowly. "These 2 nuclei are indeed remarkable. Reckless absorption may pose risks." He paused before continuing. "Once we secure sufficient power support, we should prioritize getting the radio operational to ensure we can establish contact with the outside world. We can investigate the nuclei later. What do you all think?" The group nodded in agreement, voicing their approval. Old Guan stated with composure, "Xiao Lin is correct. The radio is our immediate priority. We need to contact the shelter first. We can take our time with the nuclei." Han Ziyuan adjusted his glasses, affirming, "The study of the nuclei is indeed important, but restoring communication is our primary task at present." Zhao Lei turned to Lin Feng, smiling as he tucked the nuclei away. "Then let's proceed with the plan and first address the issue with the radio." Han Ziyuan nodded slightly, gravely stating, however, "Although we have located the radio, we still need to resolve the power supply issue to activate it." He gestured toward the shortwave radio, emphasizing its need for a stable power source, while the power supply here had long been disrupted. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "What Teacher Han says is correct. Even with the equipment in hand, we must first tackle the power supply issue before we can utilize it." He surveyed the group and proposed, "I just recalled that many rooftops in the village are equipped with solar panels. Perhaps we can dismantle those to create a rudimentary solar power system to support the radio's operation. The radio's power requirements are not substantial, and with a few modified battery modules, we should be able to meet the basic needs. What do you all think? Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. That indeed sounds promising. With solar energy providing power during the day and utilizing stored energy at night, we should be able to sustain the radio's operation. Han Ziyuan and Old Guan exchanged glances, with Han Ziyuan commenting, theoretically, it is feasible. As long as we can procure sufficiently intact solar panels, along with some battery storage modules, we should be able to construct a basic power supply system. However, the connection method will require some modifications. The current and voltage levels must be adjusted appropriately for the radio to operate stably. He paused, deep in thought, and added, Old Guan, what are your thoughts on this? Old Guan nodded affirmatively. No problem, I have some experience with circuit modifications. Especially for simple power systems for emergency equipment, it shouldn't be difficult. However, we must also pay attention to the conversion devices. Otherwise, even with solar panels generating power, it won't directly supply the radio. Upon hearing their analysis, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with joy, sensing the plan's feasibility. He patted Teacher Han's shoulder, saying, Teacher Han, with your expertise, I feel reassured about these electrical matters. Han Ziyuan smiled slightly, reminding, we can resolve the circuitry, but dismantling and transporting the solar panels will require some physical effort. You and Zhao Lei must ensure to bring the solar panels back intact, while Old Guan and I prepare the wiring and modification tools to complete the adjustments in one go. That afternoon, Lin Feng prepared to head to the village with Zhao Lei and Xiao Wu in search of solar panels. Just as they were about to set off, Bai Weiwei insisted on accompanying them, her face displaying a mixture of unease and determination. Upon learning that Lin Feng and Zhao Lei had encountered danger at the communications tower, she felt a wave of anxiety and approached Lin Feng earnestly, saying, every time there's a dangerous situation, you never let me go. I can help too. Do you all think I'm incapable of being of assistance? As she spoke, her tone carried a hint of petulance, her head bowed with a slight pout, her eyes revealing a touch of reproach, intertwined with an undeniable concern. Lin Feng's heart softened at this sight. He truly did not wish for her to take risks, yet seeing Bai Weiwei's stubborn expression made it difficult for him to refuse. Gently grasping her hand, he softened his tone, Weiwei, we are merely going to retrieve some solar panels. There's no need for concern. However, Bai Weiwei remained resolute, shaking her head firmly, her eyes filled with pleading as she stubbornly added, if you don't take me this time, I'll be even more worried. Besides, I'll be careful I won't be a burden to you. My psychic abilities are quite strong. I can be of help in critical moments. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei exchanged glances. Zhao Lei shrugged with a knowing smile. Lin Feng sighed softly, gently patting the back of Bai Weiwei's hand with a smile. All right, we'll take you this time, but you must stick close to me and not wander off. Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Bai Weiwei's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with joy, as if her entire mood brightened. She eagerly nodded, a hint of shyness gracing her features as she grasped Lin Feng's hand. Overflowing with delight, I'll be very careful and definitely won't cause you any trouble. Lin Feng could not help but smile as he gazed at her, a tenderness emanating from his eyes. Although accompanying Bai Weiwei at this moment did indeed entail a measure of risk, witnessing her joyful demeanor seemed to alleviate some of his concerns. Thus, they decided to leave Xiao Wu at the visitor center. And Lin Feng, along with Zhao Lei, led Bai Weiwei as the trio made their way along the path toward Jiadi village. Along the way, Lin Feng would occasionally glance back at Bai Weiwei, ensuring she was by his side, his gaze gentle, and would sometimes meet her smiling eyes when she turned to look at him. They exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Zhao Lei walked ahead, occasionally stealing glances back at them with a chuckle. After approximately half an hour, they stopped in front of a relatively new building. This structure was markedly newer than the surrounding old houses, its doors still boasting a fresh coat of paint, indicating it had been built not long ago on the roof. A neatly arranged array of solar panels glimmered in the weak sunlight, appearing pristine and orderly. Lin Feng nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. It seems that the solar panels here are quite new. They should fit our needs perfectly. Bai Weiwei looked up at the roof, blinking curiously as she inquired, can these panels really generate electricity? Lin Feng gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, explaining, solar panels convert sunlight into electrical energy. Once connected to batteries and wiring, they can operate. When we take them back and connect them to the radio, they should be able to provide a continuous power supply. His words were tender, imbued with a sense of reassurance, and Bai Weiwei smiled in comfort, her eyes reflecting trust. Bai Weiwei glanced up at the solar panels, curiosity shining in her eyes. Do many families in the village have these panels? Zhao Lei replied. In recent years, many rural households have installed solar panels. The initial investment can be substantial, but the government provides subsidies, and they can even generate income through electricity sales, recouping costs in a decade or so, with minimal maintenance required. They circled the house, confirming that it was currently uninhabited, with all doors and windows securely shut. Zhao Lei found a relatively low wall and climbed up onto the roof. Bai Weiwei stood on the ground, nervously looking up, unable to resist urging him. Be careful. Don Tifal, Lin Feng chuckled. His experience with rooftops surpasses anyone else's. You need not worry. Once on the roof, Zhao Lei began inspecting the connections of the solar panels. The panels were linked to a controller, with cables converging at a small transformer. He retrieved tools from his bag and commenced the careful disassembly of several panels. Bai Weiwei watched him successfully detach a few panels. A look of relief spread across her face, and she quietly remarked to Lin Feng, I'm glad you brought me along. I certainly haven't missed anything important. After Zhao Lei removed the panels, he used a rope to lower them gently to the ground. Bai Weiwei and Lin Feng carefully received the panels, ensuring they were placed down with caution. Subsequently, Zhao Lei descended the rope and meticulously checked the connection ports of the panels to ensure the cables were intact. To guarantee they could successfully channel power to the radio, they also brought back some connectors and cables for adjustments upon their return. Upon arriving back at the visitor center, Han Ziyuan and Lao Guan began assembling the photovoltaic panels and spare batteries. They set up the solar panels in a spacious outdoor area, securing them on the side facing the sunrise, utilizing the wires and connectors Zhao Lei had removed to construct a rudimentary charging system. Under the sunlight during the day, the photovoltaic panels could capture and convert sufficient electrical energy, storing it in modified battery modules. Han Ziyuan carefully adjusted the power connections of the radio, ensuring the output voltage and current remained stable. By combining the old batteries with the solar panels into a storage module, they ultimately achieved the functionality of charging during the day and powering through the night. Through this simple yet effective solar power system, the radio could finally operate continuously during daylight hours, enabling it to receive broadcasts from the shelter. As dusk approached, Han Ziyuan held his breath, intently adjusting the radio's frequency. After a while, the radio emitted fragmented verbal snippets. Although the sound was muffled, it was indeed a call from the shelter. Everyone gathered around, anxiously yet excitedly listening. Despite the fragments, the voices reignited their hope. Lin Feng glanced at the others, resolutely declaring, with this system in place, we can continue to track the shelter signals. Perhaps we will even uncover news of other survivors. Zhao Lei patted the radio, chuckling. Thanks to these solar panels from abandoned buildings, this little radio has been revived. Han Ziyuan nodded in agreement. With this equipment, we can monitor broadcasts at any time. It may provide us with more guidance for our future actions. Chapter 22. The Ark Alliance. As Han Ziyuan fine-tuned the radio's frequency once more, a palpable tension filled the room, everyone's gaze converging on the radio as anticipation and anxiety intertwined. The static crackled intermittently, the signal wavering between clarity and obscurity, as if this communication relay was still in progress. And everyone's nerves were taut with each fluctuation. Whenever a clear sound emerged, nearly everyone's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, the atmosphere thickening with tension. At long last, after several minutes, the radio transmitted an exhilarating message. Though the voice retained some static, the content was barely discernible. The broadcast featured a calm male voice, tinged with fatigue yet maintaining composure. This is the Ark Alliance broadcasting from the Qingshan military base, which has initiated its shelter operation. All survivors are requested to follow the broadcast signal to the base. The base is equipped with supplies, medical facilities, and basic living support. Repeat, Qingshan military base is the nearest shelter. The coordinates are attached. All survivors, please proceed promptly. The signal fluctuated between clarity and uncertainty, the repeated phrases urging every survivor to act quickly, the voice tinged with urgency and a hint of weariness, resonating with every individual present, imbued with a sense of imperative action. As the words became clearer, everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the radio, which flickered with faint light. The air felt increasingly oppressive, almost allowing one to hear the rapid heartbeats of each person. Zhao Lei's eyes were filled with anxiety. He bit his lip, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his nerves taut like a drawn bowstring. His gaze darted across the radio's unstable signal bar, each fluctuation nearly suffocating him as he awaited clearer directives. Where's the base? What are the coordinates? This is what we need. Hurry and provide us with specific information. Zhao Lei murmured urgently, his voice laced with desperation and yearning. His words echoed the sentiments of the group. In this sudden, apocalyptic scenario, discovering the existence of a survivor base felt akin to finding a place of belonging. The others were hardly more composed than him, each brimming with anticipation. For instance, Bai Weiwei clutched her water bottle tightly, her fingertips turning pale from pressure, her brow slightly furrowed. Her gaze anxiously flitted between the radio's fluctuations and noise, yearning for a clearer indication of the coordinates. Though hope blossomed within her, she could not shake off a sense of uncertainty, as if even the slightest fluctuation could herald significant disappointment. Please hurry, she murmured softly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. It was evident her patience had reached its limit. The sudden revelation of the survivor base had everyone on edge, and at that moment, Lin Feng grasped her hand, their fingers intertwined, both eagerly awaiting the forthcoming information. Even Shenlai, usually stern and taciturn, appeared somewhat anxious. The radio's voice fluctuated between clarity and distortion, seemingly mirroring the inner turmoil of everyone present. Each rise and fall of the signal heightened their tension, as though they were awaiting an answer determining life or death. Each person was in suspense, waiting for that moment when crucial coordinates and explicit directives would emerge from the broadcast. Finally, the voice emanating from the broadcast became distinctly clearer, the static diminishing somewhat, and the information more complete. The coordinates for Qingshan Base are latitude 300543, longitude 1084212. All survivors are urged to proceed along the main roads to the base, avoiding any deviations from the path. The base's communication equipment is functioning normally but will gradually shut down based on circumstances, so it is advisable to head there promptly. To reiterate, the base is located in Laoshui City, Linxian County, Baifeng Town. Upon arrival, there will be designated reception personnel. This information momentarily shattered the instability of the signal. The broadcast clearly provided coordinates and explicit action instructions, yet it retained an urgent tone. Repeating the message, the voice continued to emanate, the slightly fatigued yet resolute male announcer stated. This is the Ark Alliance broadcasting. All survivors receiving this message, please take heed. The Ark Alliance is a rapid response initiative from the military, conducting small-scale rescue operations within a defined radius. The guidance and coordinates we provide are based on the most accurate and current intelligence. We urge everyone to adhere strictly to them. To ensure the safety of all survivors. The base will arrange regular supplies and medical support. Upon reaching the base, be sure to report your identity and location to the reception personnel. We will do our utmost to assist every survivor. The broadcast paused momentarily before a more urgent voice emerged. Important announcement. Due to escalating tensions, the base's reception capacity is limited. Please adhere strictly to the route indicated by the broadcast and refrain from deviating from the main roads. Any divergence from the prescribed path may lead to disorientation and even unnecessary peril. Remain vigilant, maintain communication, and avoid conflicts with strangers. The base's communication system will gradually shut down after accommodating all survivors. Thus, it is imperative to keep communications open along the way. Coordinates. Hurry, jot them down, Zhao Lei urgently whispered, his eyes flickering with hope and anxiety. However, Han Ziyuan furrowed his brow, immediately responding in a hushed tone. There is no need to rush to record the coordinates. We lack precise navigation equipment, and relying solely on these coordinates makes direct positioning challenging. It would be wiser to grasp the directional information from the broadcast. Understanding the general location of the base is paramount. We can confirm further details once the signal stabilizes. Lin Feng slightly nodded. Indeed, we only need to remember the base's general direction, as for the coordinates. They serve more as a reference point. What we truly need is the base's location and direction to determine the optimal route forward. The base is situated near Baifeng Town in Luoshui City. Lin Feng declared resolutely, we need only head in that direction. First, we will retrace our steps to National Highway S19, following the previously left signposts southward. After walking a short distance, we should be able to navigate our way there. Bai Weiwei hesitated slightly, asking in a low voice, but how do we ascertain our direction? Although we have a rough idea of the orientation, the coordinates do not allow for direct navigation. Her concern was entirely valid, as every line on the map seemed fraught with uncertainty, especially in this fragmented world, where missteps could carry grave consequences given our limited resources. Han Ziyuan nodded gently, speaking softly, you are correct. The coordinates lack immediate practicality. However, since the broadcast mentioned that the base is in Baifeng Town, Luoshui City, in conjunction with our map, Qin Mountain should lie not far to our southeast. This direction should serve as our primary route forward, he continued. Luoshui City is not far. We can select our route based on this general direction. We must be cautious, as traveling along the main roads is the safest option, and we should strive to avoid high-risk areas. He paused for a moment before adding, yet even so, dangers will still abound on the road. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and after a moment's contemplation, he stated, yes, safety comes first. Any oversight could yield unforeseen repercussions. We cannot afford to be complacent. He turned to the others, continuing his analysis. Based on what we know, dangers primarily stem from several sources. First, the range of monster activity. These creatures may not be entirely dormant during the day, and we must remain alert, especially in open areas. Second, environmental degradation could also pose a threat. Some areas have been so ravaged that roads have collapsed, bridges have broken, and certain regions may be obstructed by abandoned structures. We must constantly assess our route and seek feasible alternative paths. Indeed, Lao Guan added, thirdly, although we know that the Qin Mountain base possesses resources and medical facilities, we are likely to encounter other survivors along the way. We cannot ascertain their friendliness, and there may be risks of resource plundering. Therefore, we must be prepared with equipment to handle unexpected conflicts, remaining vigilant. Luoshui City is not far, and we can choose our route based on this general direction. We must heed the fact that traveling along the main roads is the safest option. While avoiding high-risk areas, Lin Feng surveyed everyone, his voice resolute. Lao Guan, Teacher Han, you stay behind to continue monitoring the radio, ensuring we can receive the latest directives from the base at any moment. The rest of you, come with me to Zhaidi village to gather essential equipment and supplies. We will handle this swiftly, taking as much usable material as possible to ensure we can face any challenges on our journey. Lao Guan and Han Ziyuan nodded silently. Although they understood this meant they would not participate in the forthcoming operation, their task remained equally vital. The radio was the sole channel of communication with the outside world, and any new instructions could impact their itinerary. Thus, they needed to ensure the communication devices were always on standby. Lin Feng turned to the others, succinctly assigning tasks. We must complete the procurement of supplies as quickly as possible to minimize exposure time. Zhang Lin, check the backpacks and first aid kits to ensure everyone's supplies are complete. Zhao Lei, you are responsible for inspecting weapons and protective gear to ensure adequate defense materials. Chenlai and Suya, you two collaborate to craft some wooden bows and arrows, as we will need your range support. The remaining individuals will scour the village for essential living supplies to load into the vehicle, ensuring nothing vital is overlooked. Everyone sprang into action, swiftly organizing gear and checking each person's backpack to ensure ample supplies. Zhao Lei inspected the weapons, placing them into his backpack, while Zhang Lin nodded, picking up several first aid kits to check their contents for medications and bandages, ensuring readiness for any injuries. She also set aside some essential medications, such as antibiotics and hemostatic agents, in a separate small bag for immediate accessibility. Once everyone was prepared, Lin Feng called out, "Let us go," and led the way toward the village. The efficiency of their search was commendable, as they managed to gather nearly all necessary supplies available in the village. Bai Weiwei and the others organized the materials, while Zhao Lei and Lin Feng transported them to the vehicle. Ensure everything that can fit in the car is loaded. We cannot afford to waste space. We are unsure when we will find resupplies, so these provisions are imperative to bring along, Zhao Lei advised the group. After confirming the materials loaded in the vehicle, Lin Feng gently tapped the roof, signaling that they could depart. Let us return to the base first, organize these supplies, and prepare for the journey ahead. Chapter 23. Departure. That evening, a unique ambience enveloped the base's quarters. Roaring campfire blazed, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows across each face, while the air was thick with the aromatic blend of burning wood. Everyone gathered around the fire, enveloped in a silence laden with contemplation and preparation. Under the glow of the flames, Lin Feng retrieved two profound black crystal cores from his backpack. The surfaces of these cores shimmered with a faint luminescence, resembling the most enigmatic stars in the midnight sky. Their hue was so dark it seemed to absorb all surrounding light. Though their appearance was rough, it could not conceal the immense energy fluctuations contained within. An invisible force seemed to flow across the surface of the crystal cores, emanating a deep and somber aura that instantly rendered the atmosphere in the room exceptionally weighty. The gazes of several individuals were immediately drawn to the two crystal cores, their eyes brimming with curiosity, yearning, and a hint of unease. This was the unknown power they could access. Perhaps it could alter their fates, or perhaps it would bring forth even more danger. Each person was acutely aware that these were not merely two crystal cores, but rather a double-edged sword. Lin Feng surveyed the group, his expression grave, as if he were making a significant decision. Finally, he spoke solemnly. Before we embark, I have decided to first examine these two crystal cores to see if any team member can absorb them, thereby enhancing our overall strength. His tone carried a resolute determination, his gaze sharp through the firelight, suggesting that if we could absorb them, we might become stronger and thus more secure on this journey. Zhao Lei raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of interest passing through his eyes, but he quickly lowered his head with indifference. His expression bore a hint of self-deprecation, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. I've only just awakened? And on the way back, I studied them without any reaction, he said, shaking his head gently, seemingly unconcerned about whether these crystal cores could connect with him. I should be unable to absorb them. He paused, as if organizing his thoughts. You all know that I've just awakened, and the power within me is not yet fully stable. Previously, on the way here, I attempted to sense the fluctuations of these two crystal cores, but there was no response whatsoever. It's up to you now. His voice hinted at a tinge of regret, along with a measure of self-mockery. Perhaps it's because the energy within me does not align with the properties of these cores. Zhao Lei's voice dropped slightly, as if contemplating the potential characteristics of these cores. You all know that the corpses of these two monsters are of the iron-eating aberrant type, likely related to steel or metallic elements. These crystal cores should have been extracted from within them, representing a form of aberrant material with strong metallic attributes. Zhao Lei's analysis appeared very rational. His eyes reflected not excessive excitement but rather calmness and contemplation. If that is indeed the case, then I may lack the capacity to adapt to this metallic property. My power primarily focuses on other aspects, particularly direct energy release, which may hinder my ability to absorb the energy of these aberrant metals. Bai Weiwei listened in silence, seemingly pondering Zhao Lei's words. She gently pursed her lips, her gaze deepening. Then, what about the others? Her eyes turned to Lin Feng, seemingly anticipating an answer. She did not respond directly. Instead, she chose to observe the reactions of each individual. After all, the absorption of the crystal core represented an unknown venture for everyone, potentially beneficial yet fraught with unforeseen side effects. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping across the group. He understood that the power of the crystal core was unpredictable, and the process of assimilating these anomalous substances could pose significant challenges for anyone. Perhaps it could lead to enhancement, or even extraordinary abilities, yet it also carried immense risks. Given Zhao Lei's circumstances, Lin Feng paused, fixating on Lao Guan and Han Ziyuan, stating, "Let us ascertain if anyone can absorb it, starting with those who have yet to awaken. This way, you may bolster your self-defense capabilities, or determine if further measures are necessary." Lao Guan furrowed his brow, clearly unfamiliar with the two crystal cores, and spoke cautiously. The ability to absorb such cores is closely linked to an individual's energy attributes, particularly the type and intensity of that energy. He glanced briefly at Zhao Lei before looking back at Lin Feng. We might attempt to sense if we can resonate with these cores. Evidently, he harbored some skepticism regarding this unknown power. However, The successful awakenings of several among Lin Feng's group alleviated some of the fear. Xiao Wu and Suya appeared quite eager to try, keen to see if they could awaken their own abilities through contact. Han Ziyuan also expressed a lack of confidence in their capacity to absorb such energy, considering their age and physique, and suggested allowing the younger ones to try first. As uncertainty lingered among the group, Chunlai stood to the side, his expression shifting as his gaze gradually settled upon the crystal core. Seemingly drawn by an irresistible force that compelled him closer, observing Chunlai's movement, Lin Feng refrained from intervening. Chunlai extended his hand to grasp one of the crystal cores. As soon as his fingers brushed its surface, he immediately sensed the faint energy pulsating within, as if a warm wave emanated from the core, exuding an unfathomable allure. Lin Feng swiftly noted Chunlai's reaction, his eyes betraying a flicker of surprise and anticipation. It seems your constitution aligns somewhat with this energy. Why not attempt to absorb it directly? His tone carried a hint of testing, yet was predominantly imbued with trust in Chunlai. Without a word, Chunlai nodded, his gaze sharpening with focus. He gradually closed his eyes, clutching the crystal core tightly, his body trembling slightly as he attuned himself to the power emanating from within. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to connect his consciousness with the energy residing in the core. As his focus deepened, the surface of the core began to shimmer with an intensified brilliance before gradually melding into his being. After a few moments of stillness, the luminescence of the crystal core abruptly dimmed, its entirety swiftly absorbed, vanishing without a trace. Chunlai's expression remained unchanged, yet he distinctly felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing a sharp and confident gleam, as though the power within him had been fully awakened. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei exchanged glances, both recognizing the transformation in Chunlai. While his physique appeared unchanged, the aura surrounding him had altered dramatically, the surging power emanating from within rendering him more resolute and formidable. "Shall we try the second one?" Lin Feng inquired, his voice brimming with expectation, his gaze laden with scrutiny and hope. Without hesitation, Chunlai reached for the second crystal core, resolutely grasping it in his hand. The surface of the core flickered momentarily before its glow rapidly faded. As if absorbing the energy within Chunlai, beginning to integrate itself into him. In that instant, Chunlai experienced an unusual warmth spreading throughout his body, devoid of any violent upheaval. Yet he sensed a power slowly stirring within him. Initially, this power did not manifest any remarkable changes. Chunlai closed his eyes, a strong sensation inducing a slight tension, yet he maintained his composure. He could feel each muscle within him quietly undergoing subtle transformations. A sensation coursing through his blood as if it were brewing for an impending eruption. He refrained from rising immediately, choosing instead to sit quietly, taking deep breaths as he awaited the stabilization of this newfound power. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, the fluctuations within Chunlai became increasingly pronounced. His breathing intensified, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow, clearly struggling to adapt to the changes brought on by this energy. Suddenly, he felt a violent surge of energy flooding in, as if shattering some constraints and erupting forth. The others, who had been resting, turned their attention to him, eyes filled with anticipation. Chunlai gradually opened his eyes, his gaze now profound and piercing. His entire aura surged, the power within him becoming more tumultuous, emanating an undeniable sense of intimidation. At this moment, his muscles appeared more defined, his posture slightly elevated, exuding a potent aura of pressure. As if he had undergone a remarkable enhancement, and no longer hesitating, he stood up slowly, grasping a wooden arrow he had crafted earlier that afternoon, his gaze fixated on the arrow in his hand. What once seemed a fragile wooden projectile now glimmered with a metallic sheen, resembling an arrow forged from steel, hard and sharp. After observing the arrow for a moment, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his eyes, and he swiftly drew back the bowstring as he gently pulled the arrow. The air seemed to vibrate in response. The arrow shaft resonated with his intent, drawn back to its fullest extent, and at that moment, the powerful energy seemed to merge entirely with the arrow. The wooden arrow underwent a dramatic transformation, its previously fragile structure now imbued with extraordinary hardness, taking on a metallic quality and radiating a chilling luminosity. "How is this possible?" Zhao Lei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice brimming with incredulity. "How did this arrow become akin to an iron projectile, significantly enhancing its penetrative and lethal capabilities? Your power must now be on par with Lin Feng." Suya, equally astonished, stared wide-eyed, her expression awash with admiration. "Chen Lai, your abilities have surpassed my imagination. This arrow appears as if crafted from steel, truly invincible." Chen Lai lowered his gaze to the arrow in his hand. A serene smile gracing his lips, the power within him continued to surge, awakening every nerve, instilling an unparalleled confidence. He spoke calmly, "This power resonates with my essence. I have mastered it. I feel immensely powerful now." "Ha ha, I can sense the flow of its energy." Chen Lai mused softly, a hint of surprise on his face, yet devoid of any fear. Only excitement and curiosity. "This not only enhances my strength, it seems to possess other capabilities as well, though I have yet to fully comprehend them." He slightly lifted the arrow, bowing his head to attune to the flowing energy, when suddenly his eyes flickered. As if discovering something, the once ordinary arrow began to emanate faint vibrations, seemingly responding to an unspoken intent within him. Chen Lai attempted to concentrate a portion of the energy. His fingertips twitched slightly, and the tail end of the arrow exhibited a peculiar sensation of vibration, as if attuned to the changes in the air, even drawing in subtle particles from around him. However, this attraction dissipated almost immediately. Lin Feng, watching from the side, nodded in satisfaction. It appears that the powers of these two crystal cores perfectly align with Chen Lai's constitution. Through this absorption, his strength has markedly increased, particularly in ranged combat. He is now capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with me. As for the specific nuances of other abilities, you shall uncover them gradually. He paused, casting his gaze upon each individual. Our collective combat strength has been significantly enhanced. Chen Lai, your arrows now possess the penetrative power of iron, making them more effective against monsters. I hope our journey to the Alliance proceeds smoothly." Chen Lai nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. "I will do my utmost to cooperate with everyone and ensure each step is executed flawlessly." Lin Feng surveyed the entire team, inhaling deeply. "Excellent. The power of the crystal cores has not been wasted. We are now stronger than before. Tomorrow, we shall depart as planned, so prepare yourselves. We must be ready to handle any unforeseen circumstances." The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting its warm glow upon the earth, the air rich with the fresh scent of soil, as if nature were quietly welcoming a new day. The group began packing their belongings and supplies early, pressed for time as they needed to hasten to their next destination. At this moment, they stood at the eastern edge of the village. Beside their vehicle, preparing to embark. Glancing back, the visitor center in the west stood quietly, as if bidding them farewell. However, a hint of reluctance lingered in their gazes. Though their time here was brief, it had been sufficient for them to regain their strength, repair their equipment, and momentarily catch their breath from the harsh external environment. This land, once unfamiliar, had now woven itself into their shared memories, becoming a rare refuge amid the looming crisis. Lao Guan stood to the side of the group, gazing into the distance, his voice low and reflective. "This place has now become a part of our memories." He spoke softly, as if to himself, or perhaps to those nearby, though his words were few. They afforded him a moment to breathe and regain a semblance of courage. A hint of warm melancholy permeated his voice, filled with a profound appreciation for the tranquility of the time they had shared. Bai Weiwei stood beside the vehicle, her backpack slung over her shoulder, her gaze involuntarily fixed on the distant village, fading into the horizon. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a gentle radiance upon her, as if bestowing upon her a serene beauty. Her heart swelled with a tumult of emotions, a mixture of reluctance to leave this temporary sanctuary and trepidation for the uncertain journey ahead. Her vision blurred, as if she wished to engrave this fleeting peace deeply in her memory, freezing it into an eternal moment. As she succumbed to her reverie, Lin Feng approached, without uttering a word. He stood quietly beside her, offering silent companionship. Bai Weiwei felt his presence, momentarily startled, and turned to meet his gentle yet resolute gaze. In his eyes she discerned an unmistakable blend of reluctance and determination, as if the entirety of their future lay bare before him. Lin Feng gently took her hand, the warmth of his touch providing a comforting solace amidst the morning chill, an unfamiliar sense of reassurance enveloping her. Bai Weiwei instinctively lowered her gaze, observing their hands clasped tightly together. The familiar warmth allowed her heart to relax. She understood that, regardless of what the future held, at least in this moment, she had Lin Feng, an unwavering shoulder upon which to lean. The vehicle before them stood quietly at the side of the road, symbolizing the new journey they were about to embark upon. Though it might lead them to perilous places, it also heralded new hope. Departing from the land that had once offered them some measure of security, uncertainty loomed ahead, yet within their hearts stirred a resolute determination to face whatever lay before them together. At this moment, all feelings of reluctance and anticipation intertwined within them. Bai Weiwei took a deep breath, gently tightening her grip on Lin Feng's hand. They exchanged a knowing smile, a silent understanding binding them, and no matter what lay ahead, they would walk side by side, bravely forging onward. Chapter 24. Encounter. The vehicle traversed the rugged path, the scenery ever-changing, alternating between arid desolation and scattered hamlets. Each time the wheels rolled over the uneven terrain, a subtle jolt reverberated through the cabin, a familiar discomfort that still prompted frowns from the passengers. Sunlight poured through the windows, warming each face and momentarily bestowing a sense of comfort, as if the sun were the sole solace amidst the dangers of their journey. However, Bai Weiwei's voice suddenly shattered the tranquility. She anxiously glanced out the window, her expression morphing into one of distress, and almost instinctively pointed ahead. "Stop! Stop! Did you hear that? Someone is calling for help." Her voice carried a palpable urgency and unease, her eyes glimmering with a fear that she herself scarcely comprehended. After a mental enhancement, Bai Weiwei's hearing had notably sharpened. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Immediately grasping the gravity of the situation, he swiftly turned to Bai Weiwei. "Are you certain? Did you hear it clearly?" Bai Weiwei nodded eagerly, the flicker in her eyes affirming her conviction. "It's a girl's voice? I can tell, just in the nearby village. It shouldn't be far." Zhao Lei began to listen intently as well, and through the car window, they faintly caught the sound of a weak cry for help. Although the voice was somewhat indistinct, Bai Weiwei's tense demeanor enveloped the cabin in silence, thickening the atmosphere with an ominous weight. "Stop the car," Lin Feng commanded without hesitation, instructing the driver, Teacher Han, to pull over. The vehicle came to a halt at the roadside, the engine's roar fading into stillness, and the surroundings fell into quietude. Yet Bai Weiwei remained alert, listening intently. For safety's sake, Lin Feng turned to Bai Weiwei and the others. "Stay here and remain vigilant. Zhao Lei and I will investigate." Without waiting for Zhao Lei's response, he strode purposefully towards the direction from which the sound had emanated. Zhao Lei followed closely, while the others remained in the vehicle. Keeping watch, outside, the sunlight blazed, yet Lin Feng and Zhao Lei quickened their pace, filled with alertness and unease. They crossed an open grassy area and entered a narrow alley adjacent to the village. As they drew nearer, the cries for help grew clearer. Suddenly, Lin Feng and Zhao Lei halted, their eyes widening in shock at the scene before them. At the end of the alley, two men loomed over a girl. She appeared to be in her 20s, tall and striking, her beauty still discernible despite her tattered clothing and grimy visage. She clutched her shoulders tightly, clearly terrified, her eyes brimming with despair and dread. One of the men was burly and muscular, his sun-darkened skin betraying a malicious glint in his eyes. He wielded a thick club, advancing menacingly towards the girl, clearly intending to intimidate her. The club glinted ominously in the sunlight. "Listen, miss, you'd best behave or I assure you, you'll regret encountering me." The brute grinned wickedly, quickening his pace, brandishing the club mockingly at her. His other hand reached. His voice was cold and calm, seemingly untouched by any emotional fluctuations. Zhao Lei stepped forward, brushing the dirt off his hands, his tone laced with a hint of derision. "You think that just because you've awakened your powers, you can run rampant? How naive!" His gaze swept over the fallen burly man, clearly unimpressed by such desperate ambition and arrogant power. Having fought alongside Lin Feng numerous times, He had continuously trained to fortify his body during their moments of rest, which set him apart from those who had never seen battle. The burly man lay on the ground, his chest heaving violently, lacking even the strength to rise. The frail man stood nearby, utterly terrified into silence. At that moment, the burly man remained prostrate, his chest rising and falling in distress, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. He realized he was not invincible, and this awakening of awareness brought him not only fear but also a profound sense of defeat. Lin Feng cast a gentle glance at the girl, approaching her with a soft tone. Though his eyes remained steely, he halted before her, crouching down, and softly reassured her. "Do not be afraid. You are safe now. It would be best for you to leave this place at once and seek a secure refuge. Go on." Zhao Lei nodded briefly in agreement, and then led the way forward, with Lin Feng closely following, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk, vigilant for any potential changes. The girl lifted her gaze to Lin Feng, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She scarcely made a sound, merely nodding gently, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Choking on her words, she said, thank you so much. If it weren't for you." Her voice was filled with gratitude, tinged with helplessness. Zhao Lei, standing nearby, softly urged, "You are safe now. Quickly leave this place." "What about your family? Go find them." The girl nodded, as if finally regaining a semblance of reason from her terror, though traces of panic and unease still lingered in her eyes. She felt a flicker of solace when she noticed the glances of Lin Feng and Zhao Lei. Taking a deep breath, she slowly spoke, her voice quavering, fatigue unmistakable in her tone. "I have no family left. I just encountered these two today. Who could have foreseen this would happen? Can you take me with you, please?" Lin Feng and Zhao Lei exchanged a glance, recognizing that they could not turn a blind eye to her plight, especially given her innocence. Lin Feng gestured for her to follow, with Zhao Lei bringing up the rear. Together, they made their way back to the vehicle by the village's edge. A group of people gathered around, and upon seeing Bai Weiwei and Zhang Lin, the girl finally felt a sense of relief. Beginning to recount her story, "My name is Li Yining," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I am 22 years old and hail from a nearby small town. I worked as a civil servant for the town government, primarily handling clerical duties." She lowered her head, glancing at her tattered clothing, a bitter smile crossing her lips. "My life was once simple and stable, until the disaster struck. When calamity began, my family underwent a drastic change. I managed to hide in the bathroom and escaped. But after that, I ran and hid. Today, I encountered these two scoundrels who promised to take me to safety, only to bring me to this village with ill intentions. Can you take me with you?" At that moment, Li Yining's words hung heavily in the air, the atmosphere thick with tension. Her eyes reflected deep helplessness and self-recrimination, the fear and exhaustion of being unable to control her fate resonating in the hearts of all present. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei exchanged another glance, both harboring complex emotions. Lin Feng's gaze remained composed, yet an involuntary hint of contemplation flickered within. Li Yining appeared youthful and strikingly beautiful, rivaling Bai Weiwei, but the disaster had undoubtedly driven her to the brink of despair. She once enjoyed a stable job and a secure life, but now she had become a solitary, helpless wanderer. Her plight elicited a surge of sympathy from both Lin Feng and Zhao Lei. Though the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, the fragility and vulnerability of the girl before them could not be overlooked. As she spoke softly, her emotions gradually poured forth. Lin Feng stood silently by, listening intently, his gaze growing profound. He understood that the current situation exceeded the bounds of individual power. All were struggling for survival. Li Yining may not be a formidable fighter, but her will to survive and courage to live were undeniable. In this apocalyptic backdrop, survival was laden with uncertainty and challenges for everyone. Whether it be Lin Feng, Zhao Lei, or Li Yining, all were engaged in a battle against death. "Can you keep pace with us?" Lin Feng inquired, his tone still calm yet imbued with an evaluative edge. He was wary of making hasty decisions in such an environment, particularly when involving a stranger, as doing so could introduce unnecessary risks. Li Yining looked up at his words, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes. She took a deep breath, as if striving to summon courage from within. "I can keep up. I know I am weak now, but I will do my utmost to match your pace. I will not be a burden. Zhang Lin, standing off to the side, relaxed slightly. She recognized Lin Feng's concerns were valid, but in this world, helping a vulnerable individual might present an opportunity to alter the course of events. She glanced at Li Yining, then at Lin Feng, before speaking up. Her desire to survive is evident, and she seems quite sensible. At the very least, we possess more survival experience in this chaotic world. Taking her along could be our responsibility to protect the weak. After all, she is not entirely helpless. She could provide us with information and assistance. Lin Feng nodded, still harboring a hint of hesitation, yet ultimately made his decision. Very well, since you believe you can keep up, let us proceed together. His tone bore no trace of pity. Instead, it felt more like encouragement directed towards a comrade, a quiet resolve shone in his eyes. As this decision stemmed not merely from compassion but from the understanding that, in such circumstances, reliance on one another was paramount. Particularly in this apocalyptic setting, solitude could easily render one prey, swallowing hope whole. "Thank you," Li Yining exclaimed, gratitude illuminating her eyes upon hearing Lin Feng's words. She bowed her head deeply, clenching her fists, seemingly vowing to herself that she would not betray their trust. With no path of retreat remaining, her only option was to closely follow them, relying on her meager strength and this newfound determination to survive. Lin Feng turned towards the vehicle, signaling for Bai Weiwei to look after her. Teacher Han had already turned to open the car door, his expression remaining calm, though he felt considerable pressure within. This decision, seemingly straightforward, could entail greater risks and burdens in the long run, especially by bringing along someone without sufficient combat capability. "Get in," Bai Weiwei said, glancing at Li Yining, pulling her along with a light tone, seemingly trying to offer some comfort, albeit tinged with an undercurrent of concern for the future. Li Yining nodded, quickly approaching the car and taking a seat. Her hands gripped the seat tightly, her mind silently rallying herself. She understood that this decision meant her fate was now intertwined with theirs, and regardless of how arduous the journey ahead might be, there would be no turning back. The vehicle restarted, gradually departing the village. The scenery outside the window transformed into desolation, the ruins of the city and scarred roads mirroring the heavy shadows within each heart. At that moment, Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, seemingly contemplating the road ahead and the potential dangers that lurked. Zhao Lei grasped the steering wheel, his brow slightly furrowed. As if already preparing for the worst, Li Yining occupied the back seat, her hands tightly clasped, her heart brimming with conflicting emotions. She recognized that her presence added an extra burden to the group. Yet she also understood that this was her sole opportunity. She must seize every chance to survive. Chapter 25. The mutated wild boar king. The two vehicles had been traveling for over an hour. The road conditions relatively smooth, causing everyone to relax their vigilance somewhat. Outside the window, the scenery shifted from urban hustle to rural tranquility. The atmosphere inside the car lightened, and conversations began to flow freely among the group. In that moment, it seemed as though no challenges lay ahead, and the path forward appeared bright. However, abruptly, trouble emerged, shattering this rare tranquility. The road ahead became congested, the vehicle's pace slowing to a crawl. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his brow furrowing. Despite reducing speed, his eyes remained fixed on the front. Several cars had halted before a bridge on the main road. The bridge's surface fractured, debris strewn across the path, its structure entirely collapsed, creating a deadly obstruction to passage. Lin Feng gradually brought the vehicle to a stop, his tone grave. The others in the convoy quickly disembarked to assess the situation ahead. They stood outside the vehicles, their eyes scanning the wreckage of the broken bridge, struggling to fathom the catastrophic events that had led to this devastation. A heavy atmosphere enveloped them. Nevertheless, hope lingered. They sought alternative routes. Lin Feng pulled out a map. Scrutinizing the surrounding roads, "It seems we must take a detour," he remarked, indicating a remote mountain path on the map. Yet this route was overly circuitous, and with insufficient fuel, the absence of alternative paths in this area posed significant challenges. Otherwise, we would have no choice but to retrace our steps, which would incur significant cost. He paused momentarily, glancing at the others in the convoy, a flicker of hesitation dancing in his eyes. "We can only attempt the descent through the mountain path." Teacher Han stood beside him, arms outstretched, his expression tinged with resignation. "This situation is rather troublesome." After a few minutes of silence, the group began to earnestly discuss potential strategies. Ultimately, they collectively decided to temporarily abandon the detour and opt for a direct venture into the forest, attempting to traverse through the mountainous terrain. Although the path ahead was rugged and uneven, if they could discover a traversable route, it might save them time. Moreover, there were no better alternatives at present. Remaining here indefinitely was unwise. Thus, they began to disembark from the vehicle, gathering their belongings. Due to Li Yining's frail condition, she was not tasked with carrying anything, while each of the others donned a pack. Weapons in hand, Lin Feng carried 2 bags, one in front and one behind. He then organized the group, placing him at the forefront to clear the path, with Xiao Wu assisting, while the strength-enhanced Zhao Lei and Chen Lai took up the rear. Teacher Han, Lao Guan, Suya, Bai Weiwei, Zhang Lin, and Li Yining formed pairs in the middle, walking side by side to look after one another. After nearly 2 hours of travel, fatigue began to set in as they munched on their provisions. Suddenly, an unsettling noise echoed from not far away, a heavy thudding of footsteps accompanied by the sound of trees being struck. A pungent, metallic scent assaulted their senses. "Everyone, be cautious," Lin Feng warned in a hushed tone. His gaze fixed on the thicket ahead, he had sensed something amiss long before. Just then, several wild boars burst forth from the underbrush, their massive frames exuding an alarming ferocity. Their eyes were ablaze with crimson fury. Sharp tusks bared, and their bellies appeared distended, indicating they were aberrant wild boars. These mutated wild boars were significantly larger than their ordinary counterparts, their skin a sickly shade of grayish-black, muscles enveloped in heavy fat, rendering them extraordinarily formidable. Their eyes were bloodshot, devoid of reason, driven by impulsive aggression. Especially their snouts, which emitted a repulsive stench of decay, clearly a sign of their mutation, suggesting they possessed some terrifying power. There's no time. Prepare for battle. With Lin Feng's command, the team swiftly distanced themselves, readying for confrontation. Bai Weiwei glanced at the wild boars, a flicker of anxiety crossing her features, but she soon inhaled deeply, raising her palm to concentrate her energy. Her ability lay in mental interference, allowing her to temporarily control or influence the thoughts of her foes. Eye in the eyes of the wild boars, Bai Weiwei endeavored to use her psychic power to instill confusion. She closed her eyes, focusing intently as she emitted an invisible wave of mental energy aimed directly at the brains of the wild boars. Simultaneously, Chen Lai swiftly notched an arrow, his focus locking onto the foremost wild boar that had just charged towards Lin Feng. Its massive form and rapid approach were impossible to disregard. Yet, Chen Lai had already taken aim. The arrow flew from his fingers with a powerful release. Whoosh! The arrow zipped through the air, slicing with a sharp whistle as it targeted the wild boar's eye. The arrowhead pierced through the creature's left eye, delivering a forceful blow that penetrated its skull. The wild boar's enormous body halted momentarily, eyes filled with blood and confusion, before it violently swayed and collapsed to the ground. "Well done!" Zhao Lei observed the scene, a flash of approval in his eyes, yet the remaining wild boars did not retreat. Rather, they grew increasingly agitated. Xiao Wu and Suya stood guard, weapons in hand. "Protecting the others. Quickly! Do not allow them to approach!" Lin Feng shouted, his gaze locking onto the largest wild boar, which appeared to be the leader of the pack. It charged at Lin Feng with a ferocious roar. Sharp tusks poised to strike. "I'll take it!" Zhao Lei surged forward, his body coiling like a predator ready to pounce, legs propelling him into the air towards the massive wild boar. Zhao Lei's form arced through the air as he delivered a powerful punch directly to the boar's chest. The immense force caused the creature to stagger back momentarily, yet it showed no signs of halting its counterattack. The wild boar emitted a deafening roar, violently swinging its tusks as it lunged at Zhao Lei. "Dodge!" Lin Feng shouted. Rushing toward the unfolding chaos, he raised his hand and delivered a precise strike to the wild boar's neck, the force of his palm sending it crashing to the ground. However, even the downed wild boar continued to roar and struggle, clearly not yet dead. Lin Feng, refusing to let his guard down, swiftly drew a pair of bone spikes from his backpack, aiming for the creature's throat and stabbing down with ferocity. The wild boar let out a pained squeal, its struggles gradually weakening until it lay lifeless on the ground. Lin Feng withdrew his bone spikes, standing in place to catch his breath as done. His tone was calm, yet a glimmer of vigilance lingered in his eyes. Everyone, be cautious. These mutated wild boars may have stronger kin. In recent years, wild boars have proliferated, and there may be others lurking nearby. Bai Weiwei interjected, her voice raised in alarm. We must be wary. Something more powerful is approaching. At that moment, a thudding sound resonated from the distance. The atmosphere of battle grew increasingly tense, the air thick with the scent of blood and decay. Lin Feng's team had just dealt with the immediate threat of the mutated wild boars, but Bai Weiwei's warning sent everyone on high alert. In the distance, the ground began to tremble, the thudding footsteps drawing nearer. The sound was heavy and forceful, each step seeming capable of cracking the earth. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, shaking the trees, their branches creaking ominously. This is bad. Prepare quickly, Lin Feng commanded loudly, his gaze fixed on the distant mountain path, clearly sensing an even more dangerous adversary approaching. Look! Zhao Lei suddenly pointed ahead, where a massive shadow burst forth from the woods. It was a hybrid creature. A mutated wild boar, but its size was a full double that of the previous ones, nearly the size of a small vehicle. Its skin was a sickly deep green, covered in bizarre tumors and scales, exuding a foul stench of decay. Its eyes were entirely blood-red, radiating madness and violence, devoid of any rationality. The creature's tusks were more menacing than those of ordinary wild boars, sharp enough to easily tear through steel. Its nostrils expelled a viscous liquid, releasing a horrifying odor of rot, as if the very air surrounding it had been tainted. A mutated variant of the wild boar, undoubtedly awakened, likely the king of the wild boars in this area. Lin Feng analyzed swiftly, his gaze unwavering upon the monstrous creature charging toward them, ready for battle. Bai Weiwei focused once more, attempting to utilize her mental interference ability to influence the creature's thoughts. However, it was evident that this monster's mental defenses far exceeded those of ordinary wild boars, as her psychic waves failed to produce the desired effect. Its eyes remained filled with madness, completely unrestrained. It's unaffected. My mental influence has no impact on it, Bai Weiwei exclaimed, her complexion paling. No worries, everyone scatter. Chunlai, Zhao Lei, find your opportunities. The rest of you, protect yourselves, the three of us will hold it back. Lin Feng commanded, and the team sprang into action. Chunlai drew back his bow, an arrow poised and ready. He aimed for the creature's eye. The bowstring twanged, and whoosh, the arrow shot forth like a meteor. Targeting the monster's massive eye, however, while the arrow struck true, the creature's skin was extraordinarily tough. It merely penetrated the eyelid, failing to reach a vital area. The monster let out a thunderous roar, undeterred as it continued its charge. Damn it! Its skin is too thick. Even if I hit the eye, my enhanced abilities barely inflict any damage. Chinlai cursed under his breath, quickly switching arrows to prepare for another assault. Meanwhile, the enormous mutated wild boar lunged towards them, its speed astonishing, causing the entire valley to tremble under its weight. Its tusks resembled sharp blades, aimed directly at Lin Feng, as if intent on tearing him apart in the throes of battle against the wild boar king. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of danger. The colossal beast charged at him with blinding speed, its tusks like steel knives, eyes brimming with insanity and bloodlust. Even the powerful attacks from Zhao Lei and Chunlai failed to deliver a fatal blow. The creature's skin was as impenetrable as armor, rendering their most lethal strikes ineffective. It's over. We can't do this alone. Chunlai gritted his teeth in anxiety, shouting, Lin Feng, we're counting on you. I can't be of any help. My arrows keep bouncing off its thick hide. Lin Feng squinted slightly, his heart racing as he sensed an unprecedented pressure closing in on him. The surrounding team members were exerting every effort to resist. However, the formidable presence of the mutated wild boar king rendered them momentarily incapable of responding. He understood that, relying solely on their collective strength, it was impossible to vanquish this beast. Its might and swiftness surpassed his own, and his attacks failed to inflict any harm upon the creature. In this ebb and flow, defeat was their only fate. At that moment, an extraordinary reaction surged through Lin Feng's body. His nerves seemed to sharpen instantaneously, and all his senses heightened to an extraordinary level. Every subtle shift in the air, even the vibrations from the monster's roars, resonated clearly in his mind. His vision became remarkably acute, as if the entire battlefield had been magnified in an instant. He could discern each strand of the wild boar king's fur, every movement of its limbs with startling clarity. At this juncture, his reaction speed surged tremendously, enabling him to perceive the moment arrows, fists, or other attacks were about to make contact with their target. This perception transcended the limits of ordinary humanity, as if he had entered a state of combat precognition. It was combat adaptation. He had unexpectedly triggered this unique evolutionary skill within himself. His body instinctively produced an adaptive response under extreme danger, enhancing his reflexes and strength, with every muscle movement becoming remarkably coordinated and precise. Although all of this transpired in the blink of an eye, he felt transformed, no longer the ordinary human he once was, but rather an entity awakened by the environment and crisis. He raised his hand, and suddenly, an invisible force seemed to emanate from him, causing subtle ripples in the surrounding space. Lin Feng dashed toward the wild boar king, every muscle in his body strengthening with the accelerating rhythm of his heartbeat. His movements became extraordinarily swift, each stride covering several meters almost instantaneously, eclipsing even the prowess of previous Olympic champions. Die? Lin Feng's low growl was laced with a chilling aura as he leapt, his body pouncing toward the monster like a cheetah. The massive wild boar king stood defenseless against Lin Feng's full-force assault. Lin Feng's fist swung forward, imbued with a palpable force, striking the creature's chest with tremendous impact. Having previously observed that arrows were ineffective against the beast, he abandoned the bone spikes in favor of a two-handed approach. This blow carried a strength greater than any before, sending the wild boar king staggering back several paces. Although its tough hide remained unbroken, the sheer force of the impact rendered its body momentarily rigid. A glint of cold resolve flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he swiftly adjusted his stance and launched another attack. Continue. Deliver a fatal blow. Lin Feng urged himself inwardly. He was no longer an ordinary warrior. He had become an evolved being ignited by the fires of battle. With every punch and kick, his body underwent rapid adaptations, each movement infused with devastating power. The creature did not relent easily, lunging at him once more, its ferocious speed leaving the other team members momentarily stunned. Yet Lin Feng's reaction time had transcended that of an ordinary human, even surpassing Zhao Lei and Chen Lai, who appeared sluggish in their coordination. He suddenly sidestepped to evade the wild boar king's attack, then leapt onto the creature's back, swiftly grasping its spine and wrenching down with force. The tremendous force coursed through the monster's body, and within mere seconds, its spine was torn apart, eliciting a pained howl. A flicker of agony crossed the wild boar king's eyes, as if it had not anticipated facing an adversary so formidable. It struggled to resist, but Lin Feng had entered a complete combat state, each of his strikes executed with pinpoint accuracy and unstoppable strength. The creature's counterattacks gradually slowed as Lin Feng's adaptations made him increasingly stronger, delivering even greater threats. The surrounding team members were utterly entranced, helplessly witnessing Lin Feng dismantle the mutated wild boar king's defenses in mere moments, empowered by his extraordinary combat adaptation. Zhao Lei and Chen Lai stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at Lin Feng's unprecedented strength. In that moment, Lin Feng transcended the role of mere teammate, embodying the essence of a warrior forged through life and death trials, endowed with extraordinary combat capabilities. They had witnessed his evolution from an ordinary individual to this incredible being. Ella, yawning, standing nearby, gaped in astonishment at Lin Feng. She had never before witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. The man she had once thought to be nearing his limits now illuminated her with awe and admiration, her breath quickening and heart racing. Her gaze remained fixated on Lin Feng, as if she were beholding an entity that transcended human capabilities. the extraordinary individual she had only heard of in whispers. And now, this man had once again saved her life. As the final blow landed, the mutated wild boar king emitted a final, anguished cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood and decay. Lin Feng, panting, stood beside the fallen beast, his muscles still subtly trembling as though bearing the immense burden of battle. Though his body had been reinforced, he felt a wave of weakness beginning to spread through him. The overexertion of combat adaptation had left him utterly exhausted, his vision blurring and his mind teetering on the brink of dizziness. Yet he knew that once he recovered, he would emerge even more powerful than before. "We did it!" Bai Weiwei exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the fallen wild boar king before her gaze shifted toward Lin Feng, a hint of concern reflected in her expression. She hurried over to support him, urging, "Lin Feng, quickly sit down and rest." Chapter 25. Arrival at the Alliance. Zhao Lei rushed to the wild boar king's carcass, brandishing a knife as he began to painstakingly carve through the thick hide. The sound of the blade clashing against the tough skin echoed in the vast forest, each incision proving exceptionally arduous. Beads of sweat gradually formed on Zhao Lei's forehead, his wrist trembling slightly. Yet he pressed on undeterred. "Could you not be so forceful? The blade is going to snap." Zhang Lin stood nearby, her brow furrowed as she cast an exasperated glance at Zhao Lei. "Could you refrain from being a nuisance?" Zhao Lei replied breathlessly, irritation creeping into his tone. "This skin is tougher than iron. It's not as easy to cut. Who told you to start this?" Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. "If I were doing it, I would have had it open by now." "Humph," Zhao Lei scoffed, muttering under his breath. "If you were so capable, you would have done it already." All right, Han Laosher interjected with a chuckle, stepping in to quell their bickering. "Enough of the squabbling. Let us help each other out and be quick about it. Everyone is waiting." "Who says I can't do it? The skin is tough, but it's not impossible to cut." Zhang Lin retorted defiantly. "Just watch." With that, she took another knife, handing one to Zhao Lei while grasping another for herself, beginning to work alongside him. Although a bit clumsy, her movements remained steady, and they gradually fell into a harmonious rhythm. Zhao Lei glanced at Zhang Lin and couldn't help but chuckle. "Turns out you're quite capable. Stop just directing from the sidelines." Zhang Lin rolled her eyes. "What do you know? This is what we call the harmony of motion and stillness." She moved briskly, cutting and laughing. "You're using brute force. I'm employing technique." All right, can you two hurry up?" Lao Guan sighed in exasperation from the side. "Stop the bickering and get that crystal core so we can move on." Ultimately, after much effort, Zhao Lei and Zhang Lin halted their cutting in unison, gazing at the enormous crystal core before them. "It's finally out." Zhao Lei exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, a smile breaking out on his face. "Now it's truly worth it." Zhang Lin chuckled, patting Zhao Lei on the shoulder. "See? I told you it was thanks to me this time." Zhao Lei retorted playfully. "All right, enough with the boasting. You're still panting. Don't get too cocky. Let us hurry." An hour later, Lin Feng finally regained his strength, having adapted to his newly awakened powers. After enduring several hours of trekking through the dense forest, they finally beheld the outskirts of Baifeng Town. The twilight glow bathed the valley of Baifeng Town in a gentle golden light, infusing the small town with an aura of serene warmth. After their prolonged journey, Lin Feng and his teammates arrived at the town's periphery. The scene here starkly contrasted with the ruins and bloodshed of the outside world. The air was fresh, and the surroundings exuded an almost otherworldly tranquility. There were no monster roars to be heard, and everything appeared remarkably peaceful. However, Lin Feng remained vigilant, aware that in a post-apocalyptic world, no place could be entirely trusted. Behind any seemingly tranquil facade, hidden dangers could lurk. As they approached the checkpoint at the outer edge of Baifeng Town, they encountered a simple barricade manned by several well-equipped soldiers clad in camouflage, their sharp gazes scanning each of them with keen scrutiny. Lin Feng and his companions halted their steps. Zhao Lei nervously adjusted his backpack, while Bai Weiwei lowered her head slightly, anxious about drawing unnecessary attention. After all, they were not very familiar with this alliance. But they did not appear overly apprehensive, knowing that the Dragon Kingdom's military was renowned as the best in Blue Star, founded by a great leader known for its strict discipline and protective nature over its citizens. Although Lin Feng and his companions were adorned with equipment that did not resemble that of ordinary civilians, various weapons and bone spike props, one must not forget that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, no one could afford to be complacent. "Halt!" a soldier commanded, raising his rifle to signal them to stop. "Who are you? Where did you come from? I need to check if there are any monsters among you." "We are survivors, and there are no monsters among us. We received the location of the base via a military radio." Lin Feng stepped forward, his tone calm yet resolute. The soldiers scrutinized their gear, his brow slightly furrowing, yet he refrained from exhibiting immediate hostility. After a brief exchange with a comrade, someone approached to inspect all their backpacks. Afterward, the soldier turned to Lin Feng, his tone softening somewhat. "Survivors? Let me take a closer look at you." After a thorough examination, he nodded. "Very well, you may temporarily enter the town, but you will need to register your identities, provide details of your origin, and fill out some additional forms. Basic checks will also be conducted. Afterward, someone will guide you." Lin Feng nodded in understanding. "All right, we will cooperate." The soldier gestured for them to follow another soldier toward the town's entrance. The guiding soldier spoke softly. "We have regulations here. All outsiders must register first. You are fortunate that there have been no emergencies today. Although the outskirts of Baifeng town are relatively safe, there are still soldiers and patrols within to guard against unforeseen incidents." As they entered the inspection area on the outskirts of the town, Lin Feng observed that although the facilities were rudimentary, everything appeared orderly. The roads within the town were spacious and tidy, with many individuals bustling about. Occasionally, a few people would pass by, their gazes bright yet devoid of overt hostility. Clearly, the residents had grown accustomed to the steady influx of strangers. Despite the tranquility, there were underlying dangers. The guiding soldier continued, "There are still some mutated creatures lurking in the surrounding forests, and there are several restricted areas within the town designated as military zones. We have dedicated patrols to maintain order and ensure that external threats do not infiltrate our community. You may head to the designated resting area to recuperate. Arrangements will be made for you tomorrow." "I understand." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, glancing back at his companions. It was a relief to finally have a good night's sleep after days of tension. They could discuss matters tomorrow. Following the soldier's lead, they arrived at a simple building that appeared to be the resting area. The structure was modest, with a low roof and slightly worn walls, and a few soldiers stood guard at the entrance. "Please go inside." The soldier gestured for them to enter the resting area. "The facilities are basic, but they will suffice for a night's rest. Tomorrow, a representative from the base will come to further assist you in arranging your accommodations and work." Upon entering, they found that some survivors were already resting within. The interior was starkly furnished, with a few wooden beds and some battered furniture piled in a corner, the walls bearing marks that seemed to chronicle the passage of time. The space, though small, felt somewhat constricted, and the air was imbued with a sense of exhaustion and depression. Nevertheless, the occupants did not appear particularly panicked. Rather, their eyes reflected a numbed acceptance of life in the post-apocalyptic world, where survival had become the sole objective, and fear had long since become a familiar companion. "This is your temporary resting area. You may take a moment to rest," the guiding soldier spoke softly. "Men will rest here, while women follow me upstairs." Lin Feng and Zhao Lei exchanged knowing glances and nodded. Bai Weiwei cast a reluctant glance at Lin Feng, her face revealing a complex array of emotions, yet she followed suit, heading toward the female quarters. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Feng felt a subtle stir of emotions within. Though their acquaintance had been brief, they had fought side by side for a considerable time in this desolate world. Bai Weiwei was the type to silently shoulder burdens, seldom revealing vulnerability, yet even the strongest individuals could not escape emotional ties in such an environment. Lin Feng understood that despite their temporary separation, the bond of trust and understanding between them would remain unchanged. "She will be fine. Weiwei is quite resilient." Zhao Lei seemed to sense the complexity in Lin Feng's gaze and patted his shoulder. "You need not worry too much. We are all accustomed to these separations. Besides, Zhang Lin and Suye are with her. They will look out for one another. You will be relatively safe here." The soldier explained. "However, there will be patrols during the night, so remain vigilant and refrain from venturing out unnecessarily." We will arrange further accommodations and task assignments tomorrow. Thank you, Lin Feng offered a slight bow. Although he was aware that this place was not guaranteed to be completely secure, at least this temporary tranquility provided them with a brief respite. Following the soldiers' guidance, Bai Weiwei was escorted to a higher floor while Lin Feng and Zhao Lei were assigned to a somewhat cramped room. Upon entering, Lin Feng noticed a few male survivors already seated on the edge of their beds, engaged in hushed conversation. Their expressions appeared calm, yet the fatigue and vigilance etched into their eyes spoke volumes. After Zhao Lei stepped in beside Lin Feng and casually tossed his backpack onto a bed, he glanced around the room. These folks seemed quite trustworthy, at least for now. He plopped down onto one of the beds, exhaling in relief. Finally, we can rest without constantly looking over our shoulders. Resting does not equate to lowering your guard. Lin Feng shook his head, settling down on the edge of the bed and arranging his backpack. Tomorrow is crucial. Today is merely a temporary arrangement. Though this place felt significantly safer than the outside world, he understood that in the post-apocalyptic realm, any semblance of safety could be fleeting. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his emotions, then moved toward the bed, preparing for a brief reprieve. Meanwhile, Bai Weiwei entered the room assigned to her. This space was slightly more spacious than Lin Feng's, though still simple. It afforded a sense of privacy. Inside, 2 female survivors were already present, evidently having been there for some time, engaged in quiet conversation. Bai Weiwei gently approached the bed, and the 4 of them, Zhang Lin, Suya, and Li Yaning, began to find their resting places. The room contained bunk beds, and Bai Weiwei opted for the bottom bunk. Exhausted from the day's journey, they exchanged a few words before settling in to organize their belongings. One of the other female survivors noticed their arrival and broke the silence. You must be the newcomers. You look quite worn out. Bai Weiwei smiled faintly, replying, Indeed, we just arrived. The journey was quite arduous. Where do you hail from? The woman inquired curiously, her gaze scrutinizing. From Shijing City, Bai Weiwei answered succinctly, then shifted the topic, gently sighing. How long have you been here? We just arrived a day or 2 ago as well, another woman replied, her tone imbued with a hint of reassurance. Currently, we are uncertain about what will happen next. I believe arrangements will be made once the numbers stabilize. Rest assured, it has been quite safe these past couple of days. Chapter 26. Lin Huixian and Genetic Risks. The following morning, Lin Feng was jolted awake by a sharp call. The sky outside was beginning to brighten, thin morning mist wafting through the town as streets, and a chill hung in the air. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he turned to glance at Zhao Lei beside him, who was yawning, evidently having just awakened. Gather! A stern command echoed from a distance, prompting Lin Feng to spring from his bed, quickly readying his gear, and stepping out of the room alongside Zhao Lei. Upon reaching the town center, they found other team members already assembled in the square, surrounded by a group of soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms. The soldiers were methodically organizing the survivors for roll call, requiring everyone to line up in order to undergo inspection, reminiscent of military training at university. Lin Feng noticed that Bai Weiwei and several others were already in line, exchanging brief glances without uttering a word. Following the soldiers' directions, everyone was led into a larger building. The interior was spacious yet unadorned, with light streaming in through high windows, illuminating the entire space. This appeared to be a multifunctional activity room, with various survival charts and signs adorning the walls, containing only the most basic knowledge, which was still being expanded and refined. In the center of the room stood a large table, behind which several officers in military attire were seated, intently reviewing documents. Upon entering, each person was required to stand in line for registration. Please report your awakening status and previous occupation in detail. This information is crucial for your future grouping and assignments, one officer stated, his tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. A slight tension pervaded the atmosphere among the survivors, particularly those encountering such scrutiny for the first time. However, Lin Feng had long since acclimated to this procedure and felt confident in his abilities, patiently awaiting his turn. When his name was called, Lin Feng stepped forward and succinctly reported his awakening status. Previously, he held the position of an ordinary office worker. However, following his awakening, his abilities escalated rapidly, endowing him with formidable strength. This newfound power rendered him increasingly advantageous in the face of mutated creatures. He merely introduced the awakening of his powers without hastily revealing his adaptive abilities. Subsequently, Bai Weiwei, Zhao Lei, Zhang Lin, and others reported their circumstances in turn. Zhao Lei's awakened abilities were related to strength, while Zhang Lin possessed formidable healing capabilities. Chen Lai introduced his archery skills and the enhancement thereof, and Bai Weiwei documented her psychic abilities. The remaining individuals had not awakened but exhibited significant potential nonetheless. With all reports concluded, the officer glanced at the documents in hand and nodded. Now, please follow us to the conference room for further task allocation. Lin Feng and his companions were ushered into a more spacious room, which exuded an oppressive atmosphere, heavy with tension. Several large tables were arranged in the center, while the walls were adorned with maps, strategic deployments, and safety warning slogans. Just as everyone settled into their seats, the doors swung open, and a woman clad in a form-fitting combat suit, exuding an air of elegance, entered. Her presence immediately captivated the attention of all, tall and strikingly beautiful. Her sharp and composed gaze seemed capable of piercing through the secrets of every individual present. "Greetings, I am Lin Huixian, responsible for the research department," she announced from the podium, her tone calm yet impossible to overlook. "Today, I will elucidate the overall situation of the apocalypse." Her words were deliberate, carrying an undertone of gravity. "The Earth has entered a dark matter belt, a fact you are all aware of. The global environment has undergone a cataclysmic transformation, with drastic alterations in air composition leading to a comprehensive genetic aberration. Both animals and plants have predominantly mutated into what we now refer to as monsters." Lin Huixian paused, surveying the room. Among humanity, a handful of survivors, due to unique genetic traits, have also awakened during this upheaval, acquiring extraordinary abilities, thus becoming what we term evolvers. Some of you have already ascended to the status of evolvers and awakeners. Her voice was deep and resolute, laced with a chilling warning. However, this awakening is not entirely a blessing. Each evolver faces significant risks when absorbing the core genes of monsters if not properly controlled. One may succumb to uncontrolled aberration and transform into a monster. This transformation entails not only physical mutation but also psychological collapse. The forcible absorption of excessive energy can lead to insanity or even madness. Lin Huixian's gaze lingered on each face, ultimately resting on Lin Feng. Thus, each of you must exercise caution in employing your abilities. An excessive awakening may render you the very enemies we must eliminate, rather than allies. A profound silence enveloped the room. The gravity of her message weighed heavily on every individual, particularly on the newly awakened survivors, who felt the pressure of her warnings acutely. Sensing their uncertainty and unease, Lin Huixian sighed softly and added, "You may wonder why we have amassed such extensive information and even formulated preliminary countermeasures in a mere span of days. This is no mere coincidence." She straightened her posture, creating a slight distance as she began to recount the backstory. Prior to the outbreak of the apocalypse, as early as a month ago, we had already detected some anomalous signs. Certain leading research institutions in China identified fluctuations in the global magnetic field and cosmic rays, observing an inexplicable phenomenon of dark matter surge. At that time, scientists, including military researchers, commenced investigations into this phenomenon. As the apocalypse loomed, we received a series of encrypted reports. Although the outside world remained oblivious, China's research teams had discerned that dark matter exerted a direct influence on genes. They conducted extensive experiments, including high-energy radiation tests on plants and animals, concluding that dark matter triggers a frenzied reorganization of genetic chains. Concurrently, preliminary field investigations revealed that the dark matter belt might subject Earth to irreversible environmental changes. At that time, this data and speculation were sealed in top-secret files, known only to the highest-level research teams and military institutions. Lin Huixian paused, her tone growing more somber. Regrettably, the onset of the apocalypse occurred more swiftly than anyone anticipated. Even the foremost scientists were unable to predict that the violent fluctuations of dark matter would precipitate large-scale genetic mutations across global biota. Many studies remained ongoing when the apocalypse struck. However, a portion of China's researchers, including some leading scientists, were successfully evacuated to our Ark Alliance base amid the ensuing chaos. These individuals are pivotal in our swift acquisition of this information, bringing with them a wealth of research data, experimental models, and theoretical frameworks regarding dark matter and genetic aberration. She gestured towards several nearby charts. We have conducted preliminary studies on the core genes of monsters and the abilities of evolvers, all grounded in the foundational work of those scientists. Moreover, through the accumulation of combat experience, we have discovered a critical connection. The method by which an evolver absorbs the core genes is directly related to the stability of their genetic chain, which is precisely why we must enforce strict control over awakened abilities. Lin Huaxian's tone sharpened. Furthermore, we have gleaned another key insight from the combat experiences of survivors against monsters. The higher the monster's level, the more complex the energy of its gene core, making absorption increasingly challenging for evolvers. Should an evolver recklessly attempt to absorb core energy beyond their capacity, they risk losing control and may even face death. Lin Huixian regarded the assembly, offering a faint smile, her demeanor slightly more relaxed yet still earnest. Next, I will discuss the levels of evolvers, simply put, your current rank and future development trajectory. This knowledge is vital. You must grasp it. 1.F level, initial level when first awakening. Most individuals find themselves at F-leveled. At this stage, you may feel a slight increase in strength or speed, but in reality, it offers little utility. At most, you can endure longer than an ordinary person. Even confronting the weakest monsters proves to be quite a challenge, yet this is merely the starting point. Everyone begins here. Point 2, E-level, basic level. Once you become familiar with your awakened abilities, reaching E-level becomes stable. At this stage, your physical attributes will see considerable enhancement, such as quicker reflexes and greater strength. And you may even develop unique traits, like keen eyesight akin to that of an eagle or agility reminiscent of a cat. By this point, you should be prepared to handle weaker monsters, marking your true entry into the realm of evolvers. Point 3, D-level. Advanced level. Upon reaching D-level, distinctions among evolvers begin to emerge. Your abilities will evolve beyond mere physical enhancements, potentially manifesting as notable skills, such as tougher skin that resists injury or the capacity for explosive strength for short durations. At this stage, you can start to combine skills, rapidly increasing your combat efficacy and facing moderate danger monsters in one-on-one encounters. 4.C level, elite level. By the time you attain C level, you are considered an expert. Your abilities will mature further, allowing for the integration of skills, such as combining keen vision with rapid reflexes for exceptional precision when battling monsters. You will no longer shy away from mid to high-tier monsters and may even take the initiative in combat. Point 5.B level. Advanced level. B level signifies a significant prowess. Individuals at this rank become the core fighting force within a team. Your skills will be distinctly pronounced. Some may excel in defense, others in offense, even developing a unique style focused on a particular aspect. Evolvers at this level can typically face high-tier monsters without issue, marking them as formidable entities. Point 6.A level, pinnacle level. Finally, we have a level, the apex of our current aspirations. To be frank, this level remains largely theoretical, with abilities and forms yet to be fully understood. They transcend the imagination of ordinary individuals. For instance, they may exhibit short-term flight, long-range perception, or adaptability to extreme environments. Such individuals are not merely powerful, they often serve as the backbone of a team or base. Lin Huixian paused, surveying the room, her gaze resting on each individual. Doesn't it sound exhilarating? But do not forget, the higher you ascend, the greater the peril, particularly during the absorption of gene cores. If not managed properly, you risk transforming into a monster or even descending into madness. Thus, while seeking strength is commendable, one must not be overly eager for rapid gains. Moreover, much of this remains speculative. Further observation and refinement are necessary. Concluding with a heartfelt tone, she cautioned, "Remember, this path is fraught with difficulty. To grow stronger, you must first learn to remain steadfast." She scanned the assembly. These experiences had been bought with blood. The Ark Alliance's ability to swiftly establish a foothold stemmed not only from the efforts of the research team, but also from our immediate organization of an efficient combat team to eradicate aberrant creatures and summarize their characteristics through combat. Thus, bear in mind that your presence here is not merely a stroke of luck. It is a privilege earned through the sacrifices of soldiers. Do not squander this hard-won opportunity. You have not allowed yourselves to become monsters amidst calamity. You have successfully persevered to this moment. Seize every chance to strengthen yourselves and adapt to what we envision as the A-level standard. The room fell into a profound silence. Lin Huaxian's final words resonated like a heavy hammer, striking at the hearts of all present. Each survivor felt the weighty responsibility and understood why the Ark Alliance could swiftly acquire such detailed intelligence in the aftermath of the apocalypse. For Lin Feng and his comrades, this was not merely an information session. It was a deeply poignant warning. Lin Huixian continued, some of you, particularly the younger survivors among you, already possess considerable combat potential. However, individual strength alone cannot contend with large-scale monster assaults. Therefore, I will arrange for you to undergo intensive training. You will be divided into several groups for essential physical training, tactical drills, and self-regulation courses for evolvers. At this juncture, her tone grew resolute. No one can fight alone. We must unite, for only together can we maximize our chances of survival. Subsequently, Lin Huixian turned to an officer, signaling him to proceed with the training arrangements. The officer nodded and stepped to the center of the room, beginning to assign training tasks according to the list. Lin Feng, Zhao Lei, you two will be responsible for combat skills and physical training. Chunlai, your shooting accuracy is commendable. You will participate in tactical drills. Bai Weiwei, Zhang Lin, Li Yanning, the three of you will attend the self-regulation course for evolvers, learning to control and harness your awakened abilities. The others will be allocated to different training groups based on your capabilities. The officer continued, Old Guan, you were previously a national-level shooting athlete, having represented the country to secure third place in the World Committee. You may join the training personnel list to instruct newcomers. Teacher Han, the officer added, due to your background in biology, you will assist us in the laboratory with some genetic research and energy regulation experiments. Teacher Han nodded, his gaze deepening as he looked into the distance. All right, I will do my utmost. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei exchanged glances, clearly aware that the training ahead was far more intricate and perilous than they had anticipated. Yet, regardless, they had no choice but to swiftly adapt to this new world and learn how to survive. Chapter 27. Training. Half a month later, the training grounds had undergone a remarkable transformation. Lin Feng sat in a corner of the field, his clothes thoroughly soaked with sweat, panting as he tilted his head towards the sky, the sun's rays piercing his eyes painfully. Today's intensity is nearly lethal. He murmured. Bai Weiwei plopped down beside him, wiping the sweat from her forehead. And you have the audacity to complain. You collapsed right after weight training. We, the agile ones, haven't had a moment's rest. She rolled her eyes, her tone laced with a hint of exasperation and fatigue. Lin Feng chuckled, patting his thigh. Fair enough. Your agility training indeed requires greater flexibility, but you should see how miserable we strength-based individuals have it. After a 5-kilometer weighted run, we have to jump straight into combat training. Today, Zhao Lei nearly collapsed. Bai Weiwei scoffed, Zhao Lei is quite the character. He whines in pain before even engaging. I can't tell if he's here to train or just to entertain us. Reflecting on the morning's training, she couldn't help but smile in exasperation. But honestly, despite the exhaustion, the training is effective. Remember when we first arrived at the base, and I could barely run a lap without gasping for breath? Now, after 5 kilometers, I can still banter with you. Lin Feng nodded, loosening his shoulders, his tone turning serious. Indeed. Each day leaves us on the brink of collapse, yet whenever I see myself defeating more monster models or running just a bit faster, it makes it all worthwhile. We have also learned from others' experiences, no longer fighting monsters blindly. Bai Weiwei leaned against him, recalling the training content, a smile creeping upon her lips. The most grueling part was that evasion training. The instructor would shout, monsters will charge from above and below, while tossing stones and obstacles at us, and I had to find the exit within a time limit. Once, he even let others chase me. I felt like prey being hunted by wolves. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. That's because the instructor recognized your speed as a talent. You excel in mental agility, requiring speed for escape and support. Meanwhile, we who confront directly can't run as swiftly as you. Bai Weiwei shrugged, picking up a stick from the ground to draw in the sand. Speaking of direct confrontation, your punch today was quite fierce. I thought Zhao Lei would be knocked senseless. Haha, he was no gentle opponent either. If I didn't fight back, I'd be the one getting hit, Lin Feng replied. although his gaze drifted toward the distance. Over yonder, Zhao Lei was sparring with Zhang Lin, the two exchanging blows in a spirited atmosphere. Meanwhile, Li Yining was diligently practicing weight training on another side, one rep at a time. Bai Weiwei watched for a moment before quietly asking, Lin Feng, how long do you think we can hold on? Lin Feng paused, turning to her, his expression growing somber. Who knows? But at the very least, we must strive to survive. This training, though exhausting, is making us stronger. As long as we live, there is hope. Bai Weiwei gazed at him thoughtfully, eventually nodding that true in this apocalypse, surviving is the greatest victory. Their eyes shifted to their fellow team members, weary yet resolute in their struggles against this unforgiving world. Perhaps tomorrow would be even more challenging, but for today, they were alive and fighting together. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a bottle of water, tilting his head back to take a swig. Exhaling deeply. This life truly tests one's endurance. He wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at Chenlai, who was practicing shooting. Aren't you tired? Shooting arrows all day long. Doesn't your arm ache? Chenlai smiled slightly, the sound of arrows slicing through the air filling the training ground. Do you think I'm like you? I rely on my skills. Even if my arms ache, I must practice. After saying this, he walked over and sat beside Lin Feng, shaking his sore arms. But speaking of which, your close combat skills have improved remarkably. It feels like you're on the verge of breaking into a level. Lin Feng smiled, not denying it, perhaps. The recent training intensity has indeed made me feel some changes in my body. Strength, speed, and even my instinct for danger have sharpened. During the recent sparring with monsters, I could distinctly feel my strikes becoming more precise. Bai Weiwei raised an eyebrow at this. Then you should seize the moment. Look at Chenlai approaching a level and still working hard. His strength-based evolution abilities are among the finest in our team. If you don't break through soon, he might outpace you on the combat power leaderboard. Lin Feng sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. I know, but you also understand that the transition from F level to E level is no trivial matter. Even if my physical attributes have improved, achieving a breakthrough still hinges on absorbing a genetic core. But finding one isn't as simple as it sounds, and my circumstances are different from others, you know that. Bai Weiwei nodded, her expression turning serious. Indeed, all of us are still at F level. While we may be slightly stronger than regular individuals, facing those more formidable mutated monsters remains perilous. E level is a different realm. Not only does one's physical prowess see significant enhancement, but foundational skills can also awaken, providing immense assistance in combat. Lin Feng leaned against the wall, his eyes reflecting a mixture of yearning and complexity. Yes, E level signifies the true starting point for evolvers. At that stage, one can move faster, strike harder, and pose a lesser threat to monsters. He paused, a glimmer of profound determination flashing in his eyes as he murmured. However, I am different from Chenlai and the others. I have never absorbed a crystal core. My progress has been achieved through adapting and overcoming challenges in battle. This method of advancement starkly contrasted with those who thrived on crystal core absorption. Lin Feng was acutely aware that absorbing a crystal core could yield more immediate strength gains, propelling one's physical attributes forward in a short span, whereas he was gradually accumulating growth through countless life and death confrontations. The challenges of his body's limits and his adaptability. Every breakthrough for him represented a deeper understanding of his own limits. Each evolution was a testament to his brush with death. Chenlai might surpass him in breaking through first, but that was of little concern. Lin Feng smiled softly, his gaze resolute, his words tinged with a hint of challenge. Once I attain a level, I'll compete with him to see who is stronger. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with confidence, a profound affirmation of self-growth arising from the depths of his being. Lin Feng understood that while his path to breakthroughs diverged from the shortcuts of others, it was precisely this divergence that rendered each instance of surpassing himself all the more compelling. He grew increasingly convinced that as long as he persevered, there would come a day when he could truly establish himself amidst the desolation of this apocalyptic wasteland, becoming an undeniable force to be reckoned with. Bai Weiwei chuckled lightly, you boys just thrive on competition. I, however, am different. I shall take the supportive route, striving to assist you in crushing our adversaries. Speaking of which, during today's training, The instructor specifically reminded me to focus on rhythm, not to fixate solely on defeating monsters, but rather to consider how to effectively fulfill my supportive role, overseeing the grand scheme of things. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. So your goal is to become a leader, then? That certainly aligns with your personality. However, Bai Weiwei, have you ever considered exploring a different path? Perhaps enhancing your close combat abilities? What would you do if a monster were to get too close? Bai Weiwei raised her chin defiantly, countering, then I would simply run. My speed is impressive, and once I reach E-level, my agility will be even more pronounced. At that point, the monsters won't be able to catch me. You should focus on yourself. If you push too hard in close combat and find yourself surrounded one day, I won't be able to save you. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, his tone tinged with playful sarcasm. All right, you're fast enough to outrun monsters. If danger truly arises and I can't hold my own, I will rely on you to lead my retreat. Bai Weiwei glanced at him, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Sounds good, but only if you can keep up with me. The two exchanged a smile, their hands clasping each other amidst the fatigued training ground. A shared sense of ease and understanding blossoming between them. Days of training turned into weeks, each individual striving to elevate themselves. Although they still bore the F-class designation, Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei recognized that in this apocalyptic world, every ounce of effort was a bid for survival and hope. They longed to transcend the F-class and step into a new phase of evolution. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In the training grounds, sunlight filtered through the fractured steel dome, casting shadows that intertwined with the figures of the trainees. Sweat soaked their garments, yet each movement was more fluid and powerful than it had been a month prior. "Ha!" Lin Feng exclaimed, his voice low yet fierce as he swung his steel blade, striking the training dummy with tremendous force. The blade embedded itself deeply into the target's center, cracks radiating from the point of impact. Breathing heavily, his gaze burned with intensity, and his arm muscles tensed like steel cables. Faster, more precise. The instructor urged coldly from the sidelines. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded. He was no longer the novice who merely threw punches a month ago. Now, his strength and speed had far surpassed the initial levels of ordinary evolvers, and breaking through to E-level was within reach. During a break, he sat against the wall, panting yet filled with anticipation. Just a few more practical sessions and I will break through, he murmured to himself, on the other side of the training ground. Bai Weiwei was engrossed in her training, sweat trickling down her forehead and soaking her fitted training attire. Her palm lifted slightly, and it seemed as though the air around her carried a mysterious ripple. Eye in the distance, a training dummy slid rapidly, suddenly halting without warning. This was the result of her mental prowess at work. Bai Weiwei exhaled slowly, closing her eyes momentarily. Instantly, the surroundings seemed to still. All sounds faded into the background as her mental energy, like invisible tendrils, acutely sensed every movement in the training ground. After a month of rigorous training, her body had become more agile, her movements increasingly coordinated, and her mastery of mental energy had significantly improved. Now, Bai Weiwei could not only extend the duration of her mental energy but also exercise precise control, effortlessly disrupting her targets. This mastery made her an invaluable support within the team. Whether it was scouting enemy positions or anticipating potential threats, she could timely alert her teammates, granting them critical moments to react. Even more astonishing was her ability to predict the trajectories of monsters' movements, relaying information swiftly to assist her teammates in adjusting their attack directions. 50 meters to the right, movement detected. Likely a mutated hunting dog. As soon as this command was issued, Lin Feng and Chen Lai would respond immediately. Through a month of collaboration, her sharpness and precision had earned her teammates' unwavering trust. At that moment, Lin Feng approached from the other side of the training ground. Observing Bai Weiwei, who was drenched in sweat yet remained focused, he couldn't help but smile. Not bad. You're more coordinated than last time. He gently patted her shoulder, his eyes reflecting a sense of affirmation. Bai Weiwei wiped her brow, turning to look at him with a hint of pride in her smile. Of course. Oh, you think I spent these days idly? Although she deliberately elongated her tone, she added, if I hadn't reminded you each time a monster charged, would you still be able to maintain such a handsome face in direct confrontation? Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. I must admit, it was indeed thanks to you. However, once you enhance your abilities further, gaining the strength to directly disrupt monster movements, our battles will become significantly easier. I'll do my best, Bai Weiwei replied, lifting her hand to feel her mental energy spreading from her fingertips. A fierce determination gleaming in her eyes. In this apocalypse, everyone must push themselves to grow stronger. Moreover, ensuring the safety of you melee enthusiasts is my responsibility, isn't it? Hearing this, Lin Feng grinned, his gaze softening. He understood how precious it was to have a trustworthy ally like Bai Weiwei in this cruel world. Likewise, Bai Weiwei recognized that her abilities were an indispensable part of the team. No matter how perilous the future might be, she had to strengthen herself to ensure their journey would continue further. Beside them, Chunlai chimed in. Once I break through to E-level, low-tier monsters? Ha! I could pierce through the wild boar king with a single arrow. His words were casual, yet his tone brimmed with confidence. In contrast to Lin Feng and Chunlai, Li Yining's training remained relatively quiet. Although she had yet to awaken, her physical fitness had noticeably improved. Observing Zhang Lin, who had awakened healing abilities, and Zhao Lei, who exhibited newfound strength, Li Yining felt increasingly confident. Compared to her previously timid self, who had been bullied, she had undergone a complete transformation. Xiao Wu had grown sturdier than before, and Su Ya's strength had also seen an increase. Lin Feng expressed his joy. Although we are still F-class, at least low-tier monsters no longer pose a threat. Once we all break through to a level, even stronger opponents won't be a problem. Bai Weiwei shot him a playful glance. Don't get too complacent. Monsters won't wait for your growth. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Then let us grow faster than they do. With the month of training concluded, they had transformed from ordinary survivors into a team with burgeoning combat capabilities. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 28. Division of Teams. This morning, there were no training sessions scheduled. The instructor merely gathered everyone in the training ground. As the instructor arrived, the clamor gradually subsided, and he stepped forward holding a list, scanning the crowd with a piercing gaze. Next, we will divide you into groups based on your capabilities and performances over the past month. This decision was made by the higher-ups of the base, taking into account your training outcomes, statistical data from when you arrived, and a portion of your own suggestions. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the list in the instructor's hands. Clearing his throat, he began to announce, Bai Weiwei, Zhao Lei, Lin Feng, Chunlai, Xiao Wu, Suya, Lao Guan. You are assigned to the first external operations group. Your main responsibilities will encompass reconnaissance outside the base, clearing tasks, resource recovery, and conducting in-depth exploration and marking of unknown areas. The difficulty of these missions is the highest, requiring your utmost cooperation. This group will focus on exploration and documentation, confronting environments and creatures they have never encountered before. The base will provide you with additional research equipment. Lin Feng will serve as the team leader, with Lao Guan as the deputy team leader. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before continuing. The second external operations group consists of Li Zining, Chen Chun, Zhou Kai, Yang Shuo, Hu Qingqing, and Zhou Qing. Your primary task will be to clear the monsters left in the areas after the first group, ensuring complete safety. Zhou Kai is the team leader, with Zhou Qing as the deputy team leader. Upon hearing the group assignments, expressions of complexity crossed the faces of those present. The tasks of the first external operations group sounded challenging, yet they also implied a high degree of unknown risk. Unfazed, the instructor continued to read. Lastly, the third external operations group comprises Zhang Cheng, Lu Lan, Zhou Tai, and Han Hao. You will be responsible for patrolling the outer areas and ensuring the safety of supply routes. While this task may appear ordinary, it is crucial for the overall functioning of external operations. The third group is small, consisting only of team leader Zhang Chengai in the crowd. A tall, lean young man murmured. The third group? Sounds like we're just destined for the dirty work. Beside him, a big guy with a hearty demeanor laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Zhang Cheng, be content. At least you weren't assigned to logistics to be scolded. Patrolling allows you to see the sky outside, and who knows, you might even find something valuable. Finding things? More likely we'll first encounter a horde of monsters. Zhang Cheng replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head as he muttered, external operations are still external operations. The risk is always high. The instructor shot him a glance, coldly stating, Zhang Cheng, if you're dissatisfied, You can switch to the fourth group. That's a special team specifically responsible for handling mutated areas. Interested? Zhang Cheng quickly straightened up, a flattering smile on his face. Report, Instructor. I'm not dissatisfied. I believe the third group is perfect for me. Surrounding individuals erupted into laughter. And even Lu Lan could not help but chime in. Zhang Cheng, your little schemes are written all over your face. Fear not, with Han Hao present, even the monsters dare not approach us. Han Hao maintained a stern expression and refrained from speaking, yet the corners of his mouth slightly curled upwards, seemingly appreciative of the remark. Once the group divisions concluded, the third team gathered to briefly discuss their task distribution. Although the mission was perilous, the atmosphere among them gradually lightened. Zhang Cheng also began to rally his spirits, half-jokingly declaring, "All right then, since this is fate's arrangement, I, Zhang Cheng, shall brave it all, if it's fieldwork. So be it. Who is afraid? I hope you won't be the first to flee," Lu Lan teased, eliciting another round of laughter. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and whispered to Bai Weiwei beside him. "This grouping is intriguing. It seems our training intensity was not in vain. We are all familiar with each other, perfectly aligned as a team. Though it is the most dangerous, our teammates are all allies, and our synergy should facilitate the quickest awakening." The instructor continued, "Li Yining, you will be responsible for statistics and communication with the field team. This is your forte, and excelling in this will provide tremendous support to the team." Li Yining nodded. Her expression still somewhat tense, yet her gaze reflected newfound determination. "Lastly, Zhang Lin, you have been assigned to the Alliance medical team. Your healing abilities are crucial in future battles and rescues. The medical team will provide you with enhanced resources and guidance." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, except for Zhao Lei, who appeared utterly bewildered, staring at Zhang Lin in silence. It was only when Lin Feng patted his back that he exclaimed, "No way! Zhang Lin has trained with us for so long. How can she go to the medical team? Moreover, our first field team is the most dangerous. If we get injured, who will save us without her?" Zhang Lin smiled gently, her eyes warm. "Zhao Lei, don't jest. The medical team is where I can be of greatest service, and besides, who says I can't save you? The communication devices are all in place. I'll be just a call away." Zhao Lei was about to retort when Lin Feng interjected with a tease. "Oh, Zhao brother, are you reluctant? Afraid that without Zhang Lin in the field team, you'll be dealt a harsher blow by the monsters?" Chunlai could not resist adding, "Stop messing around. She's joining the medical team for the greater good." "Zhao Lei, are you worried you won't have the chance to feign pity in front of Zhang Lin again?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Zhao Lei's face turned as red as a tomato, flustered and indignant. "What do you all know? I'm considering this from a tactical perspective." Bai Weiwei leaned against the side, arms crossed, her smile mischievous. "All right then, when the monsters chase you next time, don't call Zhang Lin for help." Zhao Lei was left speechless, his face flushed, finally managing to mutter, "You heartless lot." At this moment, Zhang Lin was blushing furiously. Zhao Lei, equally at a loss for words, attempted to retort while glancing furtively at Zhang Lin, only to be interrupted by the instructor. Clearing his throat, the instructor stepped to the front of the line, holding a box filled with small black devices. "Enough of the idle chatter," the instructor said in a serious tone. In addition to the grouping, there is another important matter to address today with that." He opened the box to reveal a neatly arranged row of silver-black wristband devices, exuding a strong sense of technology. "This is our base's latest standard equipment, the optical fiber microwave communication wristband, abbreviated as HALO. From this day forward, whether in the field team or the internal team, each of you must learn to use it." The crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on the box. The instructor picked up a wristband and gestured for all group members to line up and collect theirs. The HALO is specially developed for field missions. Each group will have wristbands preset with different functional permissions based on task divisions. The first, second, and third field teams will have wristbands geared towards outdoor combat and environmental adaptation, while other groups, such as the medical and logistics teams, will primarily focus on communication and resource allocation. The first field team stepped forward to collect theirs. After putting it on, Bai Weiwei casually tapped the screen. Seeing her name and location displayed, she pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Instructor, besides positioning and communication, what else can this do?" The instructor explained, Basic functions include team member positioning, intra-team communication, vital sign monitoring, and task log storage. In high-risk environments, these functions will help you maintain information flow and avoid getting lost or isolated. He continued, additionally, the wristband has a built-in kinetic energy recovery system. In simple terms, every action you take, running, punching, even walking, will generate mechanical energy, which will be converted into electrical energy to recharge the battery. As long as you're not lying still, the power should last indefinitely. Zhao Lei, shaking his wrist with the wristband on, exclaimed, "So impressive, instructor. How long can this battery last?" The instructor activated the wristband screen to demonstrate. The military version's prototype has a 24-hour battery life. Your modified version can last up to 72 hours under normal use. If there is sufficient kinetic energy, it could even achieve unlimited endurance. However, the wristband will issue low battery warnings in advance to alert you. Suya nodded, stating, "Kinetic energy recovery is indeed practical, especially in outdoor environments where power supply is unreliable. Being able to sustain the device through our own actions is crucial." Han Hao from the 3rd Field Team examined the wristband thoughtfully and asked, "Kinetic energy recovery is great. But what if we encounter adverse conditions, such as strong magnetic interference or high radiation areas? Will this device fail?" The instructor nodded earnestly. "That's a good question. Strong magnetic areas can indeed affect device performance. But the Halo is equipped with a shielding layer to ensure stable communication. As for radiation, as long as it's not in an excessive zone, it can operate normally." Hearing this, Lu Lan tried to access the communication channel on her wristband. Discovering that it could switch to different group channels, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is the communication range? If we are out on simultaneous missions, can we still contact each other?" The instructor replied, "The wristband's communication range covers a radius of 10 kilometers, sufficient for all field needs. If you exceed this range, you can utilize the relay devices equipped with each group to extend the signal. Therefore, each group must ensure at least one member maintains contact with the base." When it was the medical team's turn, Zhang Lin examined the wristband's life monitoring feature, discovering it could track heart rates, blood pressure, and even assess air quality. She quietly remarked, "This is vital for our medical team. With it, we can assess team members' injuries more swiftly." The instructor nodded in satisfaction. The medical team's wristbands have been optimized to focus on biological monitoring and data transmission. If frontline team members require urgent medical assistance, you will be notified immediately. Zhao Lei pondered for a moment, scratching his head. "Instructor, does this device have military origins? Why is it so advanced? Ordinary people haven't heard of it before." The instructor chuckled. "Indeed, the Halo was initially equipment for military special forces, but during these exceptional times, it has been improved and made more widely available. Previously, it was solely for military use, inaccessible to ordinary people." Lin Feng furrowed his brow and asked, "What specific improvements does it have compared to the previous military version?" The instructor raised the wristband and mimicked a running motion. "Your version has been specially outfitted with a kinetic energy recovery system. In addition to the original high-energy lithium battery, allowing it to harness energy from physical activity. In other words, the mechanical energy generated from fighting monsters, running, or even walking can be converted into electrical energy. Is it really that advanced?" Lin Feng gazed at the wristband in disbelief. "If our task intensity is high, will the battery hold up?" The instructor patted his shoulder. "As long as you're not lying still, the battery should last indefinitely, especially for someone like you who frequently gets into fights. You'll generate enough energy for the whole team." Zhao Lei burst into laughter. "Lin Feng, you've officially become the human charging station." Lin Feng, dissatisfied, playfully swatted Zhao Lei. "Then you're the energy drain." Suya interrupted their banter, her tone serious. "Jokes aside, this equipment is of great significance to us. Do not take it lightly. It may be our only lifeline in dangerous environments." The instructor scanned the group, his tone turning grave. "Indeed, and no matter how advanced the equipment, it remains a tool. What truly determines the success of a mission is your cooperation and judgment. Treat the Halo as a comrade, rather than relying solely on it." Lin Feng looked down at the wristband, clenching his fist. "Understood. We will make good use of it." The instructor smiled with satisfaction. "Very well. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, we officially embark. The detailed tasks will be sent to your wristbands. Remember, you are not just a field team. You are the vanguard of the base." Everyone gazed at their wristbands, their emotions a complex mix of anticipation and anxiety. This small device was not only a technological marvel but also a glimmer of hope on the precipice of life and death. Chapter 29. The first mission. Sunlight streamed through the overcast sky, casting a glow on the cement ground outside the conference hall, where dust danced in the beams of light. Amidst the desolation of the ruins, the air was surprisingly fresh, infused with the scents of grass and earth. As if the aftermath of the apocalypse had returned nature to its original state, it must be said that the recent reduction in human activities has had a noticeable impact on the environment. The air feels different. In the early morning, the base is abuzz with activity, as everyone prepares for the day's tasks. The first external operations team is fully equipped and ready to depart, with several members standing in the mission hall. The atmosphere tinged with a blend of tension and calm. In front of a makeshift map at the center of the hall, the instructor, holding a pointer, stands before the red circle marking the location of Baishui Town, his gaze piercing as it sweeps over the crowd. Lin Huixian stands quietly to the side, her posture straight, her gaze cool, with hands naturally at her sides, observing the team as if an outsider. She refrains from speaking immediately, as though assessing the state of each individual within the group. The instructor's voice resonates in the mission hall, deep and authoritative. Today's task will be executed by the first external operations team. His eyes shift to Lin Huixian. Dr. Lin will accompany you. She is a critical member of this operation, responsible for seeking potential research clues in Baishui Town, including observational records of new monsters, detailed data on environmental anomalies, and any research samples that may be vital for our future survival. His words linger in the air. Zhao Lei half-jokingly teases, "Instructor, does this mean we have an escort mission as well?" Dr. Lin, you'd better ensure you keep up. If monsters appear, we must protect you at full speed. Lin Huixian, hearing this, reveals a faint smile. Rest assured, I will not be a burden to you. When necessary, I can manage on my own. Her tone is calm yet resolute, leaving no room for rebuttal. Our mission is already complicated enough. Bai Weiwei leans against the wall, casting a glance at Lin Huixian, half-jokingly commenting before turning serious. However, we all understand the importance of the doctor. Protecting you is our responsibility during this mission. The instructor nods in agreement and continues. Baishui Town is located 30 kilometers from the base, and we expect it will take a full day to walk there. If all goes smoothly, the mission could be completed within 1 to 2 days. However, if we encounter unexpected events, flexibility is essential. The objectives are clear: to search for supplies, eliminate threats, and bring back any potential survivors. He pauses, his tone becoming slightly heavier. This is not merely an ordinary external operation. This town was once a transportation hub, and its resource status may directly affect the survival of the base. Survivors represent the hope for our future as humanity. Zhao Lei fiddles with the strap of his backpack, murmuring, "This is truly a life-or-death endeavor, but we are the first external operations team. No one will run errands for us." The instructor ignores his jest, instead pointing to several red dots on the map. The situation in Baishui Town is unknown. Our satellites are down, and the network is unusable. We can only rely on you to investigate on site. Here are several key areas. He indicates a mark on the southern side of the map. The supermarket in the old town is the closest, and it may still harbor undiscovered food supplies. This is our primary search target. The pointer shifts eastward. The hospital. Medical supplies are a shortfall for the base, making this the best location to seek them, but exercise caution regarding potential building collapses and lurking monsters. Finally, he halts at the northernmost point of the map, the station warehouse area. Here, we might find large equipment and drinking water, but based on prior experience, such open areas can be high-risk zones for monster congregations. Stay vigilant. Searching for vehicles and various means of transportation is also a crucial element. In addition to these key areas, the instructor continues, there may also be survivors hidden within the town. One of your tasks is to bring them back. Every life now holds a measurable value for us. Lin Feng crosses his arms, frowning slightly. What about the number of monsters? Is there any record? None. The instructor shakes his head, his voice low yet firm. The distribution of monsters in Baishui Town is completely unknown. You must remain alert at all times. Remember, danger often arises when everything seems unnaturally quiet. A moment of silence envelopes the hall, broken only by Weiwei's low murmur. What delightful news. The instructor scans the room, finally affirming, Dr. Lin is an important scientific asset. We must ensure her safety during this mission while accomplishing our objectives. This is not only for supplies and survivors, but also to pave the way for our future. You are the vanguard of the base. Do well, and others will have hope for survival. Lin Feng is the first to nod, tightening his grip on his wristband. Understood. We will do our utmost to complete the mission. Very good. The instructor turns his gaze to Lin Huixian, his tone growing more serious. Dr. Lin, external operations are fraught with danger. Try not to stray from the group. If you encounter an unexpected situation, prioritize your own safety. Thank you, instructor. I will adhere to the mission's arrangements, Lin Huixian replies, her tone calm, devoid of any trace of fear. The instructor raises his hand, indicating the wristband screen, pointing to a channel identifier. Remember, this is the main channel for Halo. Communication among the team relies entirely on it. Each mission will be assigned an independent channel. Intragroup communication will use the main channel. In case of emergencies, use the emergency signal button to contact the base. Do not switch channels carelessly, lest you lose contact. Zhao Lei casually taps his wristband, noticing the group communication icon blinking on the screen, and asks with a grin, Instructor, what happens if someone gets bored and mischievously sends out signals? The instructor scoffs. Then be prepared for your group to be surrounded by monsters. Communication records are logged. I will personally review them upon your return. A light chuckle ripples through the team. Yet each member understands that the instructor's words are no jest. Bai Weiwei lowers her head to adjust her wristband, attempting to activate the test communication mode. Hello, can you hear me? Immediately, Lin Feng's voice comes through her earpiece, loud and clear. Don't mess around with functions. We haven't even set off yet. Just confirming. Bai Weiwei raises an eyebrow and casually opens the map function, discovering that Bai Shui Town is clearly displayed at the center of the screen. Complete with real-time position updates and the members' locations, Tsuya meticulously examines the emergency call function on her wristband. Instructor, if we enter a signal blackout area, will this equipment fail? The instructor replies. Unless in extreme conditions, the signal will remain stable. If you truly lose contact, the wristband will attempt to relay connect automatically, searching for the nearest group or base signal tower. He gestures toward his earphones. As for blind spots, there are always backup plans. We will not leave you isolated and helpless. Having checked the time, he raises his wrist to signal the group. Prepare to depart. Everyone, gather your equipment. I hope that by this time tomorrow, you will all return unscathed. The instructor adds as a final note, remember, above all, to return safely. Sunlight streams through the glass of the mission hall, illuminating the table where various basic supplies are neatly arranged. Resources are limited, and the equipment is neither advanced nor complete. But in this apocalyptic environment, these simple tools have become the key to survival. Lin Feng stands nearby, fiddling with a sturdy metal rod. This was salvaged from an abandoned factory, modified with sharp blades, welded to both ends and wrapped in rough insulating tape for grip. He swings the iron rod, its weight substantial and formidable. Then turns to Zhao Lei with a smile, even without a gun. This will do nicely for bashing monster heads. Plus, with the bone spikes I had before, I should be all set. Zhao Lei leans against the table, a revolver in hand, yet his expression is one of concern as he fiddles with the ammunition chamber. Furrowing his brow, he looks up at Xiao Wu. How does this thing load? Which way do I turn it? Xiao Wu, who is checking a hunting rifle, glances up at him with a hint of exasperation as he takes the gun. Isn't it simple? Just make sure you understand how the ammunition chamber locks in. Dante get the direction wrong. He demonstrates the loading process skillfully before handing the gun back. Zhao Lei receives the gun, appearing somewhat embarrassed. I still don't quite get it. This thing is too complicated. Bai Weiwei stands nearby, playing with a small folding knife, flipping the blade as she chuckles mischievously. Zhao Lei, that gun might be less reliable in your hands than a lighter. You should probably hand it over to Xiao Wu. Zhao Lei pouts, his tone somewhat defiant. Fine, I won't play with guns. We can rely on other things. As he speaks, he kicks his backpack, producing a dull clatter of metal inside. Enough noise. Suya's voice comes from the other side as she organizes a medical kit while checking the pistol at her waist. Her movements are deft and precise, clearly the work of someone experienced from practicing shooting in a club. She looks up at everyone and states, we're short on bullets. It's best to let those who know how to use them take charge. Xiao Wu and I will handle the firepower. You all just take care of yourselves in close combat. Lin Huixian, standing silently to the side, adjusts the equipment in her backpack. Her self-defense weapon is a small stun gun. While its effectiveness is limited, it may buy her some time to escape in a critical moment. She interjects, "Everyone, stop arguing. The mission is about teamwork, not a competition over whose weapon is superior." Chen Lian quietly fiddles with his compound bow. Running his fingers along the shaft to check the sharpness of the arrowheads, he murmurs, "Suya is right. Coordination is key. Let us not waste time." The instructor regards the young group before him. His expression stern yet tinged with a measure of patience. "Lin Feng, Zhao Lei, by Wei Wei, you are not cut out for firearms. Stick to melee weapons. Lin Feng's rod and Bai Weiwei's folding knife can be just as life-saving in critical moments." He turned his head to Suya and Xiaowu, saying, "Both of you are proficient with firearms, so the responsibility for firepower lies with you. Remember, bullets are tools for saving lives, not for intimidating monsters. Although firearms may have diminished effects against these creatures, they still hold some utility." Xiaowu nodded, lifting the shotgun to inspect its chamber. "Understood. Rest assured, instructor." The instructor then addressed the entire team, taking a deep breath. "Weapons are merely tools. The success of our mission relies on your collaboration and calm judgment. Prepare to depart, and I hope each of you returns safely." Sunlight filtered through the hall's glass, casting a gentle warmth. The team was fully equipped, their gear simple yet practical, as a breeze swept through the entrance, bringing a hint of chill. Just as they were about to step outside, Zhang Lin and Teacher Han hurried over. "Wait!" Zhang Lin's voice shattered the brief silence as she approached Suya, breathless, clutching a first aid kit. "Take this extra one. It might come in handy." Suya accepted the kit, gratitude flickering in her eyes. "Thank you, Zhang Lin. We may truly depend on these items this time." Teacher Han approached slowly, his usual composure tinged with deep concern. He stood before Lin Feng, patting his shoulder. "Lin Feng, the outside world is not like the base. It's not your old playground. Do not overexert yourself. Remember, your survival is paramount." Lin Feng lowered his head, unusually refraining from retorting. Merely nodding. "Understood, Teacher Han." Teacher Han then turned to Zhao Lei, his tone slightly stern. "Zhao Lei, do not act impulsively. Listen to your teammates' opinions when issues arise. Exercise extreme caution this time. The monsters have become more active, and their levels have increased, unlike in the early days. You must remain vigilant." Zhao Lei scratched his head, a shy smile crossing his face. "Don't worry, Teacher Han. I will certainly be obedient." Zhang Lin approached Lin Huixian. Her eyes filled with worry. "Dr. Lin, the mission is perilous, but you are the calmest person in the team. Please take care of yourself and think of ways to assist everyone." Lin Huixian responded calmly. "I understand. I will do my best to avoid distracting them." Teacher Han surveyed the group, his expression heavy and complex. "Each of you is crucial to the base, and no matter what transpires outside, remember, do not easily abandon one another, nor give up on yourselves, and not only be wary of the monsters, but also of unfamiliar individuals." Zhang Lin couldn't help but glance at Suya, her voice wavering. "Suya, Xiaowu, you must return safely, do you understand?" Suya squeezed her hand, smiling. "Don't worry, Zhang Lin. I won't let you fret." The instructor glanced at the time and cleared his throat lightly. "All right, we have covered everything necessary. Delaying further would only waste time." The team stepped towards the door, while Zhang Lin and Teacher Han stood at the entrance, watching their figures gradually fade into the sunlight. Zhang Lin raised her hand to shield her eyes, softly saying, "I hope they all return safely." Teacher Han slightly tilted his head, his gaze following the receding silhouettes as he quietly replied, "They will." Sunlight bathed the ground, elongating the team's shadows, symbolizing the weight of their burdens and their unspoken resolve. Chapter 30. Evil. Once they exited the Alliance's safe zone, the atmosphere grew tense. The ground beneath their feet became increasingly desolate, a faint stench of decay permeating the air, with the occasional whispers of the wind reminiscent of the monster's murmurs. The team halted, with Lin Huixian standing at the center. After surveying their surroundings, she spoke in a steady voice. "From now on, I am the captain, and Lao Guan will serve as the vice-captain. Lin Feng, you will temporarily assist me in this role. This mission requires everyone to cooperate fully." Lin Feng nodded, his expression devoid of disappointment, instead radiating calmness. He understood that regardless of whether he served as captain or vice-captain, his duty was to provide support and execute actions to ensure the team's safety. Suya and Lin Feng, you are responsible for scouting ahead and ensuring there are no dangers if you encounter any threats. Signal us immediately. Xiaowu and Zhao Lei, you will cover the rear, maintaining vigilance on the flanks to prevent enemy ambushes. By Wei Wei, you will stay centrally to sense and coordinate, keeping communications open. Chunlai, you will be with us in the center. Responsible for long-range support, Lao Guan and I will walk in the middle of the team, ready to adjust the pace and formation as necessary. Lin Huixian paused, scanning each face to eye in case of an emergency. Remember, protecting your teammates is more important than individual safety. A chorus of understanding rippled through the team as they confirmed their gear and repositioned themselves according to their assigned duties, initiating their advance. At the forefront, Suya crouched, her movements light as she unfolded her folding knife. Every few steps, she paused to listen intently for unusual sounds carried by the wind, her gaze sharply scanning the surrounding terrain. Lin Feng followed closely behind, gripping a sturdy metal rod, his palms slightly sweaty yet maintaining composure. Noticing Suya stop, he quietly inquired, "Is there any activity?" Suya waved her hand, softly replying, "None at the moment, but the thicket ahead is dense." "Proceed with caution." Lin Feng nodded, matching her pace, his focus fixed on the nearby dead branches and underbrush, his mind already conjuring potential danger scenarios. At the rear of the team, Xiaowu carried the shotgun, his attention constantly directed towards the back. His weapon, an old modified piece, lacked firepower but could prove deadly at close range. Beside him, Zhao Lei nervously gripped his machete, a slight frown on his face. He quietly asked, "Do you think it's safe behind us?" Xiaowu glanced at him, his demeanor calm. "Currently, all is well, but do not relax. Outside the safe zone, anything can happen. We need to be cautious of what is behind us. Lin Feng and the others have scouted ahead, so the pressure in front is manageable. Our primary concern lies behind us and ensuring timely support for the front." Zhao Lei nodded, unconsciously rubbing the handle of his knife. His voice tinged with novice apprehension. "It's fine. I believe we can successfully complete this. Don't let your mind wander," Xiaowu gently admonished. "Stay alert and aware of your surroundings. I am the middle of the team." Bai Weiwei walked at the center, observing her surroundings while checking the positioning display on her wristband. She looked up at Lin Huixian and reported, "Communication is stable, and there are no abnormal life signs." "The team formation is holding well." Lin Huixian nodded, turning back to softly remind her, "Stay vigilant. If there are any abnormal fluctuations, notify me immediately." Bai Weiwei acknowledged, her gaze sweeping to both sides to ensure Lin Feng and Suya were not deviating from their scouting duties. She signaled them to continue forward while also gesturing to Xiaowu and Zhao Lei to maintain their vigilance. Chunlai stood not far from her, carefully inspecting his composite bow. His movements were precise and methodical as he sharpened the arrow tips before returning them to his quiver. He quietly remarked to Lao Guan, "This terrain is too flat. There are no elevated positions, constraining my line of sight. If we encounter an ambush, I fear I won't have time to react." Lao Guan patted his shoulder, speaking in a calming tone, "Don't be anxious. Focus on your responsibilities. The others will compensate. Just concentrate on providing support." Chunlai nodded, tightening the bowstring in his hands. Lin Huixian walked at the center of the team, her steps steady, her gaze consistently calm. Although her time as captain was brief, she understood that the safety of their journey depended not on individual bravery but on the seamless cooperation of each member. Lao Guan closely followed her side, cradling the iron rod with an air of nonchalance, yet his eyes remained alert to their surroundings. He spoke softly, "The team is cooperating reasonably well, but these young ones still lack experience. They need more training." Lin Huixian slightly nodded. In the month since the apocalypse began, those who had survived thus far had grown more rapidly than they could have imagined. Suddenly, the thicket ahead rustled with an unusual sound. Suya immediately raised her hand, signaling the team to halt. "There's something." Lin Feng held his breath, gripping the metal rod tightly, his gaze fixed ahead. The bushes trembled, and several distorted humanoid aberrations burst forth, emitting a piercing shriek towards the team. Lin Huixian swiftly issued orders, "Do not waste bullets. Resolve this with melee weapons." Suya and Lin Feng immediately spread out, forming a pincer formation. Lin Feng swung the metal rod with force, striking the aberration's torso, while Suya adeptly followed up with a swift slash. Within mere seconds, one aberration lay motionless on the ground. Chunlai had drawn his bow at the first sign of the monsters, accurately hitting another creature in mid-run. Bai Weiwei ensnared one monster, slowing its movements, while Lao Guan delivered a decisive strike, eliminating it. The three monsters were easily dispatched. The team regrouped, and after a brief assessment, Lin Huixian instructed, "Continue forward, remain vigilant. The noise from earlier may attract more creatures." The team advanced approximately 20 kilometers as dusk began to settle. Zhao Lei stretched his back, shaking out his stiff shoulders. Mumbling, "Only 20 kilometers? Why does it feel more exhausting than running a marathon?" The road conditions indeed posed a significant challenge. Upon leaving the Alliance's safe zone, the ground was littered with broken roads and the ruins of collapsed buildings. In some areas, weeds and thickets thrived, while scattered vehicle wreckage obstructed their path, necessitating frequent climbing and detours. In this dire situation, they found themselves utterly incapable of walking normally, forced to navigate cautiously through the rubble. This was no leisurely stroll in a park. Lao Guan glanced back at Zhao Lei with a hint of mockery in his tone, remarking that every step must be taken with care, lest they tumble into some hidden pit or fall prey to lurking monsters. Suya nodded in agreement, softly adding that certain areas were eerily quiet, evoking a sense of insecurity. They needed to proceed slowly, for recklessness was not an option. More importantly, the team was not moving steadily forward. Although Bai Weiwei's perceptive abilities could help them anticipate potential dangers, traversing several high-risk zones necessitated brief pauses to assess the situation and ensure they would not provoke concealed beasts. On one occasion, an odd noise echoed from the ruins of a collapsed supermarket in a small village, prompting everyone to halt, hold their breath, and observe for several minutes until they confirmed the absence of immediate threats before quietly circumventing the area. Monsters were not the greatest concern. Rather, it was the unpredictability of human nature. Lin Huixian whispered, her gaze sweeping over the group, emphasizing the need to remain vigilant against other potential human threats. In this post-apocalyptic world, humans were often more complex than monsters. Indeed, they had to be ever watchful for other groups, especially those with ill intentions. The entire journey was fraught with latent dangers, necessitating both energy and time with every step taken. Do not mistake slowness for weakness. It is the secret to survival, Chunlai remarked in a deep voice, his composite bow slung over his shoulder as he remained alert to his surroundings. Moving too quickly could lead them directly into peril. Zhao Lei, dragging a metal rod, managed a wry smile. "You all make valid points, but my legs are absolutely exhausted." "Exhaustion is a sign of life," Suya responded, the corners of her mouth curving slightly as she spoke softly. "As long as we can still walk, it means we are alive." As dusk settled, the group paused at the edge of a somewhat open grove to rest. The terrain was spacious, though not entirely concealed. It allowed them to detect potential threats sooner. Lin Huixian surveyed the area and nodded, declaring, "Let us rest here for 20 minutes, eat something, and replenish our strength." Zhao Lei plopped down first, exhaling deeply. "Oh, my legs feel like they're about to give out," Suya interjected. "That creature we encountered just now was far more cunning than those we faced before. It knew how to hide." Xiaowu rolled his eyes, casually placing his backpack on the ground and extracting a small bag of rations. "Your legs are fine. It's your mouth that seems to be working overtime. Let us eat something instead of just talking." Zhao Lei accepted the rations and took a bite, glancing at Lin Huixian. "Dr. Lin, your calmness is rather unsettling. When those monsters charged at us, I thought you would panic. Yet you managed to issue commands." Lin Huixian, adjusting her wristband, met his gaze with a detached expression. "If I panicked, the team would descend into chaos. Calmness is not a choice. It is a necessity." Lin Feng leaned against a tree with his metal rod, licking his chapped lips as he rummaged through his bag for a water bottle. Zhao Lei continued to speak through his mouthful. "Dr. Lin, I respect your composure. But is that stun gun truly sufficient? If we encounter those creatures again, shouldn't we consider something more substantial?" Lin Huixian gently wiped the stun gun, her focus unwavering. "It is adequate for self-defense. If the monsters are close enough for this to be necessary, you should have already dealt with them. Laughter erupted among the group, momentarily lightening the atmosphere. However, this brief tranquility did not last long. Suddenly, Bai Weiwei turned her head towards a certain direction, halting abruptly and raising her hand to signal for silence. Her expression grew solemn as she subtly pointed ahead, murmuring, "There is a sound, not far from here." Lin Huixian furrowed her brow slightly, gesturing for everyone to gather their belongings before the team moved closer. They proceeded with utmost caution, their footsteps light as they crept toward the source of the sound. Behind the thicket, intermittent noises emerged, resembling a heated argument interspersed with suppressed cries and moans. Everyone remained silent. Lin Huixian raised her hand once more to halt the group's movement. She listened intently for a moment, her expression growing colder as her gaze shifted to Chenlai. "Chenlai, climb that tree and take a look. Your vantage point is superior to ours." Chenlai nodded gently and swiftly ascended a nearby tree. His movements were light and steady. Upon reaching a height suitable for observation, he retrieved binoculars from his backpack. Despite the dense darkness, flickers of flashlight beams and faint glimmers of firelight allowed him to discern the situation with some difficulty. After a moment of scrutiny, he descended carefully and handed the binoculars to Lao Guan. Speaking in a low tone, 5 or 6 individuals, dragging a few girls, their hands bound, moving with great difficulty. Lao Guan took the binoculars, squinting into the dimly lit area. His brow furrowed deeply, and he spoke in a hushed tone. "These individuals may have escaped from a prison." Lin Feng looked taken aback, quietly inquiring, "Prison? How can you tell? Look at their clothing." A couple of them wear ragged fabric, but remnants of prison uniforms are evident, light gray, with tattered sleeves, yet the distinctive stripes are partially visible. Lao Guan lowered the binoculars, continuing coldly, "Moreover, they are armed. The firearms appear outdated, likely from a prison armory." "There is another possibility," Lao Guan pointed toward the girls. "They do not seem to have been captured long ago. They might be survivors abducted from nearby. It appears they are likely survivors from the prison, led by some who awakened their abilities to capture other survivors." Bai Weiwei whispered, "Their voices and choice of words during the argument are quite coarse, filled with evident threats and insults. They resemble a group of lawless thugs." Lin Huixian's eyes deepened with contemplation as she analyzed the situation coolly. If they are prison escapees, their actions are likely to be violent. Their firearms and numbers pose a threat. However, the disarray in their formation suggests a lack of vigilance. The most pressing concern is whether they will discover us and how long the girls can endure. She turned to Chenlai, issuing a low command, "Continue observing, remain concealed. Is there any possibility they might move in our direction?" Chenlai nodded, readjusting the binoculars to monitor the group for any signs of patrol or abnormal behavior. Meanwhile, Lao Guan lowered the binoculars, tightening his grip on his weapon as he added coldly, "If they are indeed this group, we must exercise extreme caution. These individuals will not hesitate to kill." The group maintained complete silence beneath the cover of night. Hidden deep within the thicket, awaiting further clues and opportunities, they held their breath in the darkness, carefully observing the movements of the nefarious group. The flickering campfire illuminated the faces and actions of the wrongdoers as Chenlai continuously adjusted the binoculars, relaying his observations to his teammates. "There are 6 individuals. 2 are particularly burly, likely possessing enhanced strength abilities. Let us refer to them as Villain A and Villain B," he whispered, his gaze fixed on the 2 muscular figures by the fire. Villain A wielded a hefty iron rod, striking it against the ground with dull thuds, seemingly showcasing his might. Villain B, bare-chested with skin glistening in an unusual dark hue, exhibited signs of some form of mutation. His movements steady yet imposing. "Another one seems to have awakened a nature-based ability," Chenlai continued, his focus settling on a lean man seated by the fire. Villain C, slender in build, languidly toyed with a small flame, which danced at his fingertips, rising and extinguishing sporadically. He cast disdainful glances at the others, clearly occupying a position of superiority among the group. After scrutinizing the remaining 3 for a moment, Chenlai remarked, "They show no evident signs of awakening, likely mere ordinary individuals serving as laborers." Villains D, E, and F are clustered around the campfire, whispering to one another, occasionally receiving reprimands from villains A and C. Villain D appears particularly anxious, constantly retrieving items from a nearby bag to hand to villain A, while villains E and F keep watch over the bound girls. These individuals occupy a lowly status, constantly being ordered around. However, Chun-Li added cautiously, we must not underestimate them. They are armed, possessing knives and clubs likely scavenged from various locations. After listening to Chun-Li's report, Lin Huixian furrowed her brow slightly and spoke softly. 6 individuals, 3 awakeners, 3 ordinary people. This combination poses a threat to us, even if they are ill-equipped. A reckless assault to rescue the captives could result in casualties. Lao Guan nodded in agreement, his tone grave. The strength and fire control abilities are particularly troublesome, especially the fire controller. Once he detects us, our concealment and swift approach will be compromised. The surrounding vegetation could ignite. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the metal rod, quietly asking, what about the girls? They appear to be in a weakened state. Further delay may prove detrimental. Zhao Lei furrowed his brows in concern, lowering his voice, even if there are 3 ordinary individuals among them. If that fire controller goes berserk, things could spiral out of control. Su leaned closer to Lin Huixian, whispering, we must devise a cautious plan. If we engage head-on, our chances of success are slim. However, if we can first weaken their awakeners, the ordinary individuals will be easier to handle. Lin Huixian pondered briefly before swiftly issuing orders. The night serves as our greatest cover. We will approach as closely as possible to the range of attack. Then launch a rapid ambush. Display priority on eliminating the fire controller, as this individual poses the greatest threat. She turned her head towards Lao Guan and instructed. You are responsible for leading Lin Feng and Zhao Lei to confront the 2 individuals with power abilities. Lin Feng will restrain them with his stick, while Zhao Lei will deliver the finishing blow, and Lao Guan will provide support. Strive to prevent them from unleashing their awakened abilities. Then, she glanced at Bai Weiwei. Weiwei? Keep your perception fixed on villains D, E, and F. Notify me immediately if there is any change in their positions. Finally, she addressed Suya. You will assist me in safeguarding the girls, ensuring their safety at all costs. Xiaowu nodded and added, I will cover from the periphery alongside Chun-Li, delivering a lethal strike to the fire controller and the power users when necessary. With the task assignments complete, Lin Huixian looked at everyone, reminding them to remember. Swift action is paramount, do not delay, prioritize the protection of yourselves and the hostages. If the ambush fails, we must retreat swiftly. The team nodded, exchanging encouraging glances, before dispersing into the night, stealthily approaching the villains' positions. The flickering flames of the campfire masked their faint footsteps, while distant arguments continued unabated, the villains blissfully unaware that a life-and-death ambush was about to unfold. Chapter 31. Fierce battle. The night enveloped the earth, with the campfire casting a flickering, dim light that illuminated the sinister faces of the villains. Lin Feng, Zhao Lei, Xiaowu, and Lao Guan stealthily spread out, utilizing the cover of darkness to approach the enemy one by one. Meanwhile, Chun-Li remained hidden in the distance, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Lin Feng gripped the metal rod tightly. Taking a deep breath, he understood that this was not a training ground nor a mere contest, but a battle for survival. Faced with these blood-soaked villains, retreat was not an option. The commands of Lin Huixian and the unmasked despair in the eyes of the bound girls echoed in his mind. This battle was not only about the survival of the team, but also about the future of the innocent. By the campfire, Villain C sat next to the flames, his slight frame manipulating the flickering fire. Chun-Li's gaze locked onto this awakened individual, aware that once an attack of flames was unleashed, the entire battle would become extraordinarily complex. He held his breath, steadied his emotions, and silently knocked an arrow onto the bowstring. As Villain C lowered his gaze to the fire, Chun-Li's fingers subtly moved, and the bowstring snapped taut, releasing the arrow that soared through the air, striking Villain C squarely in the shoulder. Thud! The arrow embedded deep into the shoulder, and Villain C let out a grunt, his body swaying violently, the flames in his hands flickering dangerously, almost extinguished. With a fierce glare, Villain C scanned his surroundings, yet failed to discern the attacker's position. He gritted his teeth and growled, preparing to gather flames anew. Observing this, Chun-Li swiftly drew a second arrow, ready to shoot again. This arrow must not afford Villain C a chance to retaliate. He held his breath, adjusted his angle, and a glimmer of cold determination flashed in his eyes. The bowstring tightened, and the second arrow was launched. The arrow whizzed through the air, striking Villain C in the throat. With a final, anguished scream, the flames finally extinguished and Villain C collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Simultaneously, another battle had erupted into fierce conflict. Under Zhao Lei's cover, Lin Feng stealthily approached Villain A. This power-type, awakened individual was robust. Muscles bulging, his face marred by scars, eyes gleaming with a frenzied glow. Lin Feng quickly surveyed the opponent's defenses, rapidly analyzing his weaknesses in his mind. The knee, side waist, and back of the head appeared to be the most vulnerable areas. The opportunity was fleeting. Lin Feng reminded himself, tightening his grip on the metal rod. He surged forward, targeting Villain A's side waist. The moment Chun-Li launched his attack, Lin Feng struck. Bang! The metal rod came crashing down, causing Villain A to stagger back a few steps, clearly taken aback by the unexpected side attack. However, the sheer muscle strength he possessed significantly mitigated the damage. Villain A whipped around, baring his fangs in a vicious grin, his eyes ablaze with savage rage. "You little brat, today is your day of reckoning," he roared, his muscles swelling as he swung the iron rod, charging towards Lin Feng with an oppressive force. Lin Feng's eyes widened, his heart racing. The opponent's speed was astonishing, and he swiftly rolled to evade, the iron rod crashing heavily into the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air, creating small fissures in the earth. A chill crept up Lin Feng's spine, beads of sweat trickling down his back. "Lin Feng, be careful," Xiao Wu whispered urgently, lunging towards Villain A from the side in an attempt to divert his attention. Villain A noticed Xiao Wu, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. The iron rod swept across, bearing down on Xiao Wu with tremendous force. Realizing he could not take it head-on, Xiao Wu reacted swiftly, retreating just in time, but Villain A's combination of power and speed quickly restricted Xiao Wu's movement, and no longer could they remain passive. Lin Feng thought frantically, knowing that if this continued, the two of them would soon be thoroughly overwhelmed. He quickly assessed the situation and, as Villain A turned to pursue Xiao Wu, Lin Feng charged in from the side, aiming for Villain A's vulnerable knee. Bang! The metal rod struck Villain A's knee, causing his body to sway slightly, but he merely let out a growl. The muscles around his knee expanded like steel, nearly absorbing the blow. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, understanding that this enemy's enhancement ability made attacks exceedingly difficult. He swiftly adjusted his strategy, planning to focus his assault on Villain A's side waist. Just then, Lao Guan charged in from the other side, the iron rod crashing down onto Villain A's inner calf. Villain A's balance faltered, his movements momentarily slowed. "Now!" Lin Feng shouted, rapidly launching an attack from the side, the metal rod striking accurately at Villain A's side waist. A dagger also lunged from the other side, aimed sharply at Villain A's flank. Villain A let out a roar, his muscles swelling once more, his arms growing even more massive. He swatted away Zhao Lei's dagger, and with a fierce grip, seized Lin Feng's metal rod. "Die!" Villain A bellowed, raising the iron rod high to smash down onto Lin Feng's head. In a split second, Lao Guan dashed forward, striking Villain A's elbow with the iron rod, forcing his movement to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng ducked and rolled, swiftly escaping the attack range, and instinctively thrust the metal rod towards Villain A's wrist. Thud! The metal rod struck Villain A's wrist, causing the iron rod to slip from his grip and crash heavily to the ground. "Well done!" Xiao Wu's quick reflexes allowed him to snatch the fallen dagger, swiftly stabbing towards Villain A's knee pit. This time, Villain A's knee buckled, and his entire body collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Feng clenched his teeth and swung the metal rod with all his might, striking Villain A at the back of the head. Crack! The sound of breaking bone echoed through the night sky, and Villain A's body stiffened momentarily before collapsing backward, utterly incapacitated. Gasping for breath, Lin Feng's hands trembled slightly. He quickly glanced back at Xiao Wu and Lao Guan, the three exchanging a brief but affirming look. Despite the fatigue weighing on their hearts, the synergy of their teamwork and the triumph of battle ignited a fierce confidence within each of them. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Lin Feng's gazes interlocked. Witnessing another fierce clash unfolding nearby, Villain B, though not as robust as Villain A, was no easy adversary. Lin Feng hesitated no longer, immediately joining the fray. Through their seamless cooperation, he and Zhao Lei successfully utilized the metal rod and dagger to encircle Villain B. Swiftly closing in, the tempo of their attacks quickened, each strike landing precisely on Villain B's knees and leg bends, attempting to shatter his balance. As Villain B's defenses began to falter, Lin Feng struck fiercely at his leg bend, causing Villain B to finally kneel. Chunlai recognized the opportune moment and swiftly drew his bow, sending an arrow straight for Villain B's eyes. Thud! With a cry of agony, Villain B collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. On the other side, Bai Weiwei and Suya seized the chaos to swiftly approach the bound girls, with the completed support from Chunlai behind them. Bai Weiwei expertly sliced through their ropes with a dagger, softly reassuring them, "Hurry, don't be afraid. We will protect you." The girls, seeing that they too were women, did not resist. One girl, trembling, spoke up. "They have guns." Her voice trembled with evident fear as she pointed shakily towards the nearby villains D and E. Bai Weiwei immediately became alert, quickly turning to look. Indeed, villains D and E were frantically trying to retrieve weapons from a backpack on the ground. This is bad. They're trying to arm themselves. Bai Weiwei's heart tightened, and she signaled to Chunlai to be cautious. Chunlai responded swiftly, having already moved to a higher vantage point, calmly drawing his bowstring, his gaze fixed on Villain D, who was retrieving a handgun from the backpack. Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air, accurately piercing Villain D's wrist. He let out a howl of pain, the handgun slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. Villain E, witnessing this, was taken aback, but he was evidently more cunning than Villain D, quickly ducking behind the campfire while drawing a dagger from the backpack, casting a malevolent glance towards the girls, seemingly intent on using them as hostages to retaliate. He intends to make a move. Suya gripped her dagger tightly, stepping in front of the girls, her gaze coldly fixed on Villain E. "Xiao Wu, cover them!" Lin Feng quickly assessed the situation, calling out to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu raised his shotgun, swiftly adjusting its angle to target the concealed direction of the Villain E. Bang! The shotgun erupted with a fiery tongue, the bullet striking the edge of the campfire, sending shards flying and startling Villain E, causing him to recoil in fear. He had initially intended to launch a surprise attack, but Xiao Wu's gunfire momentarily halted his movements. Lin Feng seized this opportunity, dashing out from behind cover and circling around from the opposite side. His steps were as light as a cat's, movements swift, with a metal rod tightly gripped in his hand. Eyes fixed intently on the vulnerabilities of Villain E. Villain E finally regained his composure, raising a dagger to retaliate, but Lin Feng's speed far exceeded his expectations. He deftly dodged Villain E's slashing knife while delivering a powerful blow to the inside of his knee with the metal rod. Bang! Villain E collapsed to the ground in agony, the dagger slipping from his grasp. He struggled to rise, but Lin Feng denied him the chance, swinging the metal rod down once more, this time striking his temple. Villain E's body stiffened, and he fell to the ground, incapacitated. "Well done." Suya hurried over to confirm that both villains D and E were no longer capable of resistance. She quickly picked up the pistol dropped by Villain D and tossed it to Xiao Wu for future use. Bai Weiwei scanned the surroundings with a resolute gaze, her heart racing as it was her first experience with taking a life. Yet her actions grew increasingly decisive. She whispered to Suya, "You take them and evacuate. I will handle the rest." Suya nodded, turning to the rescued girls and saying, "Don't be afraid. Follow me." They quickly rose, cautiously moving towards the safety of the woods under Bai Weiwei's guidance. Suya led the group, a short knife firmly in one hand and a gun in the other, vigilantly observing their surroundings, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, the last remaining villain F, the one wielding a gun, continued to control another girl nearby, threatening her life and clearly intending to use her as a hostage to impede their actions. "Don't come any closer, I warn you. If you take one more step, I will kill her," Villain F roared, the gun's muzzle aimed at the girl's head, his finger trembling slightly, revealing his unstable emotional state. Put down the gun. Lin Feng's voice was calm yet resolute. He understood that eliminating Villain F was the only way to completely rescue the hostage and put an end to this ordeal. He exchanged a quick glance with Zhao Lei, both silently agreeing to approach stealthily. Zhao Lei concealed himself behind a large tree, swiftly drawing his knife, poised to act. Lin Feng maintained a safe distance from the enemy, signaling Zhao Lei to be prepared at a moment's notice. They aimed to work in unison to subdue Villain F. Villain F appeared oblivious to their approach, his gaze fixed intently on the girl before him, his eyes filled with madness and anxiety. "Don't push me. I'm not trying to scare you," he bellowed, his voice growing louder. Lin Feng recognized that Villain F had entered a state of extreme tension, and any sudden move could cause him to lose control. To prevent him from continuing to threaten the hostage, they needed to act before he completely unraveled. "Dare to harm her, and I will render you permanently incapacitated." Lin Feng's voice was low, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him. Villain F's fingers trembled, the gun pressed even tighter against the girl's head, a mix of fury and fear flickering in his eyes. He found himself with no escape, the bodies of his companions behind him, each of his movements fraught with desperation and madness. "Put down the gun." Zhao Lei suddenly burst forth from behind the tree, his knife swiftly lunging at Villain F. His actions were faster than lightning, leaving Villain F no opportunity to react as Zhao Lei's knife effortlessly knocked the gun from his hand. Bang! After the gunshot, Villain F stood in shock, clearly unprepared for Zhao Lei's rapid approach. The knife was pressed against Villain F's neck, causing him to instinctively step back in an attempt to break free. "Don't move, or I will send you on your way." Zhao Lei's gaze was cold, devoid of any compromise. Villain F glared furiously at Zhao Lei, but as the pressure from the knife increased, his movements grew slower, his body compelled to come to a halt. "Take the girls and go." Lin Feng's voice rang out again as he began to run towards the girls, ensuring their safety. Su Ya and Bai Weiwei had already led them to a safe distance, and upon witnessing Lin Feng and Zhao Lei finally subduing Villain F, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "We did it," Lin Feng panted, gazing at the fallen enemy, the weight in his heart gradually lifting. Bai Weiwei and Suya, alongside the rescued girls, finally retreated to safety, pausing momentarily to exchange weary glances, yet their hearts were filled with an unprecedented determination. "Are the hostages safe?" Lin Huiqian stepped forward, quickly assessing the situation. Bai Weiwei nodded. "They're all safe, not a scratch on them." Old Guan patted Lin Feng's shoulder, a hint of approval in his tone. "Well done, kid. You've progressed faster than I imagined." Lin Feng managed a faint smile, wiping the sweat from his brow. It was just luck. The team quickly helped the girls to their feet, distributing water and food before retreating to a more secure location. "We'll pause here for tonight," Lin Huiqian commanded, insisting they not linger in one place, but rather find a new spot to regroup and plan their next moves. The team supported the girls, maintaining a vigilant demeanor as they gradually vanished into the night. Behind them, the dying embers of the campfire illuminated the fallen villains and the endless cruelty of this world. Chapter 32. Clues. And entering the town, the four girls were finally rescued, collapsing onto the ground, huddled together, their garments tattered, faces streaked with dried tears. Their eyes were a mix of fear and confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend that they had escaped danger. Bai Weiwei knelt down, soothing them with a gentle voice. "You are safe now. There is no need to be afraid. We will take you away from here." Her words served as a lifeline, momentarily calming their emotions. The identities of the four girls were quickly confirmed. Two younger ones named Zhang Jing and Li Hui, dressed in worn school uniforms. Appearing no older than 16 or 17, they clung tightly to one another, like frightened little birds. It turned out they were students from a rural high school, who had unfortunately been discovered while seeking refuge in the village. Among the older two, Lu Xia worked as an assistant in a local grocery store, her dark complexion bearing a hint of resilience. The other, Chen Li, was a traveler passing through the area. Her slender frame and somewhat isolated demeanor belied a keen alertness in her gaze. Zhang Jing spoke timidly. "They captured us for several days, constantly threatening us, forcing us to obey." Her voice trembled as tears rolled down her cheeks. "They said if we didn't listen, they merely sought to frighten you." Bai Weiwei interrupted. gently patting her shoulder in an effort to calm her. Lu Xia gradually regained her composure. Once she confirmed that Lin Feng and the others were allies, her expression hardened, eyes filled with anger and defiance as she spoke in a low but determined tone. The villain's hideout is at the Baishui Town Police Station. I overheard them discussing it. They transformed an abandoned place into their lair, hiding the stolen weapons and supplies there. She paused briefly, her gaze inadvertently dropping as if suppressing some fear. But they don't seem to operate completely freely. I heard them mention a superior. They didn't harm us, even deliberately preventing us from coming to harm. They said they were to hand us over to that person. They were also out here searching and scouting for other survivor hideouts. Superior? Lin Feng keenly picked up on that term, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Lu Xia pressed her lips together, seemingly hesitating to continue. After a moment, she looked up at Lin Feng and lowered her voice to add, "That person seems to be an awakened one. A very powerful awakened one. At least stronger than the mutated beings you just defeated. One of them, Villain C, seemed to be his confidant. I heard many things from him. That superior was previously a small-time boss in a prison. When those guys mentioned him, their tone was filled with fear and submission, saying he took control of the surrounding area after the prison riot, swiftly eliminating previous rivals and seizing control over the prisoners, killing the mutated monsters while colluding with other villains to orchestrate large-scale raids and assaults. A small-time boss in the prison." Zhao Lei's expression darkened. If he was an awakened one, stronger than the previous villains, it would be even more troublesome. Lu Xia nodded, adding, "They call him Scarface, saying he is incredibly strong, capable of manipulating something akin to rebar as a weapon. They all fear him greatly. One villain once said, when Scarface gets angry, we redone for." Her voice trembled slightly, clearly recalling the terror of that time. Suya frowned, her voice cold. It seems this Scarface is not only an awakened one but also a powerful and influential thug. He has gathered these people, likely with intentions of greater destruction. Lu Xia continued, "Those guys also mentioned that Scarface has connections with other dangerous awakened ones, suggesting they have formed some kind of alliance. They will communicate and exchange resources or hostages. And at times, they may even launch joint assaults on larger survivor settlements." Her voice gradually lowered, her gaze filled with disdain. Those individuals even suggested that the police station in Baishui Town was merely a temporary stronghold for them. Their superiors are planning a more extensive operation, aiming to seize resource-rich areas, such as, where exactly? Lin Feng's eyes sharpened, as if he had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. Lu Xia bit her lip, hesitating momentarily before slowly speaking. "To the south lies Feng Shui City, which was originally a survivor base. I've heard that resources are abundant there and the environment is more conducive to long-term survival. However, that individual known as Scar seems intent on sending his subordinates to probe the area, with the intention of establishing a complete takeover if conditions permit." Lin Huixian calmly analyzed. "This transcends mere criminal behavior. Their organization and intent far exceed those of typical survivor groups. We may be facing not a disjointed band of rogues, but a well-coordinated and strategic force." Lu Xia trembled slightly, adding in a hushed tone, "They also mentioned that if Scar secures Feng Shui City, their status as lowly henchmen would rise significantly, but should they fail, we hostages would be used as bargaining chips in attempts to negotiate their retreat." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the team grew increasingly grave. Lin Feng took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and spoke with determination. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must obliterate their stronghold. We cannot allow such a perilous force to continue its expansion." Bai Weiwei patted Lu Xia's shoulder, her voice gentle and soothing. "You have provided us with invaluable details. This is crucial for our strategy. You must prioritize your safety. We shall exert our utmost efforts to resolve this matter." Zhao Lei picked up a stone from the ground, weighing it in his hand, his tone resolute. "Scar, is it? No matter who he is, he must pay a price for such actions." Lin Huixian surveyed everyone and issued a clear command. "First, escort them to a secure location, then set out to scout the conditions at the police station. Prepare for a fierce confrontation." After hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparked in Lu Xia's eyes as she nodded, as if she could finally envision the possibility of escaping the clutches of fear. "The police station in Baishui Town?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow, committing this information to memory. Zhao Lei stepped closer, whispering an analysis. The abandoned area is indeed an ideal hideout. The terrain is complex and defensible. It lies at the heart of the town, adjacent to a large shopping mall, and a hospital is situated to the south. The mall offers a vantage point, allowing observation of the surroundings. It is no wonder they chose that location. Bai Weiwei, noticing the girl's emotions had calmed slightly, proposed, "They are in a poor state and cannot remain in this hazardous area. We must swiftly arrange for their relocation to safety." Lin Huixian nodded in agreement. "We will pass through a small village on the way. Although uninhabited, the houses are structurally intact, making it a suitable temporary refuge. As it is now evening, we shall stop there to rest, and then arrange for the four of them to settle in. We will set out again tomorrow morning. However, we must first ascertain the safety of the village." Lin Feng's tone was serious. He understood that any oversight could thrust the girls back into danger. The team escorted the girls as they continued their retreat. Along the way, the girls walked cautiously at the center of the group. Glancing back occasionally, their expressions still tense. Bai Weiwei and Suya flanked them, offering occasional words of reassurance. An hour later, the team finally arrived at the small village. Nestled against the mountains, the village was slightly elevated, with open vistas all around, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack, particularly suitable as a temporary resting point. The moonlight began to cast its gentle glow upon the village rooftops, providing a modicum of comfort to the weary team members. Zhao Lei and Xiao Wu immediately split up to conduct a thorough search along the outskirts of the village, ensuring there were no potential threats. After their inspection, they located a structurally sound house in the village center. Although the windows were somewhat damaged, reinforcing them would not pose a challenge. This place is significantly safer than the desolate wilderness. Zhao Lei gestured for the team to advance. Under Bai Weiwei's guidance, the girls were escorted into the house. Zhao Lei used the tools he had brought to board up the windows and stacked a few old tables and chairs behind the door as a temporary barricade. Xiao Wu scattered some trap materials around the house to ensure they would detect any approaching enemies at the earliest opportunity. Water and food were placed at the far end of the room. An eye temporarily covered the leaking spots in the roof with cloth. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhao Lei quickly reported the situation. It should suffice for the night. The girls remained somewhat anxious, but under the patient comfort of Bai Weiwei and Suya, they gradually settled down. Lucia took the initiative to assume the role of a temporary caregiver, huddling with the other three girls in a corner of the room to rest. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the other members gathered beneath an old tree outside, urgently deliberating their forthcoming actions. Lin Huixian unfurled a rudimentary hand-drawn map, illuminating it with a flashlight, marking the location of the police station in Bai Shui Town at the center. Encircling potential enemy activity zones. We are already aware of the enemy's stronghold location and have gleaned some internal information. Lin Huixian's gaze lifted from the map, scanning the group. However, we cannot launch a blind assault. That is their territory. Once we disturb the status quo, our situation will only become more precarious. Indeed, Lao Guan pointed at the map, adding that the complex distribution of buildings near the police station offers the enemy numerous defensive advantages. Furthermore, they may have more formidable awakeners stationed there. Lin Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before proposing. We need a more detailed reconnaissance to ascertain their numbers, defensive arrangements, and the whereabouts of Scar. Only by acquiring sufficient information can we formulate an effective ambush plan. Reconnaissance is essential, but one more point must be noted. Lin Huixian indicated the markings around Bai Shui Town on the map. The enemy may have established lookout posts. We cannot overlook the potential threats on the periphery. Splitting up will entail greater risks, but it can effectively circumvent their surveillance zones. The specific assignments can be arranged as follows. Lin Huixian began delineating tasks. 1. Reconnaissance team, comprising Lin Feng, Zhao Lei, and Xiao Wu. They will infiltrate the vicinity of the police station to observe enemy defenses and the surrounding environment. Xiao Wu will be responsible for observation and communication. Without engaging in combat. 2. Support team. Lin Huixian and Suya will remain in the village, ensuring the safety of the girls while preparing for any necessary assistance. 3. Combat team. Reserve Lao Guan will oversee command and coordination. With Bai Weiwei and Qinlai, time is of the essence. We must return to the village before nightfall tomorrow. Lin Feng spoke in a low voice. The enemies in the police station may include awakeners. And we cannot afford to be careless. Point one more thing. Bai Weiwei stepped out from the house, interjecting. That scar appears to be the core figure of the entire organization. If possible, I suggest we avoid engaging others and go straight for the core. If he falls, the rest may become disoriented and easier to handle. Lin Huixian pondered for a moment before agreeing. She is correct. However, the prerequisite is that we have a means to approach and subdue him. Otherwise, revealing ourselves would only exacerbate the danger. After the discussion concluded, the reconnaissance team did not set out immediately, but decided to utilize the night to adjust their states and prepare their equipment for the imminent operation. It was still early in the night, and time was relatively abundant. Lin Feng gazed at the deepening twilight and said, "Let us first eat something to replenish our energy. After midnight, we shall commence our actions." Zhao Lei nodded, retrieving several bags of rations from his pack to distribute among the team, also providing the girls with some water and simple food. Though the provisions were not lavish, they were sufficient to restore their strength. Bai Weiwei carefully arranged sleeping spots for the girls, softly reassuring them. "This place is secure. We will keep watch outside. Should anything arise, call for us immediately." The following morning, after making all arrangements, Bai Weiwei returned to the girls, meticulously instructing them on how to respond to emergencies. Lock the door securely. Regardless of any sounds you may hear, do not open it indiscriminately. If the situation becomes critical, hide beneath the bed or in the closet. Lucia, you must remain their pillar of strength and maintain your composure at all times. Bai Weiwei handed Lucia a short knife she had found the previous day, and then produced several wooden boards to seal the ventilation openings leading outside. This will ensure that if enemies attempt to spy, they will not find it easy to succeed. The girls huddled together. Although traces of fear lingered in their eyes, they were much calmer than at the start. Lin Huixian and Suya approached, with Lin Huixian stating, "You may rest assured, the safety of this place is in our hands. I still possess a certain level of combat ability, which you have yet to witness. However, now it is your turn to act independently. The command rests entirely on your shoulders. You must assess your capabilities and retreat immediately if any issues arise. We can always send more people to assist later." The team finally completed all preparations. Each member of the reconnaissance team meticulously checked their gear, ensuring their communication devices and backup tools were in order, confirming hand signals and retreat signals with one another. Lin Feng stood at the center of the team, taking a deep breath and softly stated, "This mission is not only to utterly defeat these foes, but also to protect the people here. Everyone, exercise caution. Safety comes first." Zhao Lei flashed a relaxed smile. "Don't worry, boss. I'm as tough as nails. Action." Lin Feng waved his hand, and the team swiftly vanished from sight, leaving only Lin Huixian and Suya quietly safeguarding the girls within the village. As the reconnaissance group departed, the small village returned to its former tranquility, with only the occasional chirping of insects adding a touch of serenity to this extraordinary night. Chapter 33. Initial exploration of the town. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei, leading the first group of their team, stealthily advanced along a narrow path, with Lao Guan trailing behind, responsible for communication. The dawn light filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a gentle glow on the earth, while the air was suffused with a palpable stillness, as if the world itself held its breath in anticipation. After nearly 3 hours of trekking, the southwestern edge of Baishui town finally came into view. This location had once been the bustling artery of Baishui town, where a provincial road converged with the national highway, serving as a nexus for countless merchants and vehicles. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a cacophony of traffic and human voices. Yet now it appeared strikingly desolate, with only a few vehicles dotting the empty streets, the doors and windows of nearby shops tightly shut, coated in a thick layer of dust from prolonged neglect. Halting at the side of the street, Lin Feng and Zhao Lei exchanged a quick glance. Although the area appeared abandoned, it suggested that the enemy might not have entirely secured the region. At least the current situation did not seem overly tense. Throughout their journey, they had encountered no signs of the villains, nor any sentries. "This used to be a bustling thoroughfare," Zhao Lei murmured, "but now it lies in ruins." The enemy might be only somewhat vigilant about the surroundings, rather than having fully sealed it off. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, peering through his binoculars to scrutinize the surroundings. Most of the buildings along the main street seemed to have fallen into disrepair. with many walls marred and windows shattered. Despite their enduring presence, it was evident that no one resided here regularly, nor were there signs of activity. The atmosphere was profoundly quiet. After exchanging opinions, Lin Feng and Zhao Lei resolved to delve deeper. They circumvented the street and opted for a more concealed pathway. As they advanced, the density of the surrounding buildings began to increase, signaling their approach to the town's urban core. Although the area did not exhibit the vibrancy of a modern city, it was clear that this region had once thrived economically. "This is the heart of Baishui town," Lin Feng remarked, his keen gaze capturing every detail, mentally mapping the area with precision. "Yes, it must have been a commercial district, complete with shops, hotels, and restaurants," Zhao Lei replied softly. "It seems the enemy has not completely abandoned this place. They must be utilizing these structures. The resources here are abundant, and they provide shelter from the elements." As the buildings on either side of the street rose higher, the previously scattered shops became more concentrated. The narrow path began to feature more commercial establishments. Some stalls, though now deserted, still hinted at the once bustling scene. Increasing numbers of abandoned vehicles, plastic sheeting, and cardboard boxes littered the roadside, as if time had come to a standstill. To avoid drawing the enemy's attention, Lin Feng and Zhao Lei maintained a low profile, refraining from rushing into the central area and instead choosing to keep their distance, advancing cautiously. They carried minimal weaponry, armed only with a dagger and essential gear. They understood that at this juncture, discretion was paramount, and it was crucial to avoid revealing their presence. If discovered, they could feign being wandering survivors, raising only mild suspicion before potentially escaping the peril. "We can take advantage of the midday break to observe whether they disperse," Lin Feng whispered, his gaze continuously scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Zhao Lei nodded slightly, tightening his grip on the dagger secured at his waist. "That would be prudent. We must ascertain the situation while they remain unaware and strategize our next course of action." At that moment, the street's end revealed a notably tall structure, evidently situated at the town's center. As they drew closer, the environment transformed, the street becoming more vibrant with an increased number of shops. Here, Lin Feng and Zhao Lei heightened their alertness, missing no subtle changes in their surroundings. "Let us proceed with caution. We must not be detected," Lin Feng urged in a hushed tone, slowing his pace. Zhao Lei nodded, his gaze lingering on an especially tall building, a former luxurious hotel that now appeared rather dilapidated, though its roof remained intact. They must have expended considerable effort to rid this area of the creatures. This street likely concentrated the monsters, especially near such a central location where the most aberrations would gather. Zhao Lei pondered for a moment before affirming, "Indeed, while the henchmen of Scarface may lack discipline, their strength is undeniably formidable. Tio have eradicated the monsters throughout the entire town. They must possess considerable firepower, particularly Scarface, who is currently a high-level awakened being." Lin Feng replied gravely, "It is not solely their firepower. Their utilization of these buildings and resources is equally calculated. They are clearly not mere roving bandits, but a group of thugs intent on establishing a long-term stronghold. The abilities of Scarface are pivotal," Zhao Lei remarked, raising his binoculars to survey the activity around the police station in the distance. "The thorough eradication of monsters indicates he likely possesses some capacity particularly effective against aberrations, such as intimidation, control, or even direct lethality. That is precisely what concerns me," Lin Feng frowned. "Scarface not only subdues the monsters but also consolidates this ragtag group, indicating his abilities and character are strikingly formidable. He poses a natural threat, both to the surrounding survivors and to us." Zhao Lei nodded, the two maintaining a relatively safe distance as they cautiously observed the situation ahead. Not far away, Lin Feng finally spotted the imposing police station, its exterior somewhat appealing yet still commanding. The surrounding area appeared quiet, with hardly any foot traffic. "Let us ascend to that rooftop for a better vantage point," Lin Feng decided. The two cautiously made their way to the rooftop of the aforementioned hotel. Gazing down, they could see the entire layout of Baishui town. Lin Feng once again scanned the area surrounding the police station through his binoculars, confirming the distribution of enemy forces. "Their defenses seem rather lax," Zhao Lei whispered. "There appear to be about a dozen individuals, but they are scattered." "Let us continue our observation for now," Lin Feng responded, That moment, a plume of smoke in the distance caught their attention. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he peered through the binoculars, discovering wisps of smoke rising from an open area behind the police station, clearly indicating that the enemy was cooking. The situation is somewhat unusual. It seems they are not on full alert, Zhao Lei noted, his eyes brightening. When they gather for their meal, we can conduct a more thorough observation. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei crouched low on the rooftop of an abandoned building, their gaze fixed on the police station at the heart of Baishui town. The surrounding structures, densely packed yet eerily silent, bore witness to the ravages of time with their crumbling walls and sagging roofs. Amidst the stillness, a thin wisp of white smoke ascended from the direction of the police station, capturing their attention. Lin Feng raised his binoculars, following Zhao Lei's indication. The smoke originated from an open space behind the police station, where several cooking pots were set up and a few men casually gathered around, busily tending to the fire. They added fuel to the flames in small groups, chatting idly as they stirred the contents of their pots. It seems they are preparing to eat, Zhao Lei smirked, though his tone lacked any trace of levity. As time passed, more individuals sauntered out of the police station, lazily congregating around the open area. Lin Feng counted approximately 20 people, clearly more than they had anticipated during their initial reconnaissance. This group appears to be even more relaxed, Zhao Lei whispered. Their guard is virtually non-existent. Everyone has come out for a meal. Just then, the atmosphere shifted. A middle-aged man with yellow hair emerged from the police station's entrance, and his appearance instantly silenced the surrounding clamor. Those who had been seated promptly stood, their faces reflecting a mix of respect and fear. That must be Scarface, Lin Feng murmured, his gaze lingering on the man for a moment. Scarface's visage was perfectly aligned with his moniker. A deep scar ran from his cheekbone to his chin on the left side of his face. Lending a more menacing aspect to his countenance, he was tall and robust, his skin tanned from the sun, with well-developed muscles hinting at a background of physical labor, though his leather jacket was worn and tattered. Its style and cut suggested it had once belonged to someone of significance. What left a lasting impression was his commanding presence. Without any extravagant gestures, he merely stood there, exuding an aura of authority that weighed heavily on those around him. Even in conversation, his voice was deep and unwavering, as if each word he uttered were a command. This man possesses an undeniable authority, Lin Feng remarked, his brow furrowed. Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is evident that he does not rely solely on brute strength. The demeanor of his subordinates reflects both fear and respect. Zhao Lei lowered his binoculars, his expression growing more grave. We must not underestimate him. He is not an ordinary thug, but a formidable force capable of rising swiftly in this wasteland. Such individuals, even in the absence of monstrous threats, can instigate upheaval solely through human conflicts. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his tone somber. Therefore, we must eradicate him entirely. This fellow is not merely a problem for Baishui town. He could very well become a calamity for the entire region. Zhao Lei nodded, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. Moreover, Scar is quite astute. He has chosen the police station as his stronghold, a location that is inherently easy to defend yet difficult to assault. With the monsters now eradicated, the entire town has essentially turned into their fortress, especially the position of the police station, which serves as a crucial hub for the entire town. If it is seized, it would nearly control the entire area. Lin Feng recalled the reconnaissance images from earlier, and his conviction deepened. Scar's awakening ability is not only the source of his power, but also the backbone of this team. Zhao Lei interjected, his voice low. Coupled with his personal combat prowess, such individuals typically rely not only on their abilities, but also on their intellect. He can carve a bloody path through chaos and seize control of the entire town. Such feats are not achievable by ordinary thugs. Lin Feng shifted his gaze from the map to Zhao Lei, his tone resolute. Since he has entrenched himself here, we cannot allow him to grow stronger. This battle must be swift and decisive. Zhao Lei took a deep breath and nodded. Then let us wait for tonight. We shall thoroughly eliminate this threat. Lin Feng continued to observe, noting the gun handle at Scar's waist and the dagger strapped to his thigh. His equipment was evidently superior to that of others, indicating that most of the resources within this stronghold were likely under his control. Furthermore, The bracelet on his right wrist faintly revealed a pattern that resembled some form of symbol. The two fell silent for a moment, Scar's image becoming increasingly vivid in their minds. He was the type of person who could survive amidst chaos, even without an awakening ability. Once awakened, his danger would only magnify. The observation continued until noon, after which Lin Feng and Zhao Lei quietly withdrew. Ensuring their movements remained undetected, on the way back, they hurried along while exchanging the information they had gathered. As Lin Feng and Zhao Lei made their way back to the temporary camp. They occasionally glanced back to confirm they were not being followed. Once beyond the confines of Baishui town, they slowed their pace and began to sift through the intelligence collected during the day. Scar's equipment is top-notch, and he clearly controls most of the resources at the stronghold, Lin Feng remarked softly. Zhao Lei frowned. Although his subordinates are somewhat disorganized, they clearly hold him in great reverence. If such a person is not swiftly eliminated, he will only pose a greater threat in the future. Lin Feng nodded, his pace more resolute. First, we must return and discuss the plans for tonight's operation with everyone. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, Lin Feng used a communication device to gather everyone, broadly outlining the distribution of the minor lackeys and Scar's location. We are only 6 individuals, yet we must contend with the entire enemy force of Baishui town. Lin Feng said in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over each person, each word serving both as a reminder and a reassurance. The atmosphere in the camp was tense yet cohesive, sunlight illuminating every face. Lin Feng pointed to a rudimentary map drawn in the dirt with branches. The perimeter of Scar's stronghold is crucial. We must silently eliminate these sentries to successfully breach the core area. Zhao Lei nodded. The sentries on the perimeter are scattered, but they serve as a warning line. Once disturbed, the entire town will ignite. Bai Weiwei, Yu, Xiao Wu, and Lao Guan are responsible for clearing the perimeter. Lin Feng's voice softened slightly as his gaze fell upon Bai Weiwei. Xiao Wu excels at stealth, and Lao Guan possesses rich experience, while Yu, he paused momentarily, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. I trust your speed and judgment to dispatch the enemies in the quietest manner possible. After all, you are an awakened with mental prowess and can oversee the situation. Bai Weiwei's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes gleaming with a stubborn light. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Lao Guan stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, these perimeter lackeys are no problem. As long as we handle them cleanly, there will be no lingering threats. Lin Feng nodded and continued. Zhao Lei and I will infiltrate the police station to observe the defensive arrangements in the core area. We will eliminate any enemies we can. For those we cannot, we will note their positions. Once you finish clearing the perimeter, we will devise further plans. What about me? Chunlai interjected, his tone tinged with unease. I can't just stay back, can I? Your task is crucial, Lin Feng explained. There are approximately 20 enemies, with around 5 to 6 awakened among them. Zhao Lei and I can stealthily eliminate 1 or 2 awakened. As for you, Chunlai, how many can you take down? Chunlai reluctantly nodded, his mood not markedly altered. Zhao Lei turned to Lin Feng, furrowing his brow as he spoke softly. Scar's power is an unknown. The fact that he was able to clear out the entire town's monsters is not something an ordinary person can achieve. I am aware, Lin Feng replied, his voice steady and calm, which is precisely why we must proceed with utmost caution. His abilities could very well determine the outcome of this battle. Zhao Lei tightened his grip on the dagger, while Bai Weiwei grasped Lin Feng's hand, gently squeezing. You must also be careful. Scar is formidable, but you are Lin Feng. Her voice was low yet resolute, her gaze conveying profound trust. Lin Feng smiled, returning her gesture, then addressed everyone. Our objective is to eliminate Scar and his subordinates. Reclaim this stronghold. This is not only for the police station but also for Lu Xia and her girls, and indeed for the safety of the entire region. They may be holding other innocent people captive in unknown locations. We must eradicate this group. In that moment, the expressions of everyone in the sunlight grew more resolute. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the group. The operation is set for 1 a.m. Everyone should take this time to rest and conserve energy. Tonight is our moment to change everything. Zhao Lei, you will take the first watch. I will relieve you shortly. Zhao Lei acknowledged and stepped outside to take his post. Chapter 34. The hunt in the night. The surrounding night seemed to have frozen in time. Only the sporadic chirping of insects breaking the silence. Lin Feng commanded quietly. All teams, take your positions. Commence the operation. Lao Guan, Bai Weiwei, and Xiao Wu swiftly dispersed into the perimeter, akin to 3 stealthy cheetahs, silently approaching the enemy. They were tasked with the southern section. Bai Weiwei utilized her mental abilities to stealthily approach a drowsy guard from behind. The dagger glimmered in the dim light as a cold flash swept across the guard's neck. He did not even emit a sound before collapsing to the ground. Xiao Wu, your next target, Bai Weiwei whispered. Xiao Wu nodded, swiftly maneuvering to another guard's blind spot, his dagger efficiently piercing the target's back. Lao Guan then muffled a guard's mouth with a cloth, dragging him into the bushes to personally deal with him. The 3 worked in perfect harmony, clearing the perimeter guards in mere minutes. The southern perimeter is secured, Lao Guan reported in a low voice, tinged with suppressed excitement. Lin Feng nodded, responding softly through the communicator. Excellent. We still have 2 patrolling on the west side. Prepare to clear them. Lin Feng, Zhao Lei, and Chen Lai moved in unison, their actions careful yet decisive. They chose the shortest route to avoid detection. The 2 patrolling lackeys were clearly unaware of the impending danger, lazily leaning against a wall while smoking. Zhao Lei signaled, waving his hand gently. I'll go left, you take right. Lin Feng nodded, and the 2 split apart to execute their plan. They became shadows of the night, swiftly approaching their targets. The gleam of their daggers striking precisely into the necks of the guards. The 2 patrolmen fell without a sound, their blood merging with the darkness. All clear, Zhao Lei whispered, however, just as they prepared to advance further. Chen Lai suddenly reported softly through the communicator. There's an awakened ahead, likely a minor leader. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Unknown abilities, refrain from acting recklessly for now. But Chen Lai countered. I have a chance for a clean shot. I believe in my abilities, his tone brimming with confidence. Do not expose yourself. Ensure a guaranteed kill. Do not be careless. If we remain undetected, we can eliminate more enemies without alarming them, Lin Feng cautioned in a hushed voice. But Chen Lai was already positioning himself for the shot, his eyes fixed on the target. Crouched in the shadows of some ruins, Chen Lai's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, his bow drawn taut. The arrowhead aimed at the awakened figure before him. A burly man with a stern visage and alert demeanor, evidently one of the enemy leaders. He slowly surveyed his surroundings, seemingly sensing something amiss, yet entirely oblivious to the lethal threat encroaching from the darkness. Chen Lai held his breath, adjusting the angle of the arrow, his finger gently releasing the tension. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, striking the target precisely at the back of his head. The awakened's body jolted, staggering a few steps before collapsing heavily, blood gushing from his wound. However, the awakened's resilience exceeded Chen Lai's expectations. Even after such a lethal assault, he struggled on the ground, letting out a hoarse scream of agony. Enemy attack! His cry shattered the silence in the town center. At this moment, Chen Lai felt a twinge of regret, realizing he had underestimated the situation and should have prepared more thoroughly. Lin Feng and Zhao Lei's expressions instantly turned grave. Lin Feng immediately lowered his voice and shouted through the communicator. Chen Lai, retreat. Move backwards. The next phase will be close combat, so maintain your distance. Chen Lai swiftly stowed his bow and arrows and dashed into the depths of the nearby alley, attempting to conceal his presence as much as possible. However, his arrows ultimately betrayed his lurking intentions. The sounds of hurried footsteps and enemy shouts began to echo around him. Old A is injured. They are nearby. Find them quickly. The door of a well-preserved building was suddenly flung open, and 5 or 6 enemies surged out. Leading them was a muscular man, his body brimming with sinewy strength, wielding a rusted, massive steel pipe. His heavy footsteps and fierce gaze resembled a wild beast that had just been provoked. Following closely behind was a small, agile woman, her arms engulfed in crimson flames, resembling 2 searing whips emanating intense heat. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, exuding an aura of lethal danger. More awakened ones were arriving. Zhao Lei whispered a warning, his hand already reaching for the dagger at his waist. Lin Feng quickly surveyed the enemy formation and made a swift decision. Zhao Lei, distract them while I flank from the side to deal with that fire user first. Zhao Lei nodded slightly, signaling Lin Feng that he understood, before suddenly rolling over and leaping into another ruin for cover. deliberately kicking over a pile of bricks to create a loud noise. "There's someone here," the muscular man bellowed, charging towards Zhao Lei with his steel pipe, followed instinctively by the fire user, though her vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for other hidden enemies. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng quietly infiltrated from the opposite side, his footsteps so light that not even a speck of dust was disturbed. Using abandoned vehicles and rubble as cover, he stealthily approached the fire user. Finally, Lin Feng closed the distance to within 5 steps, his short knife gleaming with a cold light as he thrust it towards the fire user's side waist with blinding speed. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced her body, blood gushing forth. The fire user let out a piercing scream, the flames on her arms dimming momentarily. Yet, her formidable will kept her from collapsing. Instead, she gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain and unleashed a surge of flames aimed directly at Lin Feng's face. The scorching wave of fire surged forward, distorting the very air around it. A flash of cold light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he rolled backward. Narrowly evading the deadly attack, however, the flames grazed his sleeve, scorching a blackened patch and causing a slight burn on his skin. Had he been struck directly, the consequences would have been dire. The fire user gasped for breath, her complexion pale, yet she gritted her teeth and persisted. Her flames coalescing once more, her arms resembling 2 burning pythons as they lashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng would not grant her another opportunity. With a powerful push, he leaped to her side, twisting his wrist as the short knife found its way into her throat. The flames extinguished instantly, and the fire user's eyes widened in disbelief as she fell to the ground, her breath gradually fading away. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei was locked in a fierce confrontation with the muscular man. The giant swung his steel pipe in a sweeping arc, the force shattering a nearby wall into rubble. Zhao Lei, nimble and agile, evaded each blow by the narrowest of margins, dodging lethal strikes time and again. "Damn brat, if you have the guts, don't run," the muscular man roared, executing another sweeping strike, but his excessive force momentarily slowed his movements. "Now is my chance." Chen Lai seized the opportunity, raising his bow and releasing an arrow with the swiftness of a meteor, piercing through the muscular man's throat. This time, the awakened one did not enjoy the same fortune as old A. He was finished. The muscular man's eyes widened in shock, the steel pipe clattering to the ground with a dull thud. His fingers trembled for a moment before they fell limply to his side, his massive body crashing to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Following this, a few ordinary henchmen armed with weapons appeared, but they posed little threat to Lin Feng and Zhao Lei. Moreover, they were mere bullies who feared the strong. Witnessing the awakened ones they usually tormented being effortlessly defeated left them devoid of fighting spirit, and they were swiftly dispatched. Afterward, Lin Feng raised his gaze towards the police station building, his eyes sharp as blades. "Next, we shall see what Scarface and his final trump card have in store. They are dwindling in number. We have already eliminated 3 awakened ones according to plan, and their forces are thinning." With the area cleared, Zhao Lei quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming there were no other enemies, and reported in a hushed tone through the communicator. Lin Feng emerged from the shadows, his knife still dripping with the blood of the fire user. He swiftly joined Zhao Lei, calling for Chen Lai. "The perimeter awakened ones have been dealt with. Chen Lai, what is your status?" Chen Lai's slightly breathless voice came through the communicator. "It's safe here, not far from you. I'll be there shortly." "Good. Regroup quickly." As Lin Feng spoke, he remained vigilant, aware that the enemy commander, Scarface, would have sensed the disturbance. Lin Feng cast a glance towards the police station and issued a low command. "Old Guan, by Weiwei, Xiaowu, you are to immediately support the central area. Prepare for the final showdown." From the other end of the communicator, Old Guan's voice echoed. "Understood. We are on our way." Lin Feng turned to Zhao Lei, their gazes resolute. Though neither spoke further, they both understood that the impending battle would be a matter of life and death. The iron door of the police station creaked open with a shrill sound. The waning light of dusk streamed through the building's shattered windows, casting a tall and ominous shadow. Scarface emerged, clad in a dark leather jacket, a handgun tucked into his waistband, and a serrated long knife gripped in his hand. His grotesque face, marred by a deep scar across his cheek, appeared even more menacing, his eyes filled with coldness and cruelty. Behind Scarface trailed the last two awakened ones, one a gaunt elder whose fingers trembled slightly, the surrounding dust seemingly stirred by an unseen force, indicating his mastery of some form of psychic ability. The other was a taciturn middle-aged man, his hands covered in a layer of gleaming black metal, muscles bulging like a battle machine poised to strike. About 4 or 5 ordinary henchmen followed closely behind the awakened ones, their eyes betraying fear, as if they too sensed the imminent danger of this confrontation. Scarface came to a halt, surveying the desolate street with a chilling demeanor, his voice low and cruel, little mice hiding in the shadows. Having killed so many of my men, yet you dare not show your faces. Step out. Let me see if your lives are worth this price. Lin Feng, Zhao Lei, and Chun Lai concealed themselves behind cover, listening to Scarface's taunts, their expressions growing ever more composed. Lin Feng glanced at Zhao Lei and Chun Lai before speaking softly. There is no avoiding this battle. We must assign our roles now. Chun Lai, continue with long-range sniping, prioritizing the psychic elder. Chun Lai nodded, swiftly checking his bow and arrows. Understood, leave it to me. Zhao Lei, you will face the awakened one with the metallic hands. His defenses are formidable, but his speed is relatively limited. Keep your distance and stall him. Zhao Lei gripped his dagger, a cold smile forming. Got it? I have plenty of tricks to outlast him. Lin Feng's gaze shifted toward Scarface, his tone resolute. Scarface is mine. His gun and abilities are threats, and I need to gauge them. We cannot allow him to dominate the battlefield. Zhao Lei furrowed his brow, concern evident in his voice. Lin Feng? He is not to be underestimated. Lin Feng glanced momentarily in the direction of Bai Weiwei, his voice low yet firm. Don't worry, I will prevail. I believe in myself and my teammates. With that, he took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Chapter 35. Fierce battle with Scarface. Scarface stood at the center of the battlefield, his posture languid yet emanating a stifling sense of oppression. His gaze seemed to appraise the lifeless bodies already interred, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold and mocking smile. Save the sentimental words for your gravestone, he said in a low, mocking tone, but rest assured, I will ensure your name gains a modicum of notoriety, even for a loser. With a slight flick of his wrist, the black seal wrapped around him shimmered with a profound glow, as if devouring the very air around him, causing even the sunlight to dim. The dagger in his hand seemed to come alive, radiating a chilling desire for blood, the dark aura swirling around the blade like serpentine shadows. Unpredictable and menacing. Do you know? In this apocalyptic world, I am the king, while you are merely a limping wolf that has wandered into my territory. Scarface chuckled lightly, his eyes brimming with derision. Come on. Let me see how long you can struggle. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. He recognized that every word from Scarface was an attempt to undermine his resolve and shake his faith. Clenching his bone spike, his gaze sharpened like a blade, he spoke in a low, determined voice. I did not come here to be your stepping stone. I am here to dismantle your throne. At Lin Feng's words, Scarface's expression darkened abruptly, his smile transforming into a chilling fury. He raised his dagger, the dark aura unfurling like a gaping maw. Then let me shatter your foolish confidence. Scarface's movements were astonishingly swift, almost transforming into a shadow as he closed in on Lin Feng in an instant. The dagger sliced through the air with a powerful arc, trailing an intense dark aura as if to cleave the very atmosphere. Lin Feng hurriedly raised his bone spike to block, its quality proving commendable, yet he was jolted back several steps from the impact of Scarface's overwhelming force, his hands stinging from the blow. Too slow. Scarface's cold voice echoed as his figure drew near once more, the dagger sweeping across Lin Feng's chest. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng retreated just in time to narrowly evade this lethal strike. Yet Scarface offered him no respite. The dagger lunged repeatedly, so swiftly that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. Lin Feng found himself unable to retaliate, desperately using his bone spikes to shield his vital points. But even so, the blade grazed his arm, causing blood to drip down his sleeve. How about it, hero? Scarface sneered, his eyes glinting with an intensified murderous intent. Can you still endure? Or should I send you on your way with a single blow? Lin Feng remained silent, a grim smile emerging on his face. He forced himself to suppress the pain coursing through his body, his legs coiling like springs as he leaped toward a pile of debris. Using the shattered wall to obscure his form, Scarface scoffed, raising his hand with a flick. A tendril of black energy lashed out like a whip, instantly shattering the rubble into countless fragments. Lin Feng rolled out from the cloud of dust, the bone spikes slicing through the air, aiming directly for Scarface's shoulder. However, Scarface's reflexes were lightning fast. With a mere twist of his dagger, he effortlessly parried the attack, countering with a thrust that nearly pierced Lin Feng's abdomen. Impressive, you're still standing, Scarface remarked coldly, the seal on his wrist flickering ominously as the black energy surged into the dagger. But I'm beginning to grow weary. Allow me to show you what true power looks like. With a sudden surge of strength, Scarface propelled the dagger forward, imbued with a terrifying, devouring force aimed directly at Lin Feng. It felt as though the very essence of Lin Feng was being drawn into the abyss. Sending shivers down his spine, Lin Feng clenched his jaw, his heartbeat racing, as if the very blood within him was being sliced apart by Scarface's assault. What he felt transcended mere physical pain. It was a profound sense of oppression emanating from the depths of his soul, an unfathomable power that was simply insurmountable. In that moment, Lin Feng realized that Scarface had already advanced to the E rank, and had been for some time, while he himself remained at F rank. The chasm between F and E was not merely one of strength. It was a gulf of talent and capability. Each time Scarface's dagger sliced through the air, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, leaving him gasping for breath under the weight of utter subjugation. The aura radiating from Scarface twisted the very air around him, ensnaring Lin Feng in an inescapable grip. With a firm grasp on his bone spikes, Lin Feng felt the energy within him begin to surge at an extreme velocity, his senses sharpening, his reflexes becoming instinctual. Yet, each confrontation with Scarface deepened his awareness of the insurmountable gap between them. It felt as though his strength and reaction were being drained away gradually. In stark contrast, Scarface's movements were swift and precise, as if each action was a culmination of all his combat experience and malice. His dagger, akin to a venomous serpent, sliced through the air with the accompanying dark, devouring energy, rendering Lin Feng unable to do anything but evade and defend. Every time Lin Feng attempted to block with his bone spikes, he was met with a jarring force that numbed his grip. The impact was not merely physical. The black energy that accompanied Scarface's dagger seemed capable of tearing apart all in its path. It was the embodiment of power, an existence that consumed everything. Lin Feng understood that this was not solely due to the dagger's sharpness, but rather the oppressive awakening ability wielded by Scarface. With every clash, he could feel his own strength being siphoned away. The burden of it nearly suffocating him, he recognized that Scarface's power had transcended conventional combat techniques. The dark energy acted as an invisible force, consuming his strength with every contact, while Scarface's seemingly inexhaustible power bore down upon him relentlessly. You are but a worthless low-level awakened evolution. Scarface's voice dripped with disdain, laden with contempt for Lin Feng. Low-level? How laughable. You cannot even begin to comprehend the true essence of power. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his gaze unwavering. He knew he was outmatched by Scarface. The divide between E and F was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Each clash was a brutal demonstration of strength. Lin Feng felt the black energy emanating from Scarface's dagger with every swing. An aura that threatened to consume everything, a force so potent it rendered the air nearly solid, crushing him under its weight. Can you still hold on? Scarface's grin twisted further into a menacing snarl as he swung the dagger once more. I do hope you can endure a bit longer. Let me see just how long you can last. Lin Feng's muscles tensed, straining against Scarface's oppressive force. He struggled to regulate his breathing, exerting every ounce of strength to maintain equilibrium within himself. Yet, he was acutely aware that his time to endure was dwindling. I cannot fall, Lin Feng whispered to himself, striving to concentrate and seek an opportunity. However, Scarface's dagger seemed to anticipate his every slight movement. Each encounter with the black energy would deplete his vitality, making every act of resistance feel like a waste of his own strength. At that moment, Scarface suddenly intensified his assault. The devouring energy coalesced into a swirling vortex of darkness, rapidly engulfing the air around Lin Feng. His body felt an immense weight, as though 1,000 tons pressed down upon him, and Scarface's dagger, infused with the consuming energy, descended rapidly. There was no escape for Lin Feng. He watched helplessly as the dagger sliced through the air. A resounding clash of metal echoed, as if the very atmosphere had solidified. "You can no longer resist," Scarface sneered, the dagger dancing before Lin Feng, exuding the aura of death. Yet, just as the dagger was about to pierce Lin Feng's chest, a sudden calmness enveloped his gaze. An awakening of a latent power within him began to stir. The ability to hunt aberrant monsters and acquire their genetic cores. Scarface's eyes flickered with scorn, but in the next instant, he felt an unprecedented tremor. The air around Lin Feng began to vibrate violently. A golden light erupted from within him, and his bone spikes became extraordinarily sharp in that moment. "This is my counterattack," Lin Feng roared, the short blade in his hand carving a radiant arc as it surged towards Scarface's dagger. Scarface's eyes widened in astonishment, yet he quickly regained his mocking demeanor. He believed this strike would not alter the course of the battle, but in that fleeting moment, Lin Feng's power managed to counter the devouring energy. On the periphery, Zhao Lei confronted a taciturn middle-aged man, whose arms were encased in a layer of obsidian metal sheen, resembling a walking fortress. Each time Zhao Lei loosed an arrow, the man almost effortlessly deflected it, the metallic surface reflecting a sharp glare. As if an impenetrable wall stood before him, as time passed, the man's steps grew increasingly steady, each advance multiplying Zhao Lei's pressure. The man's fists, akin to hammers, bore down upon Zhao Lei with tremendous force, sending him staggering backward with each blow. Zhao Lei struggled to maintain distance. The ground beneath him crumbled under the weight of his repeated retreats, his heartbeat thunderous in his ears. With each confrontation, he felt himself gradually being overwhelmed. The quantity and force of his arrows could no longer shake this ironclad adversary. He had no choice but to evade whenever he could, unable to respond with the composure he usually possessed. Fully aware that he needed to find a breakthrough, lest he be driven into a corner. Meanwhile, Chunlai faced a similarly daunting scenario, entangled with a gaunt elder. The elder's mental prowess was formidable, manipulating the surrounding dust to unleash invisible assaults. Each gust of dust felt like a blade slicing toward Chunlai, while the fine particles acted as invisible shackles, slowing his movements. The elder's mental pressure was overwhelming, as though an invisible rope bound his thoughts, delaying his reactions. Nonetheless, Chunlai, with his exceptional archery skills and acute battle instincts, managed to maintain the rhythm of combat. He continuously retreated, searching for vulnerabilities, while sending arrows flying toward the elder. The bowstring emitting a piercing twang through the air. Each arrow flew swiftly and accurately, though some were deflected by the invisible forces. He still managed to keep the situation from spiraling completely out of control through sheer skill and intuition. The elder's mental force pressed down upon him persistently, yet Chunlai's composure and experience prevented him from succumbing entirely to passivity. On the outskirts, Lao Guan, Bai Weiwei, and Xiao Wu united to fend off the enemy's siege. Despite the numerical superiority of their foes, their synergy allowed them to continually repel the attackers. Bai Weiwei made several attempts to break through the enemy's encirclement to reach Lin Feng, but each time Xiao Wu would intercept her. "Stay calm. Weiwei, our task is to clear these enemies. Otherwise, we will hinder Lin Feng. Scarface is no ordinary foe. Your mental power is ineffective against him. Going would only distract him, making it easier for him to unleash his most potent attacks." Xiao Wu's words bore a resolute command, yet also revealed concern. Though Bai Weiwei was enraged, she understood that Xiao Wu's judgment was sound. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to rein in her restless emotions. Diligently focusing her mental power on the surrounding enemies, her mental energy acted as an invisible barrier, ensnaring the foes within her influence, rendering their movements sluggish and clumsy. Xiao Wu seizes the opportunity to unleash his prowess. Each swing of his weapon delivers a strike of unparalleled precision, sweeping across the enemy lines like a tempest. The two work in perfect harmony, swiftly eliminating the foes surrounding them. Yet, with every glance at the battle unfolding near Lin Feng, Bai Wei's heart swells with anxiety and unease. She understands that impulsiveness is not an option. Her interference could exacerbate the peril. Nevertheless, despite their utmost efforts, the situation remains dire. The clash between Lin Feng and Scarface intensifies. While adversaries continue to pursue them relentlessly, time slipping away like sand through fingers. The heart of the battlefield. The confrontation between Lin Feng and Scarface remains exceedingly perilous. The formidable power of Scarface, an E-grade awakened one, and his sinister devouring ability force Lin Feng to retreat step by step. His short blade is riddled with imperfections, and his arm tingles from blocking the relentless assaults. Each combatant fights desperately in their own arena, as if all their struggles are but a means to secure Lin Feng's final chance. Chapter 36. Lin Feng's path to evolution. Despite Lin Feng's recent successful counterattack, Scarface's dagger once again approaches, shrouded in a dark, devouring aura, the sound of the blade slicing through the air akin to the whispers of death. Lin Feng feels an overwhelming pressure. He can almost hear the dagger cleaving the atmosphere, imbued with a chilling sense of mortality, nearly grazing his throat. Instinctively, his body reacts, rolling aside to evade the lethal blow. Yet, even so, Scarface's power generates a formidable shockwave beside him, the impact of the airflow and energy causing Lin Feng's chest to ache violently. Blood seeping from his wounds, staining his garments crimson. His body collides harshly with a crumbling wall of debris, dizziness washing over him. His breath becoming rapid and labored, he braces himself against the wall. Gasping for air, striving to regain his composure, his gaze nonetheless piercingly clear. With each skirmish, he feels an increasingly burdensome fatigue, a weariness that transcends the physical, delving into a profound sense of mental collapse and helplessness. He senses his stamina rapidly depleting, as Scarface's assaults surge forth ceaselessly, without a moment's respite. Yet, with every attempt to retaliate, his strength and reflexes lag just behind, at times even failing to mount an adequate defense. You are but a struggling insect. Your fate is already sealed. Scarface's voice rings coldly, filled with confidence and disdain. His dagger exudes a deep, dark energy once more, enveloping the air with a pressure akin to the relentless waves of the ocean. Impossible to withstand. Scarface advances slowly yet inexorably, as if the Grim Reaper himself is closing in on Lin Feng's destiny. Lin Feng's legs can scarcely sustain the weight of his body, his gaze hollow, as if even the power within him has become uncontrollable. At that moment, however, his latent potential erupts forth, a long-dormant pulse igniting within him, surging through his entire being like electricity coursing through his nerves, instantly igniting every cell. Deep within his muscles, an unknown force seems to guide him, an unceasing flow of power emanating from within, intertwining agony and exhilaration into an unprecedented tide of vitality. His body temperature rises sharply, and Lin Feng feels his entire aura instantly transformed into something far more ferocious, as dark energy surged forth, violently charging towards Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng's assault never faltered. Each clash of his blade against the scarred man's dagger resonated with incredible force, relentlessly pushing his opponent back. Gradually, the expression on the scarred man's face began to darken. Although his strength remained overwhelmingly powerful, Lin Feng's adaptability and combat skills repeatedly drove him to the brink of his limits. In that moment, Lin Feng understood that this life-and-death battle was not merely a contest of stamina and strength, but a pivotal step on his path of evolution. The scarred man was enveloped in a shroud of black energy, his consuming power sweeping the surroundings as if intent on reducing everything to nothingness. His dagger struck with the swiftness of a viper, each move imbued with lethal pressure. However, Lin Feng's nerves and muscles had entered a state of complete combat adaptation. His body no longer merely struggled to keep up. It gradually assumed the initiative. The scarred man suddenly lunged forward, his dagger thrusting towards Lin Feng's heart with a suffocating aura of devouring energy. But at the critical moment, Lin Feng evaded with an almost impossible sidestep, his bone spike slicing towards the scarred man's right arm with lightning speed. The sound of crisp metal clashing echoed, causing the scarred man's movements to falter momentarily. His gaze sharpened as he glanced at the shallow cut on his right arm, a cold smirk escaping his lips. You are indeed growing stronger. But is it enough? Lin Feng remained silent, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. The clash of his bone spike and the scarred man's dagger erupted into a flurry of sparks. Lin Feng's movements became increasingly swift, each strike exuding a menacing energy. He was not merely adapting to the scarred man's attacks, but was systematically dismantling his methods, seeking flaws amidst the chaos. See clearly now, Scar? Lin Feng roared, leveraging the recoil from a collision to leap into the air. His bone spike sweeping horizontally from an incredible angle. The scarred man barely managed to parry, but this time, he appeared somewhat strained. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng twisted his bone spike, striking fiercely at the scarred man's chest. The scarred man barely managed to sidestep, yet his shoulder was deeply lacerated, blood gushing forth. You? The scarred man clutched his shoulder, his expression darkening for the first time. His aura surged violently, the black energy coalescing into a massive web of power that loomed over Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's combat adaptability had propelled his body to new limits. His reaction speed and strength had surpassed all previous records. He rolled backward at astonishing speed, evading as long as one is an awakened individual or an ordinary person. They can enhance their abilities by absorbing these core powers, potentially even awakening new extraordinary skills. However, the prerequisite is that I must personally eliminate the target for the core to coalesce. Zhao Lei furrowed his brow. So? You responsible for the hunting, while we handle the absorption? What about you? Without these cores, how will you improve? Lin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, though his tone carried a weight of gravity. My abilities are not intended for self-enhancement. Rather, they are meant to strengthen the team. I can only elevate myself through combat experience and breaking my limits, while these cores represent your opportunity and the survival hope of the entire team. I possess my own method of awakening, which conflicts with this approach and cannot aid me. In fact, it may be detrimental. Lin Feng gently tightened his grip on his short blade, his gaze resolute. I do not rely on these cores, but on my instinct for evolution. With every battle, my body adapts to new threats, becoming stronger, swifter, and more perceptive. This is my sole reliance, the reason for my survival. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Lei's tone softened. Regardless, since these cores can enhance our strength, we shall not let your efforts go to waste. This ability is the hope of the entire team. Lin Feng nodded and turned to survey the surroundings. Now is not the time for discussion. Let us first regroup and rest, then explore the entirety of Baishui town. Today, we shall find a place to rest, and tomorrow morning, Xiao Wu and Zhao Lei, you two will be responsible for bringing Lin Huixian and Suya over. We will then explore the town after their arrival and make further plans. Before dawn the next day, Xiao Wu and Zhao Lei armed themselves and, after confirming the area was secure, hurried towards the mountain village where Lin Huixian and Suya were hiding. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, accompanied by Bai Weiwei, Chunlai, and Old Guan, began to assess the battlefield, gathering the enemy's weapons, equipment, and remaining supplies, while also checking on any surviving foes to guard against sudden attacks. A few minutes later, Bai Weiwei discovered several unopened bottles of water and some dry rations in an abandoned house. She joyfully raised her spoils. We found these. It seems we are quite lucky. Chunlai retrieved a uniquely designed handgun from beside a fallen enemy, examining it with a frown. These fellows are equipped far better than our previous adversaries. They are clearly not mere bandits. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing. Indeed, this is no ordinary situation. This may be a stronghold. When Xiao Wu and Zhao Lei return, we need to thoroughly explore Baishui town to ensure safety while also addressing the tasks assigned by Lin Huixian, primarily focusing on food resources and medical facilities. Lin Feng surveyed the area, speaking softly. Let us first explore here and identify any useful resources. We will make decisions after Lin Huixian and Suya arrive. The four split up, with Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei heading towards the hospital. The interior of the hospital was dim and chaotic, yet still held some medical supplies that had not been cleared by the enemies. Bandages, antibiotics, and first aid kits were meticulously collected. Lin Feng noticed that the quantity of supplies far exceeded expectations. Furrowing his brow as he directed, "There are too many items to carry with our backpacks. Let us mark the location for now, and we will transport them once we find a vehicle." Within the hospital, Lin Feng and Bai Weiwei found the medicine storage room overflowing with various emergency supplies, medical kits, antibiotics, large rolls of bandages, and infusion equipment. Bai Weiwei filled her backpack with first aid kits and looked up to ask, "What about the rest?" Lin Feng swiftly marked the door of the storage room. "Let us note the location for now. We'll return to move them once we secure a vehicle." Meanwhile, Chunlai and Old Guan explored them all. In the underground warehouse, they stumbled upon cans of food, drinking water, and a few commonly used tools that had not been cleared away. Eventually, they reconvened to discuss their findings, determining that they needed to locate some vehicles to transport the supplies back. Old Guan, with a spark of inspiration, suggested, "Baishui Town has convenient transportation and is well connected. There must be a bus station nearby. Let us check there. We are sure to find usable vehicles. Plus, I have an A-Driver South license and can drive large vehicles. Who would have thought this would come in handy?" Thus, the four made their way to the bus station, discovering several trucks that were barely operational. Old Guan, drawing on his experience, conducted a quick assessment of the vehicles and confirmed they're usable. They can manage short distances. They then found several spare keys for the vehicles in the control room. Lin Feng nodded, his expression stern. "For now, we will leave the supplies here. Once Lin Huixian and Suya arrive, we will decide on our next course of action." By midday, Zhao Lei and Xiao Wu returned with Lin Huixian, Suya, and the four girls. Though their faces were weary, they remained vigilant, having encountered a tumultuous journey. The backpacks they carried were filled with supplies and edible goods. Gathered around a makeshift campsite, they quietly enjoyed their lunch. Lin Feng then spoke up, his tone steady as he recounted the battle with Scar and the abilities he had awakened. Scar's abilities were formidable. His black, swirling energy of consumption could obliterate nearly everything. His dagger was not merely a weapon but a tool infused with immense power. Facing such an enemy, we must exercise greater caution. Lin Feng's words bore a hint of fatigue, but more prominently, a sense of alertness. After a brief silence, Lin Huixian frowned in contemplation. She had never encountered an ability like Scar's, and the power of consumption instilled a sense of unease within her. She looked at Lin Feng, her expression grave. "You have all done exceptionally well, successfully defeating Scar and acquiring his gene cord. I will report this matter to the Alliance. This core may prove beneficial in your future battles. As for our current situation, we must approach it with a calm and thoughtful mindset." Lin Feng had now reached E rank. Achieving such a level in a short time was impressive. Currently, only Xiao Wu, Old Guan, and Suya had yet to awaken. "What are your plans regarding the gene cores?" Lin Huixian inquired. Her words prompted Lin Feng to reflect momentarily. The situation before them was indeed complex, and Scar's abilities necessitated a heightened level of caution. With challenges extending far beyond this one encounter, Lin Feng lowered his gaze to the gene core in his hand. Each core radiated an intense energy, the aura of consumption and the aftermath of battle lingering in the air. These items represented the strength they had acquired through combat, yet to him, they symbolized something deeper than mere enhancements to power. "Lin Huixian, you are correct. Scar's abilities should not be underestimated. I am aware that the upcoming battles will be increasingly arduous." Lin Feng spoke slowly, his tone resolute. As for the gene cores, my plan is as follows. I intend to have Xiao Wu and Suya undergo their awakening first. Xiao Wu possesses commendable combat potential. Even without having awakened yet, he has already demonstrated sufficient promise. Suya's mental strength also has considerable room for enhancement. After awakening, her mental abilities may play a crucial role in our future battles. Coincidentally, one core corresponds to Scar's consumption ability, while the other relates to mental strength. Another enemy was killed without the core being discovered, so it may have been lost. Lin Feng's gaze was unwavering. He understood that this was not merely a decision to enhance the combat abilities of his team members, but rather a pivotal factor in their future survival. He continued, "As for Old Guan, I plan to have him awaken after them, given his age and comparatively slower recovery capacity. The effects of awakening may impact him more significantly. While Old Guan's experience is invaluable, we cannot risk placing an undue burden on him during the initial stages." Lin Huixian listened quietly, a glimmer of contemplation in her eyes. She turned to Lin Feng and nodded. Your plan is sound. We should first allow Xiao Wu and Suya to awaken, maximizing their abilities to ensure the team possesses stronger combat capabilities in the short term. Old Guan's situation does indeed require special consideration. The awakening process poses greater risks for older individuals, and we must avoid rushing. She paused, her gaze growing resolute. We need to prepare thoroughly for the awakening process, ensuring that each individual can transition smoothly. Additionally, I will reach out to the Alliance as soon as possible to inform them of Scar. His abilities could very well be part of a larger organization or the influence of other awakened individuals. If new information or support arrives, we must be ready to respond swiftly. Lin Feng nodded lightly, harboring trust in Lin Huaxian's decisions. Understood. We will adjust our plans as necessary. Everything requires careful deliberation. Very well. Let us proceed in this manner. You all should rest and prepare for the awakening. Lin Huaxian's tone was gentle yet firm. Remember, each person's awakening is not an easy feat. We must maintain calmness and patience. Once everyone is ready, we can commence our new actions. Chapter 38. Xiao Wu and Suya's awakening after a day of rest. Within the dimly lit campsite, Lin Feng stood before Xiao Wu and Suya, each holding a gene core in his hands. The surfaces of the cores faintly emitted their respective attributes. One, a black spiral core, pulsed quietly, exuding a subtle sense of pressure, while the other was a silvery white mental core, enveloped in a mysterious and profound aura. Xiao Wu, Suya, this is not a trivial matter. Lin Feng's tone was steady as his gaze swept over the two, landing on their tightly clasped hands. Awakening carries risks, especially for ordinary individuals. If one were to fail, it would not only signify the squander of a precious core, but could also inflict considerable harm upon the body, or even threaten one's very life. Xiao Wu and Suya exchanged glances. The two had always been the closest of companions within the team, relying on one another for support. Awakening heralded strength, yet it also brought with it a veil of uncertain peril. If we do not dare to try, we shall forever remain dependent on others for our protection. In this apocalyptic world, we must cultivate our own ability to safeguard ourselves and aspire to shield others as well. Xiao Wu grasped Suya's hand, his eyes radiating determination. I am willing to take this leap. Regardless of the outcome, I cannot continue to hinder the group, nor allow Suya to perpetually take risks. Suya nodded gently, her eyes reflecting a flicker of unease, yet predominantly a sense of calm. If he can do it, so can I. We are in this together. Her voice was soft, yet imbued with resolution. Lin Feng observed the expressions of the two, a hint of gratification illuminating his gaze. He nodded affirmatively. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall lend you my utmost support, though the process may prove excruciating. You must brace yourselves to endure it fully. Chenlai and Old Guan also bestowed upon them encouraging looks, confident that they would undoubtedly succeed. Lin Feng stood before Xiao Wu, holding a gene core that emitted a subtle dark aura, procured from the being known as Scar. Though Scar's devouring ability was formidable, if harnessed and controlled by a member of the team, it could transform into an immensely powerful combat force. Lin Feng slowly extended the black, spiral-shaped gene core toward Xiao Wu, the shadowy essence swirling upon its surface resembling delicate tendrils, exuding an oppressive aura. This was an incompletely purified core, its power still confined within the limits of F grade. Yet it might enable you to ascend to F. However, the act of absorption is not a simple endeavor. Lin Feng's voice was grave and somber. It will thoroughly awaken your potential, tearing at your body, assaulting your will. A moment's negligence could render it a double-edged sword. Xiao Wu accepted the core, his hand trembling slightly, his complexion pale, yet his gaze bore no trace of retreat. Regardless of the outcome, I am willing to try. Lin Feng nodded, cautioning. Awakening is not an instantaneous affair. The power will gradually intertwine within your body, yet in the initial stages, it will be nearly uncontrollable. Maintain your focus. Do not allow the power to overwhelm you. As the core touched the palm of Xiao Wu's hand, an intense heat surged through him like a bone-chilling current, rapidly coursing through his meridians. The core seemed to possess a life of its own, directly interacting with Xiao Wu's cells, forcefully igniting his latent potential. His muscles tensed instantaneously, his chest heaving violently, veins swelling as if ablaze. Ah! Xiao Wu let out a primal roar, collapsing to one knee in agony, his fingers digging deep into the ground. Dark patterns swiftly emerged on his arms, the markings not remaining static, but rather crawling like living entities, ultimately spreading across his chest and neck. Xiao Wu, Suya's complexion turned ashen. Just as she was about to rush forward, Lin Feng halted her with a firm grip. Do not disturb him. This is his battle. He must master this power on his own. Xiao Wu could distinctly feel the devouring force tearing at his body, mercilessly compressing his bones and veins. The rhythm of his heart thudded like an engine on the verge of explosion. The roar of rushing blood reverberating in his ears. He nearly thought to release his grip, yet deep within his consciousness, images of the team struggling amidst peril and Suya's resolute gaze compelled him to persevere. Focus your mind, Lin Feng urged softly. Do not resist it. The devouring power embodies a dominion attribute, yearning to control all. Try to harness it with your will. Tame it. Darkness flooded Xiao Wu's consciousness, as if he were drawn into an endless void. He beheld countless fragmented images, flesh being torn asunder, bones shattering, even witnessing his own form being entirely consumed by this force. From the depths of his mind, a deep, chaotic voice roared, the source of the core's power, seemingly battering against his will, compelling him to submit. No, I am the master. Xiao Wu gritted his teeth, straining against the mental onslaught, seeking a breakthrough. Cold sweat beaded upon his forehead, his fists clenched tightly, the black patterns increasingly pronounced upon his chest. Just as he approached his limits, Lin Feng's voice sliced through his consciousness like a chilling blade. Remember, power is a tool. You are not to be consumed by it. Instead, make it your weapon. Harness it. Lin Feng's words illuminated Xiao Wu's spirit. Guiding him back, he regulated his breathing, beginning to actively direct the flow of energy. He sensed the dark, devouring force melding into his muscles and meridians. Gradually becoming pliable, yet still harboring a latent ferocity, he anchored his mind firmly upon that mass of energy, and ultimately, the raging aura gradually subsided, coalescing into a stable black vortex, resting within his palm. Xiao Wu opened his eyes, utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing. He spread his hand, the dark essence still swirling gently, yet now firmly under his control. Raising his gaze, his voice hoarse, he proclaimed, I did it. Lin Feng nodded, scrutinizing Xiao Wu's state. You have temporarily controlled it, successfully brushing against the threshold of F. This is merely the first step. The core S power has yet to fully integrate into your body. At present, you can only wield 30% of the devouring force, your strength and speed slightly exceeding that of an ordinary awakened individual. Xiao Wu gazed down at his hands, tentatively clenching his fists. He felt a surge of power within, his muscular explosiveness and neural response markedly enhanced. Yet simultaneously, he sensed a lurking danger. The core's power was not entirely subdued, akin to a dormant beast that could turn against him at a moment's inattention. He must continually fortify himself to ultimately master this awakened power, lest complications arise. Lin Feng continued to advise. Your current physical condition can barely sustain the core S power. Do not recklessly test your limits, for it could severely injure your bones and sinews. The most rudimentary application of devouring ability is to amplify oneself and mend minor injuries, but more intricate techniques, such as energy absorption and compression, require extensive practice. Take your time. Do not rush. Xiao Wu nodded, his eyes brimming with conviction. I understand. This is just the beginning. I will gradually master it, allowing it to truly become my strength. Lin Feng patted his shoulder, his tone steady. Remember, awakening is not a one-time event, but a protracted journey. You must consistently train both your body and will until you can fully command the core's energy. If you can completely integrate the core, perhaps you may strive for true E-grade, but this demands time and practical experience. Suya approached to support Xiao Wu, her eyes reflecting both concern and joy. You truly succeeded, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu gasped for breath, managing a weary smile. Yes, I held on, but I am still far from strong enough. He clenched his fists, gazing into the distance, his eyes aflame with fervor. Yet I will continue to strive. Not only for myself, but for everyone, Suya. It is now your turn. Lin Feng extended the silvery gene core toward her, explaining that the mental type ability differed from the devouring type. It would not ravage her body, but would profoundly impact her consciousness. She must steady her will and allow no fracture to her psyche from the spiritual force. Suya lifted her gaze, meeting Lin Feng's eyes deeply for a moment before accepting the core. I can do this. The moment the core entered her grasp, it emitted a blinding silver light, merging directly into her forehead. Suya's body instantly froze, as if time itself had halted. Subsequently, her hands clutched her head tightly, her complexion paling drastically, cold sweat beading upon her brow. Suya. Xiao Wu called out anxiously, yet was halted by Lin Feng's raised hand. Do not disturb her. She must control this power on her own. Suya's consciousness seemed to be drawn into an infinite void, surrounded by countless fragmented images and sounds, chaotic and jarring. Waves of intense pain coursed through her mind, as though countless needles were piercing her nerves. Yet she gritted her teeth, resolutely holding on, forcing herself to calm down. Deep breaths, focus your mind. Lin Feng stood nearby, his voice low and resolute. Mental abilities demand immense willpower. Find your equilibrium, as Lin Feng spoke. Suya's breathing gradually steadied. She slowly opened her eyes, a faint silver glimmer igniting within her pupils. Her vision sharpened immensely, as if she could discern the very dust particles suspended in the air. The perspective has changed, Suya spoke softly, astonished. I can see the flapping of bird wings, even predicting their movement trajectories. Hunter's vision. Lin Feng nodded. This ability allows you to perceive every subtle motion, yet it will greatly deplete your mental energy. Do not rely on it excessively. Xiao Wu stepped forward, supporting Suya, his eyes alight with joy. You did it, Suya. Suya turned toward him, offering a slight smile. We both succeeded. After their awakenings, Lin Feng surveyed them, his voice grave. You have awakened your abilities, but this is merely the beginning. Mastery of those abilities will require time. We must swiftly integrate these powers. Xiao Wu and Suya nodded in unison, their gazes brimming with confidence. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, directing his gaze toward the distant station. Next, we shall return to the station, retrieve supplies and vehicles, laying the groundwork for our team. Lin Huiqian observed as, under Lin Feng's guidance, the team gradually took shape. Though fraught with challenges, the cohesion of the group and each individual's potential imbued the future with hope. Lin Feng excelled in close-quarters combat, possessing formidable explosive power and enduring combat capabilities. He consistently charges into the fray at critical moments, drawing enemy fire and swiftly neutralizing foes, serving as the spearhead of the team. Bai Weiwei focuses on support and mental intervention, adept at stabilizing team morale during crises, enhancing concentration, or alleviating psychological distress. She is an indispensable pillar of the group, ensuring that everyone remains composed and efficient when it matters most. Chenlai, as a ranged attacker, possesses precise and effective arrows capable of locking onto targets and penetrating complex obstacles. His abilities complement Su Ya's reconnaissance perfectly, providing the team with formidable long-range support. Zhao Lei takes on the role of the main frontline attacker, endowed with immense strength and resilience. He acts both as an offensive vanguard and a protective barrier for the team, collaborating with Lin Feng to suppress enemies and buy time for the rear to engage. Together, they form a golden partnership that Suya is responsible for reconnaissance and environmental analysis, keenly detecting hidden dangers and devising safe routes. She serves as the eyes of the team, providing early warnings during missions and endowing their combat efforts with a distinct tactical advantage. Xiao Wu, having recently mastered his devouring ability, exhibits dual characteristics of absorption and erosion, capable of consuming the powers of enemies and converting them into his own strength. His potential is vast, yet he still requires practice to control this newfound power. As he matures, he will become a flexible and perilous tactical ace within the group. Although Lao Guan has yet to awaken, as an experienced veteran, he fulfills a role of wisdom and logistical support within the team. With his keen intuition and profound understanding of the environment, he navigates complex situations to find optimal solutions, serving as the team's strategist. The team continues to take shape amid the apocalypse. Chapter 39. Gathering supplies the following morning, under the command of Lin Huixian, the team sets forth. As the captain dispatched by the Alliance, she orchestrates resource allocation and task planning with remarkable precision, showcasing formidable leadership and composed decision-making. The first group, comprising Lao Guan, Bai Weiwei, and Zhao Lei, heads to the bus station to retrieve vehicles. Lao Guan is tasked with a large bus, while Bai Weiwei and Zhao Lei each seek out smaller cars. Collectively, the 3 vehicles should suffice to transport a significant portion of their supplies. The morning air is heavy with dampness and decay, and the bus station lies in an unsettling silence. Abandoned vehicles are strewn about carelessly. Some have deflated tires, others shattered windows, and one can even spot discarded suitcases littering the ground. Everything resembles a haunting remnant of a horrific scene, with dried blood forming dark brown splotches, silently narrating the chaos and despair that once engulfed this place. Lao Guan approaches a bus, tool bag in hand, his keen gaze sweeping over the vehicle's exterior. Wiping away the thick dust from the windshield with a rag, he confirms there are no cracks before cautiously lifting the hood. The engine is cloaked in dust and oil, yet its mechanical structure appears largely intact. He retrieves a wire and deftly reconnects the severed end, muttering to himself, "This old fellow still has some life in it. It just needs a little coaxing. It can still run, but patience is required. I'll make repairs here. You two can search for other vehicles, but remain vigilant. The area may still harbor dangers." He focuses intently on adjusting the wiring, as if the surrounding threats and the eerie stillness are of no concern to him. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei discovers an SUV on the opposite side. As he gently pulls open the door, a sharp, rancid odor assaults his senses. Just as he furrows his brow to assess the vehicle's condition, a low, eerie murmur emanates from the back seat. He whips around to find a twisted visage of a hybrid creature. Half human, half beast, curled up in the seat, clad in the garb of a station employee, likely a worker who had been on duty during the night and had succumbed to transformation. Thick, dark red fluid oozes from the corners of its mouth, its eyes wild and ravenous, and its frame gaunt from prolonged confinement, yet its strength remains formidable. Zhao Lei's heart races, and instinctively, he raises a metal rod and brings it down heavily upon the creature's head. The dull thud reverberates within the cramped cabin as the creature's body goes limp, convulsing in its final moments before collapsing onto the back seat. Zhao Lei takes a deep breath, the sweat from his palms soaking the grip of the rod. He gazes at the contorted corpse in the back seat, grimacing. Suppressing his nausea, he drags the body out of the car, discarding it onto a patch of ground outside, before meticulously checking the interior for any traces of blood or foreign objects. Once satisfied that it is clear, he returns to the driver's seat, inhales deeply, and turns the key, igniting the SUV's engine, which roars to life as he steers towards the station's entrance. After quickly inspecting the vehicle to ensure there are no further threats, he settles into the driver's seat, turns the key, and the SUV's engine bellowed, shattering the station's silence. Meanwhile, Bai Weiwei finds a compact car not far from the station. The door ajar with the keys still inside, indicating that she turned back and whispered, "There are still a few warehouses here that have not been disturbed. Perhaps we can come back later to replenish." Lin Huixian took note of this information, resolutely deciding to incorporate it into her plan. As the organization and transportation of supplies approached its conclusion, the 3 began to clear the last of the equipment. Lin Huixian directed everyone to concentrate all movable supplies at the entrance of the shopping mall for swift loading. Xiaowu continued to transport items, his movements becoming increasingly adept. Finally, when all the goods were piled at the entrance, Lin Huixian conducted a thorough inspection and nodded in satisfaction. "All right, prepare to load. We should wait here for Lao Guan and the others." The last group consisted of Lin Feng and Chen Lai, who cautiously entered the abandoned hospital. The air was permeated with a distinct hospital scent, complemented by an undertone of dust, as if every corner concealed remnants of past pain and despair. The corridor was enveloped in eerie silence, the floor marked with old bloodstains and shattered instruments, with the occasional sound of decaying objects being stirred by the wind. Each step felt as though they were treading upon ruins, the oppressive atmosphere dissuading any sense of carelessness. Lin Feng led the way, gripping an iron rod, forcefully pushing open each door and meticulously inspecting every room. Although Scar and his group had previously cleared the town of monsters, there was no guarantee that every threat had been eradicated. necessitating caution. While not as dire as a zombie infection, injuries could still be sustained. Chunlai followed closely behind, bow drawn, vigilant for any lurking shadows. They progressed down the corridor until they finally located the medicine storage room. The door bore a rusty lock, yet Lin Feng wasted no time, forcefully slamming the door open with a resounding crash. The interior of the storage room was dim and damp, the air stifling, with shelves stacked with expired medicines and first aid supplies. Despite the majority being unusable, some valuable resources could still be found. Lin Feng quickly scanned the surroundings, commanding, "Look for antibiotics, painkillers, and emergency first aid kits. Leave the rest for now." He began pulling several bottles of medicine from the shelves, carefully checking their expiration dates and packaging to ensure he selected usable items. Chunlai moved to the side, categorizing and organizing the medicines, preparing the portable first aid supplies in a nearby corner. Chunlai discovered some cumbersome yet practical equipment. Although their size rendered them unsuitable for transport, their value was nonetheless evident. Contemplating for a moment, he murmured, "These items are heavy, but if we can take them, they could prove useful in emergencies." Lin Feng approached, inspected them, and without hesitation, bent down to hoist the equipment onto his shoulder. Stating in a low voice, "Take them. With my current strength, I can make a few more trips." Although cumbersome, it adds an extra layer of assurance. He steadied the equipment on his shoulder, preparing to take it back. Just as they were about to move all the supplies to the entrance, a sudden dragging sound echoed from the end of the corridor. The two halted abruptly, exchanging tense glances, an atmosphere of apprehension cloaking them. Lin Feng immediately raised his iron rod, whispering, "BC." Several women towards the back clutched their children, their eyes betraying a hint of struggle. "It was not as if they were attempting to deceive us." A low voice emerged from the crowd. "But what if it is a deception? What then? Some of us have indeed been lured here under false pretenses. Others were forcibly brought here." Another voice immediately countered, brimming with unease and resistance. Lin Huixian stood quietly in place, not urging them onward, but rather observing them with a steady gaze. Her expression was both sincere and resolute, as if she sought to convey a simple message: "You may place your trust in us." At last, a gaunt middle-aged man inhaled deeply and slowly emerged from the throng. His clothing was stained, his face marked by fatigue, yet his eyes bore a semblance of determination that set him apart from the others. He turned to those behind him and said, "It is better than dying here. At least they have brought us water, unlike a deception." The man cautiously stepped over the threshold of the makeshift prison. Nodding to Lin Huixian, "I will accompany you." His actions acted as a spark, igniting the long-suppressed desire for survival among the other survivors. A younger individual, slightly less mature, followed closely, whispering, "I will go as well." Subsequently, 2 or 3 others hesitantly joined in, murmuring, "Staying here is merely awaiting death." The elderly man's sigh echoed through the air as he remained rooted in place. He observed the survivors who had begun to take action, his gaze laden with complexity and heaviness, as if grappling with a painful decision. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. "Very well, let us go. After all, it is better than languishing here." With that, he dragged his somewhat cumbersome steps and slowly followed suit. His movement finally encouraged those women and elderly individuals who had been too fearful to act. They supported one another, faces etched with terror yet no longer retreating. As they staggered towards Lin Huixian, a flicker of hope reignited. Lin Huixian did not reveal a smile. She merely stood in place, waiting for all the survivors to gather beside her before raising her hand to signal her team to assist them in departing. Her voice remained steady. "Let us proceed. Move swiftly. The situation outside is dire." In the crowd, a mother cradling her child softly comforted the infant, while a young girl assisted an elderly man who moved with difficulty. Her gaze now infused with a glimmer of hope. Though these individuals bore countless scars, they had begun to rekindle the belief that perhaps the chance of survival was not entirely bleak. Time was of the essence, and Lin Huixian swiftly assigned tasks. "Xiaowu, Laoguan, clear out the space in the bus, organize the supplies. If we cannot take everything, we will leave some behind for now and send someone back later to collect it." Prioritizing seating for the survivors, "Do not pack anything into the SUV for the time being." Lao Guan and Xiao Wu nodded, rushing to the surface to begin clearing the bus of supplies. In front of the bus, Xiao Wu worked with utmost speed to organize the materials, transferring some non-essential items to another vehicle, securing them atop the roof with ropes. After freeing up seats, Lin Huixian guided the survivors aboard one by one. Everyone, please remain silent and still. Once we reach a safe location, we will provide you with food and water. She reassured the survivors while directing them to their seats. Yuya stood by the door, distributing water and first aid kits, checking the condition of each individual. She also noted a few injured survivors, swiftly marking them for priority treatment upon returning to the base.